1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Yeah. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. That's our telephone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. And also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago, as we are brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studios at the Chicago Board of Trade. And that'll be all for Billy Donovan with the Chicago Bulls. After we were done with the show yesterday, it broke during Carmen Jurko that Billy Donovan no longer with the Chicago Bulls as he leaves the organization after 6 seasons as head coach for the Bulls. Kap, I know someone that you know very well, Billy Donovan. Watching him, I've admired the Hall of Famer for everything he did at Florida. Great run with Oklahoma City, but this dog would not hunt with the Bulls. It's hard for you to win when you don't have talent. This has to be the most frustrating time for Billy Donovan as the head coach and the leader of men, because as much as he loves coaching and teaching, you can only do so much. And so it was the right decision for Billy. If you're a friend of Billy, as I've been telling you for weeks now, you should root for him to have peace. It wasn't going to work anymore with Michael Reinsdorf and that organization. It's time for him to turn the page.
This is another example of his selflessness because he really loves coaching. He does. I have said, why don't you be the team president? I've known Billy since 1992. Be the team president and make all the decisions. Be the Matt Ryan of the Falcons or somebody like that. And he said, I like coaching. I love coaching basketball. And he wants to keep doing it. Not an old man. He's 60. Mm-hmm. And so he'll take a step back. I would think he will take a year off and then get back in it. Could he take the Orlando job if that was to open? I know they did beat the Pistons in Game 1. Maybe. He's under contract to the Bulls. Somebody tweeted at me this morning, would the Bulls demand compensation? I think Jerry would let him out of his deal to go coach somewhere because they really like him. And they understand his decision here. But there could be something thrown your way, maybe. I don't think you're getting a lottery pick for Billy Donovan, but he is under contract. He is an excellent human. He is a great leader of men. Talk to players that play for him. Joakim Noah said, best coach I ever played for. Love the guy. He's the greatest. But you're correct. They need to clear the decks. Go hire the right guy, the next guy who helps establish the culture they want and teaches young players how to play basketball, whether you go with a veteran coach who's done this before, whether you go with an assistant who's never had his shot, whatever the new GM/head of basketball operations wants, that's what he should get. If he wants Tom Thibodeau, go get him. If he wants a 29-year-old guy that's a rising star, that's an assistant, go get him. You're in charge. Whatever you want goes.
This quote from Michael Reinsdorf will live in infamy as far as his tenure running the Chicago Bulls. If Billy wants to be our coach, and of course that was still up in the air when Reinsdorf spoke to the press, if Billy Donovan wants to be our coach, after firing Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley before the end of the Bulls' 31-51 season, and someone is not interested in that, they're probably not the right candidate for us. He will always be remembered for that quote, because it's an embodiment, Cap, of just doing business ass backwards. Because the arrogance of Michael Reinsdorf believing that, well, you know, if Billy wants to be our coach and we believe that Billy Donovan is going to be our head coach, and if you're looking to get this job and you're looking to move on from a different coach, then, you know, this is not the right job. So now you're cutting away candidates that could have been vying for the vice president of basketball operations or GM job. He will always have to eat that quote, because I'm sure that Michael Reinsdorf thought, oh, it's Chicago. Billy loves it here. We're paying Billy handsomely. Of course he'd want to be with the Chicago Bulls. And so you have to understand, Cap, everyone has their limit. Even Billy Donovan had his limit. After 6 years, you think you want to sit through a rebuild? Have you seen the Chicago Bulls? Have you seen that roster? What are you doing with that roster in the short term to get yourself back in the playoffs? Not much. I will never forget Michael Reinsdorf saying,
I also want to take a minute to speak about Billy. Billy is a Hall of Fame coach who not only has my respect, but the respect of the entire organization and locker room. While we will handle any conversations about the coaching staff the same way we always do at the end of the season, I want it to be very clear. We want Billy to continue to be the coach of the Chicago Bulls. At the end of the day, this is about bringing in a new leader for our basketball team that can build a winning team that our fans can be proud of.
yeah, that's fine, but you had to know, Cap, that Billy Donovan knows basketball. He knows how to be able to coach teams. When he looked around, he goes, there's no way I can win with this right away, because that's what Billy's here for. He's here to be able to win games, deep playoff runs, and hopefully a championship. He's a competitive SOB. You can't be competitive as one of the top teams that could get the number one pick. When you're at the bottom of the conference, it's hard for you to compete. So I understand why he did what he did, Cap. It was the right thing for him. The Bulls are not ready for Billy Donovan at this time to win.
Correct.
They're not.
Correct. If they had taken this, let's say that this team was where it was like 20, right, but the year that Derek won the MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you drop a guy like Billy Donovan in, outstanding. Tom Thibodeau was outstanding. It didn't work for whatever reason. Tom got sideways with upper management, and they ended up moving on and parting ways. And I was listening to something yesterday, because it looks like Steve Kerr is going to step down in Golden State.
Yes.
It looks that way. It's not done. But they said if Steve had not taken Golden State, remember he originally told Phil Jackson he's coming to New York? Mm-hmm. You know who was getting Golden State? It was done. Fred Hoiberg.
Sure.
Fred Hoiberg was going to be the coach of the Golden State Warriors. That deal had already been agreed to, and then Kerr changed his mind and said, I'm going to go there. Okay, Fred, you're out. You get the Bulls. And he gets handed a bad situation here.
Sure.
Did take him to the playoffs once, but my point is the Bulls are clearing the decks. Everything should be on the table. Everything. I don't care who you think is unobtainable. You're the Chicago Bulls. You have more money than you know what to do with. You got more cap space than anybody. You got all your draft picks. You have 2 first-rounders this year. You should be able to go get anyone you want. Now, I heard Silvy talking about Dan Hurley. I just don't see the Reinsdorf. He makes $10 million a year. Dan Hurley's not coming here to rebuild the Bulls. He's not.
No.
He's coming in. Dan Hurley is going somewhere where it's established. You drop him in and you go, you're going to will us to a championship.
No. Also, no, he isn't. He turned down the Lakers.
Correct. Now, the Lakers offered him $70 million over 6 years. The Bulls would have to offer him probably 7 years at $85, $90 million, well north of $10 million a year. And he's not coming here as he's never been in pro basketball. He's not coming here as the GM and the de facto head of basketball operations and the head coach, and as hard charging as he is, I know him well. He's not on the table.
He's not. And also the search firm would never spit out the name Dan Hurley. The search firm? Absolutely not.
But it should not matter what they spit out. It should not.
Yeah,
You're Michael Reinsdorf.
Well,
Huh?
but
It does matter.
No, it does not matter. If you're Michael Reinsdorf, I'm paying you to be the search firm. Bring me the candidates. But guess what? I want that guy. I'm hiring him.
You can live in that fantasy world, or you can come back here to reality, where that's just not the case.
So you think the search firm's going to make the call?
Pretty much.
I do not.
The search firm will have a strong opinion that Michael Reinsdorf does not have. Remember, you and I talked about this. If you and I were owning the Bulls together, there is no way we're just sitting in the United Center just counting the money that comes in from the fans that we would be traveling, you and I. Hey, Hoodie, I'm going to go to L.A. I want to find out how they are doing their infrastructure with the Los Angeles Lakers. Okay, you know what, Cap? I'm going to Oklahoma City. I need to talk to Sam Presti. I need to find out what's going on. Who are their assistants? What's their scouting staff? What's their fans like? There's the bread and circuses of it all, right? Hey, Hoodie, I'm going to go to San Antonio, or I'm going to go to Detroit. I'm going to go to those places because those are teams at the top, and I need to find out how my team can be run that way. Michael Reinsdorf apparently doesn't do that. He doesn't have the type of wherewithal to be able to say, yep, you know who's next? This is going to be the next coach because there's a guy here like Micah Nori who is going to get an interview, who is highly thought of for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know if he knows Micah Nori. I don't know if he knows some of the GM candidates. We would know that because we would have a drawer just in case. If AK and Eversley doesn't work, we have guys ready to go.
Correct.
I don't know if he's got that drawer. We talked about that.
I don't think he does. I do think Pax will have give him some guidance, some help. In the end, it's a Michael and Jerry call who they want to get. But they have kept that scouting staff intact for now till the new GM comes in. They'll get guidance there. They all know everybody in the league. Pax knows everybody in the league. He's stepped back. He lives most of his life in Florida now. And they will talk to Billy. They will get his opinion. You know, this guy, he wants the best for them. He said yesterday, as I thought he might, he's selfless. The new guy deserves to have his own coach.
Yes.
I'm stepping down.
Yes, Cap, but you and I would be curious enough to know, hey, if AK and Eversley doesn't work out, we have guys. We wouldn't need a search firm. We would not.
Right. The only thing I think you use the search firm for is background, kind of orchestrating everything. All right, well, here's the 7 guys you want to talk to. But in the end, it is not the search firm. Parker and Associates is one of them. I don't know which one they're using. It's not that person's call who's going to run the Bulls. You're in a fantasy land if you think the guy at the search firm's making the call. He'll bring you the candidates. He'll tell you the good, the bad. Here's the background check we did. But, no, they're not making the call. They're not.
I just think the relationship's being positioned a little backwards, too, because I don't know, man. If I were a coach or a GM, I'd be more interested in interviewing the Bulls than I would the Bulls interviewing me. How many guys who are currently employed and worth a salt are even picking up the phone when they see Michael Reinsdorf dial them?
I think you're being naive there. It is the Bulls. It is Chicago.
No, you see, you're being naive because you're thinking about the market and the history of the brand.
And the money.
No, what money?
It's one of 30.
But, Cap, the reality of the situation is if you're a guy who's currently employed or just was employed or, like, you have an opportunity to go to Europe versus come here.
Go to Europe.
Hold on. You know they won't spend in the luxury tax. You know they won't give you the maximum amount of resources available to put this over the top. You have to hit on every draft pick. And you have to win on a player development scale that nobody else can because the resources won't be available. What serious candidate? This is why I'm listening to Silvy yesterday. I thought he woke up from a medically induced coma talking about Dan Hurley. Get out of my face, Dan Hurley. What serious candidate is answering the phone when this organization calls right now?
Okay, I'm in the middle of the two of you then because I agree Dan Hurley's not doing this. He's not. Damn. Because if Dan Hurley comes here, he's going to be the primary decision maker. He will have a GM that he's comfortable with, but he's coming as the primary decision maker. But I think you're way off base if you think top guys that are out there, if they're interested in leaving where they're at all, they will listen to the Chicago Bulls. And you don't know that the Reinsdorfs won't commit to going into the luxury tax.
Yeah, I do.
Their history says they don't.
Okay, then I know.
But you don't know that they Michael said we may have to change the way we do business.
But that's my point. Hoodie, if you're a serious GM or head coach right now, it's more interesting to you to sit down with the Reinsdorfs and get a commitment from them that they are going to go into the luxury tax and do what's necessary to win a title than anything should be the other way. The Reinsdorfs listening to you about anything.
Yes.
I think the interview process is going the other way right now with the state of this organization.
I think it's a mixture. It's still the Chicago Bulls. It's one of 30 jobs. And if they're going to hand you not the GM job, I'm talking about north of that. You know how many millions of dollars that is, and you are in command? Come on, man. I'm telling you, you're wrong here.
Well, Kap, I think
good candidates will be interested in this job.
I think that I would need some assurances, especially if I've got skins on the wall. If I'm a rookie at this, I've never been a head coach before, never been a GM before. Okay, that's one thing. But if you're looking for experience, I would need those assurances. You see, all these things that Shay are talking about, especially when it comes to getting into the next level financially, I need to know as a GM if I can do that. Because to me, as I am as a new GM or as a president of basketball operations, I want to win as soon as possible. Now, listen. There are some, like Arturas Garner shows, that want to slow play this thing and just, not pick up the phone and just be coy about it. But I know that job one for me is to get the team into the playoffs. I know that would make Michael Reinsdorf happy to have extra dates in late April and May at the United Center. I'm sure that would make him very happy. So I'd want to do that. But I need assurances financially that I could be able to do what I want and generally manage the team. If I got handcuffs on coming in, that's a problem. That's fair. It might be one of 30. But all 30 teams not run the same, as you well know.
Totally agree with that statement. They are not all run the same. We don't know what new assurances when Michael says, we're going to have to change the way we do business. We've missed some of the trends. We have not been cutting edge, and those things have to change for us to get this fixed. My point is, I don't think they're getting Dan Hurley.
No, that's not a name. No, that's not a name.
But I do think there will be really, really bright executives that want this job. 1,000%.
But here's the thing that I fear about the search firm, Kap. Now, again, the search firm might be there to do background checks, but also the one thing we talked about is Michael Reinsdorf not having the full knowledge of, hey, here's the next head coach, here's the next GM. I could see him being part of my organization. The search firm could also spit out a name like Matt Eberflus. That comes out of nowhere because that also a search firm name, was it not?
Fair.
Okay, that's my fear. There'll just be some guy that says, you know what, he's a good basketball guy, bring him. Because usually those are retreads or names out of nowhere. And then Michael Reinsdorf and Jerry Reinsdorf interview him. Oh, seems affable. He's good with a cup of coffee. We'll just hire him. I don't want that. Now, listen, my dream of dreams is for the Bulls to be in a position where they could cajole Steve Kerr from not going back to TV and say, come home, Steve. Be the head coach of the Bulls and bring Bob Myers with you. I love for that because now we're talking about the top shelf guys with skins on the wall. But the Bulls are not equipped for that. That's the problem. You're talking about pretty much starting from scratch. You're talking about Wizards. You're talking about the Kings. You're talking about Pelicans. That's the level that the Bulls are right now. They are. No matter the cap space, talking about from a talent standpoint, you're one of the dregs of the NBA. No matter the banners hanging up and all of the great things the Bulls have done in the past, it's about today. There's nothing much today to talk about with the Chicago Bulls. It isn't. You have to build this thing through the draft. And no matter the cap space they have, that's fool's gold. It is.
Yeah, I do not see that Steve Kerr would have any interest in coaching.
You hear what I said,
No.
though?
Yeah.
You heard what I said. I said my dream of dreams, if the Bulls were in position to do so, would be top shelf hires.
Yeah, I want top shelf hires too. But Steve Kerr would physically, I don't think he can do it. He's had a lot of back issues. He's talked about how hard the grind is on him physically. Well, you're going to take a step back next year, for sure. New GM, he's going to blow this thing up. You can't be married to anybody on that roster. Nobody. There's not one guy I go, he's untradeable. No. So you got to start over. 2 years from now, when you could be really active with the most cap space again and your picks and whatever you acquire by letting people park money on your books for a year. Yeah, but again, it's the Chicago Bulls. There will be no shortage of great candidates.
Dude, I think you're tricking yourself a little bit. I have no faith in the same ownership family that undercut a GM to mend a wound and hire Tony La Russa, and then hired a GM without a search in under a week, and then landed on Pedro Grifol to go and find anything other than the most beige bottom shelf hire they can find.
Yep. That's what it always, again, until you prove otherwise, that's who you are. We have talked about this, Cap. We'd love for the Bulls to be in the same stratosphere of the Bears and the Cubs as far as having a vision, spending money, and just saying, okay, enough of being the laughing stock of Chicago or of the sport. We're going to do something different. Even the White Sox, trying to pull the nose up with young talent. My point is that it's time for the Bulls to be able to look at the Bears and the Cubs in particular and say, we have to do business differently. Until I see that, it's the same old, same old. Second verse, same as the first. The Bulls are no better than teams like Sacramento and Memphis and Brooklyn. That's who you are. But that's not how it should be. You talk about the pride and the brand of the Chicago Bulls, where you're stomping on that logo. You're stomping on those memories of the Chicago Bulls by not running it properly. All we have is memories. We got nothing in the near future that tells me that the Bulls will be in the top 5 of the East, because it's the way it's run. Until you change, you will get the same result. You're starting from scratch. You really are. You're starting from scratch. Until you change it, this is what it is. And so Michael Reinsdorf's got to be, I mean, I would talk to the Cubs. I would talk to the Bears. What's going on over there? How are you running things? Why are things seemingly different? But if you're not curious, Cap, you get what you deserve.
Fair.
Bottom line.
Absolutely fair.
For you and I as communicators and trying to find out more information every day of our lives, right? It keeps us going. Can I speak for you by saying that?
Yeah.
You're trying to find information every day. Text, call, email, just trying to figure out every day information that can help this show and help our audience. Michael Reinsdorf has to do the same thing. It's not just, hey, we're the Bulls. See those banners? See, what about Michael Jordan? What about Derrick Rose? It's not about the past. It's about the future. The past is great to talk about, but what about your future? What about today? Today does not look good. You're going to have a new coach and a new coaching staff and a new president of basketball operations, a new GM, all good. But what about the now? Your future look good right now? Not necessarily. Not until we actually see it.
No, but that is a blank canvas that Michael Reinsdorf can paint however he wants. And yes, he's talking to a search firm, and that's fine. They'll bring him all the candidates. It's his hire. It's not the search firm's hire. It's not like the guy running the search and go, all right, Michael, here's who I want you to hire. He's going to bring you all the candidates. In the end, it better be Michael and the people he has surrounded himself with in basketball ops who know everybody. They go, oh, that J Moore dude's phenomenal. Absolutely. Phenomenal reputation. But
thank you, sir.
The search firm says, we want Shane Norling, and those guys go, you're kidding, right? That's like Phil Emery. People around the league laughed. They went, wait, who are they hiring? Oh, my God, what a mistake. And 2 years later, he was gone.
Cap, you're right. It's a blank canvas. But you know what I want on that canvas? You know what I want to see on that canvas? I want to see a Bob Ross picture and not watercolors.
I'll take a Rembrandt.
I want something other than watercolors that we've been getting in the last 6 years.
Agreed.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross. I'd like to welcome you to the joy of painting.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball.
Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training in the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just the resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Back to Kap J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We have Tommy at a special time, 8:18. He'll be part of Around the NFL and also going into our 8:30 segment because Courtney Cronin is going to join us to talk about the Bears in the draft. We're a day away now from the NFL draft, and Courtney's going to give us some intel at 7:35 right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We already have it locked down. Shay, the new head coach for the Chicago Bulls, Jerry Reinsdorf, will take the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the new head coach of the Chicago Bulls, Wes Unseld. Wes, come on in. Where's the afro? I don't understand. That was my dad. I'm Wes Unseld Jr. Oh, I was mistaken.
Yeah, please.
Wes Unseld Jr. Just bring him over. That's what. Just move over 18 inches, Cap. There you have it.
I would like a more proven commodity or unproven, but like Tibbs was the top assistant at Boston and regarded as the #1 assistant in the NBA by every measure. Everyone you talk to, Thibodeau's the next guy. And they got him. He was the top guy. He had other offers he picked here. That's what I want. I don't want some...
What do you mean?
Like a failed assistant who's never been a head coach or been at one time and failed miserably. Yeah, I'll pass.
No, I want something more dynamic as well. So do I. You and I want the same thing. What does Michael Reinsdorf want? That's the big question.
Now, I do not have a problem. In fact, I think you've got to set a culture with all these young players that be coming through here. I would think it would be super cool if Tibbs is here. Shea, he does not. Sylvia, I think, agrees with me. How do you feel?
Well, from Tom's standpoint, you can't be that desperate to want to get back in to this from the bottom. I mean, because he has to understand, even when he took the job initially, at least there was talent that he had to coach up. You're starting from scratch. That's not hyperbole. You're starting from the bottom. And I know, like, the 18,000 Bulls fans that go to the games at the United Center, like, what are you saying about Buzelis? What I'm saying is that you don't have any stars. That's a fact.
Correct.
You don't have corner. Well, what about Josh Giddey? Okay, they might be stars at the United Center, but they're not stars in the league. There's a difference.
I told you, when this all was going down, I talked to multiple people in the league, one of whom is a current general manager. And he said, you have to right now admit to yourself, we're not wedded to anybody on the roster. Maybe they'll be here. Maybe they won't. And if the right deal comes along, you can have literally anyone on the roster. And I'm cool with that.
Yeah. You just don't have it. If Tom wants the job and he wants to get back in that, if I'm Tom, if I'm a friend of Tom like Tom, you're better than that now. You might have loved Chicago and loved, being here and the adulation from the crowd when Derrick Rose had his number retired, but you're better than that. I mean, you're a teacher, but you still should coach some talent. Some talent.
What if he said to you, I've never had a rebuild. I want to be part of it. He took over Minnesota. They had not been to the playoffs in, 2 decades. He took them to the playoffs. He took over the Knicks. He got them, to the Eastern Conference Final? He's tough because he is all ball. He's not married. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't really vacation. Tom spent the entire year on college campuses and NBA practice facilities, traveling around. I guarantee it, if you sat down and asked him about any player that will be in this draft, he knows every single thing about every guy in this draft.
Yeah, he's a basketball head.
That's
totally understand it.
That's all Tom's about is ball, period. When the good Lord says your time is up here, Tom will have done nothing but ball. That's his life. Might not be for me, might not be for you. Love sports. That is all he does. I had dinner with him. God, he was still the coach here. So what is that, 12 years ago? He called me, can you go to dinner Sunday at like 7 o'clock? We go to dinner Sunday. He'd been at the Birdo Center. That's when they were there. He had been at the Birdo Center for 6 hours watching film in August. I'm like, what are you watching? Oh, I want to make some tweaks to the offense. I saw some things on a way another team was attacking somebody that I want to bring here to use with Derek. Like, that's who he is. He's not locked in on college football and got to sit down and make sure I try this great restaurant. He likes to eat, but it's because he has to eat.
Yes.
He's all ball. Joakim Noah told that story. He showed up to get some shots in at the facility. He's just by himself, nobody around 10 o'clock at night, and all of a sudden he goes, oh, you're here? All right, let's work out. And he said, remember?
Yeah.
He said it was hell. It was absolute hell, but he turned into the defensive player of the year.
Kyle Korver sitting in his car facing the Birdo Center. He's just sitting there. And Joakim Noah goes up and knocks on the glass. He goes, Kyle, you got practice at 2:30. He goes, it's 2:22. Joakim said, well, we got to get in there. He goes, just give me the 7 minutes. I just need time before I deal with that maniac. He didn't even want to warm up. He just sat there just staring ahead, just knowing what's going to come, a 3-hour practice.
Like if you're going to have all young guys next year and you want to reestablish a certain type of culture and teach a 20-year-old kid what the NBA is about, there is no one better than him. Nobody.
San Diego, California, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Jamie on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning, gents. How we doing? Uncle Hoodie.
What's up? What's up, brother?
Hey, I think maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe have maybe being Chicago fans, we're just used to thinking this way, is trying to put, a cherry on top of a dessert that doesn't exist yet. And I think we need to find like a Kevin Warren NBA version first before we start like dealing with head coaches that can come in and convince an owner to do the right things for the franchise, like Kevin Warren has for the Bears.
Yeah, the difference is George was always hands-off. Michael is not. Michael's there every day. He goes to work every day. He believes, right or wrong, you may be right, Michael believes that's him, that he is that guy. Now, is he going to go find, like when the Heat, what was the name of the owner of the Heat? Mickey Arneson?
Yeah.
When Mickey Arneson decided, all right, I got to fix this thing, he went and plucked Pat Riley from New York, and he made him the president of the team. He also coached. And then once he stepped back and put Eric Spoelstra in place, he said, I'm going to be the guy. He had a GM underneath him. Pat wasn't taking calls from Joe Cowley or Casey Johnson at midnight when they heard a rumor. That was the GM dealing with all that nonsense. But Pat was the ultimate boss in Miami. Now, if you tell me there's like Steve Kerr in that role, that'd be amazing.
Arison from Tel Aviv. So that's where he was born.
Did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And the Carnival Corporation guy, the Carnival Cruise Line guy.
Correct.
Yeah,
and he said, I got out of the way and let Pat run everything. Paid him a fortune. Pat's still there. 80, what is he, 80?
Yeah.
Pat Riley's got to be in his 80s, right?
Yeah.
So how old is Steve Kerr? 63?
He's 60.
60?
Yeah.
Okay. He has talked openly about he's got serious back problems from playing and his injuries. Okay, what about making him president and then letting him handpick the GM?
A lot of choices. I have a few of them for you coming up next, head coach and GM, that the Bulls should keep their eyes on. We'll get to that and more as we move forward here on a Waddle Wednesday on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Hey, it's Kap. Let me tell you something. Snoring is not just part of getting older. And if you've got someone elbowing you at 2 a.m. like I used to, my wife Mindy, you already know that. April is Stop Snoring Month, and Sinus and Snoring MD can actually fix the problem. Simple in-office treatments, no hospital, no big procedures, just real solutions to help you breathe and sleep better. So do not get another elbow at 2 a.m. like I used to. Do what I did. Contact Sinus and Snoring MD by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recovery systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep.
I've got the best job,
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 3126 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up? It's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payments sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star and won't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record, dancing.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. The podcast is brought to you by the Republic Bank. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9. Rich Eisen at noon. And then Waddle Silvy at 2. Amber and Ian will take you into White Sox baseball as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. We'll get to the baseball coming up at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We're talking to you about the Chicago Bulls. As Billy Donovan parts with the Chicago Bulls, he is no longer the head coach for the Bulls, so now the Bulls are looking for a head coach, a president of basketball operations, and also a general manager. To your knowledge, Cap, will this be 3 chairs they have to fill? Will there be just one? You know what happened with Williams and with Hahn, that became just Chris Getz in the chair. Will they look for 2? Will they try to fill 2 and then the head coach? 3 seats?
Yeah, I believe there'll be 3 seats.
Okay.
There's too much. Like, you couldn't just hire a GM. There's too much that goes on day to day. I mean, just think about everything you got to deal with your coaching staff, your scouting staff, your medical staff, your media stuff, all your scouting. You got to have somebody at the top then who also is kind of the boss and orchestrates how you're handling everything that also goes into being head of basketball operations. Hey, we got these 3 sponsors coming in. Oh, this charity needs 20 minutes. Oh, we've got this luncheon. We got to go. I got work to do. There's going to be 2 guys. I would hope, it might not be Steve Kerr, but somebody like that who has an accomplished resume. Like, I wanted Billy to become the president. He wants to coach. I was talking to Joe Cowley yesterday. He said, he asked Billy, what about being the president and putting a team together?
Yeah.
He said, no interest.
Yeah.
I want to coach.
I know that was floated on this show many times. That was never anything I thought that Billy would be interested in for someone who likes his hands in the dirt and likes to coach. It just, I mean, sure, having Billy around the organization could be an asset for any team. Not this one. Not this one. Sorry, not with this ownership group, because this ownership group has not proven as of late that they know how to win. So you're just gathering money and you're living in Chicago. And then what? Where's the winning? That's why when that was floated out here on this show, I just, again, with the backhand, like, no. Billy Donovan, if you're a friend of Billy, you want him to have something that makes him happy. The Bulls no longer made him happy. I'm sure the paycheck did, but that's not what it's about, Cap. For him, he said himself, when he got into coaching, he never thought he'd be a Hall of Famer. When he got into coaching, he never thought that he was going to win championships. He just wanted to be able to teach. He wanted to be able to impart his wisdom on his players, and he wanted to be able to get to the mountaintop as close as possible. He didn't know all this would happen for him. So there's no reason to take that challenge. Let someone else take the challenge. I think he was classy in his statement, because now the Bulls can move on to something new and something fresh. I think that the Bulls should, number one, talk to Micah Nori, a highly respected assistant with Chris Finch and the Minnesota Timberwolves. They went to 5 straight playoff appearances, back-to-back Western Conference Finals. I just think that Micah Nori would be a great choice for the Bulls to talk to. I know it's a name that maybe a lot of people don't know, but I know as a basketball guy that everyone's going to talk to Micah Nori. Everyone will, and I think you will lock in one of these head coaching jobs. Chris Quinn from the Miami Heat is an assistant with Spoelstra, part of that Heat culture. He's known for player development. There's a guy there that's the sounding board for Eric Spoelstra. I think that Chris Quinn more than likely will have a job also in the league.
He played at Notre Dame.
That's another name there. I thought about a middle shelf hire in Taylor Jenkins, who also is very good at player development. It all depends on how much patience Taylor would have. Like, does he understand it might take a couple of years for you to get to where you need to be? With Memphis, I thought that he did a great job. Great tactician, had patience. His time just ran out in Memphis with John Morant. But I think that he should be coaching again also. Bulls, that would be better than just some assistant or some guy from the bottom shelf. Taylor Jenkins would be a great name. I would like for the Bulls to, if you're going to hire Micah Nori, I think they should team him with Matt Lloyd, who's done a tremendous job with the Timberwolves. Matt Lloyd spent time with the Bulls organization, as you well know, Deerfield native. I think that, imagine if you had Lloyd and Nori with a fresh set of eyes in the Bulls organization. Matt Lloyd knows where the bodies are buried in the Bulls organization, and I think that he could be his own man there. I think Michael Reinsdorf could trust Matt. Matt, you've been with the Bulls. You know what we're about. Yeah, I got it. And I know people in the league in which if I need talent, if I need to talk to people, this won't be a problem. I'll pick up the phone unlike AK. That's a great name as well. I thought something that's a real dark horse, Cap, was the CAA choice of Austin Brown. You familiar with that name? Chicagoan?
Chicagoan.
I think that's like a really dark horse name.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to hire somebody like the Knicks hired Leon Rose.
Yeah.
But they also hired people under him. Leon Rose was one of the heads of the CAA basketball division. He was Tibbs' agent. I'm not sure I want to go outside the league unless it was college.
Yeah.
And I can't think of who in college I would want to bring in as the head of my basketball operation. There's nobody.
Not that I can come up with, no.
Like, is there a veteran coach who's been there, done that? Not that I could think of.
Not off the top of my head, no.
No. I need somebody who's a really good executive. I'll pay you whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Like, you're not getting Sam Presti to leave Oklahoma City. I get that. Who's the next Sam Presti? Is that Matt Lloyd? I love Matt Lloyd. He's a great human.
Yes, he is.
He worked to get to where he is. He earned to get to where he is. He was in Bulls media relations.
I remember.
And said to Pax, can I go see some games for you? Sure. You can go see some games. Absolutely. And all of a sudden, I would see him on the road, be like, I'm doing a game. What are you doing here? Oh, Pax sent me to see Jonathan Hood from Dayton, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Lloyd has scratched and clawed to get here. And because he was here, I think that's a positive like you. There will be others go, it's just Jerry hiring the same guy again. No, Matt Lloyd's done a really, really nice job in Orlando and in Minneapolis.
Sometimes you have to leave to prove yourself.
I would like Matt Lloyd.
Yeah.
Matt Lloyd would be very, very good.
I would like him to be the general manager or oversee the operation. Shay, he's a really great guy, but aside from that, just the skins on the wall. Had to leave the Bulls to prove himself. Not just stay under the Bulls and the Reinsdorf umbrella. He actually has done a great job with Minnesota. So there's some names there. But like I said, Cap, the Minnesota connection would not be bad. Micah Nori is going to get a lot of interviews. He will, and he's very well thought of as the next guy to be a leader of men. Again, you can have retreads too, and also depends on how do you see the organization in 3 years. Are you spinning your wheels and you have a young guy in there just to get over the hump, or are you ready to start the process now? You know, even for the Cubs, it wasn't necessarily Madden from the beginning. You had to crawl through glass to get to Madden.
Dale Swaim to Ricky Renteria.
You had to crawl through glass if you're the Sox to get to Ozzie Guillen.
Correct.
Like it's same thing. You had to crawl through.
Who did he replace? Jerry Manuel?
Rick? Was it Rick Renteria the manager?
No,
also?
Ozzie. Who did Ozzie replace?
Ozzie.
I'm pretty sure it was Jerry Manuel back in 2004.
When was Rick Renteria the manager of the White Sox?
Oh, like 2015.
So after that, right?
Rick Renteria was with the Cubs 2014 and 15.
Yeah.
And then 2013, 14, and then Joe became available.
Mm-hmm.
And they were ready to win, and so they moved on from Ricky, and then he went to the White Sox. Ozzie came there in after the 2003 Marlins World Series, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Manuel into Ozzie. 2003 for Manuel. Winning record, by the way, 86 and 76, and then Ozzie. Yeah, they were winning with Manuel, but it was time.
Correct.
So, yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know who the right guy is, but it's certainly going to be fun to follow.
Time for the platform. It's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Think about the last time that you hired someone who really stood out. Not just because they were qualified, but because they were generally excited about the role. They asked smart questions, they wanted to learn more, and made it clear that they really wanted to join the team. That's the kind of enthusiasm that makes a difference. So you think about ZipRecruiter. You got to find candidates who really want your job on ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale is going on now. If you're like me and you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard, this is the perfect time. I just designed my very own Bullfrog hot tub, and you got to check it out. I can't wait to see it. You can join me as well. Check out Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale, but it only goes on through April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
Postman Law has delivered more than $3 billion in verdicts and settlements for injured clients. When you're hurt, insurance companies have teams of lawyers working against you. You need a team that knows how to fight back and win. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. When it matters most, Postman Law delivers results. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? Well, at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you've got 3 teammates that can make it happen. Think about this. Saturday, April 25th, join them for a Masters-themed scramble with great food and drinks and prizes and official merch. Sign up now, sevenbridgesgolfclub.com, 630-964-GOLF for sevenbridgesgolfclub.com. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Time for the platform. Here's Shay Norling.
Shay's platform brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Hoodie, it's time that we hold Mike Vrabel as accountable as everybody is trying to hold Diana Rossini. I thought his press conference yesterday was a complete joke. After you come out and say initially that the allegations are, quote, laughable, that the photos are, quote, laughable, you then take the podium in your facility and say, quote, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. That's a hell of a quote after calling everything false and laughable. And here's ultimately my question. If everything that is alleged about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini is true, how the hell did the conversations with players go? Because there isn't one guy on that 53-man roster that should ever trust you again. Ever. It's one that every organization's got leaks. When the head coach seems like he's the leak, I don't think you can be the head coach anymore. How can anyone ever trust you to handle your responsibilities and take care of you as a player?
Would you fire him, Kap?
I would not. I would not. I would not fire. I don't think it's fireable, but we'd have a long talk. Long talk. Because I think Shay is 1,000% correct here. It's what he does in his marriage is his business. If his wife is going to be able to put it in the past, that's between them. The fact that he came out so stridently, these allegations are laughable, it doesn't paint the true picture of all the other people that were there. Where are those pictures? The Athletic said to her, show us pictures of all the other people that were there. Show us your separate hotel room. Show us your travel itinerary. Show us the car service bills that you and your girlfriends allegedly used before you went on your hiking. And not one thing was presented. Nothing.
No, but on the other side of it, though, Mike Vrabel is supposed to be a leader of men. And as we were telling Albert Brewer yesterday, it's funny about guys that are in authority. You must be on time. You must be disciplined. You got to do this. And you were not disciplined in that spot. You know, whether it's a man or a woman, you can't be up there in that private Red Rocks area in Sedona with a reporter. If it's a man or a woman, you can't do it. You just can't do it. And Mike Vrabel did it because he thought it was private. There was some PI on somebody's end, the Patriots' end, Vrabel's end, or Rossini's end, that took those photos. Because otherwise, why would you do that? Somebody knew something, and that's why those pictures were taken. But from Vrabel's standpoint, as a leader of men, how can you tell someone, hey, you're not working hard enough, or you're not doing this, when you're doing what you did with Diana Rossini? Again, we don't know what happened. We just saw the pictures.
Yeah, we would have a serious conversation. I think Shay's exactly right. This is more than just something he did extramaritally. I mean, to be so bold, this is laughable.
Yeah, that's the issue I had. It's like, if he had come out yesterday and been defiant and said, like, nothing that's been reported is accurate, it's a misrepresentation of what went down. But then there's also the Achilles heel of this whole thing, that there are reports Robert Kraft tried to kill the story and stop the New York Post from putting the photos out. So, I'm sorry, at a certain point, can we just say everybody is acting in a way that suggests the story is accurate?
Yeah.
And if it's accurate, like, I get Diana Rossini has a different professional standard in journalism. There are ethics that are professional standards, and she may lose her career over this. I have a feeling she'll wind up somewhere, but, like, that obviously could happen. And Vrabel doesn't have that same ethical standard as an NFL head coach. But when everyone involved, from Rossini to Vrabel and to Robert Kraft, are all behaving in a way that suggests they know this is true, I don't know how I could be a player in that locker room and trust that anyone in the organization has my best interests in their mind.
The platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic and expensive parking, and let CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
A little bit more on this, and also a great night for Chicago baseball. Cubs and White Sox. We'll get it all in coming up in our next half hour right here on Kap and J Hood.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
For show.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Own the draft before the picks are in. Get in the game at Town Bar and Grill in Aurora. Talk matchups, make your predictions, and compete in games for prizes, all with ice-cold Bud Light flowing. It's the ultimate pre-draft hangout for real fans who know the board matters. No fluff, just football, friends, and competition. Don't miss it. Be there and lock in your draft night with Bud Light on Thursday, April 23rd, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Town Bar and Grill, or visit thetownbar.com now.
Okay, team, huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Rich Eisen here. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. On ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you on a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at a special time, 8:18. Courtney Cronin will join us about the Bears in the NFL Draft at 7:35. We're presented by your Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. Find your advantage.
I'm excited.
At the Advantage Dealer Group, as we broadcast live here from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. All right. Kap, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We should remind our listeners, Kap, that you can watch our show on YouTube. YouTube.com, look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We have more on the bone when it comes to Mike Vrabel and
Hold on, I
Donovan
just want to say something.
I beg your pardon. Kap, go ahead.
We have a special guest at 7:20, I've been informed. Bobby Kennedy's going to be on the show. So looking forward to talking to him.
Bobby Kennedy? Has he passed away? He's dead. Cross him off then.
The other one.
Cross him off then.
Robert Kennedy's going to join us.
So we have
his thoughts on Chicago sports.
I see. So more on the bone here, Shay, when it comes to Rossini and what happened with Mike Vrabel. We wondered what his press conference would be like because, remember, he missed one or two available speaking engagements with the media. But then...
Let me first begin by saying thank you. Thank you for your patience that you've shown in a personal and private matter for me and obviously everybody involved. I know that that's not easy for you, and I respect that, and I appreciate your efforts in doing so. I understand I could have addressed you guys sooner, but it was important to me to have a conversation with the players, which I did yesterday, very candidly, as we began our off-season program, which everyone is excited to be a part of. Stacy had mentioned the players' availability, and it was never my intention to have them speak to you or address you before I did. And so I asked him to come today and to talk with you.
Oh, my God. There's Vrabel on bended knee.
Should have just said it was important to me to bury all the evidence first.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
I've never heard him on bended knee that
I had
good.
to give the PI that took those pictures a beating, and then I had to get
It's
him.
incredible what he did with the media right there.
I love the thanks for your patience.
Oh.
Like they were supposed to throw rocks at his house. Like, what do you mean, dude? You have scheduled media time. You didn't show up to it. Hey, thanks for your patience. That'd be like us missing the first hour of our show and then opening at 7 and going, thanks for your patience, guys.
Right.
That's incredible.
Patience. Yeah.
Just a little bit more, Shay, because I didn't want to rush through the platform and not be able to get it all out regarding Vrabel and Rossini. The point is that, I just, that's why I'm a professional. There's a reason why I said that. Double entendre Hood's always here for you every day.
Love it.
Just like the sun comes up in the morning, Shay, I'm always here for you. I want to get it all out when it comes to Vrabel and with Rossini, because what we have come to find out, Kap, is that with Vrabel is in an organization that is part of the enabling of teams in the NFL that will allow their coach or their owner to do whatever. Now, again, it's funny that this happens in the Patriots organization with Tom Brady, with the owner, with Vrabel. It's no surprise that the owner tried to possibly squash the story, try to get those. Not a surprise because the Patriots are known for the cover-up, as you well know. It's part of who they are. Along with the greatness of the winning and the championships comes scandal. It's all part of the Patriots. That's a fact.
Yeah, and when Shea said that they tried to have the owner tried to get the story buried.
Yes.
I'm shocked that it got to that level.
He loves Vrabel because he's a Patriot. You think he would have done that for the former coach, Shea, before Vrabel?
Oh, Gerard Mayo?
Yeah, I think they would have done for Brother Mayo. I don't think so.
Kraft would have sent the photos.
Here you go. He's not going to be here long anyway.
If it were Belichick at the end, Kraft would have sent the photos.
That's fair.
But again, I want to be clear too. It's not like it's reported that the Robert Kraft tried to kill the story. I believe it, but it is not fact as of now.
If it's reported, then more than likely, if it quacks like a duck, if it walks like one.
Correct.
It's because it's the Patriots. They don't get the benefit of the doubt, Shay. They just don't. Maybe he didn't, but the point is, though, because you're around controversy, this is who you are.
Right. You mean the owner who was getting happy endings from a sex trafficking ring may have been untoward in his behavior about this story?
Kap defends it, though. He says it's okay.
I did not defend
it. You did defend it.
No, I simply said he's an 80. How old is he? 86, 87? His wife died. He can't obviously
deserve a happy ending. That's what you said.
That's
What's that?
Said.
You said you deserve a happy ending.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So the guy goes to some massage parlor, going to get a rub and tug, and
all right now, that'll be fine.
And you're supposed to know who the landlord is and who owns the massage parlor. He had his driver pull up the rolls, park in the lot. I'll be out in about an hour. Come on. I mean,
that's how long it took, huh?
Saying it was a good decision. I'm just telling you, he wasn't running a sex trafficking ring.
Took about an hour.
I never said he was.
No, he didn't say that.
He pretty much did.
An hour, huh? We got some plug clogging.
By the time he gets, never mind.
Okay, don't you just? That's a good place to stop, Kap. Jesus.
What does it matter with you?
How old is Robert Kraft?
I don't care about how old he is. It was wrong.
All right, whatever.
Not whatever.
84.
He's 84 years old.
Down the first baseline, was it not? Of course it was wrong. But you're looking at him.
He's on the retention plan the rest of his life. Is that what we're at?
Nobody said that. There are better places to get it.
Tell me where. You think he's going to Kitty O'Shea's and picking up somebody at the bar? Not going to happen.
Seen that before.
Bill Belichick did it.
All right. Oh, yeah, well.
Whatever. Yeah. Oh, your guy's on TV, by the way, Hoodie.
So I just think that
how's he going to be here?
I know Robert Kennedy's on TV. I'm like, he's in studio with us coming up in about 8 minutes.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Because I'm here to talk sports. You see, 312-332-3776 is our phone number.
It's a little more halting.
South Bend. Here's Matt on Kap and J Hood. Hello, Matt.
It's Mark. How you doing there, Hoodie? How you doing, Kap?
Hi, Mark.
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, I stand by what I said Friday about the White Sox organization, Reinsdorf, and two other things that are coming up. Murakami and Montgomery starting to hit home runs. I think in about 2 years, when Murakami's contract's going to come up, he's going to be wearing a different uniform. It won't be a Chicago White Sox uniform. As if he hits 35-40 this year, and whatever next season is, I want 20 in a short season or whatever. And Colson Montgomery, I believe, has got 5 more years of team they have contract control on him, I believe. And I think eventually they're going to try to trade him off too.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? If you're a White Sox fan, you can't be happy with your call this morning. Why can't we just enjoy the 11-5 win against Arizona?
Why can't they have nice things?
What are you doing? Is that's what you know? Wait on a second. You woke up this morning to pee in my cornflakes to tell me what the Sox are going to do. They're going to be trading off their big assets today. That's what you're telling me now. Why would you do that? Why can't you enjoy what you see in front of you now? What's wrong with that?
I do. These Fila brothers got to get in there and take control of the finances and stop this from happening.
Well, that's not going to happen for at least 3 more years.
My God.
Come on, you're better than this.
You can't enjoy the 11-5 win for the Chicago White Sox?
I thought it was cool, too, that they hit back-to-back-to-back, right? Murakami, 4 straight games. Like, it's just cool stuff going on.
Mark, I just want you to look at the phone right now. Just look at it. Just take it off here and just look at it. Right there. Thank you. For God's sakes. You know what they're going to do? They're going to trade all their good assets, and then we're going to start from the bottom again, and then we're going to blow up the old ballpark, and then stop living like Chicken Little. Enjoy what's in front of you. For God's sakes, it's already a season that's going to be maybe 70 wins, so enjoy the small wins. Enjoy what's in front of you. White Sox Minute, I'm Len Casper. Matt from South Bend talking crap about the White Sox in their 11-5 victory. Go pound sand. That's the White Sox Minute.
Why even be a fan at that point?
Correct.
Like, just do something else with your time, if that's the way that you're going to engage with your team.
They're going to get rid of Murakami, and then they're going to get rid of this player, and then. Hey, man, we know what the season is. No one's getting rid of anyone at this point in time. Can I just enjoy the spring into the summer as a Sox fan?
Correct.
Instead of just worry about whether or not the sky's going to fall in July? For God's sakes. Cubs and Sox, 2 positive stories in Chicago sports. We'll talk about it next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago. White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
Water in your basement doesn't wait, and neither should you. This is Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing, and we believe in doing the job right and respecting your time.
From foundation cracks to full basement waterproofing systems, we protect what matters most.
And now with our new Express Services option, if you already know the solution you need, you can book your project directly.
No extra appointments, no unnecessary delays.
Fast, straightforward, reliable.
That's Family Waterproofing.
Protect your home today at FamilyDry.com.
Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck!
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck!
All game.
Shoot it! Come on, shoot!
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh? Yeah, they should have shot the puck.
So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever.
vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Like the fire needs the air. I won't burn unless you're there. You're there.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
3-2. Payoff pitch. That is too low, ball 4. And Ballesteros works the walk and forces in the run. And the Cubs have the lead. Line out towards left center field. Hat sliding, and he makes the catch. More defense for you. That is crushed. Left field on its way out of here. And on the wavelength for Seiya Suzuki. Not eligible. Look out. Home run, Nico Horner. And it's 4-1. His 4th of the season.
Right there on the Marquee Sports Network, the Cubs defeat the Phillies 7-4. Big-time offense for the Cubs as we're talking to you about it here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Kap, we talked about it the other day about Nico Horner. There's no reason why. If he keeps going like this, slash line this morning of 326, 402, and 533 slugging. If he, first of all, definitely an all-star, but in that conversation for MVP, for sure, if he keeps going in this direction. I know it's April, but if he's going to continue to hit like this, there's no doubt it's going to happen.
He didn't hit his first home run last year till June. He's already tied last year's total. Again, I'm not telling you he's the leader for MVP because, as Shea correctly said yesterday, it's basically the Ohtani Award.
Sure.
But you don't know what the rest of the season's going to be like. There's injury. Nico could get hurt, God forbid. Ohtani could get hurt, God forbid. But he's playing at a level that I don't think anyone ever thought was even feasible when they drafted him 20 whatever overall.
Mm-hmm.
He's an outstanding talent. Defensively, the way he puts his head down after he hits a ball and runs and hustles, steals bases, and then is starting to show you pop in his bat, look out.
So, Shay, this is going to be a question, if not now, then I think pretty soon, about the face of the Chicago Cubs. Last year, in the spring into the summer, we're talking about Pete Armstrong. Armstrong, even though he was 2 for 5 yesterday against this anemic Phillies pitching staff, based on what we've seen so far, he's hitting 9th. Nico Horner's hitting 1st. You see him around the bases. He gives you a little charisma. He's also a vacuum cleaner over at second base. He's hitting the baseball well. And it's not about home runs for me. It's just about consistency, how he's always on base. We're going to be talking about him as one of the faces of Chicago sports pretty soon. Definitely could be the face of the Cubs if they keep going in this direction. And you have plenty to choose from. Bregman's still trying to emerge. Ian Happ is just like the furniture in the house. You've been seeing him for a while now. Suzuki is a power hitter. And also, again, one of the faces of the Cubs. But Nico Horner, though, if he, again, keeps going in this direction, why not? I could see that happening.
So Bregman, over the last little over 2 weeks, is hitting north of 300. Slash line, really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, Suzuki hit one that landed on the street. He said he's starting to come around and feel better. He started the season on the injured list. Michael Busch comes up with a big hit in a big spot. It wasn't a rocket shot, but he got it to where it had to go, and it drove in 2 runs, and it proved to be the game-winning hit. PCA, they got to get going. They have got to get him going. He's outstanding defensively. It got to get him going offensively. But, man, oh, man, that team could be a monster.
Shay, can we turn now to the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell? Because Craig obviously has got to be happy about where the Cubs are right now at 14-9 on the season, but with a humongous 7-game winning streak. Craig Counsell, the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs.
I think the starting pitching has been the key to this. I would tell you, when you're getting that deep into a game with your starters and consistently, 6 2/3, 7 innings, 1 run each night, you're putting your team in a really good position, right? And you're not making the offense do everything. They've done a lot. The offense has done a lot, but you're putting your team in a really good position. And with the injuries we've had to a lot of guys and on the pitching side of it, it lets you put a game together in the back of the game, and only having to get 6 outs or 7 outs or 9 outs, that's a big deal. So kudos to the starting pitching. They've been excellent.
Not only did you get quality on the north side, but you got quality on the south side too. So after winning 2 out of 3, Cap, against the A's, here come the White Sox rather. White Sox take on the Diamondbacks, and you don't know what's going to happen, Kevin. It's the White Sox.
And you're on the road.
You don't know. I mean, it's just like you beat the A's, and I think that's obviously there's going to be ups and downs all season. But, Cap, before you can even have the couch warm in your seat, the Sox get off to a 4-0 lead. It was amazing.
A swing and a drive out into deep left center field, base hit. This one will get all the way to the wall. Benintendi is in. Murakami right behind him. Vargas held with nobody out by the third base coach, Justin Jersley. That is a 2-run double, and still nobody out. And he hits a fly ball into right. Both runners ready to tag. The catch is made by Carroll. The throw is going to come back towards second base. Vargas will score. Montgomery tagging and advancing to third, so that's a 2-for-1. And Pereira picks up a sac fly to make it 3-0.
I mean, 4-0, and then it ends up being 7-0 after 3 innings. Oh, doctor, 7-0, Cap.
But much like what Craig Counsell said, you have to get starting pitching that also goes with that, because all of a sudden you go, 7-5, like you're in a dogfight.
Yeah.
And it was Sean Burke, right?
That's right.
Sean Burke was outstanding. I fell asleep after, 5 innings. The Sox were rolling, but that guy was setting the tone on the road against a decent opponent. Yeah, that for me, getting back-to-back home runs. Montgomery, Murakami, his 4th in 4 games. And who hit the 3rd one?
Well, there was Antonacci.
Sam Antonacci had a inside the park grand slam later, but they went back to back earlier in the game, and it got everybody buzzing. The dugout was alive, but the starting pitching was the key. It held Arizona in check.
So let's teach the kids, Cap, baseball. So remember the old, who was it, Mel Allen doing the voiceover? Trying to teach people like, hey, you make the call. So there's a ground ball that is fair down the left field line, and the ball boy touches the baseball, tries to catch it, even though it's in fair territory. Does the play stop or does the play continue? You make the call. You remember that? The old you make the call?
Mel Allen.
Teaching the kids the game.
Mm-hmm.
So in that spot, Cap, it goes into, it's fair, but the ball boy tries to field it, and it clangs off his glove, and it goes into left field. The left fielders just stands there for the Diamondbacks. Did that play stop, or does the play continue?
I believe that's a ground rule double.
You make the call.
Thank you. I believe that's a ground rule double.
A ground ball fair into the corner and left, and I think the ball boy touched it.
Umpire said no contact.
No contact, and the left fielder just gave up. Gurriel stopped. Pereira scores. Antonacci trying to go all the way around the bases, and he will. That'll be an inside the park home run unless they change something, as Gurriel just quit.
Yeah, because the ball dude down the line acted like he tried to field it, and I believe the umpire saw that it just went through his legs. He didn't make a play. Especially when the umpire's saying it is fair.
What?
The spectator authorized personnel on the field touching the ball.
So this will be overturned. It'll end up being a double. These guys are all told down the line, don't interfere with the live ball. Don't do it.
Here's the thing, though, and it's an older gentleman. It looks like it's a long time off the bat.
Yeah.
When you're in that position down there, you're going, oh, my gosh, that ball's coming right at me, and it's like a second and a half. You're probably kind of panicked.
Just let it go. Don't defend him. Just let it go. Just don't touch the ball. Just let it go and then go pick it up by the warning track if it's a foul ball.
Since there was no call for interference on the field, it's not reviewable. Play stance.
Oh, wow. Not reviewable.
Oh, man.
So that's going to be, I believe, the first career home run, right? It's got to be.
Yes, it
No
is.
error involved.
Absolutely.
Sam Antonacci with an inside the park home run.
Oh, my goodness.
It's 10-2.
Congratulations, Sam.
Torey Lovello, by the way, can't believe it. And I think the umpires are going to tell him, hey, this is the rule.
You make the call. That has been a ground rule double forever.
That's what I thought.
Right?
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not reviewable?
Because there was no call on the field. They could have said that, ground rule double, everybody ran it out, and then they could have reviewed it. They never made a call, so it is not a reviewable play.
How about that, Shay?
Unbelievable.
But, I mean, that's been a ground rule double since we were in short pants. And as Len aptly mentioned, it's an older gentleman.
It's an unbelievable call by Len.
It is.
It is
It's
an
great.
older gentleman
It's
down
fabulous.
there. It's one of my phrases, older gentleman. And it was. He didn't know.
He's so cautious in saying it, too. And it is, it's an older gentleman.
Len is correct. And I'm overjoyed for the White Sox to win that game against the Diamondbacks 11-5. As Kap mentioned, solid pitching. And that's how it works, Kap. You know why? Because the Chicago White Sox are a good ball club. That's why.
They are. They've got talent. It's getting better. It's not a great team. I'm not going to fool anybody. But they're going in the right direction. You stayed up because you're sick. I went to bed. This guy stays up to watch UCLA play last night so he can see Rock Chalowski. He'll be here soon enough.
UCLA, Hawaii. Went with the run line. It was great. Got the over. It was fantastic. And to see my guy with outstanding defensive play, that Big Ten Network, man, was cranking last night in the Hood Cave. Holy smokes. Saw the future of the White Sox and the Cubs at the same day. How great is that? So fantastic.
You're insane. Literally insane. Like,
hey, we have a morning show. We got to be able to talk about these things, So it was all good last night. What a great night for Chicago baseball.
Yeah, the Cubs have won 7 consecutive games, and they'll go back to work tonight where Matthew Boyd makes his return to the rotation tonight.
So we'll talk football and the draft with Courtney Cronin from ESPN. We're going to get her thoughts on what the Bears might be thinking. That's next. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Bears.
DJ Moore.
Bears.
Over the shoulder.
Bears.
Catch.
Bears.
Made.
Go Bears.
Touchdown Bears.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Let's talk a little bit about Advantage. Yes, let me save you some time. If you're shopping for a car and already bracing yourself for the process, don't. Just start with the Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. They got all the brands. And hey, you know what they don't have? They don't have the nonsense. That's what they don't have. They don't have the nonsense. No drawn-out negotiations, no surprises when the paperwork shows up. Just clear numbers, honest conversations, and people who understand you got things to do. Buying a car shouldn't feel like you're breaking out X's and O's. Wherever you are in Chicagoland, make it easy on yourself. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Jay Moore.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties. Earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. You're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Rich Eisen here. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
$3.3 million. The Vrabel Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Vrabel Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Vrabel Law Group.
Folks, let me tell you about PayPal. It's now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @the Catman and @IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as we get you ready for the draft right around the corner. As we talk to Courtney Cronin, who covers the NFL for ESPN and ESPN Chicago, joining us here on ESPN 1000. Courtney, good morning. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great. We're waiting on Robert Kennedy's coming in studio a little later in the show, so we're excited about that as well. I don't know if you've heard him on the show before. He's a good friend of the show now, so we're excited about that. But it is NFL Draft Week. He'll give us his Bears thoughts later. I want to know what you would do if you're sitting at 25.
Well, obviously, it depends who's there, because like in every simulation you'll see out there, whether it's if the Cardinals stay at 3, if that triggers anything, if there's a trade up, I think it changes who is available at 25 from the edge rusher and the offensive tackle perspective. Like in our mock draft that ran yesterday on ESPN2, I had them taking Caden Proctor because he was there. And now we don't know. He's such a wild card as to whether he goes as high as, 13 maybe, if the Rams trade with the Lions or something. That was a projection I saw this morning. Or if he gets to the Steelers and they say we need an offensive lineman because we need to protect the quarterback, whoever it is, at 21. But in our projection, he was there at 25. So I kind of had no choice but to take him. He's a top tier tackle. They have questions at the position. You can't fault them if they go offensive line tomorrow night. But we all know that the edge rusher position is arguably their biggest overall need for the entire team, offense and defense. So I think either way, it's going to be something in the trenches. I just had them, based on the simulation that we ran, taking the offensive tackle that was there because he was the best player available on the board.
And so, obviously, Courtney, you and I have discussed about the defense and trying to get a pass rush. To me, I think it's a win-win either way. If you're trying to shore up someone on the offensive line, that's fine. But I'm still concerned about trying to get to the quarterback. I mean, we watched Sweat and Dexter and Jarrett and Adingbo, or someone that was replacing Adingbo, and the pass rush wasn't good enough. I'd like to be able to get as close as possible as someone that can be able to get that done, that's young. And I hope that that's what they get first, or at least early in the draft.
It feels like they might be able to do that on day 2 because if you look at the everybody has a different big board for the top 100 players, and anywhere from about 35 to 58, 59, there's going to be a second run on edge rushers. I think that's pretty universally expected across the board. So whether it's someone like Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, who's a second round pick, projected to be a second round pick. I think that at 57 or at 60, they can handle that need if they go a different direction in the first round. Now, you can go off of history of the organization and think one thing: they haven't drafted more than 2 edge rushers in the first round since 2004. I don't know if history really applies, certainly to this regime, but it is something that has to be addressed day 1 or day 2, meaning round 2 at the earliest, because the type of player that you're bringing in, you need that player to contribute immediately up front. And I think the longer you wait on that, same thing with safety, in my opinion, the higher the chance is that player is not going to have much of an impact when you need that player to have an impact early.
Let me ask you, Shamar Turner, Za Frazier, Terrell Smith, all guys that did not contribute last year. What are they counting on from those guys?
Well, if you listen to Ryan Poles and start with Turner, so he got hurt. He was there he appeared in 5 games and then he was out for the season. When Poles talked about him in January, he talked about him as somebody he expected to be a contributor in year 2 and to really have his hit the ground running moment come training camp, because he was slow to start. He was battling an injury because he, I think, rolled his ankle in camp early, never really was right after that, and didn't have a chance to get himself in the interior rotation. They have a lot of defensive tackles on the roster right now, but they also used a high draft pick to get Shamar Turner last year. So that's somebody that, when healthy, they expect him to contribute, and maybe he'll find his way into being a part of what they have up front. Zay Frazier is kind of an unknown because of the, kind of just an unprecedented situation last year where he's out for the whole season. It's not injury related, but they expect him to come in and have a role back there. What that role is, certainly it would project his depth. He's a day 3 draft pick. Doesn't mean that he can't be a significant player on this team. We saw, Terrell Smith have that in flashes, but he's dealt with injuries every single year he's been in the league. It's the great unknown with those two. Can Smith stay healthy? What does Frazier look like? Because literally we've never seen him in a real practice. I saw him one day at rookie camp last year and then never saw him on the football field again. So I too, Kap, am curious as to what they get out of him and what he can do to give them some depth back there in the secondary.
Corny, what did you glean from the press conference from Caleb Williams the other day?
That this is somebody who doesn't idle very well. Like when you listen to him, I know he was like, yeah, like I was working out, hanging out, trying to stay out of trouble. Like, we know that he did Max Crosby's podcast in the off season. He hosted a throwing session at USC with, all of the receivers and Colston Loveland who are available. And then he went to Coachella. Like, he's had an interesting off season, and I think that there's also something too about him learning the magnitude of his own fame right now with the whole George Gervin Iceman controversy. Like, a lot has happened, but this seems like somebody who over the last 3.5 months has been waiting to get back here. And the way that he talked about the conversation he had with Ben Johnson at the end of the season about how it's going to be different. He is going to get coached even harder. And Caleb, trying to hold it back a little bit of not texting his coach too much, of not giving himself the break he needs. But this is somebody who I just, you get the feeling that he has been waiting on this day and circling it on the calendar and waiting to get back here for a long time. And I think that's good because he got a taste of success after a brutal rookie season. He learned, this is what it's supposed to look like. And I think once you have that taste, you're going to chase it because of all the goals that he has set for himself. He's already hit really big benchmarks that no other Bears quarterback has. Like, sky's the limit for him. Pretty sure he views it that way, as evident by the way he speaks about it. And I think it's a good thing to have somebody who's excited to be here and excited to get to learn the new team and move into the next chapter.
One thing that Johnny and I talked about, Courtney, you were there. I was watching on ChicagoBears.com and listening here throughout the day as we replayed so much of it. I thought his command at the podium was great in terms of his confidence. He just looks like such a different person standing up there than the guy who was here when he's yelling at Thomas Brown and not listening to him on the sideline, or Eberflus, all that. He looked like a deer in headlights or a guy who was having serious issues. Mm-hmm. Now he looks like a guy completely in command. You agree?
Yeah, and you saw that last year, like how he approaches these sessions at the podium and knowing that it's his team. Because I remember going back to rookie minicamp, his 2024, and Flus names him QB1 before they'd even step on the practice field. And talking to him that day about, okay, well, you've already been given the keys to the kingdom. There's no other quarterback. It's you. How are you going to lead? And he didn't really have an answer for it back then, understandably so, because he was 22 years old and was supposed to take this franchise to the promised land right away. And he didn't know, with it going into a team full of vets, what the personalities were going to be like, how he was going to have to mesh. He had to take a back seat. And I think that takes time. And over time, you've seen him evolve his leadership style to where this is his team. He's not just the face of the franchise, but everything will run through him, which I think you start to see how much ownership he takes over this team, like reaching out to Kobe Bryant and what Kobe said the other day, that he's never established a relationship with a quarterback this early in his 5 years as an NFL player. And Garrett Bradbury, the day that Bradbury comes here for his physical, he got to hang out with Caleb for a little bit. I think it was a Sunday right before free agency started. Caleb doesn't have to do that. He could be off doing whatever he wanted to, but I think in order for this thing to work, he knows that it all runs through him, and it has to, because that's how successful teams are with the most important position in sports. And that's something I think he takes a lot of pride in. And that comes across in the way that he delivers whatever the message he's trying to deliver at the podium.
Courtney, as far as the wide receiver spot is concerned, do you feel like there will be someone from the scrap heap or someone that the Bears will draft? I'm sure Ben Johnson likes the room, but he's always unsettled, as you well know. So I wonder how they will address more on the wide receiver front.
I don't know. They're pretty stacked right now. Just when you think of Roma Dunze, Luther Burden, and certainly they feel a type of way about Jade Walker and him trying to grab that number 3 role. But they did bring Khalif Raymond in. And the way that Ben Johnson talks about Khalif Raymond, it's a pretty big vote of confidence that this guy's going to have a role, not just on special teams as a returner, but a role in this offense that would be bigger than Olamide Zaccheaus's was, or anybody who was trying to grab onto the spots behind the big 3 that they had in that room. They could draft somebody. I think it's always wise to, when colleges are producing receivers at a pretty high rate and guys, rounds 4 or 5 that can produce right away. I don't think it's ever you don't ever harm yourself by taking those guys and replenishing what that room has, because receivers end up getting expensive and you can't pay everybody. But I do think the structure of what the room is right now is in a good place. And we know, obviously, the passing game contributions that Colston Loveland has and what he talked about what his role is going to become with DJ Moore not here anymore. I think the offense, because of how they set themselves up last year with the draft, the offense is in a really good place today to where they can take a flyer on guys that don't have to go day 1, day 2 to find, impact players, because they already have those guys on the roster.
And John A. Walker also walks on air, as you saw.
They love him.
That's just amazing. I've seen that on the dance floor, Courtney. I've never seen that on the football field.
I mean, think about it. This undrafted free agent from a year ago makes his way onto the 53, the only UDFA that they had do that as a rookie. And then finds his way into making one of the most impactful plays. I know we're all going to remember DJ Moore's touchdown in that Green Bay game, but think about how they won, how they put themselves in a position to win in overtime because of what they did in regulation. And players see that, and that's why I think he's really cemented himself as a part of that room. No, he's not Luther Burden. No, he's not Rome Odunze, but he can contribute. And it's always interesting to me when you see the guys who work out together, where the relationships are formed in the off season. For him to, firmly be in the mix with the head honchos on the team, so to speak, I think is a very reflective in how Caleb Williams views him as a teammate and as somebody he wants to throw the ball to.
Hey, before we let you go, I was curious your thoughts. How, if tomorrow night the commissioner says we have a trade, the New York Jets have traded the 16th pick or whoever at 15 or 17, Chicago is now on the clock, would you be stunned?
Who are they trading up for? Because are the top 4 edge rushers, Arvell Reese, David Bailey, Reuben Bain, throw another one in there too. There's basically 4. Are they all gone? If they're trading up for an edge rusher, then I can understand it. Who else would they be trading up for in that spot?
The right left tackle. The correct left tackle.
The correct left tackle. I guess I wouldn't be surprised by it because they have been active before. And even last year, you heard the rumblings about them potentially wanting to move up to go get a running back, in the first round before Vegas ends up, squashing that. I wouldn't be surprised. I think all the trading, though, has happened for the most part because there's 6 teams with multiple first-round picks, and those trades happened before we even got to draft week in earnest. So it wouldn't shock me by any means, but I just don't know how likely that is.
Because there's a lot of teams reportedly, like Arizona might take Jeremiah Love at 3, which to me is just an idiotic pick, and I love him as a player. Let me be clear.
He's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But that's like buying the coolest big screen TV and you live in a mobile home. I mean, let's fix the home first.
Arizona, the thing with Arizona that I have been thinking about, what if are they doing it for sales, to sell tickets? They need a face of the franchise. They're restarting now with a new head coach. Are they doing it for that? Because if that's the case, then that's why you'd take a running back at number 3 overall. Again, we love him as a player. He was awesome at Notre Dame. I remember seeing it because he did it to Indiana on that 98-yard kickoff return 2 years ago in the college football playoff. We get it. He's awesome. But I don't think a running back there is worth it at number 3.
Agreed.
However, if the Cardinals come away with him at 3 and then trade back into the first round, I don't know, maybe with the Bears, maybe at 25, because you have to get in front of the Jets, you'd like to think at 33 in the second round because they pick at 34. If they trade back in to get Ty Simpson there, does that change your mind about it? Because it kind of does for me. It kind of makes me think, all right, you got a quarterback, you got him a top weapon, you're setting yourself up for a clean slate of the future. You are moving into a team that's not going to be good now in that division, as we know, but maybe down the line. I actually don't hate it, but it would have to include the quarterback. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Courtney, have a great time tomorrow night. It's super cool over the next 3 days, and we'll be scope locked on your coverage.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Have a great day. Courtney Cronin on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Shot or No Shot comes your way at 8 o'clock on Kap J Hood.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox clubbed their way to an 11-5 win in the series opener at Arizona Tuesday night. They got 4 in the first off Merrill Kelly, then banged 3 consecutive homers in the second. Munetaka Murakami hit the first of those 3 and is now homered in 4 consecutive games. Late in the contest, Sam Antonacci picked up his first career homer and inside the Parker. Sean Burke worked 6 quality innings to get his first win since last June. The Sox try to make it 3 in a row at 8:40. Sox fans head to the ballpark this Saturday, April 25th, as the Sox host the Nationals at 3:10. 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Own the draft before the picks are in. Get in the game at Town Bar and Grill in Aurora. Talk matchups, make your predictions, and compete in games for prizes, all with ice-cold Bud Light flowing. It's the ultimate pre-draft hangout for real fans who know the board matters. No fluff, just football, friends, and competition. Don't miss it. Be there and lock in your draft night with Bud Light on Thursday, April 23rd, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Town Bar and Grill, or visit thetownbar.com now.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
If you are heading into the summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections. The last week's running into a vacation that would be ruined because you didn't take care of yourself. And when you're traveling, find a doctor and pharmacy. You know, you're trying to find something that can help you, Jay Moore, and it's stressful. Trying to find out where I can get the medicine. Now, here's what you should do. You should go to the medical emergency kit. It's an urgent care and pharmacy right into your own home. It takes care of certain illnesses, and it's got amoxicillin, it's got a generic Z-Pack, and a lot of other things in that urgent care kit that can help you in a pinch. So save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription is required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you. It's the Urgent Care Kit at urgentcarekit.com. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We're presented by your Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your Advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. It's a Waddle Wednesday here on Kap J Hood. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:18. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. And we're getting breakfast today. I feel good. How you feel?
Feeling good, man. I got the 72-hour fast is in the books. Broke it last night with my wife, and we navigated. It's not as hard as it sounds. Like after you get the first 40 hours in, first 24 are easy. Like for the next 6-8 hours, you're like, I don't know about that. And then you get through that wall. It's actually pretty easy. And so we got through it, done. And now I'm taking you guys to a famous place, a 103-year-old breakfast place that they say has the world's finest coffee. We're going to Lou Mitchell's. You're going to love it.
Very excited.
So.
Can't wait.
Get some toast and coffee, and that'll be enough for you, and I'll pick up the check.
All right, let's get started with shot or no shot. That is not going to happen. We got to start with what I think is the most important story in Chicago sports today.
Oh, boy.
The Wrigley Rat. Last night, we got another animal at Wrigley Field. A rat was on the field during Cubs-Phillies. I've put the video up on YouTube and Twitch if you're watching.
Oh, my God.
It was scurrying across the first base infield wall right in front of the Phillies dugout. And when players and coaches noticed it, jumped out of their skin, basically. Like it gets right down to the end of this dugout, and the players flip out because a rat runs right by their feet. But it begs the question, shot or no shot? We must reject the rally goose and embrace the rally rat.
Yeah, that's a no shot. I despise rats. That's A. B, I've got my wife said to me, you spend how much on a goose for the studio? I'm like, yeah, $75. I got a $75 goose arriving Monday.
Well, you better get rid of it because we need to get a $75 rat.
No, we're not having that. That's not going to happen. No chance. So we'll have the rally goose, and we will be good to go. I saw the rat. I text Boog Shambi. Brother, there's a rat behind home plate. He was behind the rotating sign.
Yeah.
And he's like, I didn't see it. I'm like, yeah. When they had a challenge of a pitch and it struck out maybe Trey Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on review, the Cubs are right. You're out. Strike out. I'm like, dude, the rat is right there when he takes strike 3. Yep. And then Shea sent the video from Marcus Leshock, who you love and I love. Great dude from WGN TV.
Yep.
He showed it running right by the front of the Phillies dugout.
Unbelievable.
Guys are like, oh, whoa.
Oh, that's a shot. I would not mind having a rally rat. Maybe that's, you know what? Maybe that's for the White Sox.
There you go.
A rally rat next to the goose in studio.
Yeah.
Rat and a goose.
Yeah, that was awful.
I kind of like it. Just embrace it. What's the problem?
The problem is that's a hellhole that you got a rat running around Wrigley Field. That's what that is. Hey, Cap, why don't you take care of your ballpark, huh? That's ridiculous.
What do you want me to do about
Well,
it?
I think you should make a call over there.
Chicago was named again the rattiest city. There's nothing I can do about it. Talk to the mayor. Tell him to get streets and sand over there and get it going.
Streets and sand.
I'm all in on the rally rat.
Yeah, that's not going to
You
happen.
know, this guy said streets and sand.
Also heard RFK Jr. is going to be making a trip to Wrigley so he can try to collect its nether regions.
Oh, my God. Did someone say a rat? Wrigley? It's time for dinner. I'm sure he'll be there snipping off the tail of the rat, I'm sure.
Bobby, what do you think the Bears should do in the first round?
I think you get a good player. You're the best player available. I said, I keep hearing from you. Best player available. That's what you should always do. Get best player available.
How about Murakami? 4 straight days with a homer.
It's unbelievable. I just watching him. He has a international product, Japanese. It's pretty good. He's a good player.
Your thoughts on what the Bulls should do at head coach?
Here's Shea Dorling. Shea.
All right, let's move on.
Told you he was going to be here.
Sports Illustrated wrote up a what's real, what's smoke, and what to watch for the Bears with the 25th pick. They wrote the interest in Keldrick Falk is real, the Auburn defensive end.
Auburn is a kid to stay in. I really like Alabama. I'm all for that young man. Go ahead.
They wrote taking a left tackle is what to watch.
Medical Journal.
And they wrote taking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the Toledo safety, is smoke. That's the part that stood out to me. They wrote that while safety is a need, the needs on defensive line outweigh it, and they will ultimately either take a defensive lineman or trade back. So shot or no shot, the Bears will not take a safety in the first round.
So wait, how do I answer this? I say they won't take a safety in the first round.
Then it would be a shot.
Then it's a shot. They won't take a safety in the first round. I think it's either a pass rusher, a D tackle, or a left tackle. One of those 3. That's it.
Well, Shea, what did we say about Warren? Yeah, they say smoke, right? They say that's not a thing.
Yeah,
but
that
we
it's
like him.
misdirection. He's a Shea guy. I'm a big fan. Yeah.
Okay, well, he didn't have to follow the Bears, but I like him as a player. I think that'd be great for the Bears. It could be the trenches. I think it could be, again, I want it to be defensive line. It could be offensive line, but I don't think it'll be secondary. I just don't believe that at that spot. And by the way,
think secondary's in the second round with 2 of them.
And if it is, I'm not fighting City Hall on a Cap. There's some needs on this football team still. You had some wholesale changes that were made on this football team that you got to be able to fill those holes. I just want them to be the right players.
Fair.
And it's got to be guys that are cornerstones, not guys that are flyers. Like, no more Amagajes. I need you to give me someone that can help me today.
Correct.
After we're done with the draft, someone that you say, okay, day 1, this guy can help us in a rotation or start. Who knows? So
Agreed.
And by the way the Bears operate, Shay, when they talk about last year was last year, they put it. I'm sure that they look at this as a clean slate too. They're talking about the roster, just like you got to try to go after players, So all right.
Well, what was it? Jeff King, the new assistant GM, basically said that yesterday in his availability, we're looking for competitors. It was the same thing we heard yesterday, where they want this to be a competitive roster. That kind of sounds like what you're talking about, Hoodie. Like nobody's job is promised.
My God, it's college football.
Pretty much.
Are these guys on NIL deals? It's like clean the slate, just like Brad. It's not the entire new roster, but the point is, like, they're looking at it as you're competing for your job again, even though you're a veteran.
Well, what it reminds me most of is the Bill Belichick Patriots, where he would say every year, I don't care what you've done, you have to earn your job just like everybody else. And the nice thing is Ben Johnson's not out of the Bill Belichick coaching tree, because all the coaching tree guys who tried to do that stuff failed miserably. So I like that it's being done on his own terms, but it does remind me of that.
But when you mention coaching trees, you've seen a billion of them in college basketball. We got to get an assistant from there.
Yeah.
When Bob Knight was coaching, he would have all these guys get jobs because Indiana was the best. And all of them tried to be him, and all of them failed.
Yeah, that's the thing.
90% of them. You can't be a jag all the time. And I loved Coach Knight. He won, so he could do whatever he wanted. You can't go into Evansville or wherever it is and be a jerk and then not win.
Well,
not going to happen.
That's what I'm saying, too, is like Ben Johnson's doing his own thing. Like, this is just who he is, and it might resemble past coaches, but it has nothing to do with them. Whereas we've seen those coaching tree guys where they're really just doing impersonation of the guy that they were around, and then it's not authentic or real, and they fail. So it reminds me of that dynasty style, but it doesn't have any of the poison of, like, being related to it.
Agreed.
Shout out to Matt Patricia.
Yeah, and Joe Judge.
And Joe Judge.
And Josh McDaniels. I mean, and I'm sure we're missing, but you cannot be that guy till you earn to be that guy. Sorry.
And also, Cap, you cannot trust Jordan Love. Don't forget about that, too.
You cannot trust Jordan Love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Homer Troop.
All right, I've been hearing one name.
You cannot trust
Thank you, Homer.
Jordan Love. I don't care if they're paying him
I've been hearing one name get bandied about this past couple days for the Bulls' next head coach. Even Shea Pepler called into Unsportsmanlike this morning on ESPN Radio. They sent us the audio of this. She was making a campaign for this coach. Listen to this.
First of all, he was fantastic when he was in Chicago. Then he goes to the Knicks, and we saw what they were able to accomplish last year. I thought it was complete, I don't know a nice phrase, but like insanity for them to fire him a year ago, especially considering what you're watching right now. The Knicks had 2 players in the loss against the Hawks, 2 players score off the bench, 2. And yet you got rid of Tibbs because you wanted to have more depth and have more bench production. 2 players scored off the bench. Forget it. If you could tell me that Tibbs could come back and make the Bulls relevant, forget winning. Fine, you want the finals? I would love to have the expectation every year in Chicago be maybe you'll make the finals. Sure, I'll take that expectation every single year, considered we've been completely irrelevant for a decade almost now we're going on. Like, I'll take that any day of the week. Bring that defensive intensity. I don't care if you only play 7 guys. I don't care. Like, have guys that have that mentality. That's what we need in Chicago. Bring Tibbs back.
Bring Tibbs back. I tell you, all the best organizations are hiring 66-year-old coaches to oversee full rebuilds.
Who cares what his age is? Why does his age matter?
Because he's 66.
So what?
How long is he going to – you're in a full rebuild. How long is he going to coach?
He wants to do this till the day the good Lord throws dirt on him.
That's wonderful. I want to win a title. But I will ask the question, shot or no shot.
Until he's 66. He'll be like, wait, what do you mean? Do you want a younger guy?
No, I think I would understand it. I would hope I would understand it. But shot or no shot, Tibbs would be a good hire for the Bulls.
That's a shot. Absolute shot. But he has to also understand, and it depends who the GM is. They have to have a prior relationship. You have to understand who Tom is. Tom is going to grind and push and prod and squeeze every single ounce out of that team. Are we trying to tank? Are they trying to be competent? I don't know the answer to that. Only the new GM will know that answer, or new head of basketball. So Tom doesn't fit if you're trying to completely tank and win 8 games next year.
So it's a no shot. Tom's never coached a team that was at the very bottom. And by the way, just like I said about Billy Donovan, I wouldn't want that for Tom. Just because it's a name that you know and he might be affable with some of the people in the media doesn't mean that he should have a job like the Chicago Bulls. You're starting from the bottom. He's never done that. But he's been a good B2C coach for a lot of stops, but starting from the beginning, what will happen is that he'll be A to B, burn out, and be out of here in 3 years, and that's not fair to Tom.
But when you say that you wouldn't want that for him, what if he wants that for him? What if he says, look, I would love to go back there and really help them build that thing and get it on solid ground?
He would coach 10 guys at the Y at this point because that's what he does. He's a coach. He can't help himself. I'm just saying that Tom should be better than the Bulls. Just like Billy should be better than the Bulls. And he was. That's why he walked away after 6 years. Again, Shay, this is the same sentence I'm going to say about Billy I'll say about Tom. If you're a friend of Tom Thibodeau, you don't want him to be part of the Chicago Bulls. You want him to be able to have a better job and a different opportunity than the Chicago Bulls.
I just also don't want him for the Bulls, and it's nothing against him as a coach, but if I have a team that's ready to win and I need a new coach, I'd be interested in Tibbs.
Sure.
If I'm doing a full-scale rebuild, like Kap, you made fun of me because I made quote-unquote ageist remarks about the Raiders hiring Pete Carroll, but I told you then, it never made sense to hire a 70-year-old for a team that's fully rebuilding.
But at that point, he said, we're not fully rebuilding, and they said that.
And they were wrong.
Agreed.
And it was clear, but it was clear to all of us. It wasn't clear to them. So that would be my fear. If the Bulls hire Tibbs, that would mean it's not clear to them how bad they need to be.
That's fair.
This is the lament of bring Ozzie back to be the manager of the White Sox. And just, again, let's just have names that you know. No, let's have a fresh set of eyes and actually be real as the organization. Michael Reinsdorf, whoever he's going to have in that front office and on that bench, better start looking at the Cubs and the Bears as examples of actually going forward, paying for quality, getting a fresh set of eyes on the organization. All they are about is the past. And by the way, last time I was at the UC looking at those banners, they're starting to yellow. Might want to put them in the laundry because that's the past. That's why they're starting to yellow. How about some fresh memories instead of talking about the past all the time? Can you squeeze in one more, sir?
Yeah, very quickly. The Mets have done the unthinkable, Hoodie.
Okay, the Mets.
The Mets have lost 12 consecutive games.
12 games, okay.
They blew it again last night with the closer.
I mean, who do they think they are, the 2024 White Sox? Shot or no shot, I can reopen the road to 24 for the New York Mets.
Not yet. No shot. I think when they get to 15, then everything's in play. Like, they got enough. Soto comes back tonight. Like, you got to think it's going to turn at some point. Holy smokes.
Just remember one thing, Eric. Remember one thing. You know how you can get a dozen eggs, dozen bagels, dozen roses? You also have a dozen losses.
That is unbelievable.
They also come in a 12-pack, too. 12 losses for the New York Metropolitans, okay? You talk about horrendous, okay? The New York Mets, okay? I mean, but understand this, though, Shay. Like, I know that we can get our head over our skis sometimes, but honest to God, if you're a Met fan this morning, your team is 8.5 games out. So long, everybody, from Gotham. That is all. You're 8.5 games out before May 1st. Done. You're done.
You can't win the World Series in April, but you can certainly lose it. And the Mets may have just done that. Also, great question in our Twitch chat. Is this a Luis Robert issue?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, he's got to be the only one looking around that clubhouse wondering why everyone's so pissed off.
He'd rather be a White Sox now.
Can I give you a great stat there, Mike Francesa?
Go ahead. All right.
So the 2026 Mets are the 33rd MLB team ever in the modern era to have a minimum 11-game span with 0 wins and fewer than 20 runs scored at the same point in the year. The best final season record among the previous 32 teams, to accomplish that ignominious feat was 65 and 74 by the 1903 St. Louis Browns. That means if you're a Met fan, you can basically follow, as Carm would say, the trend is your friend. Their season's over.
It's done.
That'll be all.
8.5 games out before May 1st.
$360 million.
You're done.
It's actually kind of nice that they did this. Usually the Mets do this swoon in August and September.
Yes.
Just get it out of the way in April, and your fans don't have to care. They can spend the summer doing something else.
Okay, so shot or no shot. What you spend is not the number one thing. You've got to have a competent organization.
What an idea. Shot.
All right, coming up, we will go to Tommy Waddle. He'll help us with Around the NFL.
Oh, Tommy's up early.
It's coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. The Kap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Our guy, Howard Enkin, Howie, our friend, has been part of the Kap and J Hood show for years. He brings us the sidebar in every show. This dude is the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois. He's got more than 100 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. We are proud to spread the word that Enkin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. Call them today if you need them. Enkin Law, 312-6-million. 312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Enkin Law.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Chicagoans take pride in their city, so why not protect it from smog? Unleaded 88 gasoline, also called E15, burns cleaner than standard gasoline and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the city we love. It's been reviewed by the EPA and approved for all of us to use to clean up the air and help us breathe easier. Better for the environment and supporting local farm families right here in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump near you.
Dear Savvy, Toyota says you can have it all. With the Camry, the Corolla, and the Corolla Cross. You've got the tech, you've got the drive, and you've got Toyota value that spells affordable. You ready? Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's
was amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tommy's on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
I'm delightful. Thank you, guys. How are you?
Good.
Tommy, I know you guys have had Todd Golden and other big names in the studio. We had Bobby Kennedy. Take that.
I know. I heard.
It's so good.
Yeah. I laughed for probably 5 straight minutes. When I stopped laughing, I started laughing again.
This dude's the most talented cat in the city.
I don't know how to feel about it, but they humored the hell out of me.
Yeah, it was great. So,
Tommy, I don't know how to feel about it. How about me? So just step aside here, if you don't mind, Kap, because Tommy's here for 2 reasons. One is he's going to help us around the NFL.
Okay.
And also we have other questions for Tommy as well. So let's go right ahead. A little around the NFL with Tom Waddle. Shay?
Thank you, Hoodie. Yesterday, big hit was our trivia game.
Yep.
So today, I am bringing back trivia, but in a different format.
Okay.
We have 5 of the biggest NFL draft busts in history. I am going to give you clues for who am I of each of these people. If the earlier clue you lock in on, so Waddle, for you, we're going to work on an honor system, but if you use a writing utensil to lock in your guess, if you lock in after the first clue, I'll give you 4 points, second clue, 3 points, so on and so forth. So you get bonuses for how early you're willing to lock in.
So I'm supposed to write down my answers?
You can if you want, or you can just work on an honor system. I trust you. I think you're a man of integrity.
Your Honor.
We got it? We good?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's get started with NFL draft busts. Who am I? This first one should be reasonably simple. I played my final game in the NFL for the Saints in October of 2022. It's clue number 1.
Brother.
Oh, go ahead. Wow. Go ahead.
Clue number 2. I spent the vast majority of my NFL career on injured reserve.
Okay.
Wow.
Clue number 3. I was the 7th overall pick the year I was drafted.
Did you give any years again? What did you
His
say?
final game, 2022.
I'm clueless.
7th overall pick.
Next.
Final clue. Actually, we'll make this the second to last clue. My final season at West Virginia.
Kevin White.
Well, don't shout it out. You can lock in your guess.
Yeah, I lock it in.
Kevin White.
I was a Bolitnikoff finalist and many publications named me an All-American.
Is it Kevin White?
Brother.
Thank you, Kap.
Kap is the most disruptive guy on the planet at times, isn't he?
At times. He's breathing, isn't he? Christ.
Just say, all right, I'm ready to lock in when you think you have it.
All right,
He's even awful in Jeopardy. Awful. I'm not writing it down. It's Kevin White, and he's a brother. Take that.
Brother.
Who is Kevin White?
There you go.
Yeah, still wrong.
All
So
right.
blurt it out.
Number 2. Clue number 1. I was the first ever draft pick made by the expansion team Houston Texans.
Brother.
Okay.
Clue number 2. In my first 5 seasons, I was sacked 249 times and I
Locked in.
fumbled 68 times.
Locked in.
Both are records for the first 5 seasons.
I'm locked this thing in.
Waddle and J Moore are locked in. Kap Hood, either you ready to go?
Nope.
Clue number 3. Fox Sports ranked me as one of the 10 worst number 1 picks of all time.
Yep, got it.
You're locked in?
Yeah, you know it is.
Give me one more.
Final clue, I am currently an NFL Network analyst.
Yeah.
Come on, Cap.
He's got it.
I don't think
No,
I
he
have
doesn't.
it.
No, he doesn't. Look at the look of confusion in his eyes.
Waddle, what'd you have?
David Carr.
Jay Moore?
David Carr.
Woodrow?
David Carr.
And Kaplan gets 0 points.
Okay.
Well
That's
done.
right.
Well done, boys.
By
We're all
the way,
stupider for you being here.
that whole NFL Network thing, that's a far reach there. He's barely on NFL Network. I mean, that one. I mean, barely on NFL Network. I remember Tommy on NFL Network taking care of the Lonely Housewives.
Excuse me?
Yes, on the NFL Network there, giving analysis. It's so great.
I loved going to the NFL Network. It was just a pain in the rear end, travel-wise.
Yes, I know it was.
Flight out at 8 a.m., flight back on the red eye, land at 4 at O'Hare, drive downtown, sleep on the conference room table for an hour, on the air at 9.
The best.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. This next one I think might be the most difficult that I have today. Clue number 1. My test scores were so bad, I had to spend 2 years at JUCO before transferring to Oregon, despite multiple Division I offers.
Brother.
Well.
Clue number 2.
Yes.
I led the Pac-10 in passing yards and was named Pac-10 Offensive Player of the Year my final season, as well as second-team All-American.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody ready?
No, next. Keep going.
Clue number 3. In Swahili, my name roughly translates to completely mind double.
Wait, say that again.
Man, you got me.
In Swahili, this was to make sure you know it's not Joey Harrington, because I don't think his name translates to anything in Swahili.
No.
My name roughly translates to completely mind double.
Okay. One more.
Final clue. I might be the dumbest player in NFL history. Wow. I scored 16 out of 50 on the Wonderlic my first try. 37 out of 50 after hiring a tutor. Held out of training camp with the Bengals. Got publicly called out by a coach for my film study. And released 3 years in despite being the number 3 overall pick.
I'm locked in.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So I have a name, but it's not. I don't think it's the answer. I wrote it down. Does he work for Sirius XM? Don't think he does.
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Waddle?
You know what? Akeem.
You're on the right track.
I've got it.
I forgot. I was.
Cap, help him out.
Achilles Smith.
Achilles Smith is correct, yes. Arguably the dumbest player in the history of the National Football League.
Wow.
Just on a factual basis.
Horrible. Jay Moore, your thoughts on that?
I had nothing.
I said I thought it was the most difficult.
Brother.
That's a damn shame.
All right, one more?
Yeah. I don't know, man. You call that brother dumb. I don't know about that, man. He has a family, damn it.
He was dumb.
Tell him, Tommy.
Yeah, what you said.
I mean, don't be behind me. Stand next to me, Tommy. Fight with me.
16 out of 50 on the Wonderlic. I'm pretty sure a corpse could score 16 out of 50 on the Wonderlic.
It's not good. I don't even remember the Wonderlic test. I got to be honest with you. I don't even remember what it was.
Cap will be with
us.
us.
It was a 40-yard dash that I struggled with.
Cap will be with us, but he's watching Nikki Glazer on one of the TVs
All right.
now.
Is he?
Because she's got flat hair and hot, I guess, for some.
She's hot.
Oh, is she?
Loud noises and bright lights, and he's lost.
Yes. No different than his dogs. Shay.
All right, last one. This should be fairly easy. I spent time playing professionally in Chicago.
Okay.
It's clue number 1. Clue number 2. I am one of the most dominant offensive players in the history of college football.
All right.
Okay.
Clue number 3. I am not considered a draft bust. After all, an entire advertising campaign was built around me, but I am considered one of the worst NFL draft picks in history.
Kick Sanborn. You're unbelievable.
I had one, and now I'm. quite sure.
Yeah, I think I know who you were going with.
He played for Chicago professionally, he said.
And the campaign that was centered around him.
Clue number 4. I never played for the team that initially drafted me because they tried to sabotage my baseball career.
Played for Chicago, so that knocks Elway out.
He didn't say the Bears, though. He could be talking about the Chicago Blitz, right?
Yes.
I did not say the Bears. That's very well seen, Tommy.
Or it could be the Fire.
Could be neither.
It could be the Cougars.
The hockey team.
Could be.
Give us another one.
I only had 4. That was the final clue.
Good 4.
You could, use the clue in the clue about what team they may have played for, though. Again, I never played for the team that initially drafted me because they tried to sabotage my baseball career.
So it was...
Oh, man, it's a tough one.
It is.
It's not Bo Jackson. He was great in baseball and football.
I am not considered a draft bust. After all, an entire advertising campaign was built around me. I am considered one of the worst draft picks in history.
I'm locked in.
Jay Moore?
Jay Moore?
Tim Anderson?
No.
Brother.
All right, that's right.
Hoodie, you got to trust your instincts, man. In the interest of time, it is Bo Jackson. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers got him suspended his final year of college because they tried to draft him, and then he couldn't play.
Didn't he take a private plane, and Hugh Culverhouse, the owner, said, oh, there's no problem. We've already cleared that.
And he waited out the draft so that the Bucs would lose their rights because he thought they were trying to stop him from playing pro baseball.
Right.
And you said the Bo Knows campaign, right?
Correct.
And then he got drafted by the Raiders, and it's like his first game, he ran for 9 billion yards.
The Tampa Bay Bucs pick is widely considered one of the worst, if not the worst, in the history of the NFL because they just destroyed the franchise over it.
So, Tommy, I get no points for saying, I don't think it's Bo Jackson, is it?
No points.
You was on the right track.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
That'll be all for me. You tell me to break, Cap? How do you know?
I think we
Cap
need to
doesn't.
break,
Yeah,
and then we'll come back and
Nikki
have other
Glazer said take a break. Jonathan.
She did.
Yes. Yeah, that might be why he needs to take a break.
Maybe that's why Cap was winding his wrist. As we get ready now for Tom Waddle for the Waddle Wednesday here on Kap J Hood. Tom.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago Bears are trash. When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox clubbed their way to an 11-5 win in the series opener at Arizona Tuesday night. They got 4 in the first off Merrill Kelly, then banged 3 consecutive homers in the second. Munetaka Murakami hit the first of those 3 and is now homered in 4 consecutive games. Late in the contest, Sam Antonacci picked up his first career homer and inside the Parker. Sean Burke worked 6 quality innings to get his first win since last June. The Sox try to make it 3 in a row at 8:40. Sox fans head to the ballpark this Saturday, April 25th, as the Sox host the Nationals at 3:10. 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
All right. If you wake up early like I do, you want to enjoy life. But it's trying to get through to the next morning, right? That's what it all comes down to. RK Zero Proof. You know, RK Zero Proof is the best. We go to rkbeverages.com, ARKAY beverages.com, because it's got the warmth of a spirit, but it's got no alcohol, no sugar, no carbs, no calories. You just can enjoy going out with friends, enjoy the moment, because you got RK with you. AARKY beverages.com. RK is the way. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Hey, Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tommy, tomorrow is the draft. What does your gut tell you about a position that the Bears will shore up in the first round?
I think it's going to be at the line of scrimmage in the trenches. My preference would be that it would be a defensive end or a defensive tackle, but if they decide that there is an offensive tackle that is a better player at 25 than anyone that's left on the board at 25 on the defensive side of the ball, then I'm fine with that as well. But listen, Jonathan, you and I have been on this for quite some time. There's no question what their biggest need is, and that is finding somebody that can consistently get to the opposing quarterback. And if you can find somebody that you believe fits that description, then I think you have to make that guy that selection.
Tommy, if I told you that they're going to start the season with the left tackles they currently have, Benedette, Braxton Jones, Jedrick Wills, would you be okay with that?
I would suggest to you, Kap, that it would be a little unsettling, but in the next breath, I would say to you, I trust the coach and I trust the offensive line coach that they would find a way to scheme things in a way that they could protect that position. Because go back to last year. Who was the left tackle?
Last year, the start of it was
Benedict.
Benedict started opening day.
Yes.
Right. And then it became Ozzie Trapillo, and Ozzie did some nice things, but nobody's going to confuse Ozzie's rookie season with Trent Williams, right?
Correct.
The point I'm making is at the end of the year, Caleb Williams was only sacked 25 or 26 times. That was,
they got it done.
And they were the number 3 rushing attack. So I'm not suggesting to you that you can live dangerously consistently at the left tackle position, but when you've got a coach that knows how to game plan, and you got someone like Dan Rochart, and you've got Joe Tooney at left guard, and you've got Cole Kmet that you can put on that side to help out. They found a way to be a really good offense despite having a question mark for the better part of the entire season at left tackle. So I'd be more concerned, guys, if you come out of this draft and you didn't find anybody that you feel can help get after the quarterback, and you're praying that the guys you have in your building are going to be better, because praying and hope ain't a plan.
Okay, and Hoodie's been on this literally for 12 months. You got to do more for this pass rush. What if Ben Johnson bumped into you at, your favorite haunt up in Lake Forest, and he said, Tommy, I've been listening to you when I'm in the car.
And you're dumb as dirt.
You're dumb as dirt.
The Reds.
We are good with our pass rush as is.
Do you know what I would say, Cap? I would say, Coach, I love you. I respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah. But Cap is the kind of guys like if he's got the whistle, then he's right. He's not some tenured professor. He'd be wrong about that. And I would tell him no, you didn't get enough pass rush. As a matter of fact, the opposing quarterback did not give the uniform to the attendant because it was clean.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's what he'd say. I think they're going to address pass rush in one of the first 3 picks. I do.
And Cap, this is why that conversation would never happen because he's so self-aware of himself and his team that he doesn't know. He knows that's not the case, and he said as much. I think when he's met sparingly with the media leading up to the draft, and he made reference to the fact that those takeaways are not repeatable, especially when you're not getting.
I was just saying because you said you trust the head coach.
I do.
What if he said that to you? I was just curious. I want pass rush, D tackle, and left tackle addressed in the first 3, if possible.
Listen, I trust him, but there's a limit to my trust. I mean, like Hoodie said, I'm not going to just put a blindfold on, especially on that side of the ball. If this was offense, this is look, I know I'm contradicting myself a little bit because left tackle, which everyone believes, and rightfully so, is a really important decision. I'm trusting in him and Dan Rochar and game planning and play calling and all of that stuff. But I've seen him do it. I haven't seen them create consistent pressure on the other side of the ball. That's why, as much as I loved their draft last year and I love the direction you're going, I still have a little bit of anxiety, buried deep in me about their ability to identify guys that can get to opposing quarterbacks and rough you up in the trenches on the defensive side of the ball. Because last year, look who they added. Like Shamar Turner hopefully will turn out to be a really good player that just was sidelined because of injury. I'm not sure that Adengbo is going to step in and just be this much better player. Grady Jarrett gave you something last year, but he's diminishing return. There have not been really good decisions on that side of the football at the line of scrimmage, which leaves me a little bit anxiety-ridden.
Yes. So, in other words, a wide receiver or a tight end chosen in the first round. I can't wait for that. We just needed more team speed.
This is where the whole concept of best player available. I mean, you can't follow that letter by letter. And I think, I'm one that believes, Jonathan, as you become a better organization and a better team, you can actually draft based on need a little bit more than when you're in the full rebuild and you need 10 different positions. So I identify a need. If you have a player, that's at a different position, ranked higher at 25 than the best defensive, end on the board, if you still believe he's a first-round pick, I'm going to go with they've got to take some swings, guys, on the defensive side of the football at the line of scrimmage. They haven't used a first-round pick on the defense since Roquan Smith in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So
a long time ago.
Well, they didn't have one in, 22 and 23 because of the Justin Fields trade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what they did in 19. They didn't have a pick in 19 because it was gone from the what's his name trade, Khalil Mack.
Mm-hmm.
So there weren't.
Now you got one.
You do.
Yeah. And you got a problem up front.
This is not the hand-wringing that it normally would be, Tom, when we're looking for a quarterback or a wide receiver or whatever, because the Bears are picking so low. I just feel like you should throw a dart and find something that you can utilize, hopefully day one. That's the hope. But my whole thing, my whole existence as a Bears fan is for balance on both sides of the football. If you feel like you got something good happening on the offense, then damn it, on the defense, you've got to be able to level up. You just have to. Because, as you mentioned, you're not going to be as opportunistic in the secondary as he was last year. So that means that the D-line has to do their job, and that is adding pressure, sacks, whatever you got to do. I need more 3-and-outs from this defensive line.
I think, Jonathan, you can look at the whole team and just say, you need to be better. We can't rely on miracles in 2026. And they were fantastic, and you saw growth. But the likelihood that you're going to do something again in 2026 that no other team in the history of the NFL did in 2025, which is win 7 games when trailing at the 2-minute warning. And this is why I say it, because I know the coach has talked about it, and he believes that they can't repeat that. So they've got to be a better team. And I can envision a scenario, guys, where maybe they win 10 games. Maybe they get to 11, whatever the case may be, but they're a better football team. You know, don't even worry about the wins. They will come if you're a good football team. But my hope is that when we get to the end of the 2026 season, regardless of the record, we look at each other and go, wow, they're better this year than they were last year. And a lot of that improvement hopefully will come on the defensive side of the ball.
Tommy, have a wonderful rest of your day, buddy.
You guys do the same. Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Tommy.
There he is, the great Tom Waddle on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Get out of there, Caleb. Coming up, the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Here comes the ball. Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Springtime in Chicagoland, cracking open the windows, letting the fresh air in, and making sure everything actually works the way it should. And if your windows aren't, you need to reach out to my guy, Russ Armstrong. He is the Chicago window guy. Russ keeps it real, baby. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. So do what we did. We called Russ Armstrong, 847-881-3060, 847-881-3060, or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com. J-Boy.
Guys, it's Carmen. There's something to be said for driving a vehicle that makes an impression. Not because it's flashy, but because it's refined, confident, and unmistakably well-crafted. That's Cadillac. And at Advantage Cadillac and Hodgkins, the experience reflects the brand. Thoughtful service, attention to detail, and a team that understands you're not just buying a vehicle, you're investing in quality. They make the process seamless, professional, transparent, respectful of your time. That's how it should be. If you're considering a Cadillac, visit Advantage Cadillac in Hodgkins.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
As an attorney and a mom, I know how busy life gets. After an accident, think of Postman Law as your personal to-do list.
We'll deal with the insurance, the medical bills, even help you find the right doctor so you can focus on what matters most.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
Folks, let me tell you about PayPal. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the National Football League, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether it is splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watch, PayPal moves with fans. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day, and it's a classic.
And it's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring. All right, cut!
I did not know that Chris Habermel, the traffic person on CBS, I did not know that was a guy. I thought it was a woman. I did until he was in studio because of the fog, Hoodie told me. And I'm like, that's Chris Habermel? Oh, wow. Did not know that.
It's one of the dumbest things that you've said in a while around here.
I'll just give.
Who in the world hears the name Chris and immediately defaults to woman? It just I hear Chris and I default to man.
No, it was spelled with a K.
And you said, I don't think of a man when I think of a traffic reporter. That's what you said.
That's true. I did say that.
Damn.
Thank you. Back to you.
What about Chris Bryant? Well, spelled with a K.
It's a K-R-I-S. That's true.
That is.
Is he a lady?
Obviously not.
It's not what I've heard around the studio.
Buddy.
She's a lady.
I did not say that.
Don't make me cuss in here. Why don't you say in the studio what you say on the aeroplane, Stoney?
Oh, my God.
And now my report on Chris Bryant. Yeah.
I said I didn't think he was as much of a gamer through injury. That's all I said.
That wasn't the G word you used. You used a different G when you talked about Chris Bryant.
And that's all, folks. She's a lady.
Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Best in the city on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
You're locked in for Ravinia this year?
Yeah, we are. I go where I'm told, pretty much.
Yeah.
I love going to Ravinia. My wife texted, the lineup sucks. We are going to see Brandy Carlisle, but not because I want to see her specifically. It's just one the kids all could agree on.
Oh, how about that? The senator is going to see Brandy Carlisle.
I also bought tickets to see Deep Purple in Kansas. I also have tickets for Rod Stewart, but that's Labor Day weekend, and I think we'll be out of town. I like to see him, obviously. Deep Purple is the day before Brandy Carlisle. I'd probably see Billy Idol, but I will be out of town that weekend. Chance the Rapper intrigues me as well. I liked Kygo and Pitbull in the past couple years. But tell people at Ravinia if they come in, their lineup sucks.
What happened to Chance the Rapper? He's playing Ravinia. No disrespect to Ravinia, but...
Have you ever been to Ravinia?
No.
It's great.
It's insane.
I'm sure it's wonderful, but...
What you think, Jay Moore? Chance on August 8th?
Should have been the United Center. Like 5 years ago, it would have been the United Center.
Yeah.
He'll get more people at Ravinia.
He'll probably sell out there.
He'll sell out Ravinia, no question about it.
Yeah.
And he lives in the northern suburbs.
You want to go?
Yeah. All right. Either that or either Cool and the Gang with Morris Day and the Time on the 27th. And Confunction. They're going to be there August 27th.
We got to get our mustaches.
And also Senator Paul Simon with his bow tie will be there July 17th and 18th. I'm Paul Simon. I approve this message.
Why did that knock Carmen over?
Because he remembers Paul Simon.
We'll talk to you tomorrow as we get ready for the draft. So long, everybody.
Let's go to breakfast. Take that.
From Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Paul Simon.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
If I asked you how to keep your valuables safe, you might say a safe deposit box. But what if I asked you how to keep your parents or loved ones safe when you have to make the difficult decision to put them in a nursing home or assisted living facility? That answer isn't so easy. We know what to do with our birth certificates and jewelry, but the fact is that when it comes time to take care of the people who mean the most to us, we're often at a loss. The National Center on Elder Abuse recently reported that 44% of nursing home residents claim to have been abused. And even worse, half of nursing home staff admitted to mistreating patients through physical violence, mental abuse, or neglect. To find information on recent violations in nursing homes, as well as a list of the best nursing homes, visit vlglaw.com. vlglaw.com. If you suspect your loved one is the victim of abuse or neglect at a nursing home or assisted living facility, call 844-4VLG-LAW, the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting for families since 1963.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, guys. You ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich. This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out. Good morning, everybody. Happy Hump Day. We're a day away from the start of the 2026 NFL Draft. I know we're all very excited. And we can give you a couple of more days here where we ad nauseum dissect and discuss all the prospects, who we like, who we don't like, what we want the Bears to do, what we want them to avoid. We'll spend plenty of time doing that today. We'll give you a little sample of what Jeff King, their new assistant general manager, had to say yesterday when he met the media. You know, Poles talked briefly, but I feel like these guys before the draft like to turn it over to the assistant a little bit. It's good. You know, they don't have to say as much if you're the GM, and it lets the younger guy and start to deal with the media and answer questions and things like that. Bears used to do it with Ian Cunningham and
lets him get a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, Yerk, that's right. So
I like it.
We'll play you some of that. You've got great stuff happening in the NBA and the NHL playoffs right now, and I mean great stuff. Unfortunately, there was a pretty big injury in the NBA last night. The guy that has quickly become the favorite of a lot of people that love watching hoops.
He went down like a redwood.
He went down like a redwood. Yeah. Wemby smacked his face and his head hard into the floor and did not finish.
Lucky not to lose any teeth.
Yeah, because of a concussion. We'll see what that means for Game 3 as the series is now tied, going to Portland for Game 3. Series is tied up at 1.
Portland.
But I feel like we should start. Well, we'll revisit. We got to talk a lot yesterday about Billy Donovan and what the Bulls are going to do next.
Yeah.
I do want to continue the conversation today because I think it's important. I want to reiterate a few things. I want to clear up some of the confusion that was happening on the Waddle and Silvy show.
There was confusion?
There was confusion.
Do people not understand the English language?
I guess not.
Okay.
They had a tough time understanding, I guess, what we were saying.
Interesting.
Yes, there is. Look, Sir Topham Hatt used to always tell Thomas, you're causing confusion and delay.
Yeah.
And Sylvie was causing confusion and delay yesterday.
Thomas the train, right?
Yeah. Sir Topham Hatt. Thomas, you have caused confusion and delay.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
When you got a train thing going on,
But
you know?
I feel like we should, real quick. Jack, did you watch Thomas the Tank Engine? You're probably right.
I love Thomas the
of
Train.
course.
JJ the
I
jet
had
plane.
I had all the little wooden tracks and the toy trains.
I still have them.
My son, who's now 14, when he was obsessed from like ages, I'd say like 2 to 5, was obsessed with Thomas and trains. And we must have, you still have them.
I got $10,000 worth of train parts.
We got to have, I was going to say, we've got to have thousands of dollars worth of trains.
I got the turnaround station.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got so many pieces of wooden track.
Oh, my God.
I got like
so much.
Doubles and triples of the little green engine and the red engine. And
yeah.
Just nuts. And I forgot their names now, but man.
Oh, Emily, Henry, Thomas.
I feel like there was a James in there.
There was a James. There was 100%. I used to know the numbers. I watched it so often. You know, Gordon. Remember?
Old
Gordon
Gordo?
was number 4, I think.
Old Gordo?
Right? Yeah.
So
anyway,
did you guys get any Barney in your youth?
Oh yeah. Of course.
See?
No, my kids were already.
saw a ton
Yeah,
of
that
Barney.
was so brief. Yeah, my kids missed Barney.
Well,
Thank God.
it was about an 8-year window.
Yeah, it was
8-year window.
Teletubbies,
Yeah.
Lazy Town.
Teletubbies. Then
no.
what about the other one that came out? Oh, them goofballs. The 4 of them.
The Wiggles.
Was that them?
Is that the Wiggles?
Fruit salad.
Yum,
I don't know.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Oh,
I don't know that one. These guys, they're about your kids' age, so
Right,
you know.
so that's why I was watching all that crap.
I saw the Wiggles live and in concert.
Oh,
I'll
you
have
did?
you know.
I never
Of
heard
course
of the
he
Wiggles.
did.
Yeah.
Of course, Jack did. I never even heard of the Wiggles.
His foot going a mile a minute. Look, Mom, I love it.
What was the one with the bear and the guy? It was a blue bear.
The blue bear and the guy.
You're thinking of Blues
Was
Clues?
it Bear
Blues
the big
Clues,
blue
Blues
house?
Clues.
That's not a bear,
That's a
though.
dog.
That's a
Oh,
dog.
I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, Blues Clues. Blues
Yeah.
Clues.
Yeah, remember mail
That was like my first
time?
birthday.
Mail time.
Get the mail, it never fails.
Oh, yeah.
In mail.
Dora the Explorer.
Then they had blue and you had magenta.
Swiper, no swiping.
Oh, yeah.
The Backyardigans.
Backyardigans was popular still when my kids
Little
were little.
Einsteins.
Little baby Einstein.
Or baby,
yes.
yeah.
I like saying swiper, no swiping, and anybody that's got kids of a certain age that, were forced to watch that show, they know exactly what you're talking about. It would be lost on a lot of people.
Yeah.
Had I not had kids, it would have been lost on me, but swiper, no swiping is always funny. Anyway, I digress. Listen, I feel like we should brag a little bit about our baseball teams just for a second, right?
ahead.
I mean, I feel like
Get your chest out, my friend.
I mean, why
Get
not?
your
Look,
chest out. Get chesty.
the Cubs are averaging over 7 runs a game over their last 9 games, Yerk. They've won 7 in a row. They've won 8 of their last 9. Let's go ahead and put the graphic up right now, Jack. If you're on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko, and like and subscribe because every day you can see us update the Nico meter. Nico Horner, ladies and gentlemen, is your
MVP
leader. Well, I don't know about that, but he is your leader in Baseball Reference wins above replacement. He is already at 1.9. Jordan Walker and Kevin McGonigal, who's fast-tracking his way to Rookie of the Year in the American League. Kevin McGonigal for the Tigers has got 1.8. So does Jordan Walker. Andy Pajes is at 1.7. Nico Horner, after another home run last night, upping his OPS plus to 173, is now at 1.9 Baseball Reference wins above replacement, Yerk. 1.9.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah.
And the Cubs are rolling. Look, maybe you just, good fortune that they're playing a couple of teams that are reeling.
Segway.
But the Cubs are part of that reeling right now. They swept the Mets. They've taken the first 2 games from the Phillies. They won the series in Philadelphia last week. So the Cubs are contributing to that. By the way, the Phillies and the Mets are riding a 19-game losing streak.
Yes, they are.
Who could have thought that? A 19-game losing streak.
Not I, said the blind man.
No. But that's their problem.
That's where they're at. I'm not worried about that.
Nico's at 1.9 B-WAR. Shota's last 24 innings, 3 earned runs, 9 hits, 25 strikeouts. He only had 1 last night. He's still averaging about 10 strikeouts per 9, which is a career high. And Shota Imanaga has an NL best 0.724 whip. That is walks and hits across his innings pitched. Hence,
whip. 0.724 for Shota. He leads the National League.
I got a parody idea.
See, you say this and then you come up with these great ideas, and they're always great, but you never follow through.
I walked up to Shota and I asked him to pitch. He smiled at me and said, "My name is Shota."
S-H-O-T.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Again, I mean, this is my creative process.
Sorry.
That was just absolutely just boom.
All right.
There's a small flame burning, and now you crush the flame.
All right, go ahead. Sorry. I was just going to jump in with you.
Sh-O-D-A, because you can't put an extra letter in there. Sh-O-D-A, Shoda.
Sh-O. But his name is T. It's spelled with a T.
Again, I'm spelling it differently because it's my song.
Oh.
Again, crushing my creative flow.
But his name isn't spelled
What
S.
song is this parodying?
Jeez. Oh, you never heard this one? Lola from
Lola,
the Kinks.
Yeah.
L-O-L-A, Lola. Listen, not much unlike old movies. You definitely don't know old songs. We get it.
You came up with two good parody songs this week, Shota, and you came up with Moone. Moone.
Yeah, but I can't continue on because for one reason or another, you crush my creative energies.
Well, but that's kind of like Nico O-meter and Nico meter. You can't go S-H-O-D-A. Its name is not spelled with a D.
Shoda.
His name's spelled with an A, a T.
I like it. Maybe one of our creative forces that we have out there that usually participate.
We need Danny Rocket
in the Christmas stuff can take that thought and take it to another level. Because I will tell you, I am limited. My 5 strengths, it's Carm. My 5 strengths are ideation and in that regard. Execution, I am awful at. So I need to be paired up with an execution.
Wait, what are your 5 strengths?
Oh, they're out there.
They're on the card.
They're on the card that you get. Creativity, vision, all types of different stuff. But execution is just terrible. Never complete a project. That's what they call the good kid.
I don't think vision's one of the...
Oh, visionary.
I don't think that's it there.
Look at me.
I don't think that's
Look at
one
me,
of the
Carm.
markers.
You know what that is? It's me thinking of great ideas.
I don't know, man. But Shota was the first Cub pitcher to get through 7 so far this year, and he gave up a home run, but okay. Hey, if you're going to give up home runs, give up a solo shot, right?
Yeah.
And Pedro used to always
That's the way to do
say
it.
that, right? And he
That's
prided
the
himself.
way.
Pedro always prided himself.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to give up home runs sometimes. It's going to happen. Give them up when there's nobody on base. You know, and okay, so you can live with that.
Yes, you can.
Great performance from Shota. The offense is raking. PCA is still scuffling. I feel like his at-bats have been better. But he's still he swings a lot. He's got one of the 7 highest swing rates in baseball so far this season. And so he's swinging it a lot. I still feel like they've been better. But it's not mattering as much right now because as a whole, the offense is just rolling. And what Nico Hoerner's doing at the top has been impressive. Now on to Moone.
Yeah, on to Moone.
Did you see the home run last night?
Well, massive.
Munetaka Murakami has now hit a home run in 4 straight. Half of his hits are home runs.
They call that a streak, Carm.
Yes. He is slashing 234, 394, 584. And any team in the league that was kicking the tires on him or any team in the league that needs some left-handed slug must be looking around going, how did we miss this exactly?
What were we
How did he end up on the White Sox for $17 million? The White Sox.
The White Sox.
Is what they're saying to themselves. Moone right now, Jurko?
Yeah.
First of all, he had 3 batted balls over 100 miles per hour last night. 3.
Lovely.
His average exit velo and hard hit percentages are top 2 in baseball. His expected slug is in the top 5.
Oh, yeah, that was a beauty.
Top 2% of baseball for his hard hit percentage and his average exit velo. Moone might be like a real legit power hitter. And I know it's only been 3 weeks, so we don't have to go totally crazy.
Remember that first baseman for the Detroit Tigers that had 17 home runs in the month of April about 20 years ago and was in the minor leagues by July?
Right.
Yeah. The guy tore it up. Chris something or another.
Chris Davis?
Could be. Tore it up and was in the minor leagues by the middle of the year.
Chris Shelton.
Chris Shelton, I think is his name.
Right?
You got it. Minor leagues by the middle of the year.
I think it was Chris Shelton.
17 home runs. Did you hear that, Jack? Hello?
Yeah.
17 home runs.
It was like the 05 Tigers, I think, right, Yerk? Might have been.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
He hit 18 that year. He had a bunch early, if I remember. Yeah, good look at you remembering Chris Shelton.
But my point is, we don't want our guy.
No, I don't.
Murakami?
Murakami.
Morikawa?
Munetaka Murakami. Listen, it's 3 weeks, so he's not even he's at 99 plate appearances. It's not even 100 plate appearances. So it's like it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. But man, oh man, like if this is what he is, and if the power that he displayed in Japan like translates over here, and it appears like he is so strong. He hits the ball unbelievably hard. And his pull percentage right now is in the air. Pull percentage is very high. And if I don't know what the counter is going to be here at some point as pitching staffs try to hone in a little bit. I mean, he's becoming enough of a threat where they're really going to try to zero in and exploit whatever weakness they find in scouting him, whatever they see, whatever their data tells them. And, okay, this is the only way we can pitch him. And, I'm assuming there will be some kind of counter back here from the league.
Of course there will be.
There always is.
Yeah.
But don't make a mistake to that kid in the zone right now.
Oh, boy.
And he
swings the bat.
Yes.
I mean, he swings it.
It is incredible. So it's nice to see the White Sox get back to some of the things that made them successful in the back half of last year. Hitting the ball out of the park, pulling the baseball, hitting home runs.
Yeah, only 4 out of first, Kerr.
Listen, I have zero expectations. And the wins and losses don't matter.
I consider you a playoff team right now.
Oh, stop it.
You're in contention. You're in playoff contention.
What matters is Murakami doing this. Colson Montgomery getting better. And he's been great the last handful of games. Can he continue that? And can he look like the player he was in the second half last year? Noah Schultz every 5 days. Kyle Teal when he gets back.
Yeah.
Braden Montgomery right now is destroying the Southern League at Birmingham. Now, he's only at AA, but he is destroying the Southern League.
You're feeling good.
At some point, he will progress to AAA and then the big leagues. I think that'll happen this year. Caleb Bonnemer's only at single A. He's a couple years away, but let's see him progress through this system. Do they actually have some depth at key positions across their organization? It looks like for the first time in a while, they might actually have that. Oh, and they get the benefit of picking number one.
Don't forget about Rock Chalowski.
That's right. That's the pick. That's the kid who'll be the number one
theoretically
pick.
the pick in the June entry draft.
Which you would think. Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what you would be thinking.
Although George Lombard's kid is killing it.
Sure.
There's a couple other kids. We talked about Landon Hairston, who is Jerry Hairston's nephew.
Vince Lombard?
No.
No.
George
Vince?
Lombard Jr.
Junior. He's a
it's
junior.
his
Okay.
kid, yeah.
I thought it was Vince.
Landon Hairston at ASU is in line to be the fourth generation Hairston to play in the big leagues for crying out loud. I think it'll certainly be Rock Chalowski. But for the first time, there appears to be some real serious depth at key positions at shortstop across their organization, which is so refreshing.
What's the one area of caution that you would send out there? One area of caution. Don't fall in love with a James Shields type. Right?
Well, thank God they're not in a position to do that.
Don't fall in love with a James Shields type, and tell them why, Carm.
So you're saying don't trade Fernando Tatis Jr.? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
The White Sox traded Fernando Tatis Jr. for James Shields.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks.
And his unimpressive and rather lackluster and ordinary Gen Pop type contributions that he gave to the Chicago White Sox.
Oh, they were ordinary. Eric.
Oh, yeah. Less than ordinary.
So it's just been a nice handful of days for our baseball teams. For the Cubs, the wins and losses are much more important. The Cubs are a playoff team.
Yes, they are.
The Cubs appear certainly to be a playoff team, as they were last year, and have a chance when the tournament starts in October. They're not as important for the White Sox, but what's important is watching Murakami and Vargas and Montgomery go back to back to back. That's just fun. That's encouraging for the future more than anything. So if you're feeling good about your baseball team in town, whichever side you cheer for, and you want to talk about it, I say let's feel good about it for a minute. And ring us up at 312-332-3776. Matthew Boyd's off the IL to start tonight, Yerk. I think the Phillies are going with an opener tonight. Jesse Rogers will join us at 11 to talk baseball, as he does every Wednesday. We do have a lot to kind of get after today. Some baseball, updating the Wemby situation. We'll track that today and see what his status is going to be for Game 3. What the Bulls are going to do is they look for a new head coach. And as a guy they should take a long, hard look at coaching in the playoffs right now. I say, hell yeah. Plus, the Bears draft and the NFL draft is just a day away. We'll play you some sound from Jeff King, their assistant GM, coming up next as he talked about what their options are going to be like at 25. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6 million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Another really nice warm day. Hope everyone's enjoying the weather. It's Carmen and Yurko. The draft starts tomorrow. The NFL draft, of course, 2026 live from Pittsburgh. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday, we will be all over it. Get out and take some baseball calls here in a little bit. I'm going to talk Bulls and their coaching search, but I want to play a couple of things from yesterday in case you missed it. As Jeff King, the new assistant GM, and he's been in various scouting roles for the Bears for a while. Former player, of course. He's been with the organization for across a couple regimes now, so he must be doing something right. They keep keeping him around. He was running their pro personnel department. He's done pro scouting over the years. Now that Ian Cunningham has moved on, He is the new assistant GM, and he talked to the media a little bit yesterday as the Bears brass met the gathered media one final time ahead of the first round tomorrow night. And we got a couple of things to play. Let's start, Jack. Let's play the first one. You can see the video if you're on our YouTube page. Let's play the video and the sound of Jeff King talking about blue chip players, what's going to happen at 25. I do believe Courtney's question is in this. This was Jeff King, the assistant GM of the Bears, yesterday.
Maybe a criticism on this draft is there the lack of blue chip talent. As you evaluate guys who have first-round grades, who get that grizzly bear head put up next to their name, roughly how many are there?
Again, enough for us to pick. We're not going to get to 25 and say, well, we don't have any first-round picks. We're not going to pick. We feel really good about where we are. We feel really good about if we have to move back, if we have to move up. We're going to stay adaptable. We're going to listen to the board and pick the best players available.
Listen to the board. I love it when they say that. We're going to listen to the board. Bengals didn't think there were 10 good players in the first round. Bears see it differently. They think they'll have a good player to pick at 25. One more. This is Jeff King talking about what they're looking for as they scout players.
Yeah, I think it's the silent tape. I think when you cut on tape, and the guys that we probably get excited about the most is you don't have to read the character. You can see it. You can see how they compete, show up in big games, pick up their teammates, raise the level of their teammates' game. We can read everything we want, articles and all this, but what people show, what players show on tape is usually the product that you're going to get.
What'd you think of that, the silent tape?
Yeah. I mean, I know exactly what he's talking about. It's not just about being out there and making plays. It's the way you play. How do you play?
How do you carry yourself?
You're part of the defense. Right? Are you out there being an individual, or are you out there being a part of your team?
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be time for individual accomplishment out there. Okay? A special move, get to the quarterback, get the sack. But how is it that you play within the framework of a defense in your team? The responsibilities that you're supposed to have backside, you take those responsibilities seriously. The ball's away. What kind of attitude do you have in your play when the ball goes away?
Yeah, what do you always say?
Are you cognizant of what's going to happen?
You start to freelance or do something on your own, and everything can break down on a defense,
possibly,
right?
Yeah, possibly.
You always say that.
I always say if you gamble and you win, everybody loves you, and we congratulate you. You gamble and you lose, though. You're the guy right now. This defense was compromised by you.
Right.
So the integrity of your defense is dependent upon all 11 guys. If you're a safety and all of a sudden you're jumping up for no apparent reason when your responsibility is to be as deep as the deepest, you bite on something, you see something Daniel Manning style, and you go jump in the post and the post coming underneath, and you let somebody behind you to score a touchdown in a Super Bowl.
Poor Daniel Manning will never shake that.
Oh, he won't. Not for me. Not for me. But why? He went to make a glory play, and instead of making a glory play, he got beat behind.
Right.
Yeah, and it was cover two.
Yeah.
It wasn't single high. And you got beat. So it's just that small stuff. Do you play within the framework of what you guys are doing? There's going to be time for your individual skill to come to the forefront and make something special happen. But, it's do you stay on the ground? You get knocked down, do you stay on the ground or are you up?
Mm-hmm.
Well, big thing about us is he never wanted to be on the ground. If you got there, it's not a sin to be on the ground, but then you got to get the hell up. You got to get moving. You got to continue to play, continue to get after it. And that's, you can see, people can tell you that they got great effort, they can tell you this, that, but you can see it on film.
So that's the silent
whether you do or you not. You can see it all. It's all right there for you.
Does Akeem Mesidor's age scare you?
No. You'll get him for 8 years, whatever you do.
Thayer said something interesting yesterday. You guys, back in your days, players obviously didn't make as much money. You tried to get to 10.
Everybody wanted to play for as long as they could.
Right.
How long did Jerry Rice play?
Oh, my God, 20?
Forever.
20 years?
He tore his AC, I think his ACL late in his year, or he cracked
I believe
something happened. I think it was an ACL. And what did he do?
He kept playing.
He tried to come back within the same year, Carm. Yeah, 4 months, 5 months later, he was still trying to get back and play in the playoffs. Most guys want to play forever if they can. Most guys don't get to leave when they want. Now, Bettis left when he wanted, but I think Bettis was done.
Yeah, Bettis had a lot of mileage.
He was broken down at that point.
Yep.
Won a Super Bowl in Detroit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Congratulations. So he kind of gets to go out his way. Elway went out his way, right?
Yes, 100%.
But, again, Elway late in his career, too, was beat up a little bit.
Yeah, he also played a long time.
Played a long time. So guys will usually want to play as long as they possibly can. And I think even if you're 25 coming out in the draft, you'll try to play as long as you can.
So if you get 7 or 8 great years out of Mesidor?
If you can get 7 to 8 great years, if he's a first-round pick, you get the 5th-year option.
Right.
Maybe get that second contract, but you can't take him into his 35-year age.
Right.
5 will take you to 29 to 30.
Right.
And then at that point, how many years do you want to commit to a guy?
That's why I guess
30s.
there's like some concern.
At the NFL, it's a real concern. The NFL in your 30s is a concern.
It's a concern.
Most general managers have a philosophy that they won't pick up a veteran free agent if he's 30 years old.
Right.
Because you're getting 30, 31, and 32. And if you've played any at all, that's when your body has a tendency to want to break down.
But I'd be more accepting of the Bears drafting an older guy with production versus an older guy that had 0 production like a Velus
If
Jones.
he gave you 6 great years, you'd be jumping for joy.
Do you take it and run? Especially the Bears feel like they're sort of in a contending window right now, right? I mean, would you, if a kid comes in, he's polished, he's a grown-ass man, he's ready to go, like, in the window they're in, like, okay, you could sell me on it. The Bears are going to be able to sell me on almost anything tomorrow night, Yerk. I keep saying that. I'm a sucker, maybe. But as long as it's not a punter, you can convince me. You can convince me about a lot. We feel like this is our left tackle for the next decade. We feel like Mesidor is going to have 12 sacks as a rookie, and it's going to help us in the next couple years as we compete. We feel like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is the next Kyle Hamilton. Okay, sign me up. He's the next Nick Eamon-Wari. Okay, sign me up. Now, you have to be right, okay? Again, it's not our job to be right. It's not our job to pick the player. That's their job. You could sell me on all of that. On all of it. Hell, I might think you're crazy, but if you drafted a wide receiver, I probably think you're a little crazy, but I thought they were a little crazy last year drafting Burden. How's that worked? They're proving it to us. We told you we were right. Okay. Go be right. You could sell me on almost anything tomorrow night, Yerk. Anything.
Yeah.
So I'll be willing to listen. Okay, you love Mesidor. All right. Hell of a player, very productive. Lots of good tape.
You like the kid from Missouri.
Not
a problem.
Thank you.
He's
6'6". He's a monster. He fits Dennis Allen's scheme.
There you go.
Not a problem.
There you go. I don't have an
You
issue.
could sell me on all of that, Yerk. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Just go out and be right then. How do you guys feel about it? 312-332-3776.
Don't give me Velus Jones.
No, exactly. Or punters in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Abe's in Oak Lawn. What's up, Abe?
What's up, guys? First-time caller. Just wanted to talk to you guys about the Cubs and signing Pete Crow Armstrong to this big deal, 6 years, a lot of money committed, and I just feel like he's just looking really bad at the plate. Obviously, you got to keep him in there every night because of his defense.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on PCA and then your thoughts on Michael Bush struggling against lefties and just can't slug anything. Hasn't had an extra base hit, I think, since day one.
It's crazy.
Just want to hear you guys' thoughts about them.
I don't know. With Michael Bush, he was such a good productive hitter last year. I don't know, Abe, other than to say, I'm not going to be able to tell you. I can sit and diagnose why a guy swings off. I mean, we're not hitting coaches. I can't specifically really dig into the nitty-gritty or at a granular level about what's wrong with his mechanics. That's for them to figure out. There's a good hitter in there. We saw it all last year. There's a good hitter in Michael Bush. I really do believe that. They've just got to get it fixed. PCA is a little troubling, I guess, if you're a Cub fan.
It's up to him to contain his strike zone.
It's much easier to diagnose what's wrong with PCA.
Right.
Again,
he's expanded his strike zone.
Yes,
he needs to bring it back down.
Yes. The swing rate is one of the 7 highest in baseball.
And the only way
There's
to
a
do
lot of
that
swing and miss.
Is you're going to have forced them to throw a lot of balls.
Yes. There's not as much. Now, I think his at-bats have been better lately. He doesn't have a lot to show for it. But I could understand why any Cub fan right now would be a little on edge wondering, okay, when's it going to happen? When's the When's the explosion coming? When are the home runs coming? Can he start pulling the ball a little bit in the air again to right field? Like when is that going to happen? You know, like since August 1st of last year, how many home runs does PCA have? Like 10? Over his last, what would that be? 70-ish games? You know, he might not even have that many. I don't know. I'll go back and double check here in the break. So I understand why anyone would be a little
It's a power outage,
uneasy
is that what you're saying?
right now. Well, he's got 4 extra base hits this year, I think, right?
Yeah.
4. I mean, I know we're not that deep into the season, but that's a little surprising. Mike's in Arlington Heights. What's up, Mike?
Hey, boys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Problem with 25-year-olds is not that they're too old. It's that they aren't that good. And there's a huge difference between a 25-year-old man, Yerk, and a 19-year-old boy getting just manhandled, playing left tackle as a child. I mean, these guys just aren't that good at that age.
Well, okay, so you're saying that's why you'd be more scared of Mesidor, that he's too old for a reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he was playing across another really great player, and he's played on some great defenses the last couple years, and that could help, to your point, Mike. Thank you, buddy. But there's a lot of production there, though, for Mesidor. There really is. He looked good to me down the stretch of this season, watching Miami a lot. He really did. I thought he and Bain were both good. I mean, Bain looked unblockable at times.
Right.
But Mesidor came to play in some of those big games, and there's a lot of production there. 312-332-ESPN if you guys want to ring us up. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Carm, let's settle this. When buying a car, what are people really looking for?
Well, they're looking for a little confidence. They want to be relaxed. They want to know they're in good hands.
That's why we go to an Advantage Dealer Group. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Take your pick.
Yeah, no matter the badge, the experience is always the same with our friends at Advantage. It's professional, it's honest, it's respectful.
Well, that's true, but hold on. My Advantage Chevy crew might bring a little extra juice.
Oh, stop it. My folks over at Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins, they call it quiet confidence.
Quiet, not my style. Look, we can argue brands all day.
But you can't argue service.
Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is on now. If you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard like I have, this is the perfect time. Right now you could save up to $3,000 off MSRP on new hot tubs or swim spas, or up to 25% off clearance spas. Don't wait. Now's the time to create a space for comfort, connection, and year-round relaxation. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale ends April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa's factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game, and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Own the draft before the picks are in. Get in the game at Town Bar and Grill in Aurora. Talk matchups, make your predictions, and compete in games for prizes, all with ice-cold Bud Light flowing. It's the ultimate pre-draft hangout for real fans who know the board matters. No fluff, just football, friends, and competition. Don't miss it. Be there and lock in your draft night with Bud Light on Thursday, April 23rd, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Town Bar and Grill, or visit thetownbar.com now.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Postman Law has delivered over $3 billion for injured clients. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. If you've been injured, let us fight for you. Go to postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with PCA Europe. Again, I feel like some of the at-bats have been better, but just a quick filter to last August 1st, okay? So there are 100, and look, the Cubs are winning. I think their offense is terrific, as I've been saying for a couple of weeks now.
They are
and
winning.
Obviously, PCA is going to keep playing because he still brings a lot to the table. He's great defensively. When he is on base, unfortunately, it's not a lot here, but when he's on base, you see how much of a difference he makes with his wheels. He's great defensively. Jack, you're not going to like this. So since August 1st of last year, PCA has played 74 games. So you're
74.
About a half a season. Like not a ton, but it's about a half a season.
74 games.
Since August 1st of last year, there are 148 qualified hitters in the bigs, all right, over that span. He is number 148 in weighted on base average and WRC plus. That's weighted runs created plus. It's kind of like Fangraph's version of OPS plus in a sense. So it's adjusted, park adjusted, league adjusted, all right? He is dead last out of 148 qualified hitters in weighted on base and WRC plus. He is 135th out of 148 in isolated power. He's hit 5 home runs. I don't know. I can't tell you why that is other than some of the obvious. Right, with just he kind of expands the zone too much. He swings a lot. He's swinging and missing a lot. He's had. Remember, we had a graphic up maybe 2 weeks ago. We should update that heat map, Jack. How much he was kind of struggling with the inside, the inner third, and it looked like that's where teams were kind of attacking. We had 2 graphs recently trying to figure out what's going on with PCA. Looking at the StatCast data, the steady diet of off-speed stuff and breaking stuff, not as many fastballs. They get him to chase a lot. They can kind of attack the inner third on him a little bit. So, how does he respond back? And will it at some point click? Somebody said he just needs to get back out to the West Coast where the weather's warm. The Cubs are going there after this homestand next. They go this weekend, right? Is it the Dodgers this weekend and then San Diego next week?
I wish it was that simple.
Maybe that's all it is.
I wish.
I don't know, but I'm just giving you the numbers right now. That's ugly. When you're talking about a player that is dead last in some key offensive metrics, that's obviously not position A.
Yeah, it's not good.
So
that's not positive news, Carm.
We'll ask Jesse a little bit more about it when he joins us at 11. Like, what do the Cubs think? Do they have some internal things they're working on with him? Is it simply a zone discipline thing, or is there something else happening? That said, the offense is rolling along. You're getting contributions from a lot of different guys. I feel like Bregman started to hit the ball harder. I mean, Bregman tattooed one last night. Was it Bregman that hit the one that Marsh made the catch up against the wall, Jack? I think it was Bregman. Bregman had a couple of doubles the other day. He tattooed a ball last night in a spot that would have got the Cubs some runs with 2 outs, like in the 4th inning or so. And Marsh made a great play up against the Ivy, or the budding Ivy. It's not in yet, but it's starting to come in a little bit. So like
mid-May.
I feel like Bregman's hit it. Yeah, mid-May. Seiya hit a bomb last night. He hit it out of the park.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
And he's getting back into the swing after starting the year on the IL. Horner's been awesome, basically. We told you that. Haps hit for some power, as you indicated after the weekend. Ballesteros you want to talk about a guy that does get on base? That guy just knows how to get on base. That kid can hit. And at some point, maybe they'll give him some runway against lefties. I think they're being pretty smart about it right now.
Right.
He is destroying righties, and that kid can just flat out hit. As they told you, There was never any question, right? Across.
Yeah, they said he could hit.
Their minor
That's
leagues.
the one thing they gave
They're
you.
like, wait, this kid can hit. And it sure looks like he can hit. So they're getting all these contributions. They play great defense. They're pitching it pretty well, all things considered. The Cubs are fine. They're going to October. I don't have any good answers. I don't know that anybody's got good answers on PCA. And if you've got one, fire away. You know, we've talked a lot about PCA, and rightfully so. You know, somebody threw at us on Twitter the other day, you know, look at Bobby Witt's first 2 years compared to PCA's first 2 years. Okay. By year 3, Bobby Witt Jr. was an MVP candidate.
MVP.
And not for like 2 months like PCA was all year. I think he was second in MVP, wasn't he? In Bobby Witt's...
I think you're right. Yeah.
So,
you know,
hold on.
with our guys' recent infatuation of Nico Horner.
By the way, Bobby Witt in his third season finished second in MVP voting. So
Okay.
you can throw look at Bobby Witt's first 2 years versus PCA. PCA is better. That's totally cool. PCA should be second in MVP voting then this year. If you want to say
That's
he's
what
just
we're
as
looking
good
at.
as Bobby Witt.
All right.
Or look at Bobby Witt's early struggles. Not that Bobby Witt ever struggled too much.
Our guys' recent infatuation with Nico Horner and the Nico meter that we have now, that we follow.
Nico-o-meter.
Nico meter. Who's the second leading guy on WAR for the
Cubs?
Chicago Cubs?
Nico's-
You go ahead. Switch hitting Thunderstick. It's
Oh,
okay.
Ian Happ.
You go
That
ahead and
makes
say it.
sense,
Yeah,
yeah.
1.1.
Yeah.
Right on the heels of Nico meter. Right on the heels. So my guy's back out there getting it done again. And remember what I always told you about my guy Ian Happ. He should never be a leader in a ton of stuff on your baseball team. He should be the third or fourth best offensive player that you have. You should have other guys that are pounding the baseball. And last year, Kyle Tucker and PCA were, and Ian Happ was just there in the background, providing you with his 24-plus homers, his 90 RBIs, 90 runs scored, and that kind of thing. That's where he belongs. That's where he needs to be. So the other guys need to step it up and pick it up, and maybe it will be because your guy Ballesteros gets more of a chance. Because his numbers, Carm, are gaudy, and he's only working with 45 at-bats.
Yeah.
And Suzuki's been hurt for the first part of this season. So his numbers should finish better than Horner, or better than Happ's will.
Yeah, you would hope. Yes, you would hope.
Ian Happ is in his 10th season, all right? We know what Ian Happ is.
He's done this year. This is his final year in the Cubs uniform. You know that.
Yes, it seems like it. Ian Happ has never, this is his 10th year, Ian Happ has never had a season in which his OPS plus was below 100. Come close a couple of times.
Sure.
But you know what his career OPS plus is? 117.
Yeah. 17% above the normal player.
Which is good. He is exactly what he's always been.
Yes.
And he's a useful player on a winning team.
That's
exactly what Ian Happ is.
And a great defensive player.
I would say a very good defensive player.
Gold Glover, Carm.
Yeah, Gold
They
Gloves
call him
can
the
be a
best,
little.
the best at his position.
Do they?
I say that about the Silver Slugger. That's what I say it about. The old Silver Slugger, Carm.
The old Silver Slugger.
Yeah. Are we going
Ian
this
Happ's
year?
very good.
Are we going to Louisville, the Slugger, this year?
I do not know if
I don't
that's
know
on
what's
the
going to
docket,
happen
but
on that final day.
I'll tell you, it's a great little tour. I've done it a bunch of times over the years, and it's still cool to see them make those bats.
They gave us a bat last year, too. We each got bats last year.
Yeah, we did. It was very nice. Yeah.
Like a full-size bat or a mini bat?
We auctioned. We have full-size bat. We auctioned one off, right? Remember, we gave one away in an auction.
Yes, I believe it's Grip It and Sip It.
Grip It and Sip It, was it yours? Bourbon and bacon.
No, I thought we did it for Grip It and Sip
Grip It and Sip It.
I think so.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I got the other one on my mantle.
You know, they've been. Yeah, it's very cool. Like that plant's been there for over
forever.
You know, it's like 140 years.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very cool.
And even though we've
process
been
to
there,
see.
our listeners may have not have gone there. So that was kind of always fun for us to get down
I still
to.
like going to see it. The technology that goes into, you know, how they like hone those bats, specifically the specs they have to be, what they do for the different players that they make bats for. It's all a very cool process, and they're making every one of those in that little shop right there downtown Louisville. You know,
I'd love to go take a trip in the forest.
Well, the forest is in, I believe, Pennsylvania.
That's where we should go.
I think where they
we should go to the forest.
They harvest all of the wood that they use.
That they use,
I believe it's a forest in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we should go there.
I don't know. Would that be as exciting?
It could be.
I don't know.
Why limit yourself to the level of excitement just by thinking a forest can't be fun?
That's a good point.
Forest could be fun, just fun as anything else.
Cub fans, are you hopeful PCA? Like, not even hopeful. Do you believe it? Like, give me your honest assessment right now of PCA and some of the struggles. And if you really believe that it's all going to be fine, that he's going to come out of it. And while he still brings a lot of value, at some point you want him to hit. And it's just really been a grind here for quite some time now, going back to the back half of last year. 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Yeah! Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox clubbed their way to an 11-5 win in the series opener at Arizona Tuesday night. They got 4 in the first off Merrill Kelly, then banged 3 consecutive homers in the second. Munetaka Murakami hit the first of those 3 and is now homered in 4 consecutive games. Late in the contest, Sam Antonacci picked up his first career homer and inside the Parker. Sean Burke worked 6 quality innings to get his first win since last June. The Sox try to make it 3 in a row at 8:40. Sox fans head to the ballpark this Saturday, April 25th, as the Sox host the Nationals at 3:10. 15,000 fans 21 and older will receive a 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. In Hodgkins, find your Advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. It's Carmen and Jurko until noon. Waddle and Silvy at 2. Rich Eisen will be up in between, of course. And then Amber and Ian from 6 to 8 tonight. Meller's pregame for Game 2 of White Sox D-backs from the Desert starts at 8:40 or so is the first pitch. I watched the early portion of the Sox game, had it on one of the TVs. It was great. They got up to a big lead. It was getting later in the night.
First 2 innings.
It was getting later in the night. I passed out in bed to Lakers and Rockets.
Oh, boy. That's a beauty.
Yeah, Lakers are up 2-0. We're going to talk a little NBA here coming up after
They're the
10.
4 seed, right?
They were a 5-1 favorite, a 5-1 underdog, to win that series.
Okay.
They're still only minus $1.20, even though they're up 2-0.
I mean, Luka and Reeves are both still out.
Yes. That's why they were a huge underdog to win the series. Now, the markets, Houston did a good job of hiding this Durant injury. The markets, I don't think were aware of it. It was a stunner when Durant didn't play in Game 1. And he did play last night, but there's an obvious knee injury here that they're dealing with. So much so that people around that team are saying Durant's got a good reputation playing, through injury around the league.
Right.
He's got a good reputation for always kind of gritting through it. Some are suggesting that not a lot of players would be playing through the severity of the knee injury that he's dealing with right now. So I don't think the markets recognize it at the time. The Lakers were a huge dog, but still, they're only like minus $1.25, minus $1.30 to win, and they're up 2-0. So more on that coming up. But anyway, I had fallen asleep towards the end of that game. I sort of went to bed. You never know with the White Sox bullpen, thinking that the Sox had that game in hand. 5:30 this morning, I look at my phone as I'm waking up. I see a message from Meller, and I was like, gosh, did it tell me they blew it? Like, Meller was like, can you believe this? But Meller was alerting me to the Sam Antonacci inside the park home run. So I had to go back and watch it, and we want to play it because Len and DJ were fantastic on the call right here on your home for White Sox baseball. As I'm watching it, it certainly appeared that it should have been a dead ball because the ball, not boy in this case, the ball man had interfered with it. But the umps never stopped the play. I guess that's not reviewable. The left fielder sort of gave up on it. And Antonacci gets his first, he gets his first home run on an inside the Parker, Yerk, in Arizona. This is the way it sounded last night.
The pitch. There's a ground ball fair into the corner and left, and I think the ball boy touched it.
Umpire said no contact.
No contact, and the left fielder just gave up. Gurriel stopped. Herrera scores. Antonacci trying to go all the way around the bases, and he will. That'll be an inside the park home run unless they change something as Gurriel just quit.
Yeah, because the ball dude down the line acted like he tried to field it, and I believe the umpire saw that it just went through his legs. He didn't make a play. Especially when the umpire's saying it is fair.
The spectator authorized personnel on the field touching the ball.
So this will be overturned. It'll end up being a double.
These guys are all told down the line, don't interfere with the live ball. Don't do it.
Here's the thing, though, and it's an older gentleman. It looks like it's a long time off the bat.
Yeah.
But when you're in that position down there, you're going, oh, my gosh, that ball's coming right at me, and it's like a second and a half. You're probably kind of panicked.
Just let it go. Don't defend him. Just let it go. Just don't touch the ball. Just let it go and then go pick it up by the warning track if it's a foul ball.
I'm with DJ.
Since there was no call for interference on the field, it's not reviewable. Play stands.
Oh, wow. Not reviewable.
Oh, man.
So that's going to be, I believe, the first career home run, right? It's got to be.
Yes, it is.
No error involved.
Absolutely.
Sam Antonacci with an inside the park home run.
Oh, my goodness.
It's 10-2.
Congratulations, Sam.
Torey Lovullo, by the way, can't believe it. And I think the umpires are going to tell him, hey, this is the rule.
That's an all-timer for your first home run, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Can't review it. The left fielder gives up.
Homer, yeah.
The old guy's not sure what to do, Yerk,
And you just keep running.
I'm with DJ. Get out of the way.
Just keep running.
And that's what Antonacci did. And there's no error on that play, obviously, in that scenario for I can't remember whoever was in left field last night. They might have said it in the highlight there. And it was just, that's it. Play stands. It is an inside the park home run. The bigger story is just the power that the Sox are displaying here since they've gone out west. And it's one thing Look, you're out west. I get it. The Sacramento, it's a little bandbox. It's a minor league park. The desert air out in Arizona, all that stuff. But they were hitting bombs last night. I mean, Murakami's, I think, was 426. Colson Montgomery's was
six homers.
440, Yerk. 440. Yeah, and they had, so they're bombing it right now, and I like to see that.
I saw Montgomery's. Montgomery's was big.
Crushed.
Big homer.
Two-strike pitch, too.
Yeah.
And he absolutely
got on it.
Destroyed it.
He was on it, my friend.
Yeah. Mets blew another game last night. They had a lead again. Devin Williams blew it again. I mean, they had 4 hits, too. I think the Mets had 4 hits last night. I mean, like, bad timing, right? They get out of the gates. They start off strong. They lose Soto. He goes on the IL. They're going to be getting him back. Nolan McLean looks awesome. I might have been right on one thing and wrong on one thing with the Mets, Yurko. I might have been right on the Rookie of the Year with Nolan McLean. It looks like I was definitely wrong on the fact that the Mets are going to go to the World Series.
Yeah, that's wrong.
But Jack said he heard a stat that no team ever in baseball history with a 12-game losing streak has ever made the postseason.
You know, the Twins only had 6 hits.
Yeah.
So 4 only for New York and only 6 for the Minnesota Twins.
They blew another one. So 12 straight losses for the Mets. Woof.
Yeah.
The longest losing streak in over 20 years.
Hopefully it goes to 20. I like it when New York people are miserable.
You want to take a call real quick? All right, we're up against time, but real quick.
Yeah,
Jim in Chicago Heights. Go ahead, Jim.
Carm, you're wrong. It was an error on the ball boy.
Well, that could be. That's not officially going in the books, though. They can't put E. I don't know what number they would even assign. I don't know what number Rosie would shout out over the PA in the press box. E5, base hit, single. I don't know how you give an error to the ball boy. E like 10? You just, E10. Thanks, Jim. 312-332 ESPN. It's Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Wemby thought about walking into one as well. Moving on, Holiday, trying to pull the chair, get out of the way. Wembenyama to the deck. Foul on Holiday.
And I think he did pull the chair, too. Might have been a little bit out of control there.
Victor takes a moment. Not sure if his face hit first on the floor as he went down.
Oh, he's dazed.
Dazed, yeah.
He is dazed. Now they're going to call a timeout here. That's the decision here by Mitch Johnson.
And they have to. They've given him time to get up. Fans are chanting, but Johnson's being told right now
and they just called the timeout.
By Curtis Blair, you're going to need to take a timeout at this point.
Oh, he's running back.
And with that, Wemby's night was over. And if you saw the highlight, I mean, he hits his face hard as he just kind of lost control, trying to go to the basket. And, I mean, it looked like a Mike Tyson right hook caught him. I mean, it really hit hard, and he looked dazed
and confused.
Immediately. Yeah, he looked dazed and confused, Yerk. He really did. And, look, we kind of understand when you watch an NFL game, you know, week to week in the regular season, what it's going to be like at this point when a guy enters concussion protocol. You see it in the game. He's in the protocol. It usually means a week, right? It usually means a game.
Least, yeah.
Now, it changes in the playoffs. In January, all of a sudden it becomes 1993 again, and they're like, how many fingers am I holding up?
Yeah.
3? Hey, you're good.
You look good.
Yeah,
what are
you're
you
fine.
doing in this blue tent?
Exactly. Like it changes
outta
in
here.
January. No longer is a guy going to miss a week. You might not even miss a game. How many fingers? He's fine.
He's fine.
It's funny how that works.
Where he at? Albuquerque. He said Buffalo. I heard Buffalo, right?
I heard Buffalo.
Albuquerque.
I don't know what to expect here and what it's like in the NBA necessarily. You don't see it as much. I would be, I guess I'd say, a little surprised if he plays game 3. That is a potential playoff-altering play if Wemby has to miss a significant amount of time. The Blazers rallied to win. They even the series. And you just see a difference when Wemby's off the floor. Teams, quite frankly, feel liberated, mostly because of what they can now do on offense. They can attack again. And I think you saw Portland do that a lot. Teams simply do not want to get around the basket when the guy's on the floor. It's as simple as that.
Even if you beat him off the dribble, he comes from behind and can make the block because of his length.
He changes everything. And Luke Cornett's big and can give them some rim protection, and he did a little bit last night. But it is such a dramatic 180 difference. And that is a potentially huge play. And I tell you, this Portland team, look, like Scoot Henderson, who's I don't know, is an enigma the right word? That's probably not the right word. I think he's been more just considering where he was drafted and all the hype when he came out of the G League a couple of years ago, has underwhelmed a little, but Scoot's played better here as of late. And I thought he played a real good game last night. He guards hard for a smaller guy. He had 31, and I didn't think there were bad shots. I didn't think it was like LaMelo Ball, like kind of knucklehead stuff. It all seemed to be within the offense. And he really kind of carried them for stretches offensively when they needed it last night. And I was very impressed by that. And I'm just impressed by the Blazers. And to tie it into the Bulls, have you heard the story here about what's going on with Portland and the new owner?
I don't know. Who's the new owner there?
Tom, what's his name? Tom Dundon. Is that his name? He also owns the Hurricanes, the Carolina Hurricanes. I think it's Tom Dundon.
Tom Dundon.
I read this over the weekend, and then, we haven't talked about it this week. Charlie Bevins brought it up on the Waddle and Silvy show on Monday during the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. And I was like, oh, man, I was listening. I was like, I wanted to talk about that. I'm like, Charlie, thanks for jogging my memory. This is good stuff. And we could kind of tie it back to the Bulls here. As they look for a new head coach, and if Portland doesn't want to keep Thiago Splitter, they don't want to pay him. He wants to pay a coach $1 million. Good luck. Good luck to you. Do you know they're the only team that hasn't flown their two-way players on the road? Because the story is he doesn't want to pay the extra freight. You're talking about like a handful of guys. They're two-way players. They can't play. They're the only team in the league that's not flying their two-way players.
I got you.
In the playoffs.
The up-down guys.
Yes.
The guys that play in the G League.
They're not eligible for the playoffs, but every other team brings their two-way guys with them. Yeah. They're the only, and the story goes he wants to save on the freight. He tried, Thiago Splitter tried negotiating a contract extension during the year, and apparently it's been leaked out that like all he wants to do is pay $1 million or $1.5 million for a coach. Good luck to you. If that's the case, I would talk to Thiago Splitter if I'm the Bulls without question.
And bring him in?
Think about the circumstances under which he assumed command of that team this year. They responded by winning
4 or 5 games in.
It was like 2 games in, wasn't it? Or I don't even know if it was 5 games. I feel like the Chauncey thing happened right after opening weekend or something, didn't it? That they are the 7 seed. That team plays hard. That team is in you. That team makes you feel them. I know this sounds dirty. I'm not trying to be dirty.
I'm like, wow.
I'm using terms that NBA folks use. They get into you. They make you feel it. They guard you hard. Like, that team plays hard. They play with an attitude. I would take a look at Thiago Splitter without question. I would cast a pretty wide net here if I'm the Bulls. Our good names were being disparaged on the Waddle and Silvy show yesterday.
They were.
And I texted Silvy. I said, I don't know what you were listening to or who told you what I said, but I didn't say what you just said. I never once said Tom Thibodeau would do nothing for the Bulls. Of course, Tom Thibodeau is an excellent coach, and everybody knows it. And if you feel like you really have a culture issue, I don't think the Bulls feel like they have a culture issue. The Bulls are just bad. I don't think they have a bad culture. But if you want Tibbs to come in to fix some things and to make you respectable, fine. I understand that he can do that. I never once said Tom Thibodeau does nothing for the Bulls. I think I may have said doesn't do anything for me as a Bulls fan. Tom Thibodeau, to me, is not a long-term answer at this point for the Bulls, considering the rebuild and where they're starting now. Doesn't make much sense to me. That's all I said. But they have an infatuation with Tom Thibodeau, and that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's their infatuation.
That's your infatuation.
I thought they were off yesterday.
I would take. They were not off yesterday.
I saw them ringing bells down somewhere.
Waddle was ringing the bell.
Oh, okay.
I would go a different route, and I mapped it out for you, and I will continue to do so. As you look at the trend across this league of the kind of coaches that are really thriving and succeeding and what teams are trying to build. When Mark Daigneault was hired, when Billy Donovan didn't want to be part of a rebuild in Oklahoma City, when Mark Daigneault was hired, they won 22 games in their first year. They won 24 in their next. Do you think Sam Presti hired a coach saying, we just need a guy for a couple of years, a little while? That's all we need. Yeah. Let's just get a guy for a couple of years, then we'll figure it out. Or do you think he had a vision and he had an idea and he identified a bright young coach? Mark Daigneault is now a coach of the year. He was in 2024. He's the reigning champion head coach. His team might win another one this year. And his record the last 3 seasons is 189-57. That's a 768 winning percentage. 189-57 the last 3 years. Do you think Sam Presti said, we just need somebody that can fix it right now? Do you think when Brad Stevens' season was upended a couple of years ago because of a scandal with his head coach, do you think he thought to himself, let's just find somebody for a couple of years that can handle it, and then we'll go from there. Like, let's bring Tibbs back to Boston. Let's just do something for a couple of years. No, he promoted Joe Mazzulla, who was 34 at the time, maybe?
Sure.
Joe Mazzulla's 37. They lost last night. I get it, but I think Boston will be fine. Joe Mazzulla's 37. Phil Jackson, Yerk, has the second best winning percentage in NBA history of any coach with a minimum of 100 games coached. Phil Jackson's winning percentage for his career was 704. Do you know who number 1 on that list is? I'll wait for my answer.
The guy from Oklahoma City.
Joe Mazzulla.
Joe Mazzulla.
Joe Mazzulla has the highest winning percentage of any coach in NBA history. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
You give him that Celtics roster. I mean, you're listing a lot of options that already had all their pieces in place.
Because so many coaches in this league win without good talent, right?
Well, yeah, but the Bulls don't have good talent right now. That's why you would take a guy for a couple of years while you need to rebuild the talent.
Again, did Oklahoma City do that?
They already had some pieces in place.
They won 22 games, Jack. And they won 24 the next year.
And then 24, Jack.
Do you think Sam Presti looked at the situation and said, I just need somebody who can get me a couple years? That's all I need. I just need somebody who can get me a couple years. Waddle yesterday said that, Carmen and Jurko might want a young guy, and that's fine. But by hiring a veteran and someone who's done it, you eliminate a potential misstep, right? You take out some of the unknown, right, Jurko?
That's what I think. You heard it.
Which is a great philosophy.
I saw him ringing a bell.
Which is a great philosophy. You know, I wish the Bears would have done that and hired Mike McCarthy instead of Ben Johnson. It's a great philosophy.
According to his philosophy, his theory.
Let's eliminate the unknown with the young guy. They really should have hired Mike McCarthy a year ago. They really should have went after Bill Cowher. That's what the Bears.
They chapped your ass yesterday.
That's what the Bears should have done. They should have went after Bill Cowher or Tony Dungy instead of Ben Johnson.
Tony Dungy.
Why take a chance on a young guy?
Yeah.
You're only going to get yourself into trouble after all. So let's stop the nonsense. I mean, you can see the trend around this league. And I've given you all the examples. And yes, you need talent to win in the NBA, Jack. Everybody knows that. And the Charlotte Hornets have some talent. They hadn't made the playoffs in a decade.
10 years.
And they didn't this year technically, but nobody expected anything from the Hornets. And Charles Lee still had them as a somewhat like frisky, competitive, almost fun team, that made a little push here in the back half of the season. He's 41. Spoelstra was 38 when Riley said, "You're my guy. I don't need somebody to kind of bridge any gap. I don't need somebody that can, what can you do for us for the next couple of years?" No, Pat Riley said, "I believe in Eric Spoelstra." And he made him a head coach when he was 38. Popovich and the Spurs did the same thing with Mitch Johnson. So all across this league, you see the trend. And I don't know why you wouldn't do that if you were the Bulls. Instead of saying, Silvy rails against same old, but we're bringing Tibbs back? Of course Tibbs is a terrific coach. I understand that Tom Thibodeau is a terrific coach. Everybody knows it. Everybody. Why not find the next Tibbs? Why not find someone you can grow and build with? Why not identify someone young, bright, forward-thinking, that relates to the players well?
Innovative.
And you see it all across this league in a bunch of examples we're giving you. And if I'm the Bulls and they don't want Tiago Splitter in Portland, I would absolutely talk to him and take a real hard look.
Well, you hire a GM first before you hire the coach.
Of course. The new GM would have to be on board with
He'd
that. I don't know why anybody
board.
wouldn't at this point. But, what are you afraid of? I guess would be my question. Anything can blow up in your face in professional sports. Anything. And yes, you need good talent to win. But with a new voice coming in here, hopefully new ideas, hopefully better roster construction, the Bulls are in a good position to, maybe get some valuable assets this summer with their cap space and things like that. Assets in terms of taking on some bad deals and getting some, picks. And boy, did I see they did tiebreakers yesterday? And as they were mentioning the tiebreakers, does somebody else owe another lottery pick potentially to not just the Clippers? I think somebody else owes another pick to OKC. How many? Right? They're gonna be in the finals again. Watching that, they're getting lottery picks from teams. Anyway, and you do that by sometimes being in a position where you could take on bad deals and things like that. Presti's the best, so I get it. The Bulls don't have that, but
they're trying to get it.
But why not do those things? I understand Tibbs can coach. But how does that timeline make sense right now?
It doesn't.
And what?
He's 68.
Why is it so hard to wrap your head around
knocking on heaven's door,
doing what some of these other really good organizations do so well? And if you're simply going to wave the white flag and say, "Yeah, well, they won't do that," the Reinsdorfs, okay. Why are we having any conversation about anything at all then?
Let's be honest. Also, Chicago has a big nostalgia problem that trying to pull up people from the past, and that's kind of how it is with Thibodeau. It's like, oh, let's bring him back because he was so good 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It's like, no, let's get over it. It's over.
So why are we going back over to do the same things? That's what I guess I don't understand. Silvy doesn't like that Pax is running it, but let's face it, Pax was successful as an executive for this team. The only time they've been any kind of relevant the last 25 years is when he was acquiring some players and breaking down what the previous regime had left him. And yeah, they got lucky with Derek, of course, but they drafted some good players. They built some feisty teams. Like they built some, semi, I'd say, I guess, competitive, like frisky teams in the East for a little while. But that's not good enough. But Tibbs is. Why? If we're going to rail against them doing the same thing they've always done, what's the infatuation with bringing Tibbs back at 68 for his second go around with the roster that I'm not sure Tibbs wants to even get into that at this point. I mean, he probably could step back, survey, and be like,
it's a mess.
Like a team like Orlando, let's say, if they fire Mosley, right? Like that's a team that Tibbs goes in there and they probably win 55 games next year, right? That's probably a more intriguing destination for him. Or I'm trying to think if there's another team that fits that bill. Like, I don't know. I'd say Atlanta, but Quinn Snyder's a good coach. They're not going to get rid of Atlanta. I'm trying to think in my head right now if there's another sort of like underachieving-ish team with some talent. Let me peruse.
Yeah, I'm perusing the NBA right now in my mind, Carm.
Brooklyn's keeping Jordy. They just extended him.
Sure.
I don't know. I mean,
go out west.
The best example I could probably give you would be a team like the Magic, maybe. Maybe Golden State if Kerr leaves. They try one more go around. Like that makes some sense. But this idea that we want to get away from doing the same old, but let's bring Tibbs back doesn't make much sense. Sean's in Zion. What's up, Sean?
Hey, boys. Long time, first time. Welcome, hoo-ah, meow, as old days used to say. My biggest thing is
that was awesome.
And Sean. I don't care if it's Tibbs. Oh, I don't care if it's Tibbs or whatever. Tibbs. My thought is if Tibbs comes and ends up coaching the Bulls, maybe he'll bring a young guy to replace him in a few years. But why not Steve Kerr in the front office?
In the front office, yeah.
He doesn't seem like he's going to be with Golden State anymore, and he's been a coach, in every capacity in the NBA. So why not him up front, and then he brings someone in who he thinks is going to.
He might want to still coach though, Sean. I really don't know what Steve Kerr's plans are. I don't, and I don't know how familiar or comfortable he'd even be in that role. He might view him. He's only, Steve Kerr's not that old. I mean, he's been grinding away for a while here, but he's 60, I believe. 60. Like he might still want to coach. So I really don't know, Sean. But thank you for the phone call. Michael's in Orlando? Yeah, in Orlando. What's up, Michael?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Good.
Hey, I called Waddle and Silvy yesterday. They were talking about Dan Hurley from UConn.
Yes.
That fiery stuff. I called them yesterday and brought up John Shire from Duke, and they kind of squashed that. Would you want a college coach like Hurley or Shire to be the Bulls' next coach?
You could convince me on either one of those. I think more Hurley than Shire at this point. Michael, thanks. Now there I agree with Silvy. If Pax is running this thing, we know what Pax wants. Pax wants guys like him. And Pax was a fiery, feisty, red-ass, win-at-all-cost competitor. He was that way as a player. He was that way as an executive. He's an old school, like, in-your-face. Remember, he went toe-to-toe with Vlade Divac. Remember that.
Oh, yeah?
Vladdy's got the reach and the size. Pax isn't backing down from anybody. I can promise you that. I know him well enough. Not backing down from a fight, sometimes to his detriment. And Sylvie's right. Hurley fits that mold. Yes, you could convince me that Dan Hurley would be a good coach for the Bulls.
But which general manager would suggest bringing Hurley in here? Can't do it backwards, right? You can't hire a coach, then hire the GM.
But this goes back to my you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid of Dan Hurley. You can't be afraid of him. If you really believe in it, then as a GM or an executive, as an owner, you can't be afraid if you really believe in it. Dan Hurley is another guy that can flat out coach. I guess the only question would be, how does it work with NBA guys, but I wouldn't put it past Dan Hurley. I wouldn't.
I don't think it works the way he gets into his players and things like that. And can you imagine you bring a superstar in or have some superstar NBA player and he's in their face yelling at him like he does to his college guys? I don't see that working at an NBA level, or I see it getting old really quickly.
And that's a fear, Jack. I guess you'd have to ask Dan, like, can he adapt to a different type of player? And if you're convinced he can, the guy's a tactical mastermind. And I don't throw that around lightly. I really don't. I think he is an absolute tactical mastermind. And so that would be intriguing. And what's Dan? I think he's like 52. I was looking yesterday. I think Dan's about 52. So, he's not young. He's not old.
Right.
And he's kind of like he's in a fine spot.
He's moderately aged. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, you could probably convince me. Shire, I'm not as sure. I love John, man. I do. He can recruit the hell out of it, and I think that's driving his early success here. But there could be some stuff that he still needs. I wouldn't dismiss it. I wouldn't totally dismiss that, but I think Duke's a perfect spot right now for John Shire. Yeah. I really do. They haven't skipped a beat. Now, he's got to get over some of the problems that have plagued them in a couple of these big games in the tournament each of the last two marches. But I'm confident he can do that. He's young. He's bright. You talk about a kid that's motivated. John Shire's got everything you want if you're looking for a successful coach. And I think, especially at the college level and the way he recruits, I think Duke is perfect for him. Absolutely perfect for him. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears.
DJ Moore.
Bears.
Over the shoulder.
Bears.
Catch.
Bears.
Made.
Go Bears.
Touchdown Bears.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
While gas prices are going up, there's one price that's always the same, the CTA. You can travel anywhere in Chicagoland for just $5 a day on the CTA. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Stop budgeting for gas and start enjoying the city. Let CTA be your driver. Not only will you save money, you'll avoid the stress of traffic and having to search for parking. Easily plan your route at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down, act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between. Rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute. Those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, raw nutrition, bucked up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out The Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Rich, Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? At the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you have 3 teammates to make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with food, drinks, prizes, and official merch. Sign up at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Charlie Bevins, a.k.a. Chardog from the Waddle and Silvy Show. He's from the Pacific Northwest. He's from Portland.
Yeah,
he likes the Blazers. And he agrees on Thiago Splitter. They don't want him. The Bulls should take a look. 100%. I love the way that team plays, man. I really do. And sure, it's a lot easier without Wemby, but they've evened up that series. We'll see what Wemby's status is going forward. But even, just short of that, watching them more in the back half of the season here, really from, March on, when they started making some noise, it's like, wait, Portland might be worth watching. They really are. They play hard. They really guard. He's getting a lot out of Scoot. Scoot had been kind of very young, so maybe Scoot just, you got to give the player some credit. He was just sort of meandering his way, though, through these first couple of years and was almost kind of like an afterthought. It's easy to get lost in the shuffle when you got a young player playing out there, too. Yeah, people Pacific in the Midwest and in the East don't see it as much, but... Yeah. Even like Scoot, you're starting to see it. He's starting to pop. He was terrific last night, and thought he really played mostly within the structure of the offense. It wasn't a lot of hero ball stuff or knucklehead stuff, and just we got hot for one night. Most of it was within what they needed offensively at the time, and he guards hard like they all do. So Splitter's gotten through to them somehow under very difficult circumstances. He's a guy that played for Pop. I like the guys that played for Riley or Pop, Yerk, I don't know. It's not always going to work. Look, Jim Boylan was a Pop guy for crying out loud. So I get it. It's not always going to work. But I feel like I would rather take a chance. It's like this, we talk about in the NFL all the time. Pluck guys from the Walsh tree, from the Holmgren tree, from the Shanahan tree, right, from the McVay tree.
There you go.
Right? It's like, these guys that work for these really forward-thinking, super successful coaches, and so I think there's something to like about Splitter. Sean Sweeney is the lead assistant right now, the associate head coach for Mitch Johnson in San Antonio. Look, he's already getting looks. He did last cycle. He's going to this cycle, and I think the Bulls would be interested. Chris Quinn, who you might remember from Notre Dame, played little guard from Notre Dame in the mid-2000s, who played in the league for a little while. Again, played for Pop, played for Pat Riley, Spoelstra's lead assistant. Young guys like that, start.
They excite you. They excite you.
Let's open our eyes to that a little bit and see if you can't find the next
Not the retreads.
Great one.
Carm doesn't want to retread.
I don't. Yeah, I just don't.
Yeah.
You
want a new age guy.
I'd like it. Somebody you can really grow and build with as they embark on.
It'd be refreshing. It would be refreshing.
Look, and it all starts with, I guess, getting the right executive now. You got to find someone better than the last guy, a better communicator, someone with better ideas, someone who can really capitalize on the moment that they have this summer. What's going to be in front of them. So I hope they do it well. Sylvie had some stats yesterday. If you look at, I think Sylvie said if you go back over maybe since this century, it might have been since the 2000 season, the Bulls are 26th in winning percentage, Yerk. There's 30 teams.
Yeah. You're near the bottom, kid.
Oh, I think he said they're 26th. when he compiled the winning percentages. And then, like, where they rank, too, in terms of playoff appearances over that time amongst all the teams. It's not good. It's not good. 312-332-3776 if you guys want to join us. Let's see. Paul in Elmwood Park. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how are you guys today?
Good.
Yeah, enjoying the weather. Beautiful outside. But I just wanted to call and say that it's not apples to apples, but Carm, like when it came to Ben Johnson, for example, I know you threw out some other names out there, as far as a different coach, but I was kind of, there was a little bit of risk with taking Ben Johnson. You don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Trestman.
There's always risk. There's always risk, Paul.
But I knew what I would get with Mike Vrabel. Right now, even though Mike Vrabel wound up coaching a Super Bowl, like hindsight's 2020, I think we made the right choice still. But there is value to the known commodity. Like at one point, Andy Reid was fired.
Yes, he was.
Sometimes, depending on the structure of the team and the situation of the team, bringing a guy in here and knowing what you're going to get from that coach, it's not always a bad thing, Carm. Sometimes the next best thing is not always the next best thing.
Yeah, but at some point, somebody had to take a chance on Mike Vrabel. Somebody took a chance on Andy Reid when he was 41. Somebody took a chance on Sean McVay. Somebody took a chance on Kyle Shanahan. Of course. But there's always risk, Paul. You never, I mean, right. To talk about like wanting to eliminate part of that to pass on a great candidate is to me short-sighted and silly.
But,
it's silly.
All these candidates are great candidates until they're not. I would say more often than not, these guys get touted as great candidates and wind up just coming up short and failing.
Well,
Sometimes, depending on the situation the team is in, and like that's what I have to stress. Like
the situation the team's in. Okay,
different path for everybody. You know what I mean?
There's also a joke in there that we could have made about Mike Vrabel knowing what you're going to get. But we'll just we'll leave that there, Paul. Thanks, Paulie.
And the other guy, I mean, Dan Campbell was another guy somebody took a chance on.
Exactly.
And not only that, he sounded like a buffoon at his opening press conference when he was talking about biting knees and stuff like that. He did sound a little bit like a buffoon. But what did he do? He instilled. They built through the lines.
Listen, and I guess
instilled the philosophy.
Like to Paul's point, we could probably go round and round all day.
Created a culture.
We could go round and round all day. Because, yes, Paul's not wrong. Like you could call up and give examples of the more known guy and how it was good for this. But we could go round and round. I could just as easily tell you, you think the Rams are happy they took a chance on a 31-year-old coach? Yes. You think the Eagles were grateful when they first hired Andy Reid? Yes. Now, Andy, to Paul's point, was fired. Somebody saw an opportunity. The Hunt family saw an opportunity. That's also worked out swimmingly. Do you think George Seifert was happy that he took a chance on Mike Shanahan in 1992 after Al Davis smeared his name across the league? Do you think George Seifert was happy that they took a shot with a young guy whose name, again, was being smeared by one of the other owners? Something tells me George Seifert and the Niners were happy they took a shot.
And then Denver was really happy when they took the next shot.
That's true. Are we happy as Bears fans? I hope we don't eat our words here, Yerk. Fingers crossed. Are we happy that the Bears took a shot on Ben Johnson? I think we're happy.
Yeah.
God help me if we eat our words. It's going to be rough. So you think Sam Presti's happy he took a shot on his coach a couple years ago?
Oh, yeah.
So we could go round and round, I guess, all day. But take a shot.
Somebody youthful, somebody young.
Do what you did.
Somebody exciting.
When you tried to hire Tom Thibodeau as an assistant 22 years ago. When you said there's a guy in Houston that is fabulous. There's this young coach in Houston that's fabulous. He's going to be great. His name is Tom Thibodeau. So do that. Lewis is in Hyde Park. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
Great.
Good.
I originally had called. I was saying I wanted to call to talk about Murakami, but now you talking about this bull stuff, and my thought has gone somewhere else. What do you guys think about Luau Ding being the president of Bulls operation? Because he's done an unbelievable job with South Sudan as their president.
Right.
He has history with the team. And to me, the position is just there for him. And secondly, No way on earth should we go back to Tom Thibodeau. We know what he is. He's a foregone conclusion. He's going to run those players in the ground. He's not going to push forward with a championship. Yeah, he could coach the X's and O's, but no Tom Thibodeau. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Lewis. I woun't even take it to the lengths Lewis did there about he's going to run them into the ground. We know what he is, but he's a great coach. I'm not holding that against Tibbs. I just don't think it makes much sense. Now, Luol Deng, you could sell me on these two guys do well, it seems like, right? I mean, I think Trajan's done a good job, and Elton Brand has done, a reasonably good job. I know he's not the main decision maker anymore, but Elton's done well for himself and has built a good reputation. Trajan certainly has. Mike Dunleavy Jr. I don't know if Luol's got enough experience, if he's been doing it long enough, but you could sell me on some of the Duke guys. I certainly don't think that.
I'm trying to look for the Sudan.
He's running South Sudan basketball.
South Sudan Basketball Federation.
Break, Jackie boy, we taking a break?
We needed to break 7 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're having too much fun. The conversation's too good, Jackie. Jack's got the brunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
I was talking with our guy, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. He told me he's got the best job. I said, no, I have the best job. I get to work with Jurk and talk sports. He makes a strong case, though. He is out in his community every day. He supports local businesses, plans first-class events, and he eats at some pretty incredible restaurants while I'm just brown bagging it with some leftovers from home. Elmwood Park really is one of those special places. And once you're there, you get it. The energy, the community, the food, the people. It's wonderful. Go experience it for yourself. Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
A damp basement can turn into a big problem fast.
Family Waterproofing is a veteran-owned company built on integrity, discipline, and craftsmanship.
We specialize in basement waterproofing, foundation repair, and crawl space solutions that keep your home dry and secure year-round.
We don't believe in shortcuts.
Just proven systems and dependable service.
If you see signs of water intrusion,
don't wait. Reach out to our team at familydry.com.
This is Ken.
And I'm Maria, and we are Family Waterproofing. Your basement's best defense.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Jurko presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins. My guys, find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Our content director, Danny Zetterman, sent me something that's worth noting. Jack might do it here in the Brunch Rush. If not, we'll save it for right after, but something good tied into the Bears in the draft tomorrow night. Of course, we're home for Bears football. We have our draft show tomorrow after Waddle and Silvy with Joniak and Thayer, our wonderful play-by-play team, live at the Bears official draft party at Soldier Field. They'll be on 6 to 10 to take you through round one and the Bears pick at 25 if they stay put. Time right now for the Brunch Rush, brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. From first-class events to unforgettable food, Elmwood Park is where community and flavor come together. Once you're here, you get it. Jack, take it away.
I have a quiz for you guys.
Oh, I like it.
It's a fun one.
I'm ready.
You will be ranking each of the last fired or resigned managers or coaches in Chicago for our sports teams based on winning percentage. They were all under 500. Billy Donovan, David Ross, Pedro Grifol, Matt Eberflus, and Anders Sorensen were all under 500. So who out of that group do you think had the best winning percentage?
I think it's either Rossi or Billy. I mean, Billy was at like 470 something. I'm trying to think Rossi's. They had one really bad year with Ross, though, didn't they, Yerk, before council? I'm going to say Billy Donovan was number one.
I'm going to say David Ross was number one.
Billy Donovan was number one with a 469, David Ross was number one with a 480 winning percentage.
So I was right.
You were correct.
I was right. So Ross won, Donovan two?
Donovan was two with a 469 winning percentage.
Then I'm going to say, Sorensen couldn't have been good.
No.
But Grifal's has got to be awful because of
the 40 years, 250. I would say the hockey coach would be next.
Do you have any guess at what his winning percentage would have been, Yerk? And you can give one as well. He only coached 56 games with the team.
412.
Oh, too high.
378.
384.
384. So is he number three then?
He's number three.
And then I think it's probably Grifol. And my guess is Eberflus is the worst. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Eberflus is the worst. Yeah. Pedro Grifol had a 319 winning percentage.
Yeah.
And Matt
Eberflus had
28%, right?
A 304 winning percentage with the team.
I thought it was like maybe just below.
That's horrific.
Yeah, horrific. Brutal. Yikes. Fun game, Jack. Jeez.
Thanks for reminding us how bad
Don't
it
you
was.
love Chicago sports?
That was great.
There is over. Now we're in a new era.
Thank goodness.
I can get to what you were talking about, Carb. Pick number 57 in the draft.
This is good,
is going to get a lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup. They're teaming up with Devin Hester.
This
to
is the
welcome
Bears
the
pick.
first. Yeah,
The
Mr.
Bears
50.
pick
Well, as long as they don't trade it away.
Well, true.
And they're giving him a jacket, right?
A jacket, a red jacket, custom red jacket that looks
awesome.
like the color of
It's
ketchup.
got the Heinz 57 logo on the jacket.
It's great. Like Hester sitting in that chair with the jacket on and the look on his face and the Heinz 57 bottle. It's classic. I love it.
I think it's funny. It'll add, to the draft, like Mr. Relevant at the end.
Mr. 57.
I mean, what other things can now be utilized here?
What took them so long to do that?
Right. I'm sure they've approached the Heinz 57 before, or whoever makes the product now. Kellogg's, or whatever the big conglomerates are out there that own everything. What else could be, could you have out there?
Well,
what else could be sold?
Phillips 66.
That's exactly the 66 pick.
What? But do they still have
Sponsored
Phillips?
by Phillips.
I don't think.
I don't know, but that's a good one.
Like the Phillips 66 pick, the Heinz 57. What other companies?
Motel 6.
Motel 6. That's great. Good call, Hannah.
Yeah. Companies
The
with numbers
Motel
in their
6.
names.
What other companies have numbers?
I don't know.
Now, there's got to be a bunch that we're just not thinking of, right? We gave you some
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
They could sponsor both the 7th and the 11th pick.
I'm kind of
Or
surprised.
the 11th pick of the 7th round.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't done this yet, that these companies haven't.
Well, remember,
thought of it.
though, 7-Eleven, the White Sox started their games at 7-Eleven, sponsored by 7-Eleven.
That's true. Yeah. For a long time, they did do that. That's a good point, Yerk.
Uno.
the game.
Number one. Yeah.
That one might be a little hard to get
Uno
the
for
sponsor
life.
on.
Yeah. Uno for life. But you know what? Why not try Uno, number one? There you go.
I went and took a look at it. 21st Century Fox.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
7-Up.
7-Up.
Xbox 360.
There aren't 360 picks, though,
Right,
are there?
but they got a number in the name. Six Flags.
Six Flags is good. The Six Flags Great America.
Six Flags
sixth
and
overall
Motel
pick.
6, both teaming up.
Oh, yeah, they're competing.
3M.
3M, yeah.
3M.
There you go, 3M.
747 Boeing.
With the third pick brought to you by 3M. Get your Scotch tape from 3M.
Forever 21.
Oh, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's Capital One.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so I'm on a site that has all these.
That's really great. I like how they just got to Pittsburgh and they're doing the Heinz 57.
3 was a sponsor of the Chelsea uniform a couple of years ago. Just the number 3.
3 Chi.
They're a giant in telecommunications.
3 Chi, Yerk.
3 Chi. Yeah.
Remember your guys at 3 Chi?
A1 steak sauce. 5 Guys. 4 Seasons.
Oh, my gosh.
23andMe.
Oh. With the
Cloud
23rd
Nine.
pick brought to you by 23andMe.
4 Peaks Brewing Company.
Aren't you guys a little surprised that this doesn't happen in this day and age?
Yeah. Timbuktu.
I mean, the league, we just gave the league a great, well, Heinz really came up with it, but the league's got to be like, wait a minute. We should be selling these sponsorships to everybody.
Yeah.
Red 40 Chamoy pickle kit.
I don't know if I
The dye that they use in like I
thought
it's
they
like
banned
food
Red
co-
40.
No, I don't know. I still eat it.
Red
still
40,
eat
the
it?
food dye? I thought you're not supposed to use those.
I think it's in like chamoy.
What's
and stuff.
chamoy?
You don't know what chamoy and tahine?
I know tahine, yeah.
You put chamoy with it as well. You put
I
on
don't
like
think-
fruit.
Hannah,
or,
I don't think you're supposed to be eating red dye.
I have a lot of chamoy and a lot of red 40. I don't think I'm supposed to either.
Red
but
dye banned. Hold on.
It's supposed to be. but-
Aren't they like, didn't they ban it everywhere except the U.S.? I mean, isn't it banned in Europe? I believe it's banned like
Yeah, it's
everywhere around the
banned,
world
yeah.
except here, of course.
Yeah, but we're
Red
here.
40
so.
is not currently banned nationwide, but it is facing a planned phase out by the FDA by the end of this year. Hannah, don't be eating the red dye. I don't think you want the red dye 40, Hannah, or the blue dyes or any of those. That's garbage. Stuff's going to kill you. By the way, Jack's going to watch one of the 25 movies he has to watch.
Yeah.
And he's going to go, oh, that's why Carmen always says that's garbage. Should we tell him which movie or no?
Newsies.
Newsies?
It's not on the list, but that's the movie I know with the New York accent. That's garbage.
No, it's not a New York accent either. Well,
Boston?
No.
Maine?
Nope.
Massachusetts?
I'm not saying it
New
quite like this
Hampshire?
actor, but this movie is not an East Coast movie. It's a Southern California movie. That's all I'll say. You'll see. You'll go, oh. I feel like there's a few. Do you know what movie it is from? When the character says it? That's garbage. That's kind of more like how he says it. That right there is garbage.
1997?
No. 1997.
The
What's that?
movie. The movie came out in 97?
No, after.
All right, then I got it wrong.
After. I don't do a very good impersonation of this actor, obviously.
Was it supposed to be Schwarzenegger?
It's not supposed to be. Does that sound like Schwarzenegger?
No, that is
Well,
not.
I know it
Schwarzenegger's
doesn't, but you
pretty
said
good.
you didn't do a good.
I do a good Schwarzenegger. All right, let me try the best I can. I don't want to say another line because then it might give it away. I'll just say.
I'll give you a line, and it can be the headline for my next brunch rush.
All right, go ahead.
Your guy's fantasy baseball team is getting crushed.
Oh boy, Hannah.
You can say that in an Arnold Schwarzenegger accent.
Oh God, get to the chopper.
Hannah,
Our
what's going
fantasy
on?
baseball team is getting crushed.
Stand by. I'm looking.
Not good. You have a player on the IL in your lineup,
No.
Hannah.
What?
Changing management coming.
It's been early mornings.
To recap.
We're gonna have to buy Hannah out.
To recap, Hannah did not pay the dues in the fantasy baseball league, so Carmen and Jurko bought an 80% share in Hannah's fantasy baseball team with all the producers here. So now they're the owners of the team, and Hannah owns 20% and is the general manager of the team, and they are losing to Shea drastically.
Blame Tatis and Raleigh. I spend so much money on them, and Tatis has no homers. He's not supposed. This is not supposed to.
You got somebody on the IL in the lineup.
He's new on the IL.
Who is?
Jonathan India.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Why is Jonathan India on our team?
I'm sorry. I'll replace him.
Jeez, Hannah, we're gonna have to hire like We're going to have to hire a GM for Hannah. All right, you better fix this.
Out of
Hannah.
10 categories, we are winning 1.
Oh, good Lord.
So it's 1, 6, and 3.
Sweet Jesus.
All right. But this goes the whole week, right?
Jack, like the Nico meter, we gotta keep track of this all year. That's the Brunch Rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. If you're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack. Tickets starting at just $21. Families eat free. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases, postgame, and more. A Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $12 to purchase. Visit whitesox.com/offers.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some Enchanted Evening.
Bali High.
Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Save big money in your next outdoor project when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's Ultra Advanced Semi-Transparent Exterior Stain and Seal-in-1 can be applied to damp wood, allowing you to clean the surface and stain in one day. Save big on Ultra Advanced Wood Stain today. View our entire selection of stain and accessories on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer to find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Cavs shouldn't have too much of a problem in their opening round series, Jurk, with the Raptors. They're up 2-0. The other surprising two elite is probably the Lakers for most people. But again, I don't think anybody anticipated this Durant injury. They did a good job of keeping that quiet, and all of a sudden he didn't play in game one, and he looked kind of limited last night. Like he was pretty quiet in the fourth quarter. He had 9 turnovers last night. But the Lakers were a huge underdog with a 41-year-old LeBron, no Luka, and no Austin Reeves. And now they're up 2-0. So who would have thought that the 2-2-0 series, are the Cavs and the Lakers. Now, a couple other teams can go up 2-0 tonight. All the other series are tied. We had the Sixers even up the series with an impressive road win yesterday. We talked about with the absence of Wemby, the Trailblazers doing the same thing in San Antonio last night. But the Lakers now up 2-0. And did you know LeBron has never lost a playoff series up 2-0? 24-0 when his teams have been up 2-0 in a series. He's never lost.
I did not know that.
Most guys, I think you'd probably find, especially the great players.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and do a quick accounting of it. I'm trying to think, whenever Michael had a 2-0 lead. I mean, they lost some series in his youth, Yerk.
Yeah, when they were young.
When they were young and he was learning, and they didn't have leads in series. My guess is Michael never lost a series 2-0. Again, I would be surprised by that. Does that sound right? I would have to do an official accounting of that.
Yeah, I'd be surprised
I'd be surprised by that, but I bet you most of the truly greats probably didn't blow too many 2-0 leads in the playoffs, and LeBron never has. Now, can he still do it as a 41-year-old? He led them in scoring last. He played 39 minutes. He's 41.
Yeah.
He had 28, and then 32-year-old Marcus Smart had 25. And they've got the Rockets on the ropes a little bit, especially if Durant's knee is injured as badly as they say, and it certainly doesn't look good. And then the hockey playoffs, they're always great. Do you see what's going on in this Montreal, Tampa? I mean, they hate each other.
Yeah, they despise each other.
It's fantastic, Yerk.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And then at the end of it all, they'll sit there in the line and they'll shake hands.
You're right.
And congratulate
You're
whoever
right.
wins.
You realize, who's coaching Montreal? It's Martin St. Louis, who was
Marc Bergevin.
No.
He's a general manager?
He might be.
I think he is, yeah.
Martin St. Louis, who was a great Lightning, he's their coach.
Sure.
One thing I'll say, me and Meller and Pat Boyle had to start a side text last night.
I'm sure.
And we were annoying the larger group text, like, it's Silvy, it's Waddle, Connor McKnight, Abdallah. Who else is on there? Who am I forgetting? Merkin. We had to start a side text because we had way too much Pucks talk last night. It all started with me saying how much I miss Brandon Hagel. Listen, Pat Boyle made a great point. He goes, not for nothing. The tank really started. You don't get Bedard unless you trade Hagel, probably. So it's a very good counterpoint by PB. All I was saying was man, he's great. He's a mainstay on Team Canada at this point. He's one of the best players on a great Tampa Bay Lightning team. Brandon Hagel has turned into not a good player. He's a great player.
Yeah.
And, they probably don't get Bedard by keeping him. There's your, why do sometimes teams tank? I mean, let's hope Bedard's as great as we all think he's going to be, and the Hawks are really good and relevant again. But, man, watching Brandon Hagel, and again, you watch him in the Four Nations last year. You watch him in the Olympics, and, he is great, Yerk.
Yeah, 90 points 2 years ago, 24-25.
That's the one that, kind of hurts a little, I think, if you're a Hawks fan. But at the same time, it signaled, we're going to try to be as bad as we possibly can for a few years and hopefully get really good. And it helped net them Bedard in a way. So, but, boy, is he good. Man. And there's your Brandon Hagel update, former Hawk update.
For the week.
The 10 of us that care.
Yeah.
That was and so Boyle finally just started a new 2026 Stanley Cup playoff side chat between me and Meller
and the three of you guys will have a ball, man.
Exactly.
Next 3 weeks will be so exciting for you guys.
10 of us
weeks.
that are interested.
It finishes usually in June, right?
Yeah, it finishes in June.
Oh, you got time. We got 7 weeks of joy.
We got plenty of time.
Yeah.
But the action's been great. It's Carmen and Yurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
$3.3 million. The Vrabel Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Vrabel Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Yurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Vrabel Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. And I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Vrabel Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and skill set to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Vrabel Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients for personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all of your legal needs. Call my friends at the Vrabel Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
The 2-1 is hit a ton to right. A long, majestic home run for Murakami. He's homered in 4 straight games. It's 5-0. Vargas smokes one. Line drive deep left. Gone! He just snuck it over the low wall. They go back to back. It's 6-0. Montgomery hits a towering fly. This one deep. It is gone! 3 straight home runs. 7-0.
Sox win 11-5 back-to-back. Murakami's hit a home run in 4 straight, Yerk. He is slashing .234, .394, .584. His hard hit percentage and his average exit velo are top 2% in baseball. I love it. And then they did some mashing on the north side last night too, Yerk. Seiya hit one out of the ballpark onto the street. And boy, oh boy, Nico Horner just keeps doing it.
Yep.
Not eligible. Look out! Home run, Nico Horner! And it's 4-1.
It is new and improved Nico Horner. The power showing up in a big way.
What a start to the season it's been for Nico Horner. He's been the Cubs' best player.
Absolutely incredible. Boog and JD on Marquee. Of course, you heard Len Casper right here on your home for the White Sox. You'll hear Game 2 in Arizona tonight at 8 with Meller's pregame. 8:40 is the first pitch. Cubs have won 7 in a row, 8 of 9. They send the Phillies to a 7th consecutive loss. The Cubs have handed them 4 of those. And right now, between the Mets and the Phillies, there is a 19-game losing streak happening amongst those two teams in the NL East.
And I don't think anybody feels sorry for anybody out in the NL East.
No.
Philly, nobody feels sorry for the Mets. Would you rather be the White Sox winning the games you're winning or the Mets spending the $300 million and being miserable the way they are?
I wouldn't want to be the Mets right now. I mean, they are getting Soto back. Their owner cares.
That doesn't want to spend money would say, well, I'd rather be us than be the New York Mets.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
still a tough
right?
sell.
Oh,
well,
a tough
yeah,
sell.
I guess.
I'm glad I'm not spending $370 million and winning no games.
That's true for a team that's lost 12 in a row. All right, it's that time. At 11 every Wednesday, we get to talk to the best in the business, Jesse Rogers.
Come on, Jesse. Jesse Rogers. National MLB reporter for ESPN and ESPN Chicago. Jesse Rogers. Giving you updates on the White Sox, Cubs, and the latest Major League Baseball storylines. Jesse Rogers. From free agency to owners' meetings to spring training to opening day. Jesse Rogers covers it all season. It's Jesse Rogers with Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago.
Jesse is brought to you by Flight by Yingling. Flight is the next generation of light beer. It is delicious, and he joins us now on ESPN Chicago and the app, and of course on our YouTube page, where maybe you could see the Nico meter. I think Jack should put the Nico meter back up if he could squeeze it in there over Jesse's smiling face. Nico Hoerner's now up to 1.9 B-WAR. Jess,
1.9.
he leads all of baseball. Jordan Walker and the rookie in Detroit, who's been phenomenal, Kevin McGonigal, are at 1.8. But the story of Nico Hoerner continues, my friend.
It does, and it's so fun to watch because the evolution, right? In a different world, in a different time in baseball where there was no shit, or there was the shift allowed, right?
Easy, Jess. Jeez.
Jesse.
Shift. When there was a shift allowed and other things that were constraining to a player like him, it would be a different version of Nico. But not only has the new rules kind of opened his game, he continues to get better. And isn't that the sign of great players? Ones that just don't stay stagnant on their raw skill. They get better and better and better. And, what can you say about him? Now he's really turning into balls, driving balls that he didn't do before. It has to do with his hips. I also think it just has to do with how he's swinging. He's not seeing balls deep into the zone. When you see balls really deep, it allows you to make contact because you're seeing it longer. But that's a lot of right field stuff, a lot of Punch and Judy stuff. Sure. So again, a different version of Nico is Punch and Judy, playing right field and mini right field for second base because the rule changes. But all of that is in the past. This is a different version of him with a different set of rules. But I love how he's turning into hittable pitches and driving them, and that's what we're seeing.
Schoda's allowed 3 earned runs and just 9 hits over his last 24 innings. That's probably the biggest surprise stat of them all. On the year, he's at about 10 strikeouts per 9. That's a career high. He leads the National League in whip right now at 0.724. It's the lowest whip in the National League. What's going on here? Yeah, he gave up a solo home run. You'll live with that any day of the week with nobody on base. No big deal to get through 7 and give up just 1 run. What's happening here, and how? I mean, I guess I'd just say how surprising is it right now?
It's definitely surprising. I mean, that level, him rebounding just in whatever form that was going to take, not a surprise to me. But to this level, yes. I asked him after the game last night, what are you doing different? How have you evolved? How are you pitching different? And he didn't answer anything necessarily on the mound, but what he did say is, I'm asking a lot of questions to my coaches, Tommy Hotovy, and I'm getting answers, and I'm using those answers. I'm paraphrasing here, obviously, through the translator. What it reminded me of, and what we have to remind everybody of, when he came over, he was considered the Japanese version of Kyle Hendricks in terms of a thinking man's pitcher. So to think that he was going to struggle and just just be that way and not make changes and not ask questions was kind of silly. How many different times did Kyle Hendricks reinvent himself over the years? Even when he was going well, he'd get in a little bit of a rut, find a way out because he was always making adjustments, asking questions, working with his coaches. That's the answer. Now, he is doing things different. I think he's working more side to side than up and down, and some of the pitch overlays show that. It's all very slight. It's his sweeper as much as it is his fastball and split. He is actually throwing his fastball a little less these days. His split a little bit more. The sweeper is more side to side than it's ever been. So it's this evolution. It's showed at 2.0 and it's having success. Now, when they adjust back a little bit, I think the adjustment will be laying off some pitches that are out of the zone. Will some walk totals start to pile up? But he's now faced the Phillies twice in a week and gotten both times in different ways. They had a lot of swing and miss last time, not so much this time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Michael Busch, he needed that hit last night. It feels like any little good thing for him right now will help his confidence. There's a good hitter in there, Jess. I mean, in 2024 and 2025 combined, you're talking about a player that had like a 125-ish OPS plus. That's like a 300, you're talking about a sample of 300 games in which we've seen a good hitter. What's going on with some of the early season struggles for Bush, and what's it going to take for him to get out of that?
I really don't think there's anything specifically. I looked into this about a week ago, didn't get a great answer, meaning there's not one pitch. Fastball's not, it's not like the breaking ball. It's not just the lefties. I mean, he had a huge hit off a lefty yesterday, even if it was just a bloop over the shortstop's head. It matters. It drove in runs. I don't think there's anything more than just 3 weeks of a baseball season. And sometimes you start hot, sometimes you start slow. I would actually include PCA in that category, much more debatable thing we can have. I keep hearing Waddle mention PCA and the minors in the same sentence. Slow your roll. They are far from sending PCA down to the minors, okay? It's not impossible. Obviously, we've seen it many times, but they're not close to doing it. He's not at 185, swinging at everything, contributing nothing on defense. That was kind of Schwarber, right? There's not much to Schwarber's game if he's not hitting home runs.
Right.
And when he wasn't even making contact back in the day, it made sense. I don't think PCA would get anything out of going down. So throw that out the window for now. He would need weeks of being completely overmatched. And frankly, I see signs in PCA just like I see signs in Bush, just like I see signs in Bregman, and Bregman has started to come out of it. Not everybody can be hot in the month of April. In fact, many of the good ones aren't. And I'll repeat what Silvy said last week about just his talent, PCA. He's twitchy enough, athletic enough. Sure. He's going to get his, even in bad years or bad stretches. He's still going to get his. Had a nice bunt hit off a lefty yesterday. Hey, man, contribute. You're not going out of the minors if you're contributing, as long as you don't look completely overmatched.
He's not going down to the minors with his speed, with his defense. At least I wouldn't think. I agree with you. It would take, something even more catastrophic. Now, that said, it's been a struggle. If you go back since August 1st of last year, it's a 74-game sample for PCA, and he's dead last out of 148 qualified hitters in weighted on base and WRC plus, just 5 home runs over that span. So it's not pretty, and there's a much bigger sample of him struggling as an offensive player versus the small sample of him being really good. Will he run into some of that slug here again? Is it just a matter of the weather getting nicer? I mean, you talked about his ability to pull the ball in the air. That'll help. I guess, why isn't it happening right now? And what's it going to take for some of that slug to come back to life? Because there just hasn't been much of it in the last 70 games.
Yeah, definitely the chase is the problem, because the more you chase, the less good pitches you're going to see. Once you start laying off some of those pitches, they got to come into you, and that's where the slug and the twitchiness will occur. Jurko, mark this down. Put it on tape. It will come for PCA. It will come. Maybe the full circle moment will be in LA this weekend.
I'm going to give him a pen to write it down.
No, I got it.
Write it down.
I got the paper.
Write it down.
I got it. I got to put it on today's news.
He's writing it on today's Sun Times.
I'm going to save it at the desk I don't have.
Don't write it over the horse, the form there. You miss. By the way, Bregman came up to me. He's like,
PCA.
Bregman came up to me post game. He's like, I got a couple for you. Just hang in there. I got a couple for you.
I hope so. Keep passing it along to us. All right.
Well, actually, he mentioned McCann is now going to look good for the bettors, because it's going to be a higher price the next time out. He's still confident.
Let us know.
So we're going back to Brian. We're going to the well with Brian McCann.
Okay.
We're going to the well with him. But I do think it's coming. Again, he broke out in LA last year around this time. I'm actually writing a mini PCA story for Friday.
Okay.
Like, if you've noticed, there's not as much throwing the helmet and the bat. That's by design. I don't like some of the swing and misses against righties still. Certainly, he's chasing. I do think it's coming. I do. So maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. It's happened many times, but I think I'm going to be proven right.
I feel like the at-bats have been a little bit better. I don't disagree with you, Jess.
It's slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a 3-2 walk against the lefty the other day. He had a triple against the lefty the other day. And when you start batting better against lefties, it actually helps you against righties too, because there's such a discipline against lefties you have to have. And I do think that carries over. So look, they've had 12 guys helping this team out, and at any moment, 3 or 4 won't be as good, but 7 or 8 will be. And that's been the whole storyline for the Cubs this month, has just been how deep and how many contributors they've had, even if not all of them are contributing.
Last thing on the Cubs, and then some White Sox stuff. Matthew Boyd back off the IL. What do you expect tonight?
I think that they'll be a little bit careful with his pitch count. I don't doubt he'll have a good start. Look, the Phillies are 0-7 against lefties, discounting openers. I actually think they won 2 games when there was an opener, a lefty opener, but they're 0-7 when a true lefty starts. So they lost last night to Shota for the second time in a week. We've got Boyd here. I think they'll limit him. He'd probably give up something because, he had 1 rehab start, missed a couple, so you're going to be a little rusty, but I don't doubt that he'll pitch well. It's just a matter of getting through Schwarber and Bryce, and both those guys homered last night. Yes. So, yep. I mean, the Phillies are desperate, the Mets were desperate, and the Cubs took care of business against both teams.
They sure did. Murakami, another home run, 4 straight. He's got 9. He is in the top 2% in all of MLB in average exit velo and hard hit percentage. He's top 5% in expected slug. Are the other teams that were maybe kicking the tires on him, and I don't know how much digging you did during the offseason or how closely you followed it, Jess. He kind of fell into the White Sox lap, but just as you go around and you talk to so many people now, I know we're only 3 weeks in here, but our team's looking around going, what the hell did we miss on Murakami?
Yeah, I'm going to do a story on him soon enough. So I don't have all those answers just yet. But yes, the answer is teams are kicking without having even talked to all of them. This is something someone within the White Sox told me. Obviously, at the moment, it could have been Kool-Aid drinking. But it makes sense. It's kind of obvious, but it makes sense. He said, look, over in Japan, those hitters don't see all the pitches they see here. 100-mile-an-hour consistently, the breaking stuff, all this. They don't see it, right? So you have your doubts when they come over. But he said it this way, this White Sox person. Just because they don't see it over there doesn't mean they can't hit it here. And that's what scouting's all about, projecting what a guy can do when you don't have all the data in front of you because they just don't throw over there like they do here. And I thought that was so obvious. Like, he's right. We take a negative connotation to, he's never seen 100. He's probably not going to hit it. Well, he is. He's doing really good damage on fastballs. Yeah. His expected batting average is over 300 on fastballs. 6 of his 8 home runs have been on fastballs. He's hit 2 on breaking pitches. But the breaking pitch is what's really, if you look at the strikeout ratio, that's getting him more than anything. He struck out against fastballs, but he's seen more of him. So I thought that was interesting. Just because you haven't seen a guy do it doesn't mean he can't. And I think Murakami is proving that right. And that's what's been so impressive to me. He can catch up to basically any fastball. 6th best hard hit percentage in baseball. So every time he hits the ball, 95 miles or better, there's only 5 guys that do it more often. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well said. I mean, they don't see the volume of velo over here, but I mean, hitters even at that level in such a good competitive league. I mean, these guys can hit fastballs. I mean, and there's enough Japanese-born players that have come to the States and have raked and hit for power. And yeah, I'm surprised that would have been such a concern. This is not the first or the second or even the third or the fifth. And power hitters can handle velo. It's surprising to hear. Yeah, but for some reason, it was surprising for me to hear that so many teams were scared off by that. That's an odd thing to be turned. I don't know. It's an odd thing to be turned off by when you're talking about guys that are crushing the ball in that league. Like I was surprised.
But remember, we forget about when Ohtani came over here. There were tons of question marks about him at the plate. I mean, it seems insane to think about now. But there were, I remember a lot of experts.
But he proved pretty quick that he could hit. I mean.
Right, but my point is the scouting report people weren't sure, probably for the same reason. He hadn't done it there against this kind of pitching. But then Seiya Suzuki comes over, and I didn't hear the doubt. So you just don't know. And that's part of what I want to dig into a little bit now that he's off to this fast start. So more info on Murakami in the coming weeks, Jurko.
Yeah, I can't wait.
And by the way, before I get tackled by a wide receiver later today, I want to mention that Waddle it's come up, the idea of PCA going to the minors on the show. I'm not saying Waddle was proposing it. In fact, Waddle was against it, but it's come up.
All right.
And I just don't
I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah. Oh, I'd get so beat up by that wide receiver, that 150-pound wide receiver. It just, I don't think fans should even be thinking about PCA and the minors in any capacity unless we see a whole other level being overmatched. And I think that's actually was Waddle's point as well.
And Tommy's tougher than he looks.
Yeah, he's tough.
Tougher than he looks.
Trust me, I saw every game he played. I know that.
Palencia progressing nicely on the north side?
Well, he's progressing. They don't have a timetable yet. It doesn't sound like it's, overly serious, but obliques are all, kind of wonky injuries where you can't put a date on it and you just don't know. And if there's the thing about obliques, hitters or pitchers, if you come back too quickly, you could damage it a lot worse.
Sure.
That is the key. So you have to be cautious with it. Man, Caleb Thielbar has been great. Wow.
Oh.
And his arm's going to fall off if they don't get reinforcements. He's appeared in 10 games already. He's 39 years old. I mean, I don't think he's an every other game sort of guy. He needs to go a game, sit 2, then a game. He's come into some huge moments other than one bad one of about 10 days ago. He's been great. Phil Maton, though, should be back soonish. So they've had guys step up. Riley Martin's been good. It's not going to be perfect, though. They gave up, Bryce hit a 2-run homer late, but with this offense scoring 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs a game, you're going to ride that until they slow down, and they will. But let me just say this again, because I've been a broken record about how deep this lineup is. But I enjoy it so much because it's so old school. It's when we had double switches. It's when we had the pitcher batting.
A lot.
Think of the last time a manager consistently was pinch hitting in the 5th inning.
I know.
Not for the pitcher. It's not even for the pitcher.
But it's all working right now. I mean, Council's got to feel good. It's all working.
Moises for Shaw for Moises, Carson Kelly. Like, it has to be driving the other manager crazy, because how often in the last decade has the other manager had to be thinking ahead in the 4th and 5th inning about pitch hitters and stuff like that? Should I get a lefty up? Should I get a righty? Would I rather have righty on righty or lefty on lefty or lefty on righty, righty on? Like, there's choices to be made in the moment, and usually you're making those choices in the 8th or 9th inning. Yeah. And look, Council should get all the praise in the world, but to me, these are easy decisions he's making. They're easy decisions. You have 12 good hitters. Get the platoon matchups in the high leverage moments and go to work.
Their offense is really good. I totally agree with you. I've been saying it for a while. And I guess the only thing Cub fans would ask, Jess, is to pass along to Craig Counsell, no more Scott Kingery at third base.
Oh, boy.
Other than that, it's all good. Jesse,
when you don't play all season, that's what happens, right? But obviously practice isn't enough. You need game speed, and he made a couple mistakes.
Jess, thanks, buddy. Good job. We'll talk to you later.
You got it. See ya, Yerk.
See you, buddy. There's Jesse Rogers brought to you by Jess Slight by Yingling on the Yingling guest hotline. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit, it's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2026, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on all of our April promotions. Between the Miguel Vargas bobblehead presented by Fanatics on April 24th, the 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite on April 25th, and Dog Day presented by Tito's Homemade Vodka on April 27th, there's sure to be something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
When making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, just clear communication every step of the way. Visit Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. We are professional grade.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Jurko until noon. Then it's Rich Eisen, Waddle, and Silvy. We'll get you home after that, too, until 6. Ian and Amber tonight until 8. And then Meller's pregame as the Sox are out west for the second game of the series against the Diamondbacks. Sox starting to play better, which is nice. 8:40 first pitch with Len and DJ here on your home for Sox baseball. We're also your home for the Bears tomorrow. Lots of great draft coverage. Same goes for Friday. And remember, after Waddle and Silvy tomorrow, 6 until 10, live at Soldier Field for the Bears official watch party. It will be Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer taking you through the evening, breaking down all the picks and reacting to whatever the Bears do at 25, Yerk. And if we had to take bets on moving up or moving down,
I would take bets on moving up. If they got a guy that they like and they want to be able to get him and they think he's going to go, my bet would be moving up before it would be moving down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Guy like Mesidor, if you were going to start slipping to them and they're like, oh, he's at 22, or maybe Dylan Thieneman. Think he might fit that bill? You could convince me on a lot of things coming up tomorrow. Like, I'm telling you, left tackle, yeah. I get why you do it. Safety, I get why you do it. Edge rushers, certainly.
Right. Your dilemma in the edge rushers is you're going to make a choice between 2 guys, either moving up or staying, and then you're going to see who ends up having a better career.
Well, yeah, that's the way it goes.
That'll be that, and it'll be whether you judged it right or not, and whether a guy could stay healthy or not, and then you'll be able to have an answer in 3 years that, hey, we either got the right guy or we got the wrong guy.
Yeah. How much do we trust Ryan Poles? You know, the drafts have been...
Well, if it's Velus Jones, we got a problem.
Well.
If it's Amagaji, we got a problem. We've got problems if those are the guys. But listen, Brisker played.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Gordon played.
Yeah.
Darnell Wright hit.
Yes.
Last year's draft looks like to be a beautiful draft where you hit on a number of different pieces. So,
look,
is he getting better? It looks like it.
Even good GMs miss badly. Who is the kid the Eagles drafted in front of Justin Jefferson? I'm blanking on his name right now. I mean, I'm looking right at the receiver.
Not Jalen Reagor.
Jalen Reagor, yeah.
Jalen
Thank you.
Reagor.
Good call, Yerk. Yeah. That's Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
It took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, you whiffed.
So, everybody screws up. It's impossible not to. By and large... or there are some really good hits. So do the negatives outweigh it? There have been some head scratchers in every one of these drafts, unfortunately, for Ryan Poles. Again, that's not just unique to him. It's not totally uncommon. Jurko said it. Gordon and Brisker were huge hits. They even got some run out of Braxton Jones, which I feel like as a 5th-round pick, you take it. The problem is there was Avalis Jones in that draft in round 3. Darnell Wright's a hit. Dexter's been just okay. Stevenson, TBD. But Pickens and Roschon.
Oh, Zach Pickens is
horrific. And Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott didn't make his 3rd year with the team.
Yeah, he was terrible.
That's a rough one.
He basically made the team because they drafted him. That's why he was on the team. They drafted him. Let's keep him on. Let's hope he can develop.
For as bad as Amagaji was, that's a draft that featured a couple of top 10 picks. You got Caleb and Rome, and it also featured Austin Booker in the 5th round. And you hope that Austin Booker takes another step this year. So, that one's paying. The dumbest thing he did that year was draft a punter in the 4th round, obviously. Yeah. But that's a draft that, you're seeing, you're seeing some rewards from that. And then last year's is shaping up, I think, to be a real good one. So how much do we trust that they can get it right this time? I like the infrastructure in place. I think they'll do well again because I like the voices in the room with him. I like leaning into Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen. Dan Rochar seems like he knows what he's doing and has been good for that group and that room in this process. And I like all that.
And whoever they got in the scouting department that identifies who defensive backs are has done a wonderful job. Whoever that person is. And I hope it wasn't Ian Cunningham. Okay?
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, he's not here anymore. But whoever it is, I hope he's still there and he's still advising him on that.
312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Here comes the ball. Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. The Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale is happening now through April 26th. You can save up to $3,000 off MSRP on a new hot tub or swim spa, or up to 25% off clearance spots. Definitely check it out. I did. Visit a Bullfrog Spa factory store today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Carmen and Jurko brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer. All of our draft coverage this week is brought to you by our friends and partners at the Hard Rock Casino in Northern Indiana. Jay in Benton Harbor, Michigan wants to talk about the draft starting tomorrow. What's up, Jay?
Hey, I love the question. How much do we trust Ryan Poles? First of all, I'm listening on the app, so I love it. Thanks for the work you guys do with the app.
You got
makes
it.
my life easier.
Thank you.
I think we have to assess after the draft in the sense of I've gone back and forth on Ryan Poles, but what is Ian Wheeler going to do in Atlanta? And then we walk away from the draft and assess what have each of those teams done. That's how I assess, or that's how I'm going to look at assessing whether I trust Ryan Poles.
Like, how much have you fixed some of your perceived weaknesses or problems, I guess? Like, thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. The problem is it's hard to, like, really judge a draft in the immediate aftermath. You kind of need some time. You need some years.
You need 3 years.
To let it breathe a little bit.
You need 3 years. You're even going to have to do that with Trapillo and with Turner.
Yeah.
You know, looked like they were going to be players. Trapillo, especially in the emergency situation, stepped in at left tackle when they tried it in training camp and it didn't work. So, you know, and I told you at that point, I go, don't worry, that they're not abandoning that project. That project continues.
You were right.
And later on in the year, it came back, and it worked out for the Chicago Bears. Then the injury happened, which is certainly a sad situation. Same thing with Turner. You look like, you know, you might have some, but you don't know. He's going to get a chance to get back in there. Hopefully he gets back 100% healthy.
Chase is on the south side. What up, Chase?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's
How
up,
you
man?
guys doing?
We're good.
Good.
Yeah, so guys, I want to bring up the Tom Thibodeau situation about him, about people talking about him coming back. Look, I'm one of the people that I am not okay with him coming back. And it's not even about him being as a coach. I mean, it's just the fact that, you know, if people got to remember, like, I still haven't gotten over Derrick Rose. I hate to blame him for Derrick Rose getting hurt, but we got to remember he has a tendency to wear his players down. And his players play really well. He's done a good job developing players. But the problem is that during playoff series, the teams always flame out, and he doesn't make adjustments. And so that has been my biggest problem with him, is that he tends to burn his players out towards playoff time. And the game is just past. I mean, yes, wherever he goes, he's done well, but he's sort of like the Jim Harbaugh of basketball. You know, he does. You know, when he goes somewhere, they do well, but eventually he wears his welcome out. And so I'm just over it now. I just want to move on to something else. But I got a guy who I think I might be interested in bringing as a coach, and I got to ask you guys what you think of Adrian Griffin. As a possibility.
I don't know. I mean, what the hell happened? I guess I'd have to dig in to figure out what really happened in Milwaukee. That was ugly. Don't you agree? No.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out Adrian Griffin.
He was gone in 3 months.
Yeah, he was an assistant. I see him. Adrian Griffin.
It was really ugly, and I don't know all the particulars of that, but I don't know.
Adrian Griffin
scares me a little. Former Bull.
Yeah,
Adrian Griffin. Mm-hmm. It was a disaster in Milwaukee. Maybe it wasn't his fault. I don't really know the inside story of what happened there, but that thing came and went like a fart in the wind, and it was ugly.
Hired in 23, and by January 23rd, fired. Mm-hmm. They were 30-13 in second place in the Eastern Conference at the time.
Yeah. Something happened.
What are you firing a coach for if he's 30-13?
That's what I mean. Like, what's the real scoop and what really happened? I do not know. Jack, what was that poll that you were talking about? Who did the poll? Sun-Times did a poll?
The Chicago Tribune has a poll, an article about a poll. And they interviewed...
We love a good poll.
Yes. They interviewed 500 Chicagoans, talked to 500 people from Chicago, and they asked them questions about the Bears' potential stadium move. One of the questions was, if the Bears move to Indiana, will you still support them or switch to another team? 39% said they'll support the Bears either way, which I think makes sense. I think that's the camp that most of us fall in. Well,
only 49%?
39%. 25% said they're not a Bears fan.
Oh.
19% said, I don't really care.
Okay.
But then 16% said they are Bears fans, but will switch to another team if the Bears move to Indiana.
And my answer to those people are good riddance.
My answer to those is I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I think you're full of it.
I'm probably with Jack. I don't think I believe you. No, it's also
but I'm in the good riddance camp.
It's also less than 1 in 5.
Goodbye.
I mean, it's not like that crazy of a number, I guess. But I'm kind of with Jack. I don't think people would really. If you're a diehard Bear fan and you grew up with it, you're going to find a different team to cheer for.
Did you not cheer for the Bears when they went to Champaign?
Well, but that was temporary.
No.
That was temporary.
They're out of Chicago. I won't cheer for them. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever.
What else is on that poll? Anything else
Wind
that's good on that?
sucks.
They
Joe
asked
blows.
where you would prefer the stadium to be located.
What percentage of people said Arlington?
It was between Arlington and Indiana. They didn't even give any other options. 56% said Arlington Heights. Another 26% said they don't care. And this was only Chicagoans, so it's people who live in the city limits. Indiana, 10% of people said they would prefer to be in Indiana. And then another 7% said they're undecided.
What's happening in Springfield this week? Are they going to vote on this?
Today. They introduced it.
It's so messy. Because now there's reporting that there's more added to the bill.
Of course there is. The pork's got to be added, boys. The pork has to be. You know what needs to be added to this?
What do they call that, Eric? They got a term for that, don't
pork
they?
barrel.
Pork barrel? Is that what they call it? Yeah.
When it gets added to it, I forget.
The pork's got to be added to it.
It's something else. It's called something else.
Yeah, it's called something.
Yeah.
There's a.
But if you look on your Twitter timeline, Carm, you'll end up finding a bunch of things going on.
Really?
It's like a 38-page document to begin with, and now it's 370 pages, Carm.
Wow.
370 pages. And it includes anything and everything. And then the devil's in the details, as they always say. And whoever knows this kind of stuff better than I do, and that is Mark Gannis.
Mark Gannis, who knows a lot about
that
this
would
stuff.
be the guy that you'd have to bring on to break down what are they trying to pull here.
Marianne Ahern from NBC said the new bill dropped overnight. There are some people expressing concern that the House is making it confusing. They said there's progress, a committee hearing today, possibly, but a smooth approval. You can't go that far just yet because there's too many moving pieces. That's what she tweeted out this afternoon.
So we can't say there's a smooth approval. Okay.
What did
just get it done.
Ishbia buy?
He bought the property that's over by the what do they call it? The 78 down here, just to the south of us. He bought this parcel on the other side.
Amtrak on the other side.
On the other side,
Is that one central?
I don't know.
Is that the Amtrak property over there?
No idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm not sure. Why? Why is that coming up?
Because this is encompassing it all.
Oh, because the mega projects.
This is encompassing it all.
It'd give them all tax certainty, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not just a Bears stadium bill.
The Bears bill would be $25.9 billion over 40 years based on a $100 million land value versus a $5 billion development. Normal effective property taxes for commercial rates are 7%.
Yeah.
And I'm not crunching the numbers, I'm going to go after it. But, it looks like there's major something coming down. And then who's got to come up with the difference? Who comes up with the difference, Carm?
I don't know.
You know who?
I guess us.
Yes. The individual.
That's the way it goes.
Yes, the individual homeowners.
I just want to watch the Bears play on Sundays. You know, I mean, I'm a simple
I don't know.
man.
Like I said, the devil's in the details. So let it all come playing out. Everybody will take a look at it. They want to, they came out with this bill. Well, the Bears obviously want to know what the hell's going on. How long do they have now before they look at this thing, they can vote on it? Who can understand 370 pages worth of stuff?
That's a lot.
After reading it for what? Take you about 6 hours to read it all? Find the devil in the details? See what it actually
They put it all in there because they figure nobody's
going
going to read it front to back, right?
Well, somebody's got to read it front to back.
Somebody does.
Somebody does.
I'm not doing it.
Whose word are you going to take down in Springfield?
I don't know.
Whose word are you going to take?
Nobody.
Hey, this is good for you. Trust me. Hey, wink, wink.
Nobody.
Yeah. Either way, they'll figure it out. Let me tell you, I got plenty of beautiful homes in Northwest Indiana, guys.
All right. So
when
who
they
knows?
shift
Like,
when the tax burden gets shifted to the individual homeowners, come on down. I know what I pay for property taxes. I just got my bill. You ever see guys smile going to pay his property taxes?
Never.
I do.
I know I don't.
I do. For the last 28 years, I've smiled going to pay my property tax bill.
I don't know if that's really true.
That's 100% true.
You smile. It's still taxes.
But I understand what it is.
Compared to what it is here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't smile when I pay mine.
I mean, I'd even do a little dance. You know, I know it looked like I was having a seizure there.
That's kind of what it looked like.
I actually do a little bit of a dance.
Our buddy UPS Joe in Elmwood Park has got a stadium thought. What's up, Joey?
What's up, fellas? I got a comment. As a season ticket holder for over 50 years, that 500 people poll, I think is totally bogus. Will I go to Indiana? Absolutely. I'm keeping my season tickets. Do I want them to go to Arlington Heights? For sure. I'd rather have them stay in Soldier Field. But that's that. I think that poll's a little bit slanted because of the number of 500 people. And how did I do, guys?
I haven't tried the super side yet.
Yeah, mine's gone.
Yours because it's gone. I haven't even tried it yet. I'm going to this weekend, Joe.
I killed it. It was fantastic.
Well, I've had Joe's stuff before. I've had Joe's meat, believe it or not.
I'm not surprised.
And I got to tell you, it's real good. Joey, you're the man, dude.
Joe's
Thanks.
top notch. Thank you.
I've had his cured meats.
Yeah, I put it in hot water. I scored it first, put it in hot water, peeled it all off, and just started slicing.
Delicious?
Yeah, half of it was
spicy?
gone. Half of it was gone one day.
Wow.
No.
Not too spicy?
No. Me and my two boys sat there and we sliced it up.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Italian
then I took about
delicacy.
4 more pieces and gave it to the boy as he took it home.
Gave it to the boy.
Yeah. Nico. Couple dozen eggs.
He's like 30. You're
and
like,
a
I gave
gallon
it to
of
the
milk.
boy.
Yeah, he's living by himself. They don't take care of themselves all the time.
I
He's my
know.
son. I give him what I want.
That's fantastic. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Did it again. My lawyer, my lawyers, my guys. $3.3 million. That's right. The Vrabel Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Vrabel Law Group. I played professional football and spent years in radio. I've endorsed a lot of companies, and I don't put my name behind just anyone. But this one's personal. Never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now, the Vrabel Law Group. For 60 years, they've helped injured people recover more than $9 billion through legal representation and consulting. And it's not just numbers. They've helped my neighbors, and they've helped my close friends. When you need medical care, you want an experienced doctor. When you need a lawyer, it's no different. If you've been hurt in a car or truck accident, workplace injury, medical malpractice, wrongful death, call a firm with a proven track record. Call my friends at the Vrabel Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Evan Cohen here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? That's a lot of time reviewing applications. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jurko, what did our old buddy Harry Tynowitz used to call a night like last night? A sportsgasm?
I think he did.
He used to call it sportsgasm, right?
I think he did. Yeah.
But, who needs realtor porn when you have a night like last night?
He used to have ample sportsgasms in his day.
Last night was sportsgasm.
Yeah.
You know, like that Spurs Blazers game was fantastic. You hate seeing Wemby get hurt, but like he might be the best draw in the NBA right now. But like great finish. The Montreal Lightning game. I mean, they hate each other. You got fisticuffs. You got 3 guys in the penalty box. Got an overtime game. Fabulous. White Sox mashing in Arizona. For the Cub fans, Cubs continue to hit. They've won 7 in a row. LeBron in the late, like it's sportsgasm. It's fabulous at this time of year.
A lot of games,
incredible. I long for the day when the Hawks and the Bulls are back in it.
A lot of games.
I've got one small critique for DirecTV. Who do you think I could pass this along to? Somebody might listen. I've enjoyed.
What were you watching on DirecTV? Or it's DirecTV, you get to watch everything on DirecTV.
I've enjoyed my DirecTV experience. I switched. I made the switch from YouTube.
Okay, you went
because
back.
They've got Marquee Network. They've got Chisin. Here's my critique. Their multi-view stinks.
Stinks. Who do you talk to?
And YouTube's is exceptional.
Yeah, AT&T.
Why?
That's who owns DirecTV. That's who you go complain to.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Why
AT&T.
is it on the DirecTV multi-view, they're giving you a quad box, and this is not just last night, like this is the way it is. ESPN, ESPN2, the Big Ten Network, and the SEC Network. Why do I want to watch the SEC Network in April?
Yeah, that seems to be a garbage kind of
or the Big Ten Network. Like
you can't fine-tune that yourself?
No, not yet.
There's no fine-tuning of that?
Meantime, on YouTube, you know what they're putting up in a quad box? A national MLB game, 2 hockey games, and an NBA playoff game.
And you can't do that yourself. You can on YouTube.
On YouTube, you can customize it, but they also give you great options.
Right.
They take care of it for you.
Yeah. And
based off of your habits.
Off your algorithm, they probably give you Cubs, Sox, even though
they don't because they're not on there. They don't have the Cubs and
that's
Sox.
right. But they would, theoretically, with your algorithm.
Yes.
If they had the ability to give you that, they'd give you Cubs, Sox, a hockey game, and a basketball.
Does anybody else have it? Does anybody else agree with this on DirecTV? Like, what is with their multi-view options?
I don't have it, Carl.
I don't think anyone uses DirecTV as of 10 years ago.
No, that's not true.
That's
more
not
and more
true
people
either.
are doing it now because you
I
can't
just switched 3 years ago.
Marquee
and because Marquee and whatchamacallit is not available
like
on that.
Tyler's
going to
switch.
back.
Comcast, Xfinity. It's the way to go.
Stop it. Do they have multi-view?
Oh, actually.
They don't?
I don't think so.
Boy, you got to get with the times.
Yeah.
So the DirecTV, like the interface is good.
Is counterintuitive, saying you got to get with the times and go back to DirecTV.
I know.
It is kind of.
Well, you got to get multi-view.
Yeah.
The interface is pretty good. Like, it asks which teams you like, and then they bring up your different options. It already starts to tune into what you like. Okay, you watch a lot of sports. Here are your options on like the main page. But the multi-view is like really bad. I mean, last night there's NHL and NBA games galore. Like, why are you putting the golf channel on a Tuesday night in the multi-view?
I don't get it.
Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy at all.
So that'd be my only critique. I don't know who you send a complaint to, They don't care, probably.
You just got to get the multiple TVs.
I have multiple TVs.
Oh. And laptop up there, the phone. I've used
the
my
iPad,
phone.
I guess, but like at the same time, like why aren't they? They should really have somebody. Hire us. We'll do it for you. I'll tell you what to put in the multi-view. And it ain't the SEC network in April in Chicago. So I don't know if anybody else agrees or disagrees with that. Jay Moore says Xfinity does have multi-view. Okay. And he says...
Oh, you just don't know it, huh?
No,
Yeah.
I guess I didn't.
He says, Jay Moore said it's decent.
You got to research. You got to go through there. You got to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Golf Channel's not going to be necessary until what? The Memorial? Maybe the
I don't know.
Memorial.
I mean,
you got the PGA Championship in May.
Again, I've enjoyed it. I like being able to watch Marquis and Chisholm without like delay, back channel, pirated stuff, which doesn't work. The feed was terrible.
Well, according to you, others have
I did
utilized
it. I lived it for the last 6 months.
You
Terrible.
lived it with the specific one that you had.
Yeah, it was terrible.
That's what you had. Whatever you had, you had.
Yeah.
There are a number of things that can get pirated stuff. Some are better than others. You decided and utilized. I brought you one. You rejected it outright. If you would have utilized that one, you might have found more joy with the one I brought you. You said no. I gave it back to Earl the Pearl. I said, Carmen doesn't want to try it. Carmen's got his own. So
well,
what
I had
I'm
already
telling
had,
you,
yeah. So you say that like it's a bad thing. I
I'm
had
not
already
saying it's a
paid
bad
for
thing.
something else.
I understand.
So what do you want me to do?
You went with what you had. You could have taken this apparatus that I gave you. You could have put it on a separate television and seen which one of the two was better.
All right.
And then Billy TV has got one that's the best. It's the best. And I've tried a couple.
I'm still skeptical.
And both of my boys utilize
They like it?
this.
They say it's okay?
Utilize it.
Really?
Yes.
I'm still skeptical.
Okay, I get it. But when you come over one day, if you schlep on down to Northwest Indiana,
there's no delay. There's no
nothing. There's no more of a delay than you got with YouTube, which is delayed.
No, it's not.
Sure, it is. Absolutely. When I listen to the radio, the Bears game, and I watch YouTube, there's a 2-minute difference.
A 2-minute difference.
Yes. Yeah. I experience
the Bears
every Sunday.
Play-by-play
every Sunday.
2 minutes is an exaggeration, but there is a difference, yes.
Every streaming is so behind now. It doesn't matter what it is.
Wow, 2 minutes.
There you go.
Cable's the way to go.
Put it this way. I'd hear him screaming in the other room.
Wow.
And I'm like, something good happened, Peggy.
That seems crazy.
And then 35 seconds later, we'd see what the great
But
thing
the experience is mostly good. It's just they got to fix what you're offering. If you're not going to let people customize it, you got to do a little bit better than putting like the Golf Channel in there on a Tuesday night.
Hey, listen, some pirated stuff is real bad, and other stuff is a little better.
Oh, the one I had was bad.
Yeah, I got you.
It was really bad. Yeah. You couldn't, so much so it's like you can't. You can't.
I gave it back to Earl. Earl started shedding a tear. He goes, I tried to help Carmen. I said, he didn't want to help.
You can't.
Earl, he didn't want to help for you.
I'll take a look next time I'm over at the house. We'll see. Because I'm still like somewhat skeptical.
Because Jakey's got it. Take a look at it, Jakey's room.
I've heard from a lot of people that are like, yeah, everybody says it's good, but it's not. I tried it, and the delays are bad. The buffering, it's really, really bad. So, I don't know.
You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Have fun in Florida. We'll see you Monday.
All right, kid.
Shay's in the next couple of days.
Bye-bye.
Thanks to Jesse. Thanks for calling today. Thanks to Hannah, and thank you to Jack. We'll see you tomorrow. Rich Eisen's next.
Get ready for 3 can't-miss post-game concerts at Rate Field this season. It starts June 26th, following Sox vs. Royals with Marshmello, presented by Minute Maid Spike. Next up on August 7th, after the Sox face the Guardians, enjoy Ja Rule, presented by Coca-Cola. The concerts wrap up September 18th with Cole Swindell, presented by Xfinity. Field passes are on sale now with limited availability. Visit whitesox.com/concert.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. you're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for sinus and snoring MD.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
But here's the best part, our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst Matt Miller, rock musician Bret Michaels. Coming up, NFL Network Draft Analyst Charles Davis. Former Bills head coach Sean McDermott, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and now Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show of day number 1 of our 3-day residency in the NFL draft town of Pittsburgh, PA is on the air. Disney Plus and the ESPN app. We say hello also to ESPN Radio and also to our Sirius XM Channel 80 audience. We just already had a great first hour with Matt Miller of ESPN, and Bret Michaels just took off right here. I think he might still be lurking around of our set here in downtown Pittsburgh.
He may never leave.
I don't know who that was behind us right there. You just keep walking, ma'am. Keep walking. Chris Brockman, TJ Jefferson with me here in Pittsburgh. And joining me here is one of a small handful of people I would never want to do the draft without, ever. I don't know how long we've been doing it together, but I'm psyched that we're doing it again. Charles Davis, good to see you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel the same way.
How long have you done the draft on it?
It's been since 2007 in different roles.
Yeah, right.
So, being able to sit up there with you and all that time and
so great.
All the stuff that we've done has been fantastic. Real quick before we start, though.
Certainly, yes, sir.
Bret Michaels.
That's right. I know. Right? What a good dude. What a good dude. I know.
I mean,
what a good man.
When my people, when my boys back in New Paltz, see this?
Yeah.
I'm getting street cred.
Through the roof, huh?
I'm getting street cred.
Up here, way up here.
And to meet who this person is and how he is, it's not just the incredible generosity, the donation. It's just, it comes off of him so easily. About how pure that heart is.
Genuine.
He is amazing. It was an honor for me to meet him. Nothing against Matt Miller. That's my boy.
No, I got it. I hear you. No,
but this is unbelievable. For me to walk in here, get to hang with you, and I just met Bret Michaels. Are you kidding me?
Well, the thing is, here's what I think. I think of Bret Michaels, and this is the best way for me to express it, is how much admiration and respect I have for him, is that he wrote that check in dry erase ink and not permanent ink, and I'm not going up to it and adding a couple zeros. That's how much I respect him, because he made the mistake of giving me a check in a bank. We're in a bank with a dry erase pen. I mean, that's dicey.
You got to video someone taking the check
to the bank.
Just
walking in.
Excuse me.
And saying deposits.
Yes. I need to fill out the
check.
It's like that fake Sports Center ad I shot a couple weekends ago, where I'm trying to get in using the photo ID of Stuart Scott, and we had the real security go really. So that's what's going up to the cat like.
Love the cobwebs on the desk, Rich.
I'd like 10,000 marbles, please.
Love the cobwebs on the desk. Well done.
Good to see you, Charles Davis. So, how real is Fernando Mendoza? what do you think? As a first overall quarterback, franchise changer, culture changer, everybody sure hopes the first overall pick turns into. Is he that guy, do you think, at the end of the day?
Oh, yeah, 2026 draft, no ifs, ands, or buts as far as I'm concerned. The talent, someone asked me this earlier, the talent obvious, okay? Yes. You don't have the talent, we're not having this discussion because this is a league where you have to win ball games. You have to do that. But then you get the rest of the package. And I remember a general manager telling me a few years ago when I asked him, why did you take this person at this spot? And he said, I had to have an adult in the room. I needed an adult in the room. Mm-hmm. You're getting an adult. That's what you're getting with this youngster coming in from the collegiate ranks to go into the room, assimilate. I saw a great article recently because he knows, everyone knows that with his interviews, sometimes he's so polished that sometimes people are like, hold on a second.
We were just talking about that
hold
before
on
you
a
walked
second.
in here.
But what I read in this article, which really was wonderful, was someone was talking about, he does it for the interviews to make sure he does the right thing. He doesn't want to hurt his team, doesn't want to hurt his teammates. He wants to make sure he puts on the right front for whoever he's representing. But you get to the locker room and the guys bust on him, he just cuts right up with them. They think that he fits and is real. Because a lot of people have said, you've heard it, Rich, oh, wow, how the guy's going to accept this guy seems just a bit too good. No. This young man knows what he's doing. Plus, his toughness is what I just keep coming back to. It's off the charts.
A phrase that I use all the time with my kids and on the show every now and then is truth is a total defense. That was the memoir title of my dear friend who was on the show, Stephen Bochco, the late producer of television. Truth is a total defense.
Cop Rock.
That might not be his first choice to be mentioned in his posthumously.
The
we could go Hill Street, we could go NYPD Blue,
Rich,
LA Law.
I got to tell you, I was upset that Cop Rock didn't make it because he took the big swing, man.
He sure did.
He took the big swing.
He did.
But anyway, sorry.
The musical crime drama was a big swing.
Moving on.
But truth is a total defense, and by that I mean with Mendoza, his genuineness is any defense in whether he's the real thing or not as a person, as an adult in the room and things like that.
How'd you like to be the Raiders right now? Think about what you've got with your top two quarterbacks.
Yes.
You never worry about a presser.
Yeah, well, you're not going to also get a phone call at 2 a.m.
You're covered.
That the Rhino is spearmint.
You're covered.
I mean, like, you're not going to get that.
You're covered. And Kirk Cousins is going to mentor this young man because Kirk Cousins doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He's going to do the right thing no matter what. And last thing I want to say about Mendoza, Rich,
yes,
with everything that goes on with all this, with everything that you're putting together, with all the talk, discussion, what would he have been in such and such a draft? Where would he have gone versus this? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's the 2026 draft. There is no discussion on the rest of it.
Right.
2025, he wasn't there for that. 2027 hasn't happened yet. Who cares where he would have gone in 2019? It's 2026, and he's going right where he's supposed to go, which is number one to a team that's hitting the reset button for the 187th time.
Yeah, when he was on the show on Monday, by the way, that could be an accurate number of the number of times that the Raiders.
I don't think I was exaggerating. I thought I was a little light on that.
Right. And, when he was giving the answer as to why he's not going to be here tomorrow night, he was just as genuine as he could possibly be about his mom and about their ability to travel, and they're going to be traveling on a plane the next day, and there's a ton of people he wants to celebrate with, and he can only, have 10 up here. And then he said, I don't know if you guys caught this when he was saying it, he goes, I look forward to being a good league partner. You know what I mean? Like he said that.
Say that.
And then he said that I'm happy to have as many cameras in my spot as ESPN wants. My initial reaction, knee-jerk, was like, what about NFL Network's camera?
Like, oh, yeah.
Then I thought to myself, we're now one and the same. This is kind of crazy. What's happening? But, his genuineness certainly just speaks to the fact that in Las Vegas as well, you need to have maybe, what's the term for it? Milk drinkers? You need to have some milk drinkers, too.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
And so
grounded.
And then, so what do you think the Jets do at 2?
That's the ultimate fight back and forth. I was really stuck on Arvell Reese for the longest time. As a general rule, I don't play into they canceled a visit. This tells me something.
Right.
I never know what it's telling me. I have no idea. So they canceled a visit with David. Okay, fine, whatever. I just feel like this team has to show improvement. Wins will come down the road if they keep improving, right? We're into the Fernando Mendoza, the process, and all the other stuff. But that's what it has to be. I saw them at the end of last year, Rich, week 18 up at Buffalo. That was abysmal. Like, I'm looking at this roster, and I'm literally, the night before in our production meeting, I think I pointed out to my colleagues, there were 4 or 5 people on my board that the Jets were playing on Sunday. I said, we saw him 3 weeks ago with this team. We saw him 4 weeks ago with this team. This is what they were bringing in at the end. Injuries, other factors, all that. They've got a full roster overhaul. I think Bailey's going to be the guy just because that's what he does. Reese is just a touch more of a projection, even though the athletic ability is undeniable.
But Bailey's top 30 visit could have been canceled because they're already sold on him, and they needed to use that 30 visit and the remaining time on somebody else. They have a second first-round draft choice, you know what I mean? Like, so it could have been as simple as that. And also, I'll never forget all the draft years. You remember when Jay Cutler got drafted by the Broncos? He's like,
I never even talked to him.
They never even talked.
Right. You remember the backstory?
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan locked in on him early, told the organization, you don't contact him, you don't talk about him, you don't even look in his direction, you do nothing. I know what I need to know.
Right.
They took him, 11? He was like, Broncos? He's looking at the phone, what?
But and the Jets have already had dinner with him. They've already met face.
If they don't know by now.
Right. So that may be like, we have a certain amount of time left in a top 30 visit. Just tell David we're good. We're good.
We're good.
We got all we need to do. We've done their homework there. Homework assignment complete.
Look, David Bailey graduated Stanford in 3 years, went on to Texas Tech, did his thing, made his money, could be a doctor one day. I don't think there's a lot left to do. Like, I think the Jets figured it out. We've got this.
Well, on behalf
if indeed they take him. If not, they've done their homework. They're not taking him just because they haven't spent enough time with him.
Well, on behalf of all Jet fans who are scarred about who the Jets choose top 5 in the draft, it's a good thing that David Bailey's got a good career to back him up if it doesn't work out. I'm sorry, that was low-hanging fruit.
Well, I mean, you're a scarred individual.
I've got Charles Davis here on the Rich Eisen Show. The surprise of the top 10 is going to be what? What do you think?
If someone...
Because you've had some out there mock draft moments, sir.
Oh,
over the last few weeks, and you've taken stuff and thrown it against the wall.
Oh, yeah.
I see.
Ty Simpson's not going 3.
Okay.
Not going 3. I put that out there on my last mock draft because last year I put Jackson Dart to the Giants at 3. People lost their mind. I was like, I know they like him.
Okay.
Traded back in and got him. I think Simpson in Arizona is a very natural fit.
Why?
Because Mike LaFleur, style of offense, being able to negotiate with a quarterback who's cerebral like that, can bring him along. Okay, we got to get the Jacoby Brissett thing done. They got Minshew there. They're going to be okay that way. I think the best thing in the world for Ty Simpson is if he goes in the second round. Get the first-round pressure off of him. Rich, you and I both know, all of us who are all people who's watching, we can name the quarterbacks who went in the first round and sat. It's real easy. Mahomes sat. Carson Palmer sat. Most people don't sit for long. At some point, someone's going to walk in and say, you need to play this guy. I think for Ty Simpson with 15 starts at Alabama, sitting around, learning, no pressure on running out and being the savior, to me would be a good thing for him. I do think he and his crew did a great job playing the long game, though. Dante Moore went back to school at Oregon. Trinidad Chambliss won his case, went to Mississippi. He's the only guy standing at number 2. Well done by them.
So what about the idea of being a first-round quarterback and sitting anyway? And our friend from the Ringer, Todd McShay, who was on our show in studio Monday, he's come out with his final mock draft. He had Ty Simpson 13 to the Rams. What do you think? Here's what I don't have any,
I know why it makes sense to me.
Well, okay, why does it make sense?
It makes sense because of where.
And then I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm going there first.
Okay.
Because of where Stafford is career-wise, what Sean McVay does with quarterbacks, there'd be zero pressure on that kid if he went 13.
Correct.
0.
Right.
Done. piece of cake.
Well, there's no pressure, I'll be honest with you, because this is coming from a New Yorker or a Northeast point of view or an East Coast point of view, as somebody from Pittsburgh likes to say. And I can't wait to bring this up with the governor of the Commonwealth later on.
He'll agree.
This is an East Coast town.
The Gov.
At any rate, there's no pressure on professional athletes of significance in Los Angeles. It's just a different animal. I'm not kidding. When you compare it to Philadelphia and New York and Boston and D.C. and
unless it was Pete Carroll's USC Trojans.
But here's why it doesn't make sense to me. That yes, Stafford has a finite amount of time left. We don't know the answer to it. We don't know.
He was courtside last night at the Lakers game.
And the last thing the Rams should do is start the clock.
Yep.
Okay? Because why not just see how long Stafford wants to do it? And if he plays like he did as an MVP last year in a season
coming off of a bad back.
Yes, that was looking like in the summer like he would have no season at all.
Right.
That if he does that again, and then again, like, why would you want to rush him out? If he doesn't want to be rushed out, that's number one. Why wouldn't you want to support him, number two, with a bona fide kid stud at 13th overall where you'd have zero plan to pick in this spot? Again, it's not your pick either. They already traded their pick for Trent McDuffie, so that's the idea. They're already building for right now to put another one in the case, or maybe two more in the case. That's another one to do it. And then number three, having a kid there would take the Rams out of the business of what I think is going to happen, that there is some stud, top-notch, on a Hall of Fame career path, Pro Bowl quarterback somewhere in the NFL who's thinking, why wouldn't I want to be there?
Yeah.
And I'll force my way to it the minute Stafford says I'm out. And why would you want to remove yourself from that possibility if you're the Rams? That's why Ty Simpson at 13 makes no sense to me.
Counselor Eisen, you're very persuasive in your argument, and I don't disagree with you at all. Okay. I just said this is why it makes sense. Because Sean McVay has it.
No, right.
But the Rams seem to be on that track of, that's the other part too. Like Les Snead as a general manager does not get the credit he deserves, because all we got locked in on was those picks and the T-shirts and all that stuff.
Right.
People forgot that after that happened, they won the Super Bowl. It paid off. There was still the matter of running that team and winning ball games, and they bounced back pretty quickly.
Right.
Small blip, boom, right back in it, in the mix all the time, getting it done. And by the way, using picks to get it done. So it's not a matter that he just did it one way, struck gold, and off he went. He's one of the best GMs in the game.
No doubt.
Evaluator, putting it all together, putting a team out there, a roster ready to go. And they were probably a disputed 2-point conversion away from hosting last year the NFC Championship.
No doubt. And when Les Snead uses his first-round draft choice, he used his last one on Jared Verse.
Okay, I think that worked.
And there's somebody that this town is quite familiar with his work, Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald.
You know what I mean? Like, so
I think he knows what he's doing.
And in between, a lot of the first-round picks get effed, but there's one in the case.
Yep.
And they want to add another one. That's why if you can get somebody Verse-like. I know that's a tall order, 13th overall, regardless of the position.
And they have a chance to host another Super Bowl in their own building. Like, to me, I'm with you.
Right.
They're going for it again in a little bit different manner than it was before. But they are going for it. That team is up there. They're primed. They're ready to go. And I hope Stafford continues to play at that level because he's fun to watch.
Two more questions for you, Charles Davis. The team with the multiple first-round draft choices that should use them to trade up the most. You got the Jets.
Yep.
Obviously trading up. I mean from 16, obviously.
16.
You've got the Browns. You've got the Dolphins. You've got the Cowboys. You've got the Giants at 5 and 10. I don't know if I think you're going to stick and pick if you're the Giants.
Sticking and picking if you're the Giants.
So just give me the team that you think should utilize their picks to trade up.
The Cleveland Browns. To show that they are really in this thing, to give those people in Cleveland, a jolt. This is bigger to me than it is, hey, this team does it because that positions them to do X, Y, and Z. Cleveland, you're bringing back Deshaun Watson, so you got all that swirling around. You just brought in a brand new coach in Todd Monken. You know, their news is Myles Garrett didn't come to the offseason again. I'm like, why is anyone worried about it?
So who would they trade up for? Or just if unless it just doesn't matter, it's just the buzz is all that would.
If they could trade up at where they are at 6, right? And still come out with that receiver offensive lineman combo that they need, but you're going to need to trade up because one of them that you want is
the
not
lineman
be the same one.
Right.
Which way do you go first, and which way do you go second?
Which is why I think everybody thinks they take the lineman first.
Take the lineman first. Plus, you know, you talk to people there, and it's funny. I talked with there's Tony Grossi, who's covered them forever.
Yes.
And he said the one thing you have to remember, Charles, if there's a city in this league that's okay with blockers and tacklers, it's Cleveland.
Sure, yeah.
He said, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
I said, you know, because the Carnell Tate thing looms. I'm just sitting at 6. Ohio State, receiver, how you going to turn that down? He said, if there's one group that'll handle it, Cleveland people will handle it if you get another tackle or something like that. So we'll see.
All right, and then you're always good for the kid nobody talks about, small school or whatever, that you think is dynamite, good value, you're going to pound the table.
Yeah.
I don't know who that person is. All I know is it's very frequent that somebody gets drafted, and T-Man, our producer, Mark Titleman, who's fantastic. He does Thursday Night Football for Amazon. He gets in my ear and he goes, Charles first. This is Charles' guy. Or DJ will be like, I know he's your guy. Who's that guy?
I put together my list, Rich, and there's 15 people on it.
15?
Yeah, there's 15. I do like 10 to 15 every year.
Right.
This year, the one that I am just locked in on
is
third day guy, Cole Wisniewski, safety, Texas Tech. Linebacker, North Dakota State, moved him to safety. All-American there, 8 picks. Gets hurt, comes back, transfers to Texas Tech. This guy tackles everything that moves. He was smart enough not to run the 40, Rich, because he never had him. There's no time you can find for the 40, but if you turn on the tape and watch him play angles in coverage, kid savvy, gets it, makes plays on the football. And you know what I discovered when I heard, because I was complimenting on the angles, and then he told me that his dad was a high school math teacher. All right. I was like, well, the DNA worked in there somewhere. I just love this kid. This kid just shows up, makes plays all the time. He's a day 3 guy, Rich.
Okay.
But I think he's going to make someone very, very happy. He can play dime linebacker for you. He can play safety for you. I'm just crazy about Cole Wisniewski, Texas Tech.
One of the many reasons why I love doing the draft with you, Charles, and I never want to do it without you.
Right back at you.
Great to have you. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
The one and only Charles Davis. Charles and I are going to be spending a lot of time together on NFL Network starting on Thursday night. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether it's splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, they're covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share the moments that matter, all of them. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. When we come back, Overreaction Monday on a Wednesday here in the draft city of Pittsburgh.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Okay, team, huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
Bali High.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th
through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code BUS for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's BUS.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Some things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi, yum!
That's preventable.
I'm just going to tell my boss what I really think of him.
Oh boy. That's preventable.
Maybe a face tattoo would look good.
That's preventable too. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Colon cancer is common and deadly, but that's also preventable.
Oh my gosh, it's a bear! Let's get a selfie with it.
Also preventable. The Alliance is doing its part to end colorectal cancer. Now, do yours. Get involved. And if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about the colon cancer screening options available to you.
Bet you I can eat 50 hot dogs in an hour.
Preventable!
Actually, Your Honor, I'm representing myself.
Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more. That's colorectalcancer.org. And together, we can save lives.
Hey, honey.
Oh, no.
Check this out.
No.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
There's an app for that. Download. Listen live. Podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
back here in Pittsburgh, PA. The rest of this hour is just us, just chopping it up here. We'll get to the NBA playoffs, and maybe we'll talk a little bit of baseball. Or a lot of baseball.
We don't have to.
No, I'm very interested in talking about it.
I don't know.
And then we've got 3 guests in hour number 3. Sean McDermott, the former coach of the Buffalo Bills, is going to be stopping by here in this town. Tom Pelissero with the latest rumor and conjecture, but of course facts. And then the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro, is going to stop by to help us close up shop on our first of 3 days here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So we conducted the Overreaction Monday podcast on Monday, which normally means we kick the Overreaction Monday segment to Tuesday. But we use that as a travel day for the show. So it's very rare. Overreaction Monday on a Wednesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Mondays.
Monday. On a Wednesday.
It was like a higher register on a Wednesday?
On a Wednesday. Yeah.
I think.
We're on a Wednesday? Yeah, we're on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday.
Yeah, let's go for it.
You know what? There are no rules. We make up the rules.
We made up the rules. We made up the segment. We made up the rules.
You broke the rules.
Rules.
Okay.
Great to see you guys. How are you?
Okay.
Hi, Chris.
Great to see you, TJ.
Yeah, good to see you. Have you caught up on sleep from WrestleMania?
Good question.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good.
Good question. Rich, breaking news, the NFL draft first round tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. You're hosting. Did you know that?
I am.
You're going to be calling this one school's name a lot, I think, in the first top 10.
All right.
But here's the deal, Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
And this is the case every year, guys. They're not all winners. One of the Ohio State top 10 guys is going to be a bust. Let's just be honest.
Come on, man.
One of them just ain't going to be that good.
Which one?
Well, there was an Ohio State edge rusher a long time ago. His name was Vernon Gulston. And that guy had, I think we had more sacks combined than Vernon Gulston in his NFL career.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm just saying the probability is in my favor, so I'm calling it right now.
I don't see Styles, Downs, or Tate being it, and you're pegging Reese for it. That might be the most likely one, but I don't think so. I think all 4 of them are great.
Yeah.
I think they're really, really good football players. It's the truth, man. It's the truth, and I just can't wait for Carnell Tate to start playing professional football so Mike Hoskins and the rest of the Rich Eisen Show production staff can start showing his "How do you like me now? Are you not entertained?" touchdown moment in the big house from this year.
Someone has to have that tattooed on themselves, right, TJ? That is
not now. Him coming on this show and showing off his gold pants and all that stuff.
He was very proud of those gold.
No, but I think we're gonna. By the way, again, 1967 is the last time 4 players from a single school were drafted in the first 10 picks of an NFL draft. It was Michigan State, led by Bubba Smith back in 1967.
It's going to happen again tomorrow.
What else, Chris?
Rich, we've been talking a lot about this guy.
So that's an overreaction.
Okay, great. A lot of people think Jeremiah Love is the best player in the draft. I think Jeremiah Love is going to be the first non-quarterback player off the board. Offensive player.
Yeah, that's not an overreaction. I don't think you're out on a very... long, thin limb on that one, buddy. Yeah, I think so. So what do you think?
Well, no offensive lineman, no wide receiver.
No, I think he's the first offensive player taken. I think it goes Mendoza, and then it goes the 2 edge rushers, or 1 edge rusher and 1 off, hybrid guy, whatever the hell everyone wants to call Arvell Reese. Okay. And then I think Jeremiah Love goes. You know that in my Come At Me mock draft, I have the Titans unable to pass on him at 4.
Come at me, bro.
I don't think they should pass on him. Can you imagine him and Tony Pollard in the same backfield with Cam Ward? And I understand.
Who's going to catch the ball?
I hear you. Okay. But it's not like they've got any terrible slouches there. There's just no home. There's not going to be any fantasy football top 5 round wide receiver picks out of the Titans. That even includes Calvin Ridley. Yeah. So Ridley will catch it. Let's see if he can have some sort of some sort of renaissance here.
You think Titans fans are getting Steve McNair, Eddie George kind of feels when you bring Cam Ward and Jeremiah Love?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Correct.
They should.
That's fun.
Although we stood next to Jeremiah Love and Eddie George, I believe, on the same day at the Combine. Eddie George he's
a little bit bigger than most.
Dude, him getting in the grill of Ray Lewis. Some of my favorite early NFL Network moments.
Yep.
What else you got over there?
Those two had battles. Guys, Jerry Jones is speaking right now when he's not being interrupted by Bill Clinton. Have you seen this video?
No.
The Cowboys are giving their presser. They're all up there. Steven, Jerry, Shoddy. Bill Clinton just walks in the room, and Jerry gets up from whatever he was doing to go and say
At the Star?
It was actually crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
But during that conversation,
would not have chosen that. I would have chosen many other former presidents who might show up.
Arkansas guy.
Or current.
Well, there's not a lot of former presidents.
Okay, very good.
Stephen Jones said, quote, "We've made the decision. We're going to have George Pickens play under the franchise tag this year. No negotiations on a long-term deal." TJ, I think that's actually good news because Dak's going to throw at least 30 touchdowns this year to CD and George Pickens combined.
I don't think this is I don't think that's an overreaction.
Really? Because that's a lot of touchdowns.
I know.
30 just to those two?
Just to those two?
Just to those two.
That's a lot.
Just to those two.
And why? And this is born out of the fact that they're telling George Pickens you're playing under.
Now, this was born out of the fact that Dak and George have been working out together.
I got it. And by the way, the deadline is mid-June to actually come up with a long-term contract. So this might be Steven saying we don't appreciate the tenor.
Right.
At least it's Steven saying this is our negotiating stance right now, and it's born out of maybe the numbers not matching as opposed to, well, we shook hands on it.
There was a candle.
Just the two of us in an office where no one else was around. It was a handshake is a handshake. At least we haven't gone in that direction. Right. And George Pickens is going to play for the Cowboys this year. 30 between them, that's an overreaction. Yeah. Can we throw a little Ferguson in there?
Yeah, a little floor noise.
Look, Randy Moss and Wes Welker combined for 31.
Is that the last time?
2007.
Is that the last time two guys combined for that many?
That's, I think, the most ever.
We've got a really good running back, too, who's going to take some of those touchdowns. So.
Jeremiah Love?
Oh.
No. Okay, all of a sudden you're Mr. Javonte Williams now.
I know.
Last year's going to definitely happen again.
Well, look at his career statistics. He's
not
healthy. When he's healthy, he's a 1,000-yard rusher.
All right.
I just didn't like you putting Jeremiah Love up to 5 and saying we were going to draft him at 5. I didn't like that idea you had. Respectfully, on the Rich Eisen
I did not do that in my come at me mock.
You didn't. I know this.
But that would be a great moment. And at the end of the day, when the pieces land, if they did that, you will call me, text me, or whatever, going, I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah, I'd be in.
Yeah, the Zeke spot. What else?
Zeke spot. You know who we're not talking about right now?
Who are we not talking about?
We're not talking about the Indianapolis Colts.
Why? Okay.
We're not talking about Daniel Jones. He's throwing. He's up and moving around. He's expected to be ready for week 1.
So, what do you want to talk
about? Daniel Jones is going to have the Colts off to at least the same 7-1 start as last year.
All right.
Is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
Danny Dimes, baby.
All right.
I'm not talking about him.
You know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about the wide receiver that the Colts sent to this town. So, you really think that that's the way it's going to go?
What about the wide receiver they re-signed? Kept in the building with Jonathan Taylor.
All right.
Who's also
Alec Pierce.
Didn't he just have surgery?
TJ Warren.
I don't know. No one talks about, by the way, DK and Pittman going to be here for Aaron Rodgers when he finally decides to make
Aaron Rodgers. Come on.
He's going to.
We already know this.
This is an overreaction. 7-1 start? Okay. I'll
Daniel
see
Jones.
That. Okay.
The man broke his leg in week 12.
My God. Are you this bored? Did you come up with this on a flight?
I mean, I exhausted all the good takes on Monday. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
This isn't an easy thing to do.
It's not to come up with.
All right, all right, we changed the music. Let's talk a little hoops.
What do you got?
I don't know how anybody watches sports on the East Coast. It's impossible. Trying to stay up to watch these games last night, my God. Move west, people.
Okay.
The Lakers are going to the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay. These
well,
games.
you got Wembanyama. Wembanyama might not be back.
Wemby is out now. He doesn't know where he is. He's going to at least miss a game or two.
That was terrible.
I think he went to sleep for a brief bit last night.
That was awful.
That was terrible.
LeBron looks incredible. Luke Kennard is like the love child of Ray Allen and Steph Curry.
Get it on out of your. By the way, coming off of a Celtics shocking home loss to the Sixers.
Like yesterday was a terrible hoops day for us.
Well,
it's great for me.
Speaking as a passionate Laker fan, as I'm accused of being by my 15-year-old son,
hurts.
LeBron looks amazing. By the way, I don't know if you
James.
Do you follow
Can we
Jamie?
get him tested?
Do you follow Jamie Foxx on Instagram?
Yeah,
as I do. Did you? I don't know. It was. I don't think it's him. I think he reposted somebody else's review of LeBron James from last night.
I did not see.
It is art. That's what I posted. It's laugh out loud funny.
Makes me want to vomit.
It's, dude. I don't think this is an overreaction right now. The way because I just wait a minute.
Thunder Lakers.
Is that? But is that the path? Because again, that's the stupid thing.
They're the 3 seed, so they would play the Spurs, Blazers winner in the next round.
No, the Nuggets are the 3 seed.
Oh, Lakers are 4?
Yeah,
Lakers
buddy.
4. Oh, so they would play Thunder.
You didn't think this
so
through.
Nuggets, Lakers, Western Conference
the
Finals?
Oklahoma City Thunder is making the Western Conference.
So then they're going to beat the Lakers.
This is an overreaction. Then now that we do, how about this one? This is not an overreaction. The NBA should reseed. They should reseed like the NFL. Yeah, they should.
I've had that conversation for years with friends.
I wasn't down with the reseeding for a long time, but I think I'm a convert now.
It's not the NCAA tournament where the bracket is the bracket.
But every other sport does the bracket.
Well,
the NFL's
then
the
they're
only
wrong.
one
They should be off too.
Or the NFL
should reseed. There's a reason why the National Football League rules the American sports roost.
You're not
because they don't country like a sports colossus. Yeah, no, because they do things the right way. At the end of the day. See? And I'm not on the payroll anymore.
Yeah, but
I mean, you kind of are.
You kind of are. No, I'm not. I'm on the 10% on the payroll. They own 10% of the payroll.
Still, though, you're still looking at his NFL, man.
What else?
Yeah, I was in a bad place when I wrote this next one. 2 of the Spurs, Celtics, Knicks are going to get upset in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think
at least
that's
2 of these are getting upset.
That is not a surprise at not the
Celtics
not an overreaction.
And
dude, the Knicks, man, the Knicks just blew that one in Madison Square Garden, and they let C.J. McCollum go off like he was Trey Young, multiplied by Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller. That was insane. That was crazy, and he's like openly saying, "I am hunting Jalen Brunson on defense."
Yeah.
Because he did cook him. He put him in the blender a few times.
He got accused of being a villain. He's like, I have a wife and 2
kids. He goes, I'm a good guy.
I have a wife.
I'm booing him. Exactly. C.J. McCollum does not fit like the
villain.
Yeah, like he's not like choke signing like Tyrese Halliburton.
Maybe he should.
I agree. No.
Why not?
It's stupid. That's just I'm not buying that. How about because again, Cooper always says to me, do you like this guy? Do you like that guy? So he looked at me the other day and he goes, do you like Mike Brown as the coach of the Knicks? I'm like, talk to me in 2 weeks. And after game 2, he heard Dad,
saying some stuff.
Not safe for work.
Oh, you in front of the kids, Rich?
Yes. Yeah, I try to teach him.
Even in Tay-Tay, she hears you say
you got one more? No. Okay. All right, we'll get one more.
Wow, one more in Pittsburgh. We're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
It's a Berg thing. You wouldn't understand.
Fact.
The quarterback of the legendary Steelers. See, what number did he wear? What did Terry Bradshaw wear?
That would be number 12.
He wore number 12. TJ, what was the number of the quarterback of your favorite team growing up?
That would be number 12.
Roger Staubach wore number 12.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady wore number 12, and the Mets have lost 12 in a row.
Oh, interesting.
But it's over. The Mets are ending the losing streak tonight. The Mets are winning, TJ.
Tonight? You know why?
Tonight.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because the mercenary's coming off of the injured list.
Look, I don't care what you call him. The fact is he's been
make
out.
It a Mets town again.
We've stunk. When we go on the roll when he comes back, I'm not even going to say anything to you. I'm just going to look at you side-eyed.
Is that you? Was that you last night?
No. Not me. It could have been.
I think you should keep pitching Devin Williams. It's great.
That's the unknown comic.
Keep pitching him. The Minnesota Twins, who the Yankees own, like Aaron Rodgers owned the Bears.
Like the Mets own New York?
No.
The city?
Okay. No, they do. So it takes a big blow to the Mets.
What are you going to do when Soto comes back and we go on a roll?
Rich, and your boy is pitching tonight, Clay Holmes.
Yeah. Hey, he's been their best pitcher, Shmeish Momes.
Under 2 ERA. Mets are winning tonight, TJ. I got you.
Baker's dozen, baby.
I love the way you think.
You know who's on tomorrow's program to talk about it? Number 13, Kurt Warner.
Hey.
Huh? Maybe we'll get Brock Purdy phoning in.
Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh guy.
Start adding these guests in advance of tomorrow.
We won't need it.
13 game losing streak.
I guarantee you win.
Soto's coming back to save the day.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Act like you know.
They're going to win an extra $5 to come back.
Rich, did you see if you had rolled over $100?
Extra 20. What?
All of the Mets losses, you'd have $325,000.
Wow. Would you know, it's crazy. Lindor homered last night. Congratulations. That gave the Mets 17 home runs on the season. Same number of home runs of Aaron Judge and Ben Rice combined. This is great. It's great stuff. Great way to finish Overreaction Monday. Great facts, all of them. We take a break. When we come back, let's dive a little bit more into baseball.
We don't have to.
We don't have to.
Yeah, no, we can.
I think we covered it enough.
Are the Yankees going to get an alternate jersey?
Let's talk WrestleMania.
Is that really going to happen?
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just the resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! Financing on select models with approved credit.
We at the Verdoliak Law Group recognize the value of advancements in technology. Computers, cell phones, and the internet have all made obvious impacts on society. And now, artificial intelligence, or AI, is poised to make its impact. Many law firms are replacing paralegals, law clerks, and even attorneys with AI. But will AI work longer and harder to ensure you get every penny you deserve? At the Verdoliak Law Group, AI will be used as a tool to make us even more efficient, but it won't replace our human touch. All of our clients and cases are unique, and an algorithm or cookie-cutter approach cannot capture the human element of your injuries. There is no substitution for human experience when dealing with people. That's why, for over 60 years, our clients continue to refer their family, friends, and coworkers to us. Of course, the Verdoliak Law Group will embrace technology, but we will always keep that human touch, which has aided us in successfully helping over 40,000 clients. If you're injured, call the Verdoliak Law Group, Chicago's legal landmark since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. 300 grand is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. we can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
They were sticky. Well, they came in a plastic package. Problem was, when they got dirty, they didn't stick anymore. That's it.
Marty and McGee, Saturday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the SEC Network.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, in a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep the cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com right now or call 562-314-4603 for details. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Here on the Rich Eisen Show. Sean McDermott's going to be our first guest in hour 3, then Tom Pelissero, then the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I call it the right way, right?
Excellent.
The Commonwealth?
Yes, excellent.
And so that's all coming up. Listen, Cooper, my 15-year-old son, loves when there's a new City Connect uniform that's out of Major League Baseball.
Well, that's
because he knows what my reaction is.
Well, he's also the target audience.
Yeah. But he doesn't bring it up saying I love these. He knows I don't like them. And so I think he's now serving it up to me. There's only a handful. The Braves have one that looks like the old 70s uniform. It actually is a connection to the city, right?
Right.
Where they connect to the city's past through the uniform.
Sure.
How many of these City Connects, there's no seeming city connection in my mind. And the only connection that I think they want to make is with my wallet, so my kid gets the jersey that they might be asking for. And it drives me crazy. The Red Sox, their City Connect uniform is like a version of the Green Monster?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay.
I just don't understand this stance.
I don't particularly like it. And the Yankees and the A's are the only teams that don't have a City Connect uniform.
Well, the A's don't have
and it's because the A's aren't connected to a city.
Yeah, they don't have a home.
I imagine when they go to Vegas, they'll have a City Connect, okay? And the Yankees are like, there's a pinstripe at home, and there's an away gray, and there's no names on the back, and that's the way we do it for the Yankees.
Because we're the Yankees. Ooh.
No. Okay, no. No, there's something called tradition. There's something called tradition, and that's great. I kind of dig that. We don't do that as the Yankees organization. And I just said we.
You did. Yes, you said it too.
Now then.
Maybe not so
The Athletic is reporting that there is a consideration underway for an alternate road jersey, not a City Connect, but an alternate road jersey. And there it is on the screen. There's Aaron Judge wearing it. They wear it during spring training activity, okay? And it's the New York lettering, like the away jersey, but it looks like it's in light blue on a navy blue, not gray, jersey. And I look at this, and I'm hearing that apparently the consideration the Yankees are having for it is born out of the players asking. And the players have asked to have the facial hair rule that George put into place a half a century ago. That has been since lifted. Well, not lifted. It's been eased. It's been loosened. Okay, all right. Like, they don't want them showing up like, the Red Sox dirtbags, which was their nickname.
Well, we won that year.
Okay, we don't need, we don't need the Yankees showing up like, oh, brother, where art thou? Look it up.
They escape.
Okay, like Cough Drop Brothers.
I don't know.
All right, anyway.
Well, Cough Drop,
listen,
that's a nice beer.
And my reaction, I told Cooper, he said to me, what do you think? And I know fully, like he's going to, hey, for birthday or Hanukkah or something, that's what he's going to want. And it's fine. And in terms of my opinion, I have a 4-word opinion on this. Whatever Aaron Judge wants. That's it. If Aaron Judge wants it,
that's funny.
All good.
So you like it then?
I will love it. If Aaron Judge is one of the players saying, we want the jersey, Hal Steinbrenner.
Yeah, Hal's got the final say.
He does.
To the Athletic.
That guy on the screen, I think he looks great in it. And I think if it makes him happy and it makes him, a leader of the team and it makes the other, like Ben Rice, keep on homering and red hot, whatever Aaron Judge wants. Aaron, you want it?
What's going to help Aaron Judge hit over 200 in the postseason?
Okay. Nice.
Maybe it's a New Jersey,
That's
Chris.
great. It's okay. It's okay.
What's going to help him catch a pop-up?
Whatever makes him happy. Whatever makes him happy.
Okay, great.
Whatever makes him happy. And if that's the uniform, I love it. And all conditions need apply to my wallet. I get it.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Fame, and there should be a special place, a special bust just for his hair.
You can watch First Draft on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst Matt Miller, rock musician Brett Michaels, NFL Network Draft Analyst Charles Davis. Coming up, former Bills head coach Sean McDermott, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air live from our set position. We are mere steps away from the confluence of the 3 rivers across the street from Acrisure. Live from the NFL draft, and the draft set is across the river. We're all excited for Thursday night. Finally get some questions answered. We are in hour number 3 of a 3-day residency here in the draft town, home of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the NFL draft. Tom Pelissero, my colleague from the NFL Network and NFL Media Group from back in the day, is going to be joining me here in just a few minutes' time. And then the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, is going to stop by and chit-chat some football. But we kick off hour number 3 with the longtime coach of the Buffalo Bills and a longtime coach in this league, courtesy of the Skin Cancer Foundation. Sean McDermott is here on the program. Good to see you, Coach. How are you?
What's up, Coach? Great. I'm great. Great to be with you.
You look rested. I'm not going to lie.
I wonder why that is.
Have you caught up on your sleep?
I've been doing a little bit of that. Yeah.
I bet. Are you restless, or like how have you been for the past few months, not being in a draft room, not getting ready for all of this?
Well, it's interesting. You know, you get a year where you get a chance to get some rest, catch up on some rest, lean in on the family a little bit, and maybe go once or twice through the school drop-off line to drop the kids off. And, and now here comes the draft, and I'm starting to get a little bit like, okay, I should be somewhere, and I'm in my living room at home, right? So it's a little bit different right now.
So what is a coach? If you don't mind me turning you into a pundit here, into a part of the paparazzi, what does a coach do the day before an NFL draft? What were you doing for all those years the day before an NFL draft?
Well, normally you're kind of the work's in the the work's done and the hay's in the barn.
It is, though, huh? It is, for sure?
Pretty much. I mean, you do get, and mostly the GMs deal with this, the calls start coming in, if they haven't come in already this time of week, and the strategy starts to be executed as it relates to the first round and maybe beyond. But as a coach, you're really working with your own players and evaluating them and getting them going in the offseason program.
And that's it, huh? I mean, are your conversation with the general manager last minute? How does that work? Or you're literally, it's all done, huh?
It's pretty much. Yeah, I mean, more check-ins at this point in the process. And hey, what are you hearing? What are you thinking? Every team's a little bit different based on how involved or not involved a coach may be.
Right.
And the coaches as a whole, but. For the most part, most of the coaches are probably checking in with their GMs respectfully and trying to get a feel for their latest thoughts.
The year you drafted Josh Allen, how nervous were you for the first hour of that draft? Because your coach, which is you're a control freak, and this is the ultimate you cannot control. If somebody's going to take the guy that I imagine the hay was in the barn for that kid, for that draft, right?
Yes, it was. And when you're targeting a player, and where we were on in the draft order to begin that day at least, we knew we were going to have to move up. We felt like we had a couple partners that would possibly dance with us, and it came to fruition. But the first one. Didn't unfold kind of the first partner we thought we were going to be able to dance with. It didn't turn out, and so we had to pivot a little bit.
So who was it? Come on, Sean, we're done now, right? Your Bills chapter is closed.
Right.
Who was it?
No, I can't go there.
Okay. But there was
because that would have, ramifications.
Okay. All right. Look at you being respectful. I like that. So I don't mean to interrupt then. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, then
you pivot.
We pivot a little bit to option 2, and then that got executed, and the rest is history. Drafting one of the best quarterbacks in league history.
What's your favorite story of his about his physical aspect of the game? And then just him as a human being on planet Earth.
Yeah. Well, last night I saw him drinking a beer, before a hockey game.
Well, I mean, as you know, all the time that you've spent in Buffalo, seeing him in a Sabres sweater, chugging a beer before a playoff game, coming off of a playoff win for the Sabres is that's it, right?
It's Buffalo,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what makes him part of who he is. Owns the locker room. He's got the it factor, just naturally has that it factor. All the things that we see on the grass, on the field, everybody sees that. But what you don't see all the time is what you just talked about, how he is day to day in the building. I mean, he's a true joy and honor to be around.
Yeah, and with kids in the community and families, he's the real deal. Like, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. What about physical? What's your favorite story of something he either did in practice, he did while you were either evaluating him, or something on the field?
Yeah, I mean, he's so dang competitive, and he's always been that way.
Right.
So call it just competition, even outside of football that we would have in the building, playing golf. Obviously, he's a big golfer. But my favorite moment from Josh's career to this point, at least, was his rookie season, 2018. We are on the road in Minnesota, and Josh goes airborne over one of their linebackers, just like, I'm just going to jump over this NFL player. It's not like he's jumping over me. He's jumping over an NFL player.
Yes.
Right? And made it look so effortless. And so I don't think we'll ever see that again. And probably not even from Josh, because he's, I think, learned a little bit how to take care of his body.
Was that a moment where you toy with the idea of saying, let's not try that again? Or you're like, I can't put a single limitation on this kid? Like, what do you go through as a coach?
You got to kind of inch your way into those conversations and into that window of, hey, let's make sure that we're not doing that every game. And ultimately Josh figured it out where, hey, he has to play in such a way that not to lose his identity and his personality, but at the same time be him while taking care of himself so he can play for a number of years like he's done. And he's gotten banged up at times, but there are very few, if any, tougher in the game than Josh Allen.
Sean McDermott here on the Rich Eisen Show, courtesy of the Skincare Foundation, which we'll talk about in a minute. But if you don't mind, talking about you for a split moment as well, do you still want to coach?
Absolutely. I love coaching. Love it.
What do you miss about it?
I think just being a part of something bigger, right? Being a part of a team. We all have been parts of teams since we're this tall, and you get a chance to do that for a job. And then now you're in a year where, for myself, it's a year off, right? But it's also a year of opportunity in a lot of ways to grow and lean in on my family, as we already talked about. And but I think more than anything, it's just being a part of a team. And then what happens with that, as you already alluded to, Rich, is the calendar year and the schedule that comes from that. And being around that for 20+ years, you get so accustomed to it. Hey, okay, this is a time of year I should be doing this, and the family does as well. And so I think they're ready to, like, hey, Dad, stop leaning in and back off a little bit, maybe. But that's natural.
Well, what about media? You want to do that this year?
We're looking into some. Yeah, we've got some suitors, and just kind of trying to schedule it all out and see where it goes.
And what about, because I think you saw, Vrabel and Saleh did some time during the season with some teams where they would show up. I think Cleveland was Vrabel was there, and I think Saleh might have stopped by also. And then they wound up Saleh getting a defensive coordinator position, obviously, and then Vrabel got a call from the Patriots. Is that something that would be of interest to you as well?
We've had some people reach out. I just think overall it's to me is, and I never thought I'd entertain this, but just taking a year to get some rest and use it to really reflect and research, and yet at the same time build off of the success that we had in Buffalo. And in doing so, you get a chance. I mean, you do this when you're on the job also, but you don't have the size of the window that I have now to do it, where I've been in touch with leaders from other organizations or other industries, even outside of sports. So it's been, to this point at least, a great opportunity for me to grow.
What about maybe being part of the league's interpretation of what a simultaneous catch is? Did you ever want to maybe...
Where do you want to begin? You start.
I hear you. It's just about whether that moment, how much do you think about that moment? Because that could have been a different road of what happened for the team as well as you professionally from that moment.
Well, I think this more than anything, Rich, is I think about it for our team. I think about it for the fans of the Buffalo Bills Mafia, and all the work that we put into it. But I don't really think specifically a lot about that moment, because at the end of the day, that's beyond my control.
Right.
So for me and our family, it's really been about, hey, going forward and looking ahead to the future and the opportunities and all that we're going to have fun doing this year and exploring and growing. And I think that's part of what I've always been about, and it's been great to this point.
Do you think if that catch went your way, you would have won the football game?
We would have won the football game.
Okay. And
I do believe that.
And if you'd won the football game and then you'd have gone, to New England the following, it would have been a massive snowstorm, by the way. That's what happened in New England. Do you think you'd have made the Super Bowl?
Fully confident in our team.
Okay.
What else is there?
Okay.
Right? Fully confident in our team.
And then do you think you'd still be the coach of the Buffalo Bills?
You never know. You never know.
Really? So it wasn't like at the end of the day, did you get an answer? Like an actual satisfying answer as to why?
No, you don't. When you're in this position that I'm in as a coach, you really don't get an answer. You you move forward. And listen, every setback in life is a chance for a comeback at the same time. So that's how I've always lived my life, and that's how our teams kind of played in Buffalo, and I take a lot of pride in that. And we had a lot of success there. But 9 years, how many coaches really get a chance to be in one spot in professional sports, and particularly the NFL, for nine seasons? And we're going to take a lot from that experience.
Sean McDermott here on the Rich Eisen Show. What is the Skin Cancer Foundation?
Yeah, Skin Cancer Foundation. So been working with them, myself, my family, since 2021. And this is a cause that is very personal and near and dear to my heart because, I've experienced some skin cancers along my journey in life to this point. Thankfully, never a melanoma, but there's different forms of skin cancer.
Yeah.
It runs in my family as well. And then Jim Johnson, legendary defensive coordinator for the Eagles, whom I worked with for roughly 10 years in Philadelphia, died because of a skin cancer. So this is an important cause for myself, my family, and it is about really emphasizing, hey, get yearly checkups and early detection. And then, and this is, I want to emphasize, people, especially males, they say more females are willing to apply sunblock than men. And so to all of us men out there, wear your sunblock. We're getting into the warmer months of the season and of the year, and whether you're out for a walk, doing yard work, coaching, wear sunblock or at least sun protective clothing because it helps.
Well, to learn more about protecting your skin from the sun or the warning signs of skin cancer, check out the Skin Cancer Foundation's website, skincancer.org. It's the most common cancer. 1 in 5 Americans will develop it by the age of 70. So it's no joke. And it really is prevention. Get checked out. Don't be so proud about that either, for sure. And then just again, you being a coach and a member of, as Brockman pointed out when you came here, the member of the Ball Brotherhood here on the program, you're the perfect person.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't either. I understand that. Wearing a hat is very important in that sort of regard. You're the perfect person to ask. I don't know if you noticed what Robert Saleh's doing in Tennessee right now, but if you take a look at his entire coaching staff, it does appear that he is hiring mostly bald men. Look at that. Now, is this, you think, on purpose? He's not noticing what he's doing? Is it subconscious? Speaking as a member of the Bald Brotherhood and also the coaching fraternity, what do you think is up here with the Titans?
It's possible come the end of the season that he's going to get in trouble for that.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's got to diversify a little.
Right? Yeah, right.
I mean, we got to get somebody who parts it on the side, maybe somebody parts it maybe a mohawk.
Yeah.
We might need a little bit of
understood.
Kind of mixing that up a little bit.
So I should bring this to the commissioner's attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it right to the Why do you want to snitch get a chance to do that?
I'm not going to snitch. This is the Bald Brother. I kind of dig it. I just don't know. But you put a staff together. Do you think he just turns around like, oh my God, we're all bald?
I see a lot of myself in you. You're hired.
Hey, if you know X's and coach, X's and O's, and you got the right hairstyle. Right. It's great to see you, Sean McDermott.
Likewise.
Hopefully we get to hang out some more in the future, and I appreciate you being here now. That's Sean McDermott right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before we take a break, I want to tell you about the all-new Hyundai Palisade. You can make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids' gear, snacks, and backpacks, space does matter, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. My next guest, Tom Pelissero, is getting set to join us with everything he knows about the draft, and the governor, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with zero interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. If you're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
When you're injured due to the negligence of another, the goal is to get top dollar in the shortest amount of time. It sounds simple, but few law firms can pull this off. And that's because a law firm has to be known for taking cases to trial and winning over a long period of time. Unless the insurance company believes that the law firm will risk their own money to take the case to trial, they have no reason to offer what's fair. Recently, the Verdoliak Law Group took 6 jury trials to verdict in 10 days. And how did we do? Well, on the last 3, we recovered 7 times the settlement offer, 20 times the settlement offer, and a verdict of $4.1 million. And here's the best part. The Verdoliak Law Group's history of fighting and winning at trial means more of our cases settle early and for every penny you deserve. In fact, over 60% of our personal injury cases have settled without ever filing a lawsuit. If you need a law firm that consistently fights at trial to ensure you get top dollar pre-suit offers, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You know, when it comes to making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, no unnecessary noise, just clear communication and a process designed to make you comfortable every step of the way. That's important to me, and I think it'll matter to you too. So, if a Buick or GMC is on your radar, I encourage you to visit Advantage Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with tap-to-pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
Career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Difference makers for this team.
Yes.
When they were going through their mock draft exercises, none of those guys were coming to them at 10.
The Bengals, so you're saying the Bengals, by the way, Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show, our radio audience just returned just to catch him up to speed. So the Bengals looked at the top 10, didn't really think that they'd get someone at 10 that's worthy of sticking and picking compared to getting Dexter Lawrence for their defensive line, and that's where they make a trade, and also they look at Joe Burrow and say, see what we're doing for the defense?
If you're talking about getting a blue-chip player, they regarded Dexter Lawrence as a blue-chip player, and as one person involved in those discussions told me, 10 would have been a slow death. In other words, every time that they were mapping it out, who could take who might fall to us, they were getting somebody they didn't regard as an instantaneous difference maker. Whereas from the Giants' perspective, they're not going to take an edge rusher, obviously. They're not getting Fernando, nor would they take a quarterback. So for them, they now have 2 in the top 10, which if you subtract the David Baileys and Arvell Reese and Ruben Baines, Fernando Mendoza's, they're going to get 2 of their top 6 or 7 players, which for the Giants makes sense, which really made that a win-win. And for Dexter Lawrence getting a bump over the next couple of years in salary, a win for him as well.
Who's going to go higher than we think?
There are a number of players who we've increasingly heard within the league. Again, when people are doing all these different war game exercises, Dylan Thiedemann, the Oregon safety, was looked at as a fringe first-round pick. I think he's a top 20 pick. I think he may go much higher than that. Caleb Banks, who news came out today that his doctor sent a letter to the team saying he's going to be cleared in time for training camp here. He had an odd deal with a foot injury that then he aggravated, but the medicals come back pretty clean on him. I think there's a good chance Caleb Banks ends up being a top 20 pick, which you would not have said before. Quarterback-wise, the one guy I keep coming back to, and this may not be in round 1, though I can't 100% rule it out. The quarterback who's going to go higher than every projection has had him in this process, I believe, is Carson Beck. There was a lot the teams had to sort through going back to Georgia. All the things they saw on social media, all the things that they heard out of the program, the celebrity obsessions, and him and Kirby Smart not getting along. To his credit, Carson Beck heard some of that stuff after he transferred to Miami. He cleaned up some of those things. Carson Beck has impressed people in the process when he's meeting with coaches. He comes across, as one scout put it to me, as a beautiful mind in terms of his football IQ. He knows exactly what's going on the football field. You remember the old Bill Parcells rules for drafting a quarterback. College graduate, senior, which he's a super senior to say the least, 30 starts, 23 wins, 60% completions, 2-to-1 interception, touchdown interception ratio. He's above and beyond in all those metrics, and he's 6'5", has a good enough arm. Why is that guy not going high? There's enough teams that have a quarterback need. I would not be surprised if Carson Beck goes, I believe he will go in the second round of this draft. Wow. And there's at least a non-trivial chance, again, based on the fact that everybody in the back half of the first round is going to have a second round grade. I would not 100% rule out the idea of Carson Beck somehow finding his way into the bottom of round 1.
No kidding. Wow. Before Ty Simpson? Now that would be something.
Both those guys, depending who you talk to, they're fits for different types of schemes. Carson Beck can probably do a lot of different stuff. He would fit the mold of, let's say, if you're Frank Reich with the Jets and that offense where you want the big, tall pocket passer who can process a lot at the line of scrimmage. He'd arguably be a better fit than Ty Simpson, who's the most common comp on him is Brock Purdy. That he's a guy who is, he may not have the biggest arm, no elite traits, right? Not the biggest guy, but he's going to be able to operate at a high level. He's going to be able to make NFL throws. That's a fit for the McVay, Shanahan type of offense. The existential question for the entire league is going to be when Brock Purdy was a 7th-round pick, Kirk Cousins was a 4th-round pick. Those guys who don't have the traits generally go later in the draft. Have we now just come around on, hey, Brock Purdy is statistically one of the most efficient quarterbacks in NFL history? Maybe that guy, if he came out now, should be a 1st-round pick. I believe Ty Simpson, the floor for him is in the top half of the 2nd round. If I had to lean, I would say he goes in the 1st, just because if it's Arizona, and the whole league right now thinks Arizona's going to take him, well, somebody could leapfrog him. Everybody knows who's there. They're at 34. Jets are at 33. If you want a quarterback, get into the bottom of 1 and take him.
Well, why would the Jets take a quarterback this year if they've put every draft capital egg in next year's basket?
I don't believe they are taking Ty Simpson.
Okay.
I don't believe that is the best fit for them. Could they take Carson Beck at some point? I could see that. Would it be at 33? I don't know, but they might have to take him because I don't think they have another pick prior to when Carson Beck quite possibly is going to be off the board. For Ty Simpson, the Cardinals are the clear team.
Who else?
The Rams, in terms of a futures guy. Now, when they had 29, that was the thought was, all right, you get an impact player at 13, right. You come back at 29. They trade 29 for Trent McDuffie, which is a blue chip player that's going to make a difference for their team. Can you take him at 13? That would be rich. But for the Rams, if they can move back, maybe move back a significant degree and still end up with them, I would not rule that out because there's not a lot of players they've done more work on in this draft than Ty Simpson. And there's not a lot of teams that have done more work on Ty Simpson than the Rams. They don't do 30 visits. They don't go to the combine. They don't do those things, but they spend extra time with guys. They make tons and tons of phone calls. The Rams are one of the interesting teams to me in the 1st round because you certainly can make the argument they should go receiver because Devontae Adams, by virtue of the fact that they were already telling him we might trade you, right, shows he may not have a lot more time left. You have to figure out exactly what Puka Nacua is going to be moving forward. Certainly a good sign that he's back in the building with the team. But at 13, if they get stuck there, do they take Mekhi Lemon? I don't think he goes above that. If the Rams don't take Mekhi Lemon, we'll see exactly where he goes. Could they take Omar Cooper Jr.? They've done a ton of work on Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, who had one of the best catches we've ever seen in college football. There's a lot of different ways that they could go. And just knowing how aggressive Sean and Les like to be, whether it's moving up or moving down, if it's bleep them picks or collect them picks, they've had those plans in the past, but you need somebody to want to move up into that spot.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Phone in his left hand. I don't think it's buzzed. You haven't even looked at it. I'm very impressed.
I'm sure it's buzzed.
Very, very impressed. Has it been buzzing?
We can guarantee that it's buzzed.
Mentioned you in their story, Rich Eisen Show on Instagram.
Who said that?
Nice.
You guys. Is it TJ?
You?
And it's Instagram. Jake is here. Jake's a mention. Yeah. Jake's doing it. You didn't get a text message, though, Tom, through all that?
I mean, I've got several non-important threads muted.
The team most likely to trade up into the top 5 is?
I mean, the Cowboys certainly have done their due diligence on it.
For Styles?
The belief would be Sonny Styles.
Arvell Reese?
Going all the way into the top 5. Let's start with who might trade out. The Cardinals at 3 are certainly open to trading out. The Titans at 4 are open to trading out. If with this stands, if we're talking top 5, Fernando at 1, obviously. At 2, it's either Bailey or Reese. It would come as a great shock to people within the league if it's not David Bailey, the best pure pass rusher in this draft. But if they have a vision for Arvell Reese, you can't rule that out. At 3 with the Cardinals, that's where the Jeremiah Love window opens, and it will shut quickly. Jeremiah Love goes at 3, 4, or 5. If he gets past 5, I am shocked. And that would be Cardinals, Titans, Giants. If he's sitting there, maybe the best player in the draft, which is also part of the argument for if the Cardinals are there at 3, do you take an offensive tackle, build it, for what you're going to have eventually in the quarterback, or do you take somebody in Jeremiah Love who's going to be able to take pressure off the quarterback in another way?
Or do you trade out and get the resources that you could then turn around to go trade back in for Ty Simpson where you think you can get him?
And that is also something that we've seen Monty do in the past. He's done the trade down, trade up routine before.
Right. So who's most likely to trade into the top 5? Tom Pelissero.
Again, the Cowboys have certainly explored it. The Chiefs have explored trading up. The Chiefs needs tackle, edge, corner. At 9, you're probably not trading up for a corner. So that brings you to edge or tackle.
Yes.
I would think in that scenario, it's for a tackle. Just because, again, if David Bailey goes at 2, I don't know that you're trading up for Reuben Bain. I don't know exactly where they landed on what Arvell Reese is. But I would say the Chiefs, if somebody moves up right now, I would go with the Chiefs. They don't have as far to go as the Cowboys.
Right.
And if you're going to get one of those top tackles, the fact that Cleveland is sitting there at 6 and is almost surely taking a tackle would motivate you to get ahead of them.
So which is the tackle that goes first?
If it's for the Browns, you have Spencer Fano.
Yes.
Would certainly be the one. If you're going up and trying to get above them, it could be Fano. He fits a profile that Andy Reid certainly would like. Francis Mauigoa is going to be really interesting because some people have him as a guard, and taking a guard in the top 5 picks doesn't happen very often. But it's probably one of those two. The next one, Monroe Freeland's going to go high in this draft. Blake Miller's likely a first-round pick. There's a bunch of them. But if you're trading up, if you're going way up to get a tackle, the two would be Fano and Mauigoa.
Was that code of saying Andy Reid's a BYU guy and Fano's a Utah guy? Was that?
That would be. He drafted a BYU tackle a couple of years ago. That is fantastic. See, you're on your game. I can tell you already ahead.
Why are you so surprised by that?
Because
this is the NFL draft, Tom Pelissero, and it's also, this is a day that ends in Y. You know what I mean?
Precisely. And this is, listen, I know that, going into this too, and of course, we're trying to drive ratings for the event that you host for 3 days.
Okay. I'm not trying to do anything. I think the ratings speak for themselves.
As much as we're talking, we don't have a Shedeur Sanders level story.
We never will ever again. Will we ever have a player that could go in so many mock drafts, first round, top of the first round, that lasts the 5th round, who's the son of one of the most famous players and popular pop culture guys ever? You know, that will never happen again.
Set of circumstances.
A day 1 story that lingers to day 3.
It is extremely rare.
Exactly. All I know is that just real quick.
I'm trying to help you.
It's raised to a certain level when my mom is like, "What is going on with Deion's son?" And I got that phone call. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So here's what I would say: the storylines throughout the draft.
Yes.
Not just in round 1, but going down. I would start with, of course, Ty Simpson and where he goes.
Yes, sir.
He's in the green room. That's a lot of pressure on a quarterback. We've seen it with Will Levis and Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers and plenty of famous stories. Where Ty Simpson goes, that's an obvious one. Jermod McCoy, the Tennessee corner, is going to be a big story. You talk to basically any evaluator in the NFL, they'll say this guy's one of the blue chip players in the draft. He's a top 10 pick all day. But he has a knee situation that is complicated and that the medical folks for all 32 teams have had to dig into and determine exactly what it is that they're going to be willing to do.
Yes.
Jermod McCoy is not straight up off boards. There's still I would say a decent chance that he goes in the 1st round because, again, even if you say, all right, well, we downgrade him to the 2nd round, you're taking 2nd round picks in the 1st round in the back half. But Jermod McCoy, he's got the ACL is fine. The ACL that he had reconstructed after he tore it in, I think, January of 25, that part's fine. He had a certain type of procedure where he had a cartilage defect in the knee. They use what's called a bone plug. There is concern among some doctors that he is going to need that bone plug replaced, which is another very lengthy type of a recovery. So there's longevity concerns. There are availability. Are you going to have to be managing his reps in his 1st year? Everyone's going to come to different determinations on that. But if you are, let's say, the Chargers at 23, you are in a spot in the draft where there's not a lot of 1st-round talents in there. You need a corner, and you're going, so you're telling me this guy probably can play. He might not be a 3-contract player, even a 2-contract player, but we can get a top 10 pick at number 23 in a draft where there aren't those guys.
Yeah.
Somebody like that may take him, but that is going to be a storyline worth following. I would also go to the number of big-name quarterbacks that we have in this draft who are not right now 1st-round picks. There are, and I went back because I had the Blesto grades from the spring of 2024, the conglomerate of different scouts from different teams.
Yes.
They come together, and in the spring, in May, they get together and they put the grades down. You can find first-round grades a couple of years ago on Carson Beck. You can find first-round grades on Drew Aller. You can, if you went back to 2024, you could probably find people at a first-round grade on Garrett Nussmeier. All those guys are going to get drafted. In the case of Aller and Nussmeier, they're probably third to fourth round. I would lean fourth round, but with all those comp picks, you can't rule it out. Those are big-name college players who all have traits and all have shown in the past they are capable of developing into starters. But with Nussmeier, he had a really weird injury last year. They kept calling it an abdominal strain. He found out, and I reported yesterday, when he underwent scans at the combine, he has a cyst on his spine that was pushing on a nerve. That's what was causing all this oblique pain. He couldn't throw normally the entire season.
Wow.
If you say 2025 was a result of that cyst, go back to the 2024 tape, you find a lot to like. Drew Aller, prior to the playoff game at the end of the 2024 season, if he came out, was probably a first-round pick. So it never came together. Then he gets hurt this year. James Franklin gets fired. The whole thing's a disaster. But he was regarded as a first-round pick by plenty of people. Somebody's going to take these guys, and maybe you're finding somebody in the third or fourth round who is capable of developing into a starter, and that's without even getting to the really unique athletic likes of Taylon Green from Arkansas and Cole Payton from North Dakota State, two guys who there's varying opinions on what they are in the NFL, but both those guys are going to go in the fourth or fifth round, and somebody's going to take a guy and have a plan with him. Taylon Green, the comp is Colin Kaepernick. He is fun to watch on tape. He also was benched on senior day last year by Bobby Petrino. There's a lot to unpack, but there's no 6'6" guys who run 4.4 40. Like, it just doesn't happen. 4.36, I think he ran.
Yeah.
All those things are interesting without even getting to Diego Pavia, which is another story.
Another story in itself. Yeah, I mean, Petrino with the most famous football neck brace since Pat McAfee, pretty much, right?
Look at you.
Before I let you go, the governor of this great Commonwealth is about to join us, and Josh Shapiro. He probably wants to know if A.J. Brown's getting traded. Is he getting traded?
I want to know that too, actually.
I would say
he's a Patriot fan. That's a different.
First of all,
you're not the governor of
knowing whose state I'm in.
By the way, he's on a top step off camera right now.
What would you like the answer to be?
Or Howie says. Howie would say A.J. Brown is an Eagle. I would say June 2nd-ish. I would not anticipate that he's an Eagle.
Okay.
Now, there have been no recent talks between the Eagles and the Patriots.
Yes.
But all signs are pointing toward this being a divorce, and then we'll see exactly where that ends up landing in terms of the compensation that they would still have to work out. How much are the Patriots willing to give up in the 2027 draft, which is regarded as a way better draft than 2026? That's one other thing I would mention real quick. Last year we had multiple teams give up their first-round pick in the following year. I would be stunned if someone does it this year.
An outstanding political answer out of you, Governor, right there. Whatever Howie says, that's the win, for sure. I like that.
I'm available for VP. Just saying.
Wow, look at you.
There's a lot of changes going on in our industry. I might need a plan B.
Always making news on Rich's show.
Thank you for coming on, Tom.
Thank you very much.
You can see who's coming up next, the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I will see you later on today and then tomorrow, obviously.
Can't wait.
Great. That's Tom Pelissero right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We wrap up with Governor Josh Shapiro when we come back.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Save big money on your next project when you shop at Menards. Eliminate odors with Damp Rid Moisture Absorbers. They're perfect for basements, attics, closets, and more. Damp Rid Moisture Absorbers work to attract and trap excessive moisture to create noticeably cleaner, fresher air. Save big on all Damp Rid product today. Plus, visit Menards.com to check out our weekly flyer and find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is going on now. If you're like me and you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard, this is the perfect time. I just designed my very own Bullfrog hot tub, and you got to check it out. I can't wait to see it. You can join me as well. Check out Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale, but it only goes on through April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code BUS for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's BUS.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill. A letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we are all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
I've actually ever listened to one of his calls, and I haven't.
The Paul Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
ESPN Radio has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Josh Shapiro.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of the great state of Pennsylvania is here. Good to see you. How are you, sir?
Great to be here, man. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
Thank you, sir. I haven't been here in a while. Last time I was here, was the night that the Steelers had a Saturday night game on Christmas Eve against the Raiders, and Franco Harris had just passed away, and there was a shrine being basically built in the airport next to his statue of the Immaculate Reception. You know, this is as great a football town as there is in the United States, sir.
Great football town. By the way, we miss Franco. He was a wonderful man, a friend and supporter, and just an extraordinary guy. You haven't lived till you've done a tailgate at Penn State with Franco Harris. Pretty incredible.
That had to be something, huh?
Incredible. Just incredible.
Yeah, it's a Penn State guy and then a Steeler guy and then just a community guy and a great guy. And obviously he left us too soon. But this city, I was telling you during the commercial break, and I would tell this to you off the air as I did, this city, when it's lit up at night, is one of the most beautiful cities on planet Earth. And Thursday night, it's going to be clear as a bell. This town is going to look amazing.
Going to be amazing. You know, we're going to be blessed with good weather, it seems like. And I got to say, everybody's done a heck of a job getting ready. The NFL, the Steelers organization, the Rooney family, they've been amazing. Our mayor, our county executive, our team in the state, everybody rowing in the same direction, working really hard, and it's going to be great. We can't wait to welcome hundreds of thousands of people to Pittsburgh.
Now, do you take part in the trying to get the draft to Pittsburgh stuff? I mean, are you in on that sort of machinations to get something like here?
All in. So, Rich, I was governor, I think, for 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
And the Birds went to the Super Bowl. Yes. And I went to, lead the delegation or whatever is the official way of saying it. But I'm also just a huge Birds fan. But while I was there, I was focused on 2 things: bringing business back to Pennsylvania and landing the NFL draft. Mr. Rooney had started to talk to the NFL about it. And I made a point wherever I could to find Roger Goodell and be the biggest pain in the ass to Roger Goodell about bringing the NFL draft here to Pittsburgh. And I made very clear, I think this city is a city of champions. We love football. It's beautiful. We can welcome people, whether they're driving, flying, however they're coming, and we'd put our best foot forward. And I'd run through a brick wall for him. We would do anything we needed to do to make this work, and just kept following up, nudging him. And Roger is just an absolutely wonderful commissioner, believed in what we could pull off here in Pittsburgh, obviously loves and values the Rooney family, and we made it happen. And for us, it's a huge economic development opportunity. It's been a huge catalyst for economic growth here. Downtown is looking better and better every day, and we've used the draft as something to build toward. So we're just pumped up. We're excited. It's a big deal.
And I think the commissioner has a soft spot for the Steelers because the man who knocked on the door to tell him he was, in fact, elected commissioner of the NFL was Dan Rooney.
Yeah.
He was sitting there waiting for the vote to be done, and the guy who knocked on the door, sort of similar to like the Hall of Fame knocks, the door knocks, the one who knocked on the door to say you're the commissioner was Dan Rooney back in the day.
Incredible story, and to have Dan Rooney, who's just a legend, make that statement to you, it's got to make you feel great.
Now, listen, all politics is local, and this is a Steeler town. But you mentioned you're a Birds fan.
Yeah.
You're cool. Like, I noticed you're wearing Pennsylvania gear.
Yes, my team, Pennsylvania.
Look, man, like if this draft was in Philadelphia, I mean, you'd show up here, like you're dressed for Silver Linings Playbook, Matt.
Listen, I'm not Rob Lowe wearing an NFL hat. I'm not going to do that. I'm a Birds fan. Nice. And you got to be true to who you are. Yeah. And listen, no hate for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I'm the biggest Steelers fan this week, working incredibly hard with them, for them, anything they need. But I think you got to be true to who you are. I grew up a young boy rooting for every Philly sports team, listening to 610 WIP, which was sports radio at night on my little transistor radio or wherever it was, calling in and feeling fortunate, like when they took my call. I was like a 12-year-old kid getting through.
Josh from where was calling?
Well, now I'm Josh from Juniata.
Okay.
Otherwise, if when I call as governor, they want to talk about politics. No, I don't want to talk about politics.
But when you called in, you were Josh from where?
I was just back then, just Josh from Drescher.
Okay.
That's where I was from.
Okay, cool.
Man, let me just tell you, that's how I grew up, and I think you got to be loyal to that. And I think Yinzers here, Pittsburghers, they respect you for just being true to who you are.
Well, TJ, Mr. Altoona, Pennsylvania, right here, also spent some time here in Pittsburgh. You're the perfect person to settle this. This has been a decade-long conversation because, as you know, I'm from New York City.
Right.
Chris has spent some time in Boston. We've referred to ourselves as being East Coasters. Philadelphians can say you're an East Coaster.
Yeah.
can a Pittsburgh person say you're an East Coast?
It's interesting. It's got a little bit more of a Midwestern vibe to it. Pennsylvania is obviously big and vast and wonderful. And, you know, when you're in Erie or you're in Pittsburgh, it's a little bit more Midwest than it is East Coast, the way Philly is. But I think that's what makes this a beautiful, wonderful, diverse, just incredible state. I will just say back to the Birds and the Steelers.
Yes, sir.
There's no, like, hate, right? I mean, Birds fans hate everybody, but, like, there's not like this sort of rivalry. I will say, you know, like Penguins, Flyers, that's a rivalry. Those teams hate each other. And those fan bases hate each other. But Birds and Steelers are okay.
Okay. Yeah, they can flock together.
They're okay.
So what do you know what's happening with the Eagles and A.J. Brown? Do you use your influence of your office to find out what is happening? I mean, you really are the only man more powerful in this Commonwealth than Big Dom is you.
Big Dom's one.
Right. Oh, really?
Long drop to number 2, where maybe is me.
Okay.
I don't know.
Understood.
But no, Big Dom. Big Dom's a man. You know, Howie's a friend. I would say Howie is the best GM, not just in football, but in all professional sports.
Okay.
But I'm very careful about not abusing my friendship with him and asking him for any inside scoop. I trust him. Birds fans trust him. He's earned that trust, and he'll do what he needs to do.
But you never call him up and say, what's going on?
I mean, we talk sports. I might share my opinion, but...
Well, you're not calling about the Sixers beating the Celtics last night on 2 days before the draft, if you call him. Imagine. You know.
No, but, I mean, I was texting a whole bunch of my buddies about that Sixers game. My problem with the Sixers is I love the Sixers, but they break your heart. And so I was trying not to get emotionally invested after game 1. Now, after game 2, I'm completely emotionally invested. You're back. I just hope Joe comes back and they don't break my heart.
I feel your pain there.
You do, right?
Yeah, man.
It's so much talent, but it's just like...
Especially with Embiid, right? That we've rarely seen a player as physically gifting yet his body keeps just breaking.
It's so sad. Yeah. I mean, in terms of physical gifts, he's top 2 or 3 in the NBA, if not number 1. And I would argue our backcourt right now is as good as we've ever had. I mean, AI was obviously extraordinary, but he didn't have a complimenting player the way Maxey and VJ have.
You understand business. I've got to do a quick piece of business right here for Rich Eisen Show sponsor, LinkedIn. If you're running a small business, you know making every hire matter is important. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. And the challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in right here. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire, and get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. I appreciate you stopping by here.
You sounded pretty good there.
I appreciate you.
You might have a future in this.
Thank you. You went higher register. If you go higher register, that means you don't believe what you're saying, but I believe you, sir. We've got a couple more minutes to end this show on Disney Plus, if you don't mind staying right there.
Love it.
Appreciate it. For our radio audience, that wraps up our first of 3 days here from the awesome city of Pittsburgh, PA. Back in a second.
All right, thanks, Rich. Speaking of governors, we'll see if the Springfield gets anything done today on the Bears front.
Fingers crossed.
We're monitoring that with the stadium situation. The draft is a day away, guys. What do you want to see the Bears do, and what don't you want to see the Bears do? We will talk about baseball from last night. Cubs and Sox both win. They were exciting games. And we have Charles Barkley coming up at 3 o'clock.
And Big Rat, Big Cat.
That's
Barstool
right.
Big Cat joins us today as well.
The Rally Rat, should the Cubs embrace it? Yes. We'll talk about that, Jesse from Wrigley, as well. It's coming up in 5 minutes on ESPN 1000.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Since the Verdoliak Law Group opened its doors in 1963, we knew we wanted to be a firm that fights for the injured while putting our own money to work for our clients. Over the last several years, over 95% of the money we made has been contingent on our clients recovering money. We only win if our client wins. If not, we don't collect a fee and we lose our own money that we fronted on the case. Over the past 55 years, we've also learned what we are not. We're not a law firm that operates by billing you by the hour, nor do we cherry pick only multi-million-dollar cases. We won't turn away an injured client because his injuries are not catastrophic enough. We won't say, come back next time when someone dies or is paralyzed. Whether your case is worth $10,000 or $10 million, if we think we can help, we will help. We at the Verdoliak Law Group know exactly who we are. Without firms like us that put their own money on the line, injured people would consistently get less than they deserve. We are the Verdoliak Law Group. Call us at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
Bali High.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Lemon, it's Wednesday.
Waddle.
Matt never played like Waddle did, I'll tell you that.
Oh, no. I got it.
Silvy.
How about this? We've got Carmen in the house. 34 years since the Bears last won the Super Bowl. That's sweetness.
Oh, it is. That's Walter Payton's number?
Walter Payton's number.
Thanks.
Bring gas.
This is...
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Wow!
Love these guys.
Love that now. That's a new staple right there. Oh, my goodness.
Having Charles on today.
That's right, and that's from the interview last week.
Wow!
With Mad Dog Russo right there with the wow. When he found out that Michael and Charles have they started talking again, And Charles will give us more details on that because, as we have said before, the feud, unfortunately, between Michael and Charles began here on ESPN 1000.
Because he was mad at you.
He was mad at you 14 years ago.
Is that when it was, 14 years?
14. Can you believe that? 14 years ago?
It's too long
how
to be,
fast things go?
Yeah, but it's too long a period of time to be angry at somebody.
Yes. Especially when time is of the essence.
And especially when the transgression was
so small.
Yeah, so minor. I mean, I can understand it'd be a long, you could hold a grudge for a long time based on something that was really bad, but that wasn't really.
Yeah, all he did was say that Michael was a yes guy. All he had to do was say, Charles, listen, we've been friends a long time. Keep your name out your mouth, out of your mouth, you know? Keep my name out of your mouth. Yeah. That's it. But like to end a friendship over 14 years is quite silly.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe Michael's become more reflective as he gets older. Or maybe he's riding the high of
he's feeling
five
good.
Straight NASCAR wins.
That's right. He's found new success.
Right.
Maybe Charles blew in a call and congratulated him. Yeah. That's what you think happened.
That was my guess.
We'll ask him, though, when he joins us, like, who reached out. Not that it matters. It's like I actually would applaud that person being the bigger person. There were many times I've told you before where we thought they could mend the fences. The last, I think, was here in Chicago during the All-Star game. They were in the same, like, cigar bar or something. Was it the Clayton? Where we watched the draft?
I think so, yeah. I think Common was there, too. No, I'm joking.
He could have been there.
But he probably was.
That bite from the Open with Common, for me, was from the All-Star break.
I know. That's why I mentioned it.
That was from First Take.
Do you remember Common's he was a very friendly wave to us as he was leaving ABC 7 studio, and he turned back and he waved to us in a very
and that was a
way.
different time.
That was,
and then the day that I got to interview him on First Take, on the on-air stuff.
Yeah.
I was like their sideline reporter that day. He could not have been a nicer guy.
If I was to meet him right now, you know the thing I'd say to him? Loved you in one of the Wick movies. He was like a bad guy, and I thought he was awesome. And he's done a lot of great things, but I'm just saying that role he played in John Wick, I don't know if it was the second or third John Wick, but he was awesome.
How many are there these days?
4. I think there was 4, maybe.
4.
Yeah, there was 4.
If I remember correctly, that All-Star game was basically like the 2020 NBA All-Star game presented by Common, because Common was in like every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It really was the last big event before COVID hit here in Chicago. And it was, I pretty much thought, it was the icing on top of the cake regarding Pax and Guard getting removed from their spot. Like how little times have changed, because now they're in the same thing as they were 6 years ago. But that was, remember all the Bulls fans on First Take? Stephen A., who isn't scared to rip anybody, was even appalled by how much when Zach LaVine was on stage. Do you remember this? He was an all-star. He was on stage with Stephen A. And all the Bulls fans at Navy Pier were chanting "Fire Gar Pax," whatever the chant was. Remember this? And Stephen A. is like, "All right, come on, show some class."
Yeah,
as
that
they
was
were
a year before they moved on to Billy, right? Billy wasn't Billy hired in 2021?
Yeah,
wasn't it his first year?
Well, that was just because of COVID. Remember, this all happened.
Right.
It was the league got shut down. The bubble, then the bubble happened. But then during the 2020 offseason, I think it was, is when they hired AK. And then the 2021 season, the next season started late because of COVID, and Billy coached that first team.
I don't know how they could like even find this, but for the next basketball operator to have success, do their names have to not be able to be shortened to 2 syllables, so you can't chant "Fire Garpax, Fire Acme"? Like it has to be the kind of name where you can't shorten both of them into a 4-syllable chant.
Garpax, Acme, you're right. Yes.
So all right, I'm trying to think.
Michael should consult me on this.
Myers, his name is just too short.
No, but that rhymes, because then you can do Fire Myers if it ever goes south.
Yeah.
So you can't hire him.
We're already firing whoever gets hired next. That's hilarious.
Not just that, but one of the greatest basketball execs of all time.
It's got to be named like James John or something.
Not only did they not call Bob Myers, they couldn't get his phone number. Like, that's how out of touch they are. They couldn't even get his number.
We don't know that. I hope they've called him.
Allegedly.
We will see. Has it been reported that they have not called?
No, it has not. But
do I know
he
something?
wasn't on the list, was he?
Well, do you need to get? He works for a company, but is it for a specific team?
I don't.
He's with Fenway, right?
No, he's with Josh Harris's group. But I think Josh Harris's group somehow is intertwined with the Sixers too. But we know that what's his name, Austin Brown from CAA is also getting interviewed.
Right,
you wouldn't have to seek permission for that.
Don't you want to be stealth in some regards too? With bigger, they don't know how to be stealth.
What are you talking about?
They're stealth with Billy.
Yeah, they openly said we want Billy back.
Right,
but you know where they are stealth
with that.
I'm saying when they hired him.
Contract extensions, they go stealth. That's when they do their best
stealth
work.
when they're doing
when they're handing out contract extensions. So before we get into some football conversation, and Tyler's back, he's wearing his Cubby sweatshirt. He's been at the last 2 Cubs games.
You're going to have to go to every game until this streak ends. You know that, right?
And maybe flying out to L.A.
Yeah, well,
you take it, right?
There's worse assignments than that, isn't there?
It was a good night for baseball here in Chicago last night. A lot going on. Carmen was texting nonstop. First, he started about hockey.
Yeah.
He was texting our group chat about hockey and Hagel, the former Blackhawk.
I heard Carm say today, though, that they had to start a new text chain because
they had to go side text.
They had to go side chain, yeah.
But then, both baseball teams, they were very entertaining games on both sides of town. The Sox in Arizona, Cubs at home here against the Phillies. They've won 7 in a row now. And speaking of streaks, Murakami is up to 4 in a row.
9 on the season
with home runs. Yeah, he has been everything. The scouting report was right on target with Murakami, wasn't it? That, he'll strike out, but he has the home run record in Japan for a single season. He hits home runs in bunches.
When he hits them, too, they're majestic.
Yes, they're
beautiful. Not that, I don't think last night's home run, I think it was a little oppo for Bryce Harper. That wasn't majestic. Seiya's was. But when Murakami hits a home run, it feels and looks majestic. It really does.
Yeah.
It just looks right.
So I was talking to Jordan Sherwood, who's a Sox fan. He works here at the radio station. And even though it seems like one series they get swept, the White Sox, the next series they do the sweeping or they really bounce back, it's been more fun. We'll see if they could get on some sort of a consistent way of playing some baseball. They're still trying to find some other stuff.
I got to say, though, one of the stories that we really haven't even talked about is Sai Shota and the start to the season. I'm out of jokes. I don't have any jokes.
Oh, yeah? But you'll save them.
Jokes on me right now. Right now, jokes on me.
Well, it's a good place to start. Because as you know, I have been one of Shota's biggest fans. And obviously I was down, just like many people last year, before he got into the bad way of the second half of last year.
How much of that was due to the injury? Because
we don't know.
You go back and look, his start this year is really similar to last year's start, too.
Well, I got numbers for you. And this is what I'm people were talking about Shota like he was trash. Trash. And my argument was before he went bad in the first year and a half, it started with Friedel, went to Barstool Big Cat to Barstool Big Cat Day. I never said Shota was a number one. I was, even though that at times he was pitching very well and at times could be the Cubs' best pitcher.
I always said it too.
That's what I said. Yeah. My thing was, Shota to me, Nick would come at me, and Nick's always down on Ricketts. They don't pay for a real number 2. I'm like, what do you mean they don't pay for number 2? Shota's a number 2. Shota's numbers in MLB have been too worthy. Then he had the second half slide, and it wasn't looking good. But if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, so first of all, let me give you his numbers for this year. After he was unpitchable, and he would admit it, for the word that, and we'll talk to Jesse, I believe even Shota's camp didn't want him pitching in the postseason last year. He was so scrambled, whether it started with the injury and then he got out of touch, whether he was tipping his pitches, whether his arm angles were not right. It was a whole bunch of mechanical stuff that were all out of whack. And I will admit, he was not pitchable at the end of the year. And then it turned out a lot of people wanted him to go. And then he's and people thought he would hit free agency, but then he's like, okay, you tendered me. I'm going to take the offer. I'll take the 1-year deal. So he's back. In 5 starts this year, Shota has a 217 earned run average. That is 17th in Major League Baseball. His whip is 0.72. That is first in Major League Baseball. Leads all of pitchers in whip. He has 32 strikeouts, and yesterday was not one of the high strikeout games. They made a really good point on the broadcast on how he handled Philadelphia differently. We had talked on yesterday's show that usually when you see Shota the second time, and especially if it's close to the first time you see him, he gets hit hard. He really did a good job of approaching Philly differently than he did last year.
He had them pounding the ball into the ground instead of hitting the ball in the air.
But even with, I think he had 1 strikeout all of last night. Is that all it was?
1.
Even with just 1 strikeout last night, his 32 strikeouts is 14th in baseball. He has one of the top innings pitched, too. So, like, he's going 5, 6, 7 innings. Last night was a 7-inning start. So he has bounced back, and you may say, okay, it's only 5 starts. Do you know what Shota's numbers are for his 2+ years in Chicago, even with a half of a season when he was completely unpitchable?
I have his sheet up, but I'm not looking at it. I would say he's got an ERA of 3.27.
It is 3.19. His earned run average as a Cub is 3.19, and that ranks where for pitchers who have pitched in 24, 25, and 26.
In the National League or overall?
Overall. So there are 156 qualified starting pitchers who have pitched in the last 2.5 years. Where does Shota's 3.19 earned run average rank?
13th.
It is 23rd.
Oh. Still.
23rd out of 156. There are 30 teams in Major League Baseball. So even when he was unpitchable, he still, with a half a season of not being good, he has still been better than most pitchers in Major League Baseball. I've kept receipts. I think that Shota has been unfairly treated in this town. I think that a lot of people, because he's not a 98-mile-per-hour flamethrower, people look at him and say, well, he's not a strikeout guy. And again, I am not telling you that he's an ace. I'm not telling you that they should extend him in a $100 million deal. I just feel like even when he was going good, he was sort of disrespected because of the way he kind of finesses his way around the strike zone and gets guys out. And when he does go bad, he gets really bad. He'll allow a 7 spot, and he could really ruin a day because he'll give up 2 or 3 home runs. But I think when you zoom out, Shota has been better than most people ever thought he would be when he signed with the Cubs.
What were people's expectations? I don't even recall.
A 3.
Yeah.
Have you noticed the one big mechanical change with him this year?
Well, I always see him pointing as he and like Deshae says, it looks like he's throwing darts.
So,
but I don't know if it's that you're talking about.
No. It's, remember with his windup, and this is only with the bases empty, but remember with his windup, he would always pause at the top of his motion. Yeah. He doesn't do that anymore. Okay. It's all fluid. And I wonder, because remember, a lot of things with Shota was always, he might be tipping pitches. And I wonder if there was a tell that some hitters were picking up on when he would pause at the top of his motion. But I noticed last night for the first time, he's not pausing at the top of his motion anymore. And I went back and watched a couple of his other starts. He's just one fluid motion now.
Yeah.
And I think that might be helping him.
Now the question is, do people adjust to his adjustment?
Yes.
That is, in all of sports, that is the answer to the most difficult questions.
But like I said, for 2+ years, his overall production has been good. So, like, they haven't adjusted, like, even though he was, like, we give breaks. I've always said this. When someone has a bad second half and they're a hitter, we're always like, well, he had a bad second half. Will he rebound? I think a lot of people just thought he was trash and that what he had done before in the previous year and a half didn't count. And I get it. There's no doubt in my mind, Nico is the Cubs MVP. Nico right now, and it's very early, is an MVP candidate. We'll see if he could sustain that. Nico, by far, is the Cubs MVP, but you can't tell me that one of the biggest, best surprises and one of the more valuable pieces on the Cubs in the wake of Cade Horton going down, in the wake of Matthew Boyd going down, and when the bullpen has been beaten up and you need a guy every fifth day to give you 6 or 7 innings and to give you length and to keep the opponent down, that Shota's 5 starts haven't been as valuable as anyone else next to Nico Horner.
Yeah, you can't argue that. So I said I got no Shota jokes for you today.
To Tyler's point about like the mechanical change, I heard Jesse talking about it today with Carmen Jurko that when he came over from Japan, he was like, the Kyle Hendricks comparisons were massive because he's such a cerebral pitcher and like he consumes so much data and he's always thinking about this kind of stuff much in the same way Kyle Hendricks was, which makes sense. Like obviously, like we all know Kyle Hendricks was never like an overwhelming stuff kind of pitcher, but he would always apply everything he could possibly learn to his arsenal, and he would always locate super well. And
listen, it's a surprise to the Cubs, right? Because they were not expecting him to pick up his player option, were they?
I think, I was just going to say, I think his roster spot,
but
the fact he's even here.
They still tender, or did he pick it up, or did they tender him?
It
It was an option. That's what it was.
Because if he declined it, they would have gotten a draft pick, right?
So that's why they extended it in the first place.
That's what I mean. Like it's a surprise to them as well.
Yeah. I mean, like he was, like I said, Jesse can probably lend more credence to this because he's connected, but I don't even think that they really wanted him pitching. Not the Cubs, his camp. Yeah. The people who know Shota, he was messed up last year, and it may have started with the injury, whatever the case. So if you want to talk some baseball, Sox fans, Cubs fans, 312-332-3776. Will the Cubs embrace the rally rat?
They should.
And I don't mean fans. So if you missed it, and I don't think the broadcast intentionally picked it up, did they? Was this just something that sort of went viral after the game? I know my guy Marcus LaShock sent it out on Twitter and on Instagram.
Cap was saying he texted Boog about it.
They didn't
Boog
know.
was like, I missed it.
Yeah, they didn't know.
I don't think they ever shined the light on the rat. There was a rat running behind the plate and down the first base line along the wall. And it was inches away from huge.
Could have been a rally cat if you look in closely.
It was inches away from the players in the dugout. You know, they got that little fence, and you could see the Phillies. Yeah, the Phillies were startled.
I would be too.
Me too. I've had run-ins with rats, and I don't like it. I don't like.
It's the worst feeling ever when you hear one scamper across. You're like, oh my god, there's a rat in this building right now.
Where we used to park at 190 North State, I don't know if you witnessed this or you saw something. I
saw rats in there. They would crawl into the garbage cans.
Yes. And one time I was throwing garbage out, and as I tossed it into the garbage can, a rat jumped out of the garbage can. And then I told you the story when we went to Sam Adams Brewery.
Yeah.
We went to Boston.
A lot of rats in Boston.
Yes. And what's the big street where all the restaurants are? Newberry Street or something?
That's a nice area. But yeah, I mean, there's some restaurants on Newberry
It's
Street.
when my buddy Berger was living there. You weren't out to dinner with us this night. We were sitting outside.
Oh, I remember.
And we were lower than street level. It was like a little patio that was not underground, but below ground level.
Like a dugout.
And there was a piece of food on the ground, and a rat kept coming out, looking at the food, approaching us, and then running away. And it was like tempting to see if we would make a move for it. And it finally ran to get the food and went right underneath our feet. And I freaked the hell out.
Boston had a very famous rat renaissance when they did the Big Dig. When they did the Big Dig, they came out of everywhere. And then they couldn't get rid of them.
You said dig, right?
I said big dig, yeah. Big Dig, D-I-G.
Someone once put a rat right in my driveway when I lived in Ukrainian Village.
Oh, really?
Coming out of the garage, I think I told you.
Intentionally?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I had an issue with the people across the way.
They were calling you a rat?
They were bad garbage people.
Oh,
they weren't throwing there in bins, and it was scattered all over, and I think there was a rat problem.
And
I mean, look, all of Chicago, if you live in the city and you live in alleys, there are rats all over the place.
Yes.
You'll see rat traps or whatever the poison, these little black boxes that they have.
They go in there, they get whatever's in there, and then they take it back to their rat home. And then all of the rats, they share it with the rest of the rats. That's the goal.
I know multiple people who have cats just to keep rats at bay.
Oh, yeah, there's alley cats now.
Where they don't have a home?
They don't have a home. They let them run free and
live among the alleys.
Just
Now, with that said, I'm not so sure Crane Kenny and Tom Ricketts, after doing this beautiful renovation of Wrigley, are going to be willing to embrace the
What if
rally
he's got
rat
like
the
10
way
alley
that we
cats
would.
running around Wrigley?
The way that we would embrace it.
I say you put it on the scoreboard. You're down in a game. It's 2-1 tonight in the 6th inning. The Cubs are coming to the plate, and you make that sound effect, and then you put Rally Rat on there. Like, lean into it. I know they probably won't because people. I think Ozzy even made a joke like 10 years ago that it's a rat-infested
They're as
ballpark.
big as pigs.
What did he say?
I think he said they're as big as pigs.
Yes, yeah, and but wherever you like. You go down to the subway, you know, in the red line, the blue line, there's rats running around there.
Everywhere.
Like I said, in our parking garage at State and Lake, there are rats.
On the 7th floor, there were some rats up there.
There was a rat-shaped hole in like in like Lincoln Square or something like that.
Was it the pothole?
Yeah. Got flattened, I think.
Looked like
Although they later debunked that.
Yeah,
it wasn't actually a rat.
Yeah. I liked it more when we thought it was a rat.
I like
that
the
got
lore.
run over and was embedded into the
rally rat.
pavement. Yeah. Alex in Mount Greenwood wants to talk about his socks. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Murakami is the best thing that has ever happened to the White Sox in a long time. Like, that swing is unbelievable. I mean, I was a Johan Makata lover. Unfortunately, he didn't pan out.
Wow. For how long, though? How long were you a Mancata lover?
2 weeks.
Dude, since 2018, when I was there for his debut. It was 2018, 2019. My God, like, this swing is better than I've ever seen before in my entire life. Like, it's.
He went on to slash 235, 315, and 400.
Do you remember, though, we all thought he was going to be good. And like I just referenced COVID in the first segment when we were talking about the Chicago All-Star game. Wasn't it, Alex, when we first started thinking poorly of Moncada was during the COVID year, like he wasn't playing well, then everyone said he had long COVID. Like, and he was still dealing with those symptoms, and then like the next year he just wasn't good either. So we're like, okay, this isn't long COVID, maybe he's just not as good as we thought. But I think early on, and then it came out that he's got one of the worst habits in baseball. He was one of the worst workers in baseball. Carmen recently said that.
Yeah.
Alex, are you having more fun watching the team even though their record still isn't great?
Honestly, yes. This has been the best White Sox year I've watched in 3 years?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Much to say.
Yeah. But look, you may be seeing building blocks here, and the Sox, spent some money. He came down in price, and credit to Getz that he landed on him. Same thing that happened with Shota. I was talking about Shota. Shota, if you remember, a lot of people thought would get paid a lot higher. The story went he was living in Chicago while he was a free agent when he came to the States. And he and his agent called the Cubs saying, hey, I'm still unsigned. He likes it here. He's been hanging out at the mall in Schaumburg. I think that was the story. Jesse can tell you about that. And the price came down. They signed him. Same thing with Murakami. Murakami thought he was going to get a lot more money. Probably the Sox thought he was out of their budget. He went down in price, and they hopped on him. So good for them. Jesse is a good topic here. Ring it up for this. Jesse texted Tyler and me. He said, sounds like a segment for the biggest rats in sports. All right, so in the wake of the rally rat last night, if I bring up to you, as we speak about rats or your rat story, who are the biggest rats in sports? We were just talking about Hawks yesterday. Was Boland the rat? Was Dave who had the nickname the rat on the Blackhawks?
Sounds right. I remember in Boston it was Kenny Linsman, but I think you're right. It wasn't Boland the rat?
You're right. It was Boland.
Yeah. So that was in a good way. Who are the biggest rats in sports? So what would constitute a rat? I always think a rat's someone who turns someone in behind their back.
Dirty rat. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's like kind of like a tattletale or just like a guy you don't want to be teammates with, really.
Okay, so like a guy that you wanted to steer clear of in Chicago sports. biggest rats in sports. I recently mentioned one within the last 6 months. 312-332-3776. Some good stuff to play as Charles Barkley is going to join us here at 3 o'clock for Can't Miss Radio and content. He's going to be on YouTube, we believe, as well. YouTube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. Make sure you subscribe if you want to watch Chuck with us. We've had a lot of great conversations recently. Joe Madden was on camera with us the other day. Last week we had Field Yates on camera. If you want to talk Bears draft, White Sox, Cubs, biggest rats in sports, courtesy of Jesse Rogers. That man's always thinking it's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
I've had a great last couple of days, guys, not just because my teams are winning, but because I finally purchased the hot tub of my dreams. For years, we've thought about it, we've debated it, and we found Blue Frog Spas, and that's the reason why we decided to splurge and to make our bodies feel better with a great hot tub from Bullfrog Spas. I took the family, my wife, my kids, over to the Superstore, the factory outlet in Vernon Hills, and it was there where we experienced the wet test. They'll do this for anybody, where you literally get into all the different hot tubs and you find out which one fits your family. So whether it's the backyard, whether it's your deck, and this isn't just a summer thing, this is a year-round thing. Thinking about if you're going out with the guys and you're playing golf all day, or you tweak your back waddle, putting your golf clubs away, you get into the hot tub. Or you want to relax after a long day's work, you get into the hot tub. And they've got so much selection to choose from at Bullfrog Spas and different locations for you to choose from. I went to Vernon Hills location. You could check them out in Elgin, Gurnee, Geneva, Naperville, and right now they've got their big sale going on, their backyard makeover sale, where you can save up to 25% off clearance models or $3,000 off MSRP. So check it out today. Bullfrog Spas, 5 Chicagoland locations.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! Financing on select models with approved credit.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8000000.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Dang, I forgot the wakeboard. How am I supposed to enjoy myself without my favorite water activity? I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing, or even just relax on a floaty, but without the wakeboard, what's the point?
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive. So you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Payoff pitch. That is too low, ball 4. And Ballesteros works the walk. It forces in the run. And the Cubs have the lead. Line out towards left center field. Half. Sliding, and he makes the catch. 5 innings. Bush. Little flare out into center. It falls. In to score is Nico. Half on his heels. Into third is Carson Kelly, Michael Bush. And then we found out not eligible. Look out! Home run, Nico Horner. And it's 4-1. That is crushed. Left field on its way. Out of here. And on to Waveland for Seiya Suzuki. In the dirt, kicks away from Real Muto. Bush to the dish. He's in. And it's 7-3.
There you go. Last night's highlights on Marquee Sports Network and our buddy Boog Sciambi and the Cubs win.
Can I give Craig Counsell some advice for tonight's game? Hide Scott Kingery's glove before you leave the clubhouse.
Yeah, what date is he getting his DFA?
Just hide his glove. So, like, you're not
there's
even
always two of these guys, it feels like, that aren't going to be on the team by the end of May.
He's not allowed out.
Well, he's only on the team because you need a pinch runner. Like, he's a really good base runner.
Do you need a pinch runner?
I think you do.
Do you need it for a roster spot?
I think you do, yeah. In this day and age. I mean,
Birdie was your guy last year, wasn't he?
Well, it was
Birdie
him
was a good
and
defender.
and Bruhan.
Right? Or am I misremembering?
But, I mean, he was fast as lightning.
Yeah, they were both fast last year, but you didn't need two. You need one, I think.
Okay, so, like,
But they were in a pinch yesterday because...
I subscribe to what you're selling. You got a pinch runner. He's not allowed to own a glove. No glove for him.
I agree.
Tyler, as you mentioned, it paid off with... how did it work where they subbed for Shaw, right? They pinch hit for Shaw with the Ballesteros.
Yes.
And he walked in. It was like they should have challenged. It was strike 3. I think Boog hit that.
It was an 0-2 count to start the at-bat,
Yeah,
too.
it was a professional at-bat, but the 3-2 pitch was probably a strike. And but it was the right move. But then what happened is Kingery had to go to third base. He's a natural second baseman. I think they said he hadn't played third base in like 5 years.
I thought it was
he played in AAA last year, but very limited.
Yeah, he's not been a good player. And like this,
Scott, are you sure you're right-handed?
I can't see him being on the team for long. I think he could upgrade.
With what, though?
I don't know. Not him.
I mean, all he's been asked to do this year
You have
is...
options, don't you? You could join the team.
Yeah, you're fast.
All the... Like, really, the only time he's been asked to play is with pinch running.
Yeah,
and he's actually done a good job of it, too.
He has only 3 or 4 at-bats?
Yeah.
312-332-3776. Good calls, too, lining in for the topic on the biggest rat in sports. I'll go first. I said Isaiah Thomas.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Isaiah Thomas is like just the worst of the worst. He was a cheap shot artist in a different type of way than Lambeer and Mahorn when he used to play against the Bulls. The not shaking of the hands when he finally got defeated by the Bulls. And for 30 years now, whenever the opportunity arises, he'll do anything to sort of talk down Michael Jordan and what the Bulls were able to accomplish, even though they beat the Bulls for many years, and then the Bulls ultimately dethroned them. Like, to me, it only lowers that team on a pedestal if you're going to lower on the accomplishments of the Bulls. So Isaiah Thomas, my buddy Trevor texted me, he said John Starks is another good one. And then when he was on the Bulls, you're like, oh, like a lot of Bulls fans didn't even want to cheer for him. He was here for a cup of coffee.
There's somebody I'm trying to I don't even remember the sport. Somebody that was consistently tripping people.
Who was that?
Well, it's Grayson Allen.
that's a great one.
That's what mine was going to be.
Okay, there's your rat.
That's a great one.
There's your rat right there.
And like, he caused Caruso's injury, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He broke Caruso's wrist.
And he did something recently again. And he's
it followed him, I remember.
Yeah, he looks the part, too. He just looks like a rat.
Other guy I had was Dylan Brooks, too.
Yes. Always stirring it up.
Instigator.
Always stirring it up.
What a
Did you
rat.
have one, Waddle, or was it Grayson Allen?
It was Grayson Allen was the one that I was thinking of. Like rats for athletes have always been attached to hockey players. Like it's always been who's the biggest rat in the NHL. Guys have rat as a nickname. I think it's kind of been something that the NHL has dominated.
Did you say Marchand?
Marchand was also the rat,
He was the rat. Boland. Who did you say, Charlie?
I got two coaches. One, Bruce Pearl.
Oh, Dominic in Dallas has that too.
And Lane Kiffin at LSU.
Okay. Those are good. I think this is an endless topic that Jesse created here. That's why we say that Jesse's such a good teammate. He's probably on his way to Wrigley. He's creating a topic, and he's going to join us to talk baseball later, and maybe even get Schwarber on the show.
Ooh.
This is a good one, too. Let's see if you guys agree. Kevin in New Buffalo, Michigan. Biggest rats in sports.
Yeah, you know what? I thought you meant Chicago, but I'm going to stick with it. Isaiah was a good one, but I'm going to say Scottie Pippen, baby.
Ooh.
He quit on the team. He doesn't tip. He ripped on Michael after the last dance. I mean, he signed that contract. Jerry, of all people, told him not to sign, and he still did. I mean, on and on and on.
Yeah, it so pains me too, Kevin, because I don't think you can debate it. And then, not only with Michael, but think about what he did to Phil. Think about bringing up that Phil's a racist because he didn't design the play for him. Yeah. Instead of just owning it and saying, I screwed up. It's the biggest mistake of my career. I hate that this is the headline of my career, but it is something I did and I regret, but the good times outweighed the others. Instead, he just came out swinging about everything and everyone instead of just owning quitting on the team and then trying to say that the coach who stood by you through thick and thin was racist because he drew up a play for Kukoc.
That's rat behavior.
And I love him. Scotty, I always said, was so underrated. And I believe that as the years went by, people appreciated him even more.
Bill Laimbeer, a rat?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's
total rat.
But, you knew what you were getting. He wouldn't run for... He's the opposite of Scotty. Yeah. He wouldn't hide it. He'd tell you he was a dick. He'd act like a dick to your face.
Listen to this. Potsy was texting us earlier today and said that so he's student teaching in gym. He said there was a kid in his class wearing a Bill Laimbeer jersey to class today.
A Bill Laimbeer?
A Bill Laimbeer for I think he's teaching elementary school gym or something like that.
Do you think this is a dad who grew up in Detroit getting?
But how do you still have that thing around? I don't think they were mass producing Bill Laimbeer jersey, were they?
A kid-sized jersey too. It's not like
I don't know. I bet there's some. I bet there's some. Larry Bird jerseys out there.
Larry Bird was like a superstar.
I know, but Laimbeer, they won 2 titles, didn't they? He was a famous player. He was a good player. He was just a rat.
Yeah. Laimbeer?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I've always said this.
Loved him when he was on your team.
If Bill Laimbeer ever played for the Bulls, I would have been one of his biggest fans. I hated Bill Laimbeer. But, man, I always say this, and he hurt me many times, him and Isaiah. The louder the boos got, the louder the chance of Laimbeer sucks got, the better he'd perform.
He was their Joakim Noah.
Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. And he would fight. He was not scared to fight. Here's a really good one. Multiple people have suggested this. Eric in Colorado. What do you got, Eric?
What's up, guys? Jose Canseco. He ruined baseball by bringing steroids to the light and got steroids out of the game. And I just miss 90s baseball when everyone was gassed out of their minds hitting 50 dongs a year.
So you're more mad at him for bringing the steroids in or for ratting out the rest after he got caught?
Oh, for bringing it to the spotlight and getting steroids out of the game.
More steroids, more better, right?
The Dan Uglas of the world getting 45, 50 bombs at second base.
Brady Anderson hitting 50 from center field.
Absolutely. Miss all those guys.
How would you feel? I've always wondered about this because a lot of people were like, oh, Jose Canseco bringing it up. but he was like the only guy that they were going after. Then McGuire, but then like everybody, he knew everyone was doing this.
Yeah.
And everyone was only dragging him. So he finally shined the light on everybody. And without that, does the game get cleaned up? But he was saying that he was mad that the game got cleaned up. How do you feel about that? Should he have stayed silent?
No, you should do what you want to do. You stay silent. I mean, if everyone's pointing the finger at you and they're all guilty, you know. I mean, listen, I think everyone should keep their mouths shut. But if everybody's out there barking, like, what do you expect? You had to know that he was eventually going to talk.
Yes, for sure. Cooper and Wrigley, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Coop?
What's going on? So I thought it was Chicago-based, too. My first thought was Corey Perry, just because you have a 3-month stand with the Blackhawks, and the only reason you get kicked off is because you have sex with your teammate's mom. That's usually
Allegedly, right? Like, that was a big rumor, and we like, they always denied that, too.
Allegedly. And then I was thinking as you were talking, too, can we consider Tiger Woods as a rat just because of – I don't know. Obviously, he started out as like the most amazing golfer ever, and then the last probably 10 years, his personal life has really come to life. So, is that rat behavior just because he hit it so well for so long?
It depends. What do you like? If this is this, what do you consider the rat? Like what?
I took a different approach to it. Somebody that's just annoying.
It's kind of know it when you see it.
It's kind of like who's the douche, who's rat, douche. You put whatever word you want in there, dick. Probably gonna.
They're kind of mischievous.
Get kicked out
like
of
to me, there's a little bit of like mischievous nature to that. Like I was thinking, like, what about Ryan Pace because he completely kept his head coach in the dark?
Yeah, but there's like I never thought that like he had that bad mean gene.
Yeah, there's some malice that needs to be.
Yeah, premeditated turdism. How about that? If you're a premeditated turd, you get to be called a rat.
Well, it's kind of someone too who can't take the heat when it's coming their way either.
That's where Pippen fills it, or like Isaiah. Like Isaiah was so jealous that Michael and the Bulls, that he was booed in his own hometown and that they owned the town that he grew up in, and he just tried to devalue everything that they have done.
Yeah,
even though that they were rivals.
Isaiah's a good one.
Yeah. KD is a suggestion from Malcolm in the Bay Area. Why KD, Malcolm?
I throw KD in there because leaving Oklahoma City to go team up with the Warriors after being down 3-1 and coming back, having all that happen, and his old burner Twitter account where he goes after his own teammates on Twitter. And also, I have to throw this in there. Waddle, you play with my dad, Wendell Davis, who is, I know is.
Oh, my goodness. One of my favorite teammates of all time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. He's doing great. He says what's up.
I
listen to you guys all the time. Just had to call in and say what's up.
One of my
amazing.
favorite pictures, my favorite picture my daughter has in her house, it's a picture of Wendell and me after practice holding our kids, our daughters.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's my sister, Sydney.
Yeah.
Were you?
So Sydney and Georgia. How old is she? Is she in her early 30s?
Sydney is 33.
That's what Georgia is. Yeah.
Were you born here, or were you born after Wendell left the Bears?
Oh, I was born in Chicago. He was already done playing with them, but I live out now in California. I coach the girls flag ball, girls varsity basketball out here.
It's amazing.
That's
really
fantastic.
cool. I know you made Waddle's day by calling.
You did. My eyes lit up.
Malcolm, you should hear Waddle when Waddle tells stories of yesteryear and he talks about your dad.
Yeah.
He raves about your dad.
Yes. One of my favorite teammates of all time.
Great guy. He says the same thing about you, Waddle.
That's awesome. Malcolm, thanks for the call.
Yes,
That's
sir.
awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now, I do disagree with Malcolm. I've always been in the minority on this. Stephen A. used to go after KD for leaving Oklahoma City. And I get it. Like, you tried to beat him, you couldn't, so you joined him. But, like, why should KD's free agent rights be lessened than some of the he earned being a free agent?
It's not like he forced his way out of there. It'd be one thing we demanded a trade.
He was a free agent and he chose to go where he wants. That's the essence of free agency.
Yeah, I've never been down on somebody exercising the free agent right that he's earned. So I'm sure Danny Zetterman's first rat would be LeBron. I don't think there's any doubt.
What did LeBron? Well, I mean, besides leaving, if you're going to go there, but like, what has LeBron done that's radish behavior? Like
nothing. He raises money for important causes. He's
starts
41.
his own schools.
Yeah, he starts schools. You know, he's done a lot of great things. Not just on the court.
He's overly dramatic,
No
but I
doubt.
don't think there's anything.
There's a lot of whining to his basketball game amidst the brilliance, but you know how Danny is.
But the decision is a pretty ratty move.
Yeah, the way he publicly broke up with Cleveland.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
He raised money for the Boys and Girls Clubs.
Yeah.
But
it was like $4 or $5 million, right? You still.
I would say 99.9% of his career is no, but that 0.1 is kind of
Tyler,
damning.
you still a nail biter?
It was the weirdest start to an interview ever, wasn't it?
No doubt.
Jim Gray.
Yes.
Who was doing the interview, who's still very prominent. He interviews, is it now
Tom
Burrow?
Brady.
Because he used to be Brady, but now he's in the media. I think last year was Burrow, wasn't it?
Was it? I know he still does a lot of stuff with Tom Brady.
Yes, he does. All right, coming up next, I want to play you something, some of the best of Charles. Charles Barkley is going to join us coming up at 3. We have full phone lines on the Rat Conversation. We'll continue to take your calls. We'll get into Bears draft, but Charles Barkley is going to join us not just on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app, and 100.3 HD2. If you want to watch it, make sure you go to youtube.com/@ESPN 1000 Chicago and make sure you subscribe.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Oh, Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds. Don't steal when you're up big, don't flip the bat, and definitely don't admire the long homer.
You are so right. You hit a 460-foot mammoth shot and you immediately look down, right? Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. So stupid.
Yeah, that's not me, though. I'm watching that thing fly, and you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? That's our friends at Flight by Yuengling.
That is correct. They made Flight 95 calories and 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
We call that a rule breaker, light beer, and real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And grab yourself a Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Insurance companies want you to believe that if you're ever in an accident, they'll pay you right away. In fact, they are even using apps now so they can give you a quote and settle your claim right then and there. Sounds great, right? But ask yourself, why are they doing this? Insurance companies want you to believe that they truly care about you. But what they're really interested in is getting you to settle your claim quickly and for short money. Because once you accept their money, your case is closed forever. Even if you discover later that your injuries are more severe than you originally thought, and even if you need extensive medical care in the future, including surgery, once you accept their offer, you can't reopen the case and you're on your own. That's why insurance companies are so eager to settle your claim, often before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. So ask yourself, these new apps they're offering, are they good for you or good for them? It's not about how much money they're giving you. It's really about how much money they're not giving you. If you want a law firm that knows all of the insurance company's tricks, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include absolutely free a 1-year, no breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right. We guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
They should have broke the team up 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, because they're irrelevant. Hey, listen, sometimes you just got to start the rebuild. You got to say, hey, you know what? I got to take pennies on the dollar. I mean, because you're not, and that bothers me, man. Think about it. Chicago Bulls are irrelevant.
That wasn't yesterday either. That was a year or two ago.
Yeah, I saw
2023.
Well, that's incredible.
Yeah, Michael Wilbon said it on Get Up. I think it was yesterday or the day before. He said they're the most irrelevant big market team in any sport. So he even kind of clarified it as a big market. I'd argue that, they're as irrelevant as anyone, regardless of what market you're in right now.
My buddy, I don't know if this has been going around. I hadn't seen this on Twitter today. My buddy Danny Tuckman, who runs High Five up north, the camps and everything, does a great job. My kids have been big participants with High Five. He's a huge Bulls fan. There's a Venn diagram out there. Has this been going around? Most people have seen this. It's of the 30 NBA teams. In one side, it's the teams that have made the postseason in the last 10 years. And then the other side is the teams that have drafted an all-star in the last 10 years. And then you have the middle, obviously, of the diagram where the teams overlap, and they've done both. There is only one team in the entire league that has not done either, and that's the Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls have not won a playoff series in the last 10 years, nor have they drafted an all-star in the last 10 years. Isn't that amazing? One of 30.
Sad.
And
such a rich history leading into the last couple of decades.
That's why I would do whatever it takes to get that guy. Wilbon's like, well, you can't expect them to do whatever it takes.
Why?
Exactly. You do, within...
Or get out of the business.
Yes.
Just, you know what? I mean, just move on and sell and take advantage of the enormous appreciation and value of your franchise.
Yeah. While we're talking about rally rats and the biggest rats in sports,
rats.
Jake in Orlando wanted to say something about all the animals at Wrigley. What's up, Jake?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Everything's good.
Good. So I think I know the other day there was a goose in center field, and a lot of fans have taken the goose on as the rally animal. So I know that's been going around. But you have to remind me, were we still down when the Rat showed up? I can't remember.
I don't think so. It was either like 1-1 or 3-1 or.
You never trailed in the game.
Yeah. So it was. I don't know if it was before they took the 3-1 lead.
I'll give you a baseball rat. You want a baseball rat?
Yeah, of course.
Angel Hernandez.
Oh, yeah.
Umpire.
He was just bad at his job.
Is
he a rat?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd probably say he is a rat.
Don't you remember when he turned around and looked up at Mongo?
Oh, yeah.
Rat.
Sued the league.
Oh,
rat.
Yeah. And he still kept his job. Can you believe that?
Rat.
Waddle loves the rat sound effect.
I can't. How could you not?
All right, we'll talk to. Should we ask Barkley what he thinks? Remind me, we got a lot to discuss with Barkley's. Him and MJ back. We'll talk some Bulls with him. Obviously, the NBA playoffs, how to fix the NBA. What did he think of Caleb and Ben Johnson? So much to get to. One of our favorite guests, Charles Barkley, joins us next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Guys, I love my Toyota Land Cruiser. My wife loves the Grand Highlander with more room than ever and lots of room for carpools with a busy family life. A baseball season is here, and that means spring is here, and it's time to get one of yours at your local Chicagoland Toyota. Toyota's 2026 lineup is better than ever. The rugged Tacoma's got upper deck power and available four-wheel drive. The RAV4, which I used to drive, awesome, totally redesigned in an all-hybrid all-star with versatility that leads the league. And the all-hybrid Camry hits it out of the park with impressive miles per gallon. No matter which Toyota you choose, you're driving an MVP. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Another hospital bill from the accident and another letter from the insurance company.
Did you call them?
3 times this week. I keep getting transferred. Nobody will tell me anything.
Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Put down the bills, hang up the phone. We'll handle the insurance company, help you find the right doctors, and be your one call for answers. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Save big money in outdoor storage when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard. Whether you're protecting bikes and toys or sorting yard tools, Suncast's selection of durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to fit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network and service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines is home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. Enjoy a stunning 9-hole par 3 under the lights, plus state-of-the-art practice facilities to sharpen your swing after a long day. Golf Center Des Plaines.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
going to talk to our old friend, the Hall of Famer, not just Hall of Fame player, not just a Hall of Fame broadcaster. He's a Hall of Fame guy.
Yes, he is.
Charles Barkley is one of the best. I saw him recently. You had a previous engagement, but I saw him at Chicago Cut.
Oh, yeah.
A month
he looks
or two ago.
great.
He looks like when you see Chuck on TV, if you haven't seen him in a while, he looks better than he's ever looked. And in person, even better, too. He's shrunk.
I got to ask him about that a little bit. I have a question.
Yeah, and it's been a while now. Like Thin Chuck has been around for a bit.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Charles Barkley here. We're discussing some Chicago baseball. The NFL draft too is tomorrow, and not only will Charles join us here on our YouTube and our Twitch, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. He's also going to be on twitch.tv/@ESPN1000 Chicago. Tomorrow is basically a YouTube Twitch only show. The White Sox, I want to say, start at 2:40. The pregame will start at 2. You'll get them in the usual spot at ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2 in the ESPN Chicago app. That doesn't mean we won't be with you for draft day. We will give you 4 hours tomorrow, 2 to 6.
FAFO. For the entire show.
Uncensored.
An FAFO show.
Yes.
Say that quickly.
FAFO show.
Yeah.
It rhymes. So
It does.
that's tomorrow. That's the NFL draft, and it's as important as any NFL draft. Even though the Bears aren't drafting at number 1, they're not drafting in the top 10.
They need to find some answers on the defensive side of the ball.
Finish the job or continue to build this team.
that handsome guy.
He is really handsome, isn't he? And like these glasses these days too that Charles is wearing more than ever. Looks good. His face looks smaller too. So we'll get to Charles here in just a minute. We could see him here in the studio setting things up. He's as generous as anybody.
He is. He's the best.
So the NFL draft is tomorrow. We'll take your calls too at 312-332-3776 on things you'd like to see the Bears do and things that you don't want to see the Bears do. Like the luxury items. Like,
don't draft a punter. How about that?
Don't draft a punter.
That's at the top of my don't do list.
No projects either, right? Like I heard Carmen mention the Karan Amagaji stuff.
Yeah, I don't
the
need any of
Velus
that.
Jones stuff. We need production.
You need guys to contribute right away.
Yeah. All right, let's pick it up with him right now. He is the Hall of Famer. It was great to see Charles Barkley a couple of months ago, and he continues to do great work talking about the NBA and life in general.
Did you buy him a drink when you were over there?
No, he picked up the bill, like as he normally would do.
That's right.
Chuck is the best, and he joins us right now on our Yingling guest hotline. Chuck, it is great to see you on YouTube, and it is great to talk to you as always.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. I'm never going to let anybody buy me a drink or dinner. Y'all know that. Y'all didn't buy me shit when I was poor.
Wait, hold on one second. One second. We got some audio problems.
Yeah.
We got to fix the double audio. Hold on here, Chuck. Just give me the high sign, guys, and then we'll see if we could. All right, we got you back, Chuck. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you guys know I never let anybody buy me a meal or a drink. Y'all didn't buy me anything when I was poor. Now that I'm rich, y'all want to buy me stuff. Hell no, I don't. I needed y'all when I was poor. I don't need you now.
We would have been there for you. We didn't know you when you were poor.
Hey, you didn't miss anything.
So how have you been? Like we were just talking. Like I told Waddle when I saw you in person how good you look. Waddle, I know, is a question about your wardrobe as well. Do you feel as good as you look these days?
I feel a lot better. Shout out to Row.co, and I'm doing a drug called Zepbound. I've lost 80 pounds. I went from 355 to 270. I probably want to get to 265, but I want to stay between 265 and 270. And guys, let me tell you something. To all the fat people out there, listen, you don't realize how crappy you feel until you start losing weight. You know, when I got my hips, I peaked at 355. In my heyday, when I played NBA, I was at about 250. I'm 270 right now. But I tell all the fat people out there, man, you don't even realize how bad you feel till you start feeling better. So, yeah, I feel great. Thanks for asking.
Charles, do you have a Big Charles section of your house closet and then a Slim Charles section, or did you just get rid of all the other stuff from years ago?
Well, that's a great question. Number one, I have a complete black wardrobe. that I probably need. I'm getting a new wardrobe this summer. I knew I was gonna keep losing weight because people have been making fun of my suits, which I don't care. It didn't make sense to waste a lot of money as I was gradually losing weight. So I decided like that's just stupid because I'm gonna have to keep getting new suits made. So I said, hey, let me just get through the season, and then right before next year I can get a new wardrobe made. But to answer your question, when I was yo-yo dieting, I had a complete black wardrobe. I can wear bright colors now. That's how good things are going.
It's outstanding. So how do you think this year went, Chuck, with your outstanding show inside the NBA, but being in different spots at different times on different days? You mentioned earlier that they weren't using you guys enough. Now that you've had basically a year, how has the transition been from TNT to ESPN?
It's been great. The ESPN guys have been great. They come and look at the show and always ask them if there's anything they want to change. They're like, no, just keep doing what you guys do. You guys had the best show forever. And so they've been great. No, my only complaint was we only worked one day in December, which was Christmas Day, and we only worked one day in January. I thought we should have worked more, but they're making up for it now. We got a couple games, like the last three, right after finish March Madness, we went like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So my biggest complaint was, the NBA took all the money from these different companies. It's hard for fans to figure out what night all the games are on. So I thought that we could have did a better job letting fans know what night certain things were on because, listen, you got to have everything to get these games down. Like, I've been off for a couple days. Like, I had to find out what the hell Prime was. NBC is pretty easy, but you still have to know what night the games are on. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably the biggest disservice the NBA did to the fans.
I'm half joking and really maybe not joking at all when I say the regular season's half unwatchable anyway these days, isn't it, in the NBA? The playoffs are fantastic. What has happened to the game prior to the playoffs?
Yeah, number one, I think, man, the NBA got to do something about this tanking situation. It's not even fair for the fans or number one for the game itself. All this tanking going on. You have teams that are trying to lose in January, and the season just started in late October, and we had teams that were ahead in game, took all their players out the game. I mean, this is blatant tanking. So, and obviously now it's become a 3-point shooting contest, but that's neither here nor there. But the tanking is the biggest issue we have in the NBA. And Adam Silver, who's been very quiet on that situation, I don't think he knows what to do. He's got to figure something out because, man, some of these games, you're like, man, these dudes ain't trying to win. Yeah. And that's probably our biggest issue. Number one, we got to find out where the games are. But the second biggest issue is tanking.
Do you have a solution, Chuck? Like, we've been brainstorming stuff. Boy, I always said if I could wave a sports magic wand, I would love to do the relegation where, like they do in Europe, if you're not trying and you're that bad, you go to the G League and another team gets to come up and replace you. That would get the owners away from tanking. I know that would never happen. So is there something that you would like to see done to prevent it?
Oh, very simple. Everybody get one ping pong ball. That's it. Like, there's no other sport where, like, if you lose, we give you more ping pong balls or more chances of winning. Like, of course, teams are going to tank. They want more opportunity. Just say, hey, everybody who don't make the playoffs going to get one ball. That's it, one ball. And if you lucky or not, it is what it is. You shouldn't have been trying to lose. I mean, think about it. Why would you reward somebody for losing? If you keep losing, you got a better percentage of getting the number one draft. No. Everybody who's in the lottery get one ping pong ball. That will stop it immediately. Like, you still gonna get a good player, and like I say, because you can't. if you put it in there with like, the more you lose, the better your chances. That makes zero sense whatsoever, plain and simple. One ping pong ball, that's it. I've been saying this for years. That'll stop tanking easily.
Charles, how do you feel about the length of the season? I think Steve Kerr said it a while ago that the season needs to be cut by about 10 games. Are you a fan of that thought or no?
Yeah, I don't like when rich people tell poor people they should cut $10 million, $20 million off their salary. Hey, listen, listen, I like Steve Kerr. He's made $1 gazillion coaching, playing, blah, blah, blah. And these players are full of crap also. Okay, let's play less games. You're going to lose 5, 10, 15, $20 million. Like, no. I want the same amount of money. I just want to play less games. That's the stupidest crap. These players always talk. Man, first of all, we've always played 82 games. First of all, they don't play anyway. And there's no physicality. So while they're complaining, you know, one thing about Steve Kerr, I'm going to take a shot at Steve Kerr now. And I like Steve Kerr. He didn't start complaining about the length of the season until all his guys got old after he had won 4 championships. Right. Now he got to go out there with all them damn geezers to see how the rest of the team lose. Like when the Warriors won 4 championships, and I think they probably went to another couple finals if I remember correctly. He didn't say nothing about the regular season then. Now he got all those old ass dudes on his team. And and now they in the play-in. Oh, the season's too long. You didn't say that when you won 4 championships and went to the finals all those years. Your players got old. Y'all screwed up the draft. They were in a unique situation. They're actually one of the few teams that could have. They screwed up on the Kuminga thing and the Wiseman thing. When they got top 5 picks in the middle of their dynasty.
Right.
And neither one of them worked out. They actually should still be winning now. But I hate the fact that he's complaining now because he got an old geezer team. He didn't say that when they were winning championship.
Is Steve Kerr lucky or is he a good coach? Like some people, you know, and it's like the Phil thing too with Michael and Scotty, Kobe and Shaq. He has won so many titles, but he's been with the Bulls, with Pop, now with Golden State. Is he lucky or good or both?
I think there's clearly both. I mean, there's no good coaches who won multiple championships. Like, I think you could get lucky and win one, but I think when you win multiple championships, you have to be really good. You have to have really good players. But I think, especially when you talk about Steve and Phil Jackson, guys like that, when you're talking about winning 3, 4, 5 championships, you got to be a hell of a coach, and you have to have really good players too.
The great Charles Barkley joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. We played a clip from you, Chuck, before you were on from 2023. And you were talking then about the Bulls being irrelevant. Here we are in 2026. Will Bond, our dear friend, your dear friend, just said the other day on ESPN that they're the most irrelevant team in professional sports. How do you sum up the Chicago Bulls in the state that they're in?
Yeah, they're irrelevant, and it's sad because, you know, Chicago's my second favorite city in the world. I always want to come there and see my boy Slum at Chicago cut, but the Bulls are irrelevant. They're not even in the play-in. First of all, the play-in's not even a real thing. That's just a thing the NBA made up to screw the fans out of more games and more TV games. They're like, hey, let's just add like 3 extra teams to the playoffs and play like some games and we can sell it to a network. I'm like, there's always been 8 teams in the playoffs. Well, we're going to add some more. We're going to sell it to another network and make another $400 or $500 million. I'm like, well, sounds good if you one of those players or something. But yeah, if you're not even in a playoff conversation, you're not good as a team, plain and simple. And it really sucks because, man, you know how I feel about Chicago. And you're not even close. And you know what? You're not even close.
Not even.
With all of that said, do you think it's a destination for whether or not it's a basketball president or a head coach? Is it a destination anymore?
Well, yeah, because I think sports are easy to fix if you know what you're doing. I mean, I've said this before. Not just if your team sucks for a long period of time, you don't have people in there who know what they're doing. I mean that in every sport. You think about this. If you go to law school, you're going to go back to the best law firm. You go to medical school, you're going to go to the best hospital. Sports are the only job, think about this, the only job in the entire world. We say, okay, we know you suck, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to let you pick from the new crop of players before the good teams get to pick. You it's very simple. There's no other job in the world where we say you suck. But you know what? We're gonna let you go first. And if you don't pick good players, you just don't know what you're doing. There's no other job in the world where they say you get to go first if you suck. Like I said, you don't even have to have a number one pick. If you're in the top 5, you should still be getting good players. You're in the top 10, you should still be getting good players. I mean, look at the Spurs. With the Spurs, they got Tony Parker 30th in the draft. I think they got Ginobili in the second round. Those two guys are Hall of Famers. They're not even just good players. The Spurs, think about it. Nobody knew anything about Kawhi Leonard. The Spurs moved up and got him, I think, 7th. And he was on nobody's draft boards. He was way down. The Spurs said, no, we think he's the top 10 player. So the guy in Oklahoma City right now, Sam Presti, he got 7 guys on the bench I never heard of that are all really good players. I'm like, damn. When they lose, Shea missed some games. Jalen Williams been out all season. And they be putting guys out there. I'm like, where the hell did this guy come from? Where the hell did this guy come from? So to answer your question, if you get somebody in there and they pick the right players, this thing can turn around quickly.
It's kind of how Bulls fans think of our Bulls. We don't know who they are, but they're bad. We're saying that how is Patrick Williams still on the team? So, Chuck, I don't expect you to know all these front office guys on who could take over, but we were talking coaches because that's sort of the sexier thing. And I know the most important thing is what you were just talking about. You got to get a guy who can acquire talent, and then the coaches will do their thing and maximize it. There are 2 guys that we brought up, that at least I brought up yesterday, that sort of some other hosts on this station did not like. I brought up Tibbs because bring back Tibbs. Tibbs always teaches culture and maximizes the talent, and you can do worse. Or I said Danny Hurley, and you just saw Danny Hurley up close and personal. Do either of those guys do anything for you as the Bulls head coach?
Well, I like Tibbs a lot. The only problem I have with Tibbs, I'm not sure he learned his lesson. Going back to Chicago, same thing in Minnesota, same thing in New York. You can't play these guys 45 minutes a night. They're going to break down, and he's a hell of a coach. But the same complaints we had about him in Chicago was exactly the same thing that would happen in New York. Man, you can't play these guys the entire game and think they're going to have something left in the regular season. It's just not going to work. I'm a big Danny Hurley fan. I think he's a hell of a coach. He single-handedly kind of willed that team because Arizona and Michigan were the 2 best teams. And he kind of single-handedly willed that team, and they had it. He mucked up the game against Michigan and made it an ugly game. Michigan was just the best team by far. I think this Danny, I think he'll be a hell of a coach. And I think the way college sports going, I don't know why in the hell you would want to be in college right now. To go out and have to buy players every year, man, I'm not sure anybody wants that. I mean, college is so out of whack and out of control right now. I don't know what they're going to do to fix this thing because right now, man, it is a crap show.
Yeah, because someone said, I said that. I think he would be a good pro coach. He'd have to mellow out with the refs a little bit. But someone said, why would he want to come here? He's got a good gig at UConn. But you're telling me that could be a tougher gig because of the way NIL is going these days.
Oh, 100%. I talked to college. Why do you think all these college coaches are quitting?
because they have to go and beg a kid and give him millions of dollars. And it's such an interesting situation because you have to beg a kid, give him millions of dollars. And if he's a really good player, you're only going to have him for like 6 months. And he don't even have to listen to you. I tell you what, there's a guy who's available who I think will be a great general manager or president of Masai Ujiri, who won a championship with the Toronto Raptors. He is one of the best talent evaluators. He's made some great trades. I think y'all should think about him. He's out of work right now, but he's a hell of a damn running a team. But man, I think the Bulls' job, I think any pro job is a good job. You just got to draft the right players. It's simple. It's not brain surgery. You got to get good draft picks, get you a good coach. And I understand why Billy left, because y'all house, growing up in the South, y'all got a shack. It ain't a rebuild. I don't think, you can't rebuild that thing. You got to start over.
You have to pummel it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why whoever resuscitates this program will forever be worshipped in this town, if in fact they can do it.
And we're talking probably 2 to 3 year rebuilds. And that's if you get every trade and every draft pick right. Do y'all have y'all pick this year?
Yes. They have Portland's as well. So
so it can change quickly.
Yes, it can. It can.
It can change quickly. Like I said, you just got to get the right people in there.
Yeah. We're worried about the owner, though. That's a whole nother story. But do you ever run into Jerry, by the way, in Arizona?
I have not seen Jerry in a long time. I don't understand what the problem is, because he should want the Bulls to be good. The Bulls are one of the most important franchises in NBA history. We need the Chicago Bulls to be good. I mean, first of all, everybody loves the city. When the Bulls are good, like, we think it's great now that the Pistons are good. It's great for the NBA. Like, there's certain franchises we like, and like I say, we ain't mad at these other franchises, but the NBA is better when the Celtics are good, the Knicks are good, the Bulls are good, the Lakers are good. Because in my opinion, those are probably the most important franchises. We need those teams to be good, plain and simple.
Yeah. Chuck, I think you almost gave Mad Dog Russo a grabber the other day, a heart attack, when you dropped on him that you and Michael have talked over the phone, and it was the best news that we had heard because we felt responsible because what happened 14 years ago, and it certainly circulated around that you and Michael planned to golf after the season, that you guys talked recently last week. How did that come about? Who made the first call? How did you guys get back in contact?
You know, it's interesting. I was just chilling at the house last week, and one of my good friends is Vince Coleman, the great baseball player. And I said some, when we answered the phone, we said some unkind words to each other. I'm like, yo, mom, what, blah, blah. He says, yo, I'm down here at the Grove. I'm sick of you at MJ's BS. He's right here. Y'all need to talk. And we had a conversation. But Vince Coleman's the person who's responsible. We talked for a couple of minutes. Man, let's get together and play golf. And as soon as I get a break, I'm going to fly down there, and we're going to spend a couple of days playing golf.
How do you think that the interaction will be like after all of this time? Do you think you'll go back to being, guys the way you were before, or do you think there'll be a little bit of chill in the air?
Oh, I think we'll be fine. Yeah. I think that, I tell people, it's not like we like Prince Harry and Prince William who hate each other. I think we both missed each other because we've had this conversation with other friends and we were both too stubborn to pick up the phone, to be honest with you. But I think both parties missed each other a great deal. So I don't think and listen, man, I'm not one of those guys, like, I ain't trying to prove no point or I ain't got no animosity. And the one thing we both said, man, I got a lot of love for you and you got a lot of love for me. This thing has been, and like Vince said, this thing has been silly and stupid, but both of y'all too damn stubborn to pick up the phone. And y'all need to get y'all asses together and play golf and bear this thing.
And neither of you is getting any younger.
Unfortunately, we're not. We're closer to death than we are alive. Hey, listen, I always use a golf analogy. I'm on the back nine. I hope I'm on like 9, 10, or 11, but you never know. You could be on 17 or 18 the way the world works.
Yeah, you're making the turn. You just grabbed a hot dog, maybe a beer, and you got 9 more to play. You're just starting 10, Chuck. There's no way you're further along than that.
Hey, you know what's so crazy? So I got a friend of mine who takes me to Whistling Straits at the end of the summer. Once I'm done with basketball, we always go to Whistling Straits. That place is awesome. And then we go before the season starts again. Now, we go twice a year. And at Whistling Straits, man, why do people only eat brats?
In Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
It has got to be one of the great sandwiches. It is so awesome. And I can't wait to make the turn because I know I'm going to get one. But why do we not eat brats more often? Is there a reason why?
Oh, so you're saying that Wisconsin has done it right and that the bratwurst should be more nationwide as a food?
I don't know what I'm saying. 'Cause first of all, the brat is just flat out awesome.
It is.
But I'm trying to figure out why we only get it when we go to Wisconsin.
Well, because if you got it every day, you'd put 125 back on, probably.
That's right.
No, I'm not going to get a brat every day. Probably maybe twice a week if I was at a golf course. But for some reason, I never think about brats unless I'm at Whistling Straits.
It's very interesting. And I got a couple Wisconsin things for you here with the Packers and the Bears. But to wrap up the Michael point of it, like how much have you missed his friendship? Like, can you explain to people when you guys were playing and you guys were competitors, you guys were battling for championships, you guys are battling for MVPs, that you guys were still hanging out before and after games, were you not?
Yeah, he's always been a great friend. You know, he actually gave me some of the best advice financially. I was making about $3 million a year from Nike in my heyday. And he said to me, first of all, I have no idea how he got a hold of my contract, how much money I was making. He says, I want you to stop taking so much cash and take stock options. And I have no idea what that means. Michael's a great businessman. I said, I have no idea what that means. So I take it to my people. I said, hey, I was playing golf with Michael, and he says, he don't want me to take $3 million. He want me to take $1 million and take the rest in stock options. They're like, well, how good a basketball player you think he's going to be? And how much shoes you think he's going to sell? I said, well, I've never seen anything like it. This is early in my career, too. I said, I've never seen anybody this good at basketball. They said, you think he's going to sell a lot of shoes? I said, I think he's going to sell a lot of damn shoes. They're like, it's very risky to do that. They said, we can do it if you want to, because it's your money. And I said, let's do it. I'm going to take a chance. And I probably end up making another extra $50 million because of that. Wow. Because he's always been a brilliant businessman. But, man, he's always been a great friend. And I'm looking forward to the future, to be honest with you.
Do you think you could take his money in golf now that your golf game is good?
You know, Michael has a little trick. Apparently, like Jack Nicklaus, he always makes his courses where they can play a fade. So I haven't played this golf course yet. My pro friends always told me, if you go look at all Jack Nicklaus golf courses, they can work on a fade because I guess he hit a fade all the time. So I guess Michael fixed his course where he can hit a fade. And if you hit a hook or anything like that, you are at a disadvantage. So
the Jordan rules.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'm pretty confident in my golf game right now. Stan Utley, shout out to Stan Utley. I'm a legit 10, and if I play well, I can get that down to a 7 or an 8. But I feel really good about my game right now, so I'm looking forward to it. And, you know, the one thing he said, I can tell he hasn't changed. Because when he invited, he says, come down and play golf. He says, you're a rich guy. Come play with the richer guy. And So, and I'm like, some things never change. He says, come on down here, rich guy, and play with a richer guy. And that's 100% Michael Jordan speaking to me like he used to.
That's great.
I was going to say, if you beat him, don't take his money because we want this relationship to stay on track.
No. You always have to pay. Let me tell you something. We had to ban Lawrence Taylor from playing with us back in the day because he would never pay. Because everybody else paid. But Lawrence Taylor was so crazy. He would say, we're running back tomorrow.
Then he'd leave town.
Then he'd lose the next day. He's like, we're running back tomorrow. Then he finally win. He says, we're even. But this true story, guys. This guy was so intimidating. And then we had heard all the other stories about him. But everybody else pay up. Everybody else pay up after the round. But Lawrence Taylor always said, we'll run it back tomorrow. And we look at each other like, yeah, we're going to run it back tomorrow. We're not crazy enough to grab that dude.
Chuck, when you and Michael are on the course, would there be any chance that you guys call Tiger and then patch it up with him?
You know, I've never understood, to be honest with you, the whole Tiger situation. Number one, I called his agent. I don't even have Tiger's number. I said, man, let the young guy know. I love him. I hope he's going to be all right. I wish him nothing but the best. Obviously, he has a drug problem, and I got none but love for him. He disowned us when after one of those car accidents. I've not talked to him in probably whenever. I can't even remember. But I did call his agent and say, hey, man, just tell the guy, man, I wish him nothing but the best. I got a lot of love and respect for him, man. Because, man, it's tough when you got my brother who died at a young age was an addict. And I have great sympathy for anybody in that situation. But like I say, Tiger left us. We didn't do it. Because I don't turn on my friends when they do something considered wrong or make a mistake. But he, like I say, I wish him nothing but the best. But I did. I reached out to his agent and said, hey, man, tell the young guy I love him and I wish him nothing but the best. And he appreciated that. But it sucks, man. Like I say, I had a young brother who died who was an addict. Man, that situation sucks.
What would you say to him, Chuck? If he could see this, and he's in a dark place, in rehab, wherever he may be, what would you tell him, even though it's been all these years?
Yo, man, you ain't the first and you ain't the last who got a drug problem. And it's hard because it's easy. And it really sucks when you're famous because I've seen all the memes and the videos and people just being mean-spirited, which is really weird because if they had somebody in their family who was an addict, they would want grace and sympathy. But when you're famous, that's a double-edged sword about being famous. People make fun of you and crack jokes and, like that. I say, yo, man, you got to go to rehab. And listen, Garrett Player did a great job at the Masters talking about, the guy's probably had 20 major surgeries. And, he's clearly addicted to pain pills. But I'm going to give him grace, man. Like I say, if anybody who's had an addict in their family, they should understand, yo, man, it's brutal. I felt so bad for my mom because I was like, I'm done with this dude. My mom, you don't understand what it's like to have a child who has a problem. And I softened up because when I put him in all these rehabs, and I started studying a little about what it's like to be an addict. I was like, man, all I can do is love you until you want help. There's nothing I can say for you. But if I say, hey, man, you got to get some help, and that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. It's well said. Do you? I don't like. This isn't a lighter note, actually, but did you have any thoughts? Have you talked to your buddies about what happened with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini?
Yeah, I have very strict rules on that. Well, let me preface that. I consider Mike Vrabel a friend of mine. I'm not so. And I wish her nothing but the best. But I have very strict rules. I never discuss people's personal lives because all these people out here, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want everybody to know what's going on in their personal life. It sounds great when we get a microphone or a TV camera or something like this. Says blah 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 blah. I'm like, nah, man. I'm never gonna discuss a person's personal life because it's not my business. But I do find it funny how people are crapping on him and her, and like, you sure you want to open up that can of worms and have people in your personal life? You sure you really want to go there? So Mike's a friend of mine, not a great friend, a casual friend, but I wish him the best. And I've never met her. I wish her the best. But man, it's two things. I have two strict rules, guys. Number one, and I'm talking about NBA. Like, I know where a lot of bodies are buried and a lot of dirty secrets. I would never comment on one of their personal lives. And the second thing, I ain't never gonna say somebody should get fired. Those are the only two rules. I think everything else is on limits. But I said I ain't never gonna discuss a guy's personal life, and I ain't never gonna say somebody should get fired. Those are my only two steadfast rules. But man, I wish him and her the best. But I would never give my opinion on that situation because that's their personal business. It's not my business.
Yeah. Truly, on a brighter note, did you get an opportunity to see much of our Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams this past season?
Tell you what, man, that kid made some throws that were really, really ridiculous. I want to meet, is it Ben Johnson?
Yeah, our coach.
Yeah, I want to meet him, man. He seems like a really interesting guy because, football is my favorite sport. But y'all had a great, great year. But now the fun starts.
Yes. Expectations are there.
And and you guys both know this. You get one bite of the apple before all hell kicks in.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, those days are over. Like, the Chicago Bears are coming to town. We better get ready, or we go into Chicago and we better be ready. And people have no idea. That's like night and day.
And one of the Charles, one of the first things Ben Johnson said at the end of this season was that this was great. It's in the rearview mirror. It's in the past. It all starts over fresh and new next year. So he is very self-aware, and he understands exactly what you're talking about.
First of all, I saw that, and he's 100% right. And listen, he can go back and think about 3 or 4 years ago when we thought the Lions were this close to going to the Super Bowl or winning the Super Bowl, and now they don't even make the playoffs. Like, man, expectations are the hardest thing in sports. I'm telling you, it is the hardest thing in sports. Like, I'm a big Dan Campbell fan, and I really want to see him do. I want to see the Lions get to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl because I just like Dan Campbell. But like 3 years ago, they were in the NFC Championship game, and then like 3 years later, they don't even make the playoffs. And so y'all coach saw that firsthand. Yeah. Like, no, it gets harder. It doesn't get easier. It gets harder to win. Like, you don't get the Bears don't get to sneak up on anybody anymore. And that, man, so expectations change. But you know what? That's the best thing about playing sports because you want expectations. That's all you want, expectations.
You mentioned you like Campbell, and so you followed Ben a little bit in Detroit. What is it about Ben Johnson that you liked in his 1 year as head coach that would say, for you to say, hey, I want to meet that dude?
Because he coaches his team. He like, yeah, we're not doing stuff right. Like, I like coaches who coach. See, coaches are like parents. A lot of these coaches suck. They want to be friends with their kids. Oh, no, hell no. See, our job as parents is not to be friends with our kids. Our job is to get them ready for the world.
You're listening. Well, hold on. I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
Our job is not to be friends with our kids. That's why a lot of these parents suck out there. They want to be friends with their kids. No, our job is to get our kids ready for the real world out here. And when I watched Ben Campbell, Ben Johnson, excuse me. When you see him like, nah, we're not doing stuff the right way. And you can see he was really on Caleb because Caleb was playing the game strictly on talent. And the one thing I tell kids, you can get by on talent in high school. You can get by on talent in college. The one thing you can never do in the pros is get by on talent because everybody's just as good as you.
Yeah.
I tell people, high school talent, yeah, you can get by. College talent, you can get by. Not in the pros. In the pros, you got to get your ass in them books and your technique. Your technique and the books are the two most important things in pro sports. Because, yeah, if you're one of the all-timers, yeah, but 95 to 98% of all jocks are the same. There's a few guys who are an exception. They're better than everybody else. But for 95 to 98% of the players, they're all just good players. And your work ethic, getting in the books, and techniques, that's the thing that separates you.
Yeah, his first message to his team when he was hired was get comfortable being uncomfortable. And I think he made them all uncomfortable through training camp. They realized what was expected of them, and then they welcomed that coaching, and it's the reason why they found themselves in the postseason.
That was great, man, because I want to see the Bears do well. Because number one, because the Godfather Mike Wilbon, one of the best people I've ever been around in my life. And let me tell you something. When Chicago's team suck, it's like a death in the family to him.
That's right.
There's never a doubt in anybody's mind that Mike Wilbon is Chicago diehard in every sport. And when the teams aren't doing well, it's brutal, brother.
I agree. And before we let you go, I was going to let you go there, but then you brought up Wilbon. So he joins us each and every Tuesday. He was just on with us yesterday. As you know, Wilbon, he's so hard-headed, though, about stuff. And the Bears are close to breaking ground, we hope, on a new stadium. And it's not going to be in downtown, Chuck. It's either going to be in Northwest Indiana or Arlington Heights, where we think it's going to go, where they own the land. Wilbon has said he will never step foot into a new Bears stadium that's not in the city. Do you believe him or not?
I do not. First of all, they got to find a way to keep it technically in either Arlington or downtown. To me, the right thing to do, just my opinion, tear down the stadium you have now and rebuild. First of all, you guys know I'm a wuss. I have no idea why all cold stadiums aren't domes, okay?
I'm with you.
I have no reason to sit outside, which number one, I'm going to be in a booth anyway. I'm going to be in a suite. I have no idea why people, like the Buffalo Bills just built a new stadium and they made it open air. I'm like, why would you do that? That's just stupid. I think all stadiums should be indoor. What I think the Bears should do, whether it's in Champaign, what other close stadiums y'all got college-wise?
Well, Northwestern's building their new one.
Okay. Well, how many stadiums could that hold?
Not a lot. It's going to be like in the 30,000. Yeah, it's going to be a small
people,
one.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Play in a couple college stadiums, but redo Soldier Field and make it state-of-the-art. Because the Chicago Bears, they're one of the most iconic franchises in the NFL. I would tear down the stadium. I'd play at a college town for a couple years. It'd probably take you 2 to 3 years, but we're only talking about 20, 30 games a year, to be honest with you. And that time will go quickly. And then when you move into that stadium downtown, the state-of-the-art, it'll be worth it. The Bears need to stay. Listen, I don't know a lot about Arlington Heights. Is that a pain? But, yeah, I would love to tear down the stadium and build it there.
Yeah, the first time that the game is played there, Richard Dent will send him an invite, and he'll be up at Arlington Heights in a warm, luxury suite. That's what's going to happen.
Hey, listen, there's no reason to sit outside in the cold. We definitely going to be in the suite. Stop it.
Yeah. Chuck, you're the best. Thank you for all the time you've given us, all the years, and have a great reunion with Michael. We're off the hook, and we're happy for that, and we're happy for you.
Thank you, Charles.
Hey, man, you guys are the best. You know how much I love y'all city, and I respect you guys. Y'all take care and be safe.
You got it. Thanks, Chuck.
Okay.
There he is, the great Charles Barkley. He is like, it doesn't matter if you're Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Vince Coleman. And like, as someone said, that's the greatest trivia answer in Waddle and Silvy's show history.
Who got them back together?
Who got them back together?
Yeah.
Then not only Vince Coleman.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I would have never been able to guess that, obviously.
Never, ever. All right.
Which is great.
Great stuff with Charles Barkley. We got to catch up on things. Barstool Big Cat will join us coming up at 4 o'clock. It is ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky, and I'm here to tell you about my friends over at Pins and Aces. They are the people's golf brand, and their spring collection has officially dropped, and they've got a ton of great deals on their website right now. You know, it's funny, I was just down in Florida playing some golf, and I saw plenty of Pins and Aces head covers and so much more that they have to offer, whether it's golf polos or gear. And I'm going to be revamping my closet with plenty of stuff from Pins and Aces. Their clothes are comfortable, and they look good on and off the golf course. They've got head covers, bags, and anything else you're going to need to make your golfing experience a great one. They embody what golf should be, and that is fun. So have fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it too. Check out pinsandaces.com today. That's pinsandaces.com.
Hey, it's Kap, and now I'm a Chicago window guys guy. Why? Because Russ Armstrong makes it easy. No sketchy deals, no long-winded sales pitch, just great windows, expert installation, and the best price I could find, guaranteed. And get this, Russ himself came to my house. No subcontractors, no nonsense, just honest work and a lifetime guarantee. So yeah, I'm a Chicago window guy now. Join the club, 847-881-3060, or check out the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
3-point
$3.3 million. The Vrabel Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Vrabel Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Vrabel Law Group.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. White elastomeric roof coating stops leaks and revives aged flat roofs. It lowers roof temperature by reflecting heat from the sun, helping you save on energy costs. And it's easy to apply with a brush, roller, or sprayer. Shop our entire selection of roof coatings today on Menards.com. Plus, check our weekly flyer for all of the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Guys, it's Steinhoffel's Friends and Family Sale. It's going on right now. It's our favorite furniture store. Our whole home is filled with great furniture from Steinhoffel's. You should check it out now. Save 10% off store-wide. That's 10% off living room, 10% off dining, 10% off bedroom, and take an extra 5% off when you spend $9.99 or more. Plus, enjoy big savings on clearance and closeouts throughout the store, including an extra 20% off all clearance items. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're 100% employee owned. That's right, employee owned. Shop in-store, online, anytime at steinhoffels.com. 7 Chicagoland locations. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Really good stuff, too. I thought that they should play that for other athletes about when they think their coach is being too tough on them. When he was so raving about Ben Johnson, we asked why. Like, well, after a year, why do you want to meet Ben? Why? And he's like, because he coaches.
Yeah.
Like, there are too many coaches who want to be friends.
Professional level.
Yes.
The other thing, listen, I agree with him 1,000%. It's one thing to get to the quote-unquote top of the mountain. Staying there, or as you're climbing that mountain, it's really hard because the expectations rise. The schedule gets tougher. You become the hunted versus the hunter.
Yes.
Like, and everyone is going to want to rub it in their face this year because of how they went about doing things. And I'm not saying they did it inappropriately or they didn't do it with class, but as you hear their players say, they're not looking to beat opponents. They're looking to run it up on them.
Sure. But they are brash.
They are.
You know, from the good, better, best to the way Ben Johnson, you know, with the handshakes and stuff like that.
Yes.
They will be people will take joy in beating the Bears. And I've always said, like, when the Cubs got good, I like when teams, when a lot of teams may not like you.
Sure.
The Bears too often have been everyone's homecoming game.
What did Joe say? You know, back in the day, embrace the target.
Yeah.
I mean, so and I think that Ben Johnson's message to his guys this year is going to be very comparable. So, yeah, I think a lot of things. His thoughts on Steve Kerr, I thought, were very funny. I'm just thrilled that he and Michael Jordan are. I think the world of sports and sports entertainment is better when the two of them are on speaking terms and on friendly terms.
They're like two of the biggest guys, too. I mean,
for our industry and our business.
Charles is one of the biggest sports media stars of the. Not only was he a Hall of Fame player, he's one of the great personalities and one of the best sports media stars ever.
Yes.
Like we used to talk about John Madden. You know, John Madden was very big and he was a coach before and everything. Like Charles Barkley, the way he has led that show.
Yeah.
It's really incredible, and he's so much fun to talk to.
He's the best. He gives you 45 minutes at a drop of a hat.
Yeah. All right, so we'll catch up. We've got Barstool Biggie Cat coming up in 5 minutes, who is always awesome, too. A lot to get after, including a betting dilemma that we have for Big Cat. Will he give Shota his due after another good game, the Rally Rat? Is he embracing that? And who does he want for the Bulls gig? We'll get to all of that coming up with Barstool Big Cat next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, we've got lots of great baseball going on in this city, but baseball does have more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You are so right. You hit a bomb and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you haven't done it before, even if you have.
Yep, that's not me, though. I'm watching that thing fly, and you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Our friends at Flight by Yingling.
That is correct. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker, light beer with real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And grab yourself a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You know, when it comes to making a big decision, I believe in doing your homework and working with people you trust. That's exactly what you'll find at Advantage Buick GMC in Hodgkins. No pressure, no unnecessary noise, just clear communication and a process designed to make you comfortable every step of the way. That's important to me, and I think it'll matter to you too. So, if a Buick or GMC is on your radar, I encourage you to visit Advantage Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Barstool Big Cat. Host of Pardon My Take. And voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
Are you kidding me? We go from Charles Barkley to Barstool Big Cat. Does it get any better than that?
And Big Cat is brought to you by Blue Chew Gold, the new 4-in-1 upgrade for total performance, body, and mind. Get 10% off your first month with code ESPN at BlueChew.com and Potawatomi Hotel and Casino Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
Big Cat, did you hear what Charles said about who got him and Michael Jordan talking again?
No, who was it?
Vince Coleman, the former St. Louis Cardinal.
Huh. What? So they're back? They're fully back?
Well, they're going to golf at the end of the season. Vince Coleman was down at the Grove in Florida, right? Is that where it is?
And said you both guys have been babies for way too long. Put your differences aside and let's become friends again.
That's also like Charles Barkley and MJ. Those two guys, they love gambling too much to not be best friends.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like you could always just bet on a game together, go to the blackjack table. Like that should squash all the beef.
It is one of the weirder beefs that has lasted for such a long time based on something that really wasn't damaging in any way, shape, or form. Charles just said that Michael didn't have success as an owner because he hired too many yes men. Okay, just talk it out, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, but I always respected like the fact that MJ has so much like power and swag and aura that he can just be like, all right, I'm just not friends with you anymore, and like that person's just out. You know, he just can just do that to anyone. It's a pretty powerful spot.
It is, but he couldn't ruin Charles. I mean, it hasn't hindered Charles in any way, shape, or form.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. Good point.
So the way we do things here, now that we got like a scoop from Barkley and he told us something we never heard before, now you've got to give us a scoop and tell us something that we've never heard before to see if you can keep pace.
Oh, man, I don't know if I have a scoop. I'm not in the scoop business right now. The Bears are going to draft an offensive lineman with the 25th pick.
Okay.
I'd be happy
and
with
that. And that might not be right. I would be too. I'd be great if we got a tackle, and that might not be right, but I'm going to say it's right. And if it ends up being correct, you have to credit me. And if it ends up being wrong, we'll just pretend this conversation never happened. It's that easy, boys. That's the scoop game.
Well, hey, what are your expectations for the Bears in the upcoming draft?
It's tackle and then defensive lineman and then maybe wide receiver. But at the end of the day, it's such a weird draft going into it because, one, the draft on its whole, it doesn't have a lot of, buzz because it's not a quarterback draft. We know how it works. When there's a lot of quarterbacks, there's a lot of buzz. There's one quarterback that's going to go in the first round, maybe two if someone trades back up for Ty Simpson. And then the other part of it is the Bears don't have a top 10 pick, so it doesn't feel as like we're part of the draft the way we've been part of the draft. And I also just, whatever Ben Johnson wants, I'm good with. Like, it's a calming sense of, hey, they're going to pick someone who I probably have no knowledge of and didn't watch a lot of tape on. And guess what? They'll hopefully be good, and we'll find out, and I'm going to trust Ben Johnson.
It's amazing because Waddle's used that term a lot, too. And just this morning as I turned on Kap J Hood, it was a Wednesday with Waddle, and he was talking again about his trust for Ben. You were just talking about your trust for Ben. Ben Johnson is the most trustworthy Chicago sports figure since...
Michael.
Well, really? That guy?
Oh, no, that's just the first name that came to my mind.
Theo?
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Jake Arrieta.
Theo.
Jake Arrieta in 15, 16.
Jake Arrieta, 2015, 2016, absolutely up there, 100% up there. That was like every night being like, well, the question isn't, well, will he win? It's just, will he throw a no-hitter? That was the only debate.
Mark Burley.
That's a good one, too. Yeah, all
Lester
those guys.
in a big spot.
Yes, Lester in the postseason.
I do have more than a ton of belief and faith in him, but it doesn't mean that if they don't draft some defensive linemen that make a difference next year, that's okay. You know, there's a limit to my trust, and there's a limit to my belief. So
is that on polls or Ben?
For both of them at the end of the day.
No. Hold on, Waddle. No. You don't trust him then.
No, I do trust him. I trust him more on offense than I do on defense.
Because you put parameter. You put
there are guardrails
on the trust.
Yes,
You're
I did. There is
I trust you as long as you're at home by 2.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson can stay out all night. I don't care. I trust him.
Well, as a father, wait till your kids get older, and then you'll see things differently.
I'm just saying, you don't trust him. I trust him. He could pick.
Are we going to have this? I love him. No, I love him more. No, I love him more. No, you love him more.
I like it.
Yeah. He could pick 8 tight ends. I'd be like, all right, cool.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you currently, at this moment, trust their ability to identify difference-making pass rushers and the ability to develop them? Or is there some angst there?
Develop is no. Yeah, like that's a question mark. Find him, maybe.
Well, then you don't trust him. Then you don't trust him. Then you don't trust him.
Well, I think he can develop and find them easily.
Well, they didn't. They signed Dio Adangbo last year.
Yeah, but now he's motivated.
That's right. It's a dangerous thing. And hurt.
Oh, yeah.
He's motivated and hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so
I trust you to talk yourself out of anything.
In all seriousness, for both of you guys, is there anything the Bears could do that would anger you in the draft?
No. I don't think so.
Trade up for a safety? What if they traded up for a safety, for one of the top safeties?
I got something for you.
What?
Next year's
draft. If it's Caleb Downs, I'd be awesome.
But I don't want them to give up any significant currency for the 2027 draft because that draft is universally believed to be one of the better ones over the course of the last decade or so. Plus, I don't want them to give up, their assets unless you move up and you draft Reuben Bain. Okay? Outside of that, just stay where you are and move back.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would say that would be the only thing. Like losing picks in the future.
Yeah.
would feel short-sighted. Trying to gain picks would be great.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, I don't really know. Like, if they took a wide receiver at 25, I would be like, okay, we need another wide receiver. I seriously would. I don't know. Would you guys have a problem with it?
I think so.
I don't want
would,
a wide
yes.
receiver at
Yes.
25. He'd probably be a great,
We
great
need
receiver.
another wide receiver. We need another wide receiver.
Don't you
I'm
trust
just saying,
him? Don't you trust him?
But just look at this draft. There's 7 tackles that if we miss out on a tackle, are we going to freak out and be like, well, we got to grab a tackle? You know what I mean? Like the 8th tackle. No, if the best player available is the best player available. I mean, people didn't love the Colston Loveland pick. Well, how did that turn out? I did. I trust that they're going to get someone. It's all about impact guys. I don't care. Like, which would you rather have? An impact wide receiver or a defensive lineman that's not very good?
Well, I would rather have a good player than a bad player. Like, it's
okay. Well, then I trust them.
Your little games you're playing over there. Would you rather have a good player or a bad player?
But there are some people out there that's how they're going to judge this draft. They're going to basically be like, if they don't check exactly the boxes we need in terms of defensive line and tackle and all this stuff, then it's a bust of a draft. And I'm going to say, hey, why don't we wait and see how these guys turn out? Because maybe they hit some guys that are going to be monsters for us. And I don't care what position. Yes, we know the needs. Know the needs. Perfect draft. It's a lot of defensive line. It's a tackle. It's a safety. It's all that. I get it. I'm just saying I trust that they're going to pick the best player available, and that guy's going to be an impact player, and that's the most important part. I do not care about positional need. I care about getting guys that are really good right away.
Yeah, Waddle just mentioned punter. What if the Bears drafted a kicker in the 4th round to replace Cairo Santos? Good?
He was awesome. You're
in for it.
He was better than Aubrey. Wow. Yeah, that one would be tough. I won't lie. That one would be tough. That kicker would be tough in the 4th round. I'll spin zone my way out of that one.
I will say this, though. I think we will all be very disappointed if we get to the end of the 2026 season and their defense hasn't made significant improvement. And I understand, look, they're not going to intercept more passes than any team in the league. They're probably not going to take it away more than everyone else in the league. But don't we all agree that they have to be better? The expectation has risen. That defense has to be better by hook or by crook. Whoever it is, they've got to be better than they were this past year.
I agree. I mean, they also got to be healthier. Like, that was a big storyline for the 2025 Bears is the defensive injuries that just ravaged us. So that is part of it. Like, you can't, I mean, we could be better and then get injuries again. And then it's like, well, that's just part of how it happens. You know what I mean? So I agree with you on face value, but obviously things stay fluid. But what I teach you guys all the time, stay fluid. Always stay fluid.
You were the first to tell us.
Flowing down a mountain. Yes, a river. You're just a river. I'm a river. I'm just constantly fluid.
It's not Big Cat. He's our sensei. That's who he is.
Should the Cubs and will the Cubs adopt the rally rat? Or will they shy away from it because then it will make Wrigley seem dirtier?
I would love if they got the rally rat because I think the rally rat, that's something with juice. That's something that gets, some games won. Has anyone talked to Ozzie Guillen? Is he just sitting there being like, told you?
Yes. I thought of the same thing, Big Cat.
I was right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what they should do, here's what they should do. Because the rally rat, people would look sideways at it. We need a rally cat that kills the rats, and that's what you get a nice tabby cat that sits in the dugout. You name it some funny name, like some I don't know. You name it
Dan.
or like Troy, or like Paul, or some Paul the cat, or something
Tom
like
and
that.
Jerry, right?
And Tom and Jerry, and then that's what we need. We need a cat.
I love that. That
the cat
was good.
gets rid of the rat.
The rally cat.
The rally cat kills the rally rat.
Yeah.
Don't be a rally
killer. Yeah, exactly. It has been like a zoo at Wrigley, though, with the goose the other day, too.
Animals all over the place, Big Cat.
How do you feel about Cy Shota these days, Big Cat? How do you feel
Now
about
we're
Cy
getting to
Shota?
Listen, I told you guys a million times. I've never been more right about an argument. You guys say, oh, Shota's a 2, Shota's a 2. I said, no, he's not. He's our 1, and I've been right. He's been awesome. But, yeah, no, this has been a fun stretch. He's been great.
Did you really send that text before he gave up the home run or after the home run last night?
It was a second before Schwarber hit that home run. Like a second.
Right away, he texts us.
Time.
And literally right
The next
afterwards,
second.
there's the home run. I'm like, you stay out of this. You're jinxing him now.
Instant. But, yeah, this is why, Sylvia, I think we had this conversation 2 weeks ago. Anyone who freaked out about the Cubs a week and a half into the season, 2 weeks into the season, was just nuts. Like, this team is good. They're going to be good. They've had some bad injury luck early, but they're going to be good. And, like, I'm excited for this weekend against the Dodgers. I think they're a good team. So I'm excited. It's been a fun stretch. The Mets are just god-awful. Yeah. That's a pathetic organization right now. And the Phillies are looking bad, too, but the Phillies at least have some players.
Where's your concern level with PCA? Just a slow start or something more?
It's just kind of, I don't know. I don't really know where that is.
You're confused. I think he stumped you.
Yeah, well,
I think Waddle stumped you, Big Cat.
He's a confusing player. He really is.
Well, he is. But here's what I'll say. That there's moments, and I think we talked a little bit about this last week, where like the game where it was, I think he saw 6 pitches. On Saturday, I was at the game. He had an at-bat. I want to say it was the second at-bat against the Mets on Saturday, where he went down 0-2 in the account, and he fought all the way back, and he ended up fouling off like 3 or 4 pitches. And it's like, those are the baby steps. You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, we're going in the right direction, because that's baseball's a hard game. And it's like, don't swing at stuff. He did also swing at a pitch that I think bounced like 10 feet in front of the plate. It's like, eliminate those things. But I'm staying calm. I'm cool. I'm collected. Like, it's gonna be fine.
I love that.
I like the fact too that, like, look, he sometimes he gets out of his own way by laying down a bunt and beating it out, and he's become a really good bunter. So use it as part of your arsenal, especially when you're struggling.
Right. Absolutely. And so I'm not worried long. And again, he's still going to be like, the defense is unreal. It's a huge part. Him and Hap are a huge part of like being able to win games defensively. So I'm not freaking out. I'm not freaking out about any of this stuff. The baseball season is so long. Yeah. Just like, everyone just chill out. Things are gonna be good. The team is good. You look at the NL Central, and like there was a moment, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, where we were in last place, but we had by far the best run differential. That tells you everything you need to know. Like, it's going to even out. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think every team is above 500, right? And in the NL Central, it's pretty crazy. All right, I have a betting dilemma for you in a minute, but before we get there, what are the Bulls? What would you want the Bulls to do now that Billy Donovan is out?
Well, first of all, thank you, Billy Donovan. A true win-win, because it was like it was a relationship that you knew that the Reinsdorfs were not going to break up with Billy, and we needed Billy to do it first. So thank you so much, Billy Donovan. It also is a win for Billy, because he probably looks around. He's like, this is an absolute dumpster fire. But I was pumped, because like that's the situation. We knew it. We knew what was going to happen. They were going to go. If Billy Donovan said he wanted to stay, they were going to go try to hire a front office and then force Billy Donovan on him. And it's like, that's not the order of operations. That's not. We've seen how this works. Now you have a chance, clean slate. You can do whatever you want. I would love Dusty May. I want Dusty May. And is that partially because I want him out of the Big Ten? Yes. But I also think he's a very good coach. I want Dusty May. And I do think, I don't know if the timing's right, because obviously he just won a national title, but that is the guy to me that has his sights on eventually, being in the NBA. And why not now?
It's sort of like how I feel about Hurley. Is it Dusty May or bust for you, or would you be open to someone like Dan Hurley?
Oh, I would love Dan Hurley. I love Dan Hurley. He's the best. I just think Dan Hurley once you pass on the Lakers job, does it feel like he would then be like, oh yeah, actually, you know what? I'll take the Bulls job a year later. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I love Dan Hurley. He's awesome. He's the best.
You had a sports dilemma or a gambling
Do you
dilemma?
remember
Yeah.
So this is from a listener, and you're really good at this stuff. I think this was on DraftKings too. So, and he called a while ago. I think the father of the person who's got the bet. So his son has this bet, and his son, for background, is going to be what?
He's like a I don't even know, like a nautical engineer. He's something crazy. He's like
crazy
NASA
smart
bound or something.
Yeah, so he's going to make lots of money. Yeah. And they're not worried about like money going forward. So he made a bet where it was the futures play of all the champions here that recently won. So he had
Seattle.
He had the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. He had Michigan winning the Super Bowl, and he's got Oklahoma City winning the NBA championship. So the first two have hit, and after Michigan won, I guess there's a chance that he could win if all three hit, like over $300,000. And they came to him after the first two, and they offered him 90, and he turned it down. And like hours later, like they kept offering him more, and I believe they're up to like $140,000 or $150,000. What would you do?
You absolutely let it ride. How much did he put on the bet?
That I don't recall. How big was the bet, Tyler? Do you
I want to say it was like $1,000.
Yeah.
Never take the cash out. Like that, they're offering it to you for a reason. The reason they're offering it to you is because they know that they're screwed. OKC is like plus 100 to win the title. If anything, if you put $1,000 to win 300,000 and all you need is OKC, the only option that you have, one, I wouldn't touch that bet. I would let it ride. I'd watch OKC win easily, and I'd cash that ticket. But if you want to get something out of it, just wait until the NBA Finals, and OKC will be a favorite, and you could probably hedge out of it a little bit and, guarantee a profit. But no, when they offer you money, they're hoping you take it. They're not offering you the money because it's a good deal. Like, that's crazy. Why would they do that?
They're buying you off.
Right. Yeah. They know. They've done it. They've got – this guy's a nerd because he's a nautical engineer.
Whatever he is. I don't know what he is. But he's going to do something really important.
The sports book has like 300 nerds sitting in a room with computers every single day calculating all this stuff. They can out-nerd you, so don't listen to it. You got to just go. You got to let it ride.
So this is like, if you would ever think about doing something like that, never take the buyout, always hedge.
No. Oh, and I don't hedge, but
right. But if you wanted to, right?
And yeah, no, if you wanted to, you could. But like, it's also like my whole thing with future bets is if you're gonna bet, if you bet a future bet, like the whole thing is like the journey of it. You know what I mean? It's the ride, it's the season, it's everything. So don't bet it to cash it out. Like bet it to win the bet. And you're in an unbelievable spot. That's an incredible ticket. I would never touch it. Ever touch that ticket. You have the favorite, even odds, whatever that is, 3,000 to 1. I don't even know that. I can't do math. I'm not a nerd.
It's good advice. It's good advice.
Before we let you go, Kap today was telling everyone, I didn't know he was doing this, that Kap, I think, did the 72-hour fast. And I believe that didn't you try it in the past to do the fast to reset the body?
I did. I got to like 58 hours, and then I gave up. I probably could have gone further. I'm going to do it again. It actually is good. It's good, but it does make me a little nervous because like there's something about junk science where if you can kind of come up with it on your own, you feel a little bit confident. When you then see like the dumbest person do it, you're like, oh, I don't want to be doing that anymore. So the fact that Kap's doing it makes me very nervous. I'll probably never do it again.
What was the worst?
You know what I mean?
What was the worst, I don't know, part of the experience? Like,
yeah, I can't imagine what that's like.
It's actually shockingly not that hard.
Really?
So I started on Sunday. No, listen, I'm telling you, I'll tell you exactly when it stinks. I started on Sunday at like 6 p.m. And on like Monday from, I don't know, I want to call it like 10 a.m. to probably 3 o'clock, you get like pretty bad hunger pains. Like they come and go. They're like a wave. But if you can get through that, it's like, I remember waking up on the second day and I felt not like I wasn't hungry at all. Your body just kind of adjusts. It's actually
shuts down.
The cool part about doing it is you realize that so much of your eating is done out of not hunger, but just like habit. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, I'm walking by the fridge, gonna grab something. Oh, I'm sitting here bored, gonna grab a bag of chips. And you realize like you do so much of that eating for absolutely no reason. So yeah, I'm gonna do it again. I think it's a bad thing that Kap and I are both trying the same thing. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta just jump in the hole with your dumb friends.
Who would you
we
trust?
should try it. We should try it.
No,
one time.
hell no.
Come on.
Who would you trust? Like, if you heard the opposite of Kap, like someone did something that you weren't interested in, but this guy did it. So then, is it Ben Johnson? Are we going back to Ben?
No doubt. I would do it if Ben Johnson did it.
Yeah, I mean, isn't Zetterman like one of those diet freaks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'd listen to him maybe a little bit.
Really?
But he's like weirdo,
Well,
right?
I
He's
walked
like too extreme.
When I walked into the kitchen area today, he was eating a big container of ground beef, cut up pickles, and hard boiled eggs all smushed into it.
And you know what the problem with him is? Is that I knew that he was a diet freak. That means he's told everyone.
Yeah.
And those are the worst. People who let you know, like, hey, I'm a diet freak. I'm eating these almonds, and if you eat a Twizzler, you're actually taking 3 years off your life.
Yep.
Get lost.
Yeah, always telling you that sort of stuff. And the thing about Danny, though, is like 10 years ago, Danny never had a steak. His wife tricked him into eating a steak. Now you know all he eats is only meat. Yeah, you can't, to me, you can't go from not eating steak to only eating steak.
And he only weighs 125 pounds.
Like, you're wrong in both regards. That can't be right in either way.
Yeah, wait, he weighs, how much does he actually weigh?
Oh, 140, 145?
That's not a man.
I couldn't
That's
lift
not a man.
myself
I'll
off
say
the
it right now, that's
toilet
not a
at
man.
140.
Yeah. Hey, Zetterman, if you're listening to this right now, you're not a man. You're half a man.
You're half, he's a half a man.
Love that. All right, Big Ken, have a happy draft.
Men should be like, all men should be 6 feet and 200 plus. That's a man.
I've fallen short in that regard, too.
Hey, Waddle and Sally over here. Waddle and Silvy. I don't weigh 200 pounds, so I'm not a man either. Wilma and Sally over here.
Man.
All right, great stuff, Big Cat. We appreciate you.
All right, see you guys.
There he is, Barstool Big Cat. Every Wednesday at 4 o'clock. Really, really fun stuff.
Danny's not a man.
We've got more draft stuff. Charlie continues with his leading up to the draft stuff. It's called Char's Dogs. Yesterday he had his irrational thoughts. Or what'd you call it yesterday, Charlie?
Intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts. What's the subject today?
Today, we are putting all these guys who might be available at 25 into categories, into their own buckets.
I love it. All right, so Bears draft talk coming up next with Charlie. We're going to hear from Jesse at Wrigley Field at 5. This has been a loaded show. If you missed Barstool Big Cat, if you missed Charles Barkley, it's all available on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. That's our own personal show page. Everything's there in podcast form, video form. Chuck was on video, so you'll be able to see it. And make sure you subscribe as we approach 20,000 subscribers.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball. Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300,000 is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Guys, if Connie's frozen pizza wasn't good enough, we got good news for you. Connie's thin crust pizza now available at all Chicagoland Walmart locations. That's right. It's the iconic Connie's flavors you love. You've had it in the city. They've been doing it for over 60 years. Now in the frozen aisle at all Chicago Walmart locations. Enjoy that signature thin crust and bold, authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices. We love the pepperoni. Connie's frozen pizza is perfect for busy households. Quick to bake, consistently delicious, and made to satisfy a true Chicago-style thin crust craving. So whether it's a weeknight dinner, game day, or any time you want restaurant quality flavor right at home, Connie's Frozen Pizza has you covered. You can find Connie's classic thin crust at your local Walmart and turn your kitchen into a Chicago pizzeria. Grab some Connie's Frozen Pizza today.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Pass rush.
Got a shotgun. Goggles is up, and down he goes.
Offensive line.
Clears a path to the end zone.
Secondary.
Diving interception. Bears have taken it.
Get on the clock with Char Dog.
We're still one of the little thing Bugs was trying to
It's Char's Dogs on Waddle and Silvy.
I do giggle every time we hear Charlie try to dissect whatever he was dissecting
I
there.
laughed my ass off because I've been there so many times.
What were you talking about in that moment, Charlie? Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was like the search bar in this wide orbit thing would make a noise anytime you'd backspace, and I just couldn't figure out how to explain it. And yeah, that's what I produced.
If you've ever been there, and I've been there consistently for the last
You feel
18,
like you're drowning.
19 years.
Oh, yeah.
But you just, when you're in the middle of it, you know you're
just need to
circling the
yeah.
drain, and it's just a matter of time.
Circling the train.
Oh, man.
They poop down a toilet.
Yes, exactly. Like you're a turd going where you deserve to be, and that's in the sewer. Exactly that. Oh,
All right, so Charlie, I hope you guys have enjoyed this as much as we have. Little did we know, Waddle, when Charlie became a full-time member of the Waddle and Silvy show, that he was a draft expert. Like
Yes.
that he has worked so hard on this. He's got his own binder.
He's even trying to grow his hair like Mel Kiper.
Is
a
right.
little bit.
Yeah.
So
Todd.
Charlie Bevins with Char's Dogs. And then you're doing, as we go down the stretch here, as we approach 24 hours away, you're taking this down a different avenue, aren't you?
Indeed. As you said, Sylvie, we are just over 24 hours away. We are 26 hours, 24 minutes, and 25 seconds. I love the draft. I have this very vivid memory of like watching the Matt Forte draft when I was like 8 or 9 years old, and my parents coming down and probably just looking at each other like, that's weird. That's
What
a
have
weird
we
kid we got.
created?
Yeah.
Wasn't there like a weird draft story with Matt Forte where he like missed his alarm, or something happened with an alarm clock? We had him on.
I remember
before his meeting or something like that.
I love that he identifies it as the Matt Forte draft.
The Matt Forte
The
draft.
Matt Forte draft.
Second round pick.
Second round pick.
Great
Tulane.
pick.
So right away, I was like, ooh, we got something here.
All right,
Another guy that is shockingly big.
Huge.
Bigger than you think when you stand next to him. Like, you don't realize how big Matt Forte is until you stand next to him.
and still in great shape today, isn't he?
Fantastic shape, yeah. Does a podcast now. I saw him, where did I see him? Saw him up at Hallis Hall, I think, at training camp.
Do you remember who he used to impersonate? It was a famous actor. I think he did this impersonation very well.
Oh, that I don't remember.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I believe he does a good Arnold.
Well, he's built like him.
Random facts about Matt Forte.
I like it.
And then him and I got into a Twitter argument over Derrick Rose.
Oh, really?
That was another weird thing that happened with me and Matt. And then we never really, we tried to clear it up. He had no interest.
No. He just moved on.
Yeah, just moved on.
Just went on
All
to
right,
better,
Charlie,
more
what do you got?
important things.
All right, yeah. So by now we've seen a million names connected to the Bears at 25 and all these mock drafts. And there's another one today. There's probably be another one before tomorrow. So just kind of looking at the names of these guys that have been circulating around them, and I've decided to put them all into buckets here as we approach draft day. So we'll start here with the hell yeah bucket. These are certified Char's Dogs. These are guys where if they take them at 25, it's important to remember, this is not a great draft. None of these are perfect prospects, but these are the guys I'm the biggest fans of. And that starts with TJ Parker, the defensive end out of Clemson, who we talked about last week. I have a type, Waddle. I think I sent you something about that. I love these power players who just fire into a guy's chest and run him backwards. And for that reason, I have TJ Parker in here. We also have Zion Young, the edge defender out of Mizzou. He's going to come in and be an immediate impact run stopper. And then just because I'm sick of the slander of this guy, any team who's had this guy mocked to him is automatically pissed off because there's no production. There's not much production in college to speak of, and that's Keldrick Falk. If I told you that the Bears walked away from the draft at 25 with a 20-year-old defensive end who's going to be an immediate impact run defender with a lot of room to grow as a pass rusher, with a lot of tools to grow as a pass rusher, and again, he's 20 years old and is considered one of the all-time best, guys / leaders of the Auburn football program. I would say that's a pretty good spot for the Bears to be in. So I do have Keldrick Falk in this top list.
I do believe he's 21. He's listed as 21.
Is he 21? I know he's the youngest player in this draft. I know that. So
who mocked him recently to the Bears? Didn't you say someone just recently mocked him to the Bears?
Yeah, I forget who it was, but I have seen him
Biggs
more
did
than
recently.
once. I think Biggs did. I think you're right.
Yeah.
It was at the start, was it? Like the most common name you saw was Zion Young. The name that I see most now is your guy, Keldrick Falk.
Yeah, it's mostly Falk and Parker is what I've been noticing.
Okay.
The next one is the F It We Ball bucket. I like these guys.
Wait, the F It We Ball?
F It We Ball. I like these guys and think that they'd be good picks, even if they don't get my nuts all that hot, as you say, Waddle.
Yeah.
First one is Caden McDonald, the run stopper from Ohio State. There may not be the most pass rush upside, but guess what? The Bears need help stopping the run too. They're 29th against the run last year. So if they
Waddle sort of turned me off on him though.
Who's that?
You're down on him, aren't you?
Who is it?
Caden McDonald.
No, I mean he's just not a pass rusher. He's gonna clog up the middle. But there is, Charlie. You could speak for it better than I. There's no pass rush skill there at all, is there?
No, there's a little. I think there's a little bit of juice in there. He was 4th on his team in tackles, and he's a defensive tackle. So he's a guy who's making plays, and so that tells me that maybe there's some translatable.
But he's not
going to
switch over to your three technique.
No. He's going to be interior the whole time.
Yeah. He was the guy in February, pretty much every month.
Yeah, he was the first
had him
one
going to the Bears.
Yeah.
The next one I have on here is Malachi Lawrence. He's somebody who's also been a late riser. He's from Central Florida. This guy is a total technician. You guys asked me about, how is TJ Parker with his hands. Malachi Lawrence might be the best hand player in this class. I think he's somebody that Jurko would really like.
I'm a good hand player.
There you go. He's high cut, not a lot of bend. He's not super strong, but as somebody who has a refined pass rushing technique, he's probably up there with anybody else in this class. He also had a really good combine performance, so there's maybe some untapped athleticism that somebody can try to get into there.
By the way, I just saw your guy TJ Parker ran a 4.68 at the combine. He weighs 275 pounds, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's crazy what these guys are capable of.
You see these guys test, and it makes sense that these guys were primed for big years, and then you obviously have to ask why that didn't happen. I have Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State, on here. I think the Bears need to address cornerback. I was saying last year that if they took a cornerback with their first round pick, I wouldn't have been against it because if Dennis Allen isn't a fan of what they have with Tyreek Stevenson, if the coaching staff is just we're on year 4 with this guy, let's try to shake this up. We can do better here. Chris Johnson's a guy from San Diego State that I think will get a lot of negative reaction because A, it's a position we haven't really talked about, and B, he's a guy from San Diego State, from the Mountain West, but he is really instinctive. He's really fluid, and I think he's somebody that could play well alongside Jalen Johnson.
On that note, did you guys see what Jeff King had to say about Tyreek Stevenson?
What did he say?
It's basically
still high on him?
Yeah, all of these guys are going to have good moments and down moments. Spoke about a moment in the Cowboys game that he thought was pivotal, that Tyreek was responsible for.
He forced a fumble, did he?
Yeah. Talked about that, but I don't know if they were trying to sell you something or they truly do. I think Tyreek Stevenson is a guy that, based on their need for corner, it's going to be really interesting to see how they feel about their own secondary.
Charlie, the only thing for me is when are they going to get these guys on the defensive line then? If they do go safety, if they do go corner, now we got 3 picks in the top 100 to get left tackle, defensive tackle, edge. There's no guarantee that they all turn out. So I want more swings at fixing the defensive line finally. But I understand it. You never have enough corners. You never. And it's such a premium position in today's league. But I'm just conflicted. When are we ever going to fix the pass rush?
Well, and it's exacerbated by the fact that Adengbo did not turn out, that Gervon Dexter has not been the difference-making player that you had hoped for, which has left, those gaps there. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Big Cow was saying, except about receiver. If they think we can get a great cornerback or get a decent pass rusher that we're not super high on, if they land on the cornerback, I think that's sound reasoning. But to me, that's different than the safety conversation, which obviously we'll get into at some point. But the next one, all right. I couldn't figure out how to name this one. It's just these are just picks that if they happen, I'd be like, oh. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on there. So Max Iannaccio, the offensive tackle from Arizona State, super toolsy, really good mover, played basketball his whole life till he switched to offensive tackle. He's a right tackle, so that there would be some sort of projection there, developmental stuff. Monroe Freeling is the same thing. He's a tackle from Georgia. Super athletic, super strong, a lot of sloppy tape. So those two guys you're probably not starting them week one. Which
say that about me now at 59. A lot of sloppy tape on this guy. A lot of sloppy tape.
But those are two guys that you're probably not going to see week one if they do draft them. So if people have hangups with that, I totally understand it. The other one is Christian Miller. He's a defensive tackle from Georgia. Powerful run defender. That's about all he is, but like a little bit like Caden McDonald. I don't think he's as good of a run defender, but a little bit like him. Like he's just going to come in and he's going to help. He's going to go a long way and stop on the run for you. So that's kind of that sort of middle sort of group. This last one here is the thanks but no thanks group. I get it with these guys. I understand that like there's a lot of appeal to them, but to me, I'm just kind of a pass on. And the first one is Akeem Messidor. While this is somebody you and I have talked about, I understand he's got great production. The age thing, it's not even contract related for me. Like it's not. I'm not even worried about the fact that like, when he's 30, like I get all that.
25-year-old on 19-year-old.
Exactly. So he's a 25-year-old pass rusher, and he's not particularly bendy, and he's not particularly strong, and we don't have much athletic testing on him. So that makes me concerned that he is a guy who wins with effort, which he does, and wins because he's an adult facing kids. So like that's the big hang up for me.
I just think for me, it's a guy that you'd have to look at every snap and evaluate who he's playing against. It would not eliminate him for me. I just think you have to look at him closer and come to that conclusion. Look at who he's playing against. He's playing on the other side of Bain. He's playing in the ACC, which isn't a great conference. Beating up on the 19-year-old tackle at Duke is not like playing against a guy from Green Bay. But if you look at his production in the playoffs, very, very good. He had 4 sacks in the postseason.
What about what Matt Miller said about the age? Because I'm usually in agreement with you about guys who are older who dominate younger players. His thought was that he was an All-American at 19.
He was a freshman All-American in 2020.
Right. And
it just didn't move me that much.
Yeah.
He's also got a lot of foot injuries, too. Like, this is kind of his first healthy season, so that's something you obviously have to weigh. But, like, he did show out against Ohio State, but I think a lot of people at Ohio State would tell you this is the worst offensive line they've had in a few years.
Look, it's not like he's a wide receiver. If you're a 25-year-old wide receiver going against a 19-year-old cornerback, the physicality difference isn't that big of a deal for me. When you're in the trenches, you really got to look at the tape and say, who was he playing against? And if you say to me, it wasn't him beating up on kids, then I'm fine with that. It wouldn't eliminate him for me.
No,
but I understand the concern.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm not going to grab a pitchfork if they draft him. But to me, it's just.
Is there a category for pitchforks?
I don't necessarily have that, but to me, that's just a bigger red flag than I think it is for a lot of other people. We talked about the safeties yesterday. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Dylan Thieneman. I said it yesterday. They're really good players. They can go be good players for somebody else. The best edge rushers in the NFL are mostly first-round picks. The best safeties in the NFL, really, Kyle Hamilton is the only first-round pick. You can find these. You look at it, Brian Branch, Jesse Bates, Nick Amenwari, Kirby Joseph, all those guys are day 2 picks. So, and this is a class where you can find those types of players. So those two guys, for me, I'm just like, that's not my speed. Caden Proctor and Caleb Lomu, the 2 tackles that have been talked about with them a lot lately. 2 huge guys with all the tools in the world. I just want a little bit more nasty. Like, I want them to dictate the rules of engagement a little bit more than they do. And finally, we have Waddle, somebody you and I have talked about. That's Peter Woods.
Yeah.
Somebody who, as Tyler talked about with Caden McDonald, like really early on, a lot of smoke, a lot of connection with him and the Bears. I've never understood what I'm supposed to love with Peter Woods. And, I understand that he's had to change weights in a number of different years, but the quickness is there, the burst is there. I just kind of see a tweener right now. And
he's the guy that's from Clemson, right? That the majority of his highlights are him running the ball in from the 1-yard line. They're using him.
I remember when you said
that. Yeah, like the first 5 highlights on his reel are them using him as an oversized fullback.
Yeah, and if it's a few years down the road, I guess I wouldn't be shocked if it's like, oh wow, Peter Woods turned out to have a nice career. But like right now, when you consider the ups and downs, and you're really flat, you're really grading on flashes here with him. And the difference between him and Parker is, like, I think Parker was more consistently of a disruptive player than Peter Woods. So, like, that's why I'm more in on him when it comes to the Clemson guys. But if it's Peter Woods at 25, that is probably the one thing that'll make me go, I don't know about that one.
Really good
I got
stuff.
to tell you, Charlie's put in the work. You should see his binder. Good. He watches all the film.
Well, listen
Great
to
work.
him.
Great work, Charlie.
Really good, Charlie. So, again, tomorrow, don't forget, we have a Sox game, first pitch at 2:40. The pregame with Meller begins at 2. That's during our show. You will get the White Sox as you usually get them on ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2. Also, the ESPN Chicago app. If you're in the radius of MLB rules, you'll be able to listen to the Sox there. We will be on, but we will be YouTube and Twitch only. So for your draft day experience, sign in to youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago and also twitch.tv/@ESPN1000 Chicago. You'll get the uncensored version of the Waddle and Silvy show as we lead you into the draft. I believe Seth Rollins is going to join us right out of the gate. Right at 2 o'clock, Joniak and Thayer are going to join us, and other surprises, news that breaks during the day leading up to the draft. We're all over it tomorrow again, starting at 2 on our YouTube. Waddle and Silvy will be on the air. All right, coming up next, we'll check in at Wrigley Field with Jesse Rogers. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out Carmen and Jurko. Tomorrow morning at 9 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky, and I'm here to tell you about the People's Golf brand. It's my friends over at Pins and Aces. When I was down playing in Florida, I saw everything from bags to head covers, and I was thinking to myself, I need to get some Pins and Aces in my bag, and that is exactly what I'm doing. Their spring collection has officially dropped, and they've got a ton of great deals on their website right now. I've been tired of some of the old golf polos and gear. Some of it's stiff, some of it's uncomfortable. So I'm revamping my closet this year with Pins and Aces. Their clothes are comfortable, and they look great on and off the course. They've got head covers, they've got bags, and they've got everything else that you need as well. They embody what golf should be, and that's fun. So have fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it. Check them out at pinsandaces.com today. That's pinsandaces.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale is on now. If you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard like I have, this is the perfect time. Right now you could save up to $3,000 off MSRP on new hot tubs or swim spas, or up to 25% off clearance spas. Don't wait. Now's the time to create a space for comfort, connection, and year-round relaxation. The Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale ends April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa's factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Follow Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
I got this rat, this annoying, eating rat. And it brings up questions.
This is the first movie you thought of, what, for the rat?
When you had the rat conversation, The Departed. It's great. It's fabulous.
A really good movie.
It was.
How old is that now? Is that a good 10, 15 years old?
It's got to be.
I think it's a lot older.
Yeah, I think it's 20.
Yeah.
I would say 20.
Crazy how things just
how much
fly.
older things? The Departed.
Yeah, 20 on the nose.
Yeah.
20 years.
It was fabulous. Yeah, we're old as you know what. I'll tell you tomorrow when we are on.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I was at the.
We're old, but we're not old as.
All right.
I was at the Cubs game yesterday, and PCA's walk-up song is "Kids" by MGMT, and I heard the dad behind me go, "Yeah, this is a 20-year-old song now." I was like, "You got to be kidding me, man!"
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
I saw a clip of it was this he was reacting to like a Calvin Johnson highlight, and he was like, "Boy, that 81! Look at him go!" I was like, "Oh my god,
Megatron,
81!"
By the way, did you guys see this is back on the draft subject? Zetterman sent this to us, and I had it earlier too.
half a guy, half a man, Zetterman.
That's right, according to Big Cat. Obviously it's in Pittsburgh. Heinz Field is where the Steelers play. They're a big partner with Pittsburgh. So Heinz, because it's Heinz 57, Heinz is teaming up with Devin Hester to welcome the first Mr. 57 at the NFL draft, awarding a custom jacket ketchup for life into partnership. So whoever the Bears are drafting at 57, they get
a lifetime supply of Heinz 57 ketchup.
Yeah, and a partnership.
Perfect.
I mean, that's.
So if you can't sack a quarterback, at least you'll have condiments for the rest of your life.
That's right. Are you okay? No, you are.
Ketchup on fries, ketchup on certain things. I don't like ketchup on hamburgers or I'll eat
like
ketchup
it on
with
a hamburger. I don't need it for fries. I've always been I think fries are good enough. I've never needed ketchup.
I eat ketchup on with chicken fingers. I use it. Yeah.
More of a barbecue sauce with chicken fingers.
I can do that as well.
What about
but if I don't have barbecue sauce, if I have ketchup?
You know what I do think is disgusting? Ketchup with eggs.
I've never seen that.
Really?
That's gross.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I've never done it.
It doesn't seem, is that just like having tomato in your eggs or?
I just think and I like ketchup. I'll put it on burger. I'll put it with fries, but with eggs, it just kind of always freaked me out.
All it is basically it's sugar, right? I mean, it's obviously tomatoes,
sugar and
but it's
vinegar.
Sugar,
I remember when I was in middle school, I spilled ketchup on my hoodie, and I just smelled like vinegar the rest of the day. It was so disgusting.
I mean, it's it's not good for you.
Oh no, it's terrible.
Yeah, tons of sugar.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we'll check in with Jesse. Jesse's at Wrigley. Cubs are looking for a sweep of the Phillies. So we'll talk about that. Showed his emergence. The Cubs did miss out on a player that I at least wanted them to sign. We'll tell you who that player is coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Guys, spring is here. It's beautiful out there today. Do your windows open and close flawlessly? You got to enjoy this great weather. Mine used to be a pain in the you-know-what. And that's when I called Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. And right now at windownation.com, they got the more you buy, the more you're going to save sale. You could save up to 50% off. And this is the perfect time with the whole spring and summer and then fall ahead to fix your windows. Get brand new windows. They're the true experts. This business started from the ground up. And everyone's getting Window Nation windows, including yours truly. They'll tell you what you need and what you don't need. You don't have to worry about them upselling you. They have 45,000 five-star reviews. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And you'll have no interest for 5 full years when you sign up today. So call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network and service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
When you see balls really deep, it allows you to make contact because you're seeing it longer. Come on, Jesse.
MLB insider Jesse Rogers.
Jesse Rogers.
Jesse Rogers. Jesse Rogers. You found out that you were going to be a Cardinal. How, Tommy?
Jesse Rogers joins Waddle and Silvy.
Look like you're swinging for the leg there.
Tyler, put out a poll. Call her daddy. What is it? Call my daddy. I'm a big believer in protection.
On ESPN Chicago.
What did he say there, Waddle? He was talking about, he was what? About
when you see balls really deep, it allows you to make contact because you're seeing it longer.
We're children. That's for sure.
He deserved it because he lied about me earlier today when he was talking to Carmen
Oh, yeah,
Jurko.
have this out. I heard this, too.
You were talking about sports rats. He was a sports rat
all
today.
All right, so explain this.
He was talking about Carmen was talking to Jesse. By the way, hi, Jesse. You look great.
And
hello.
Jesse also brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. So let's go to this feud.
So, like, Jesse, they were discussing PCA's struggles. And, Carm was saying, his at-bats look a little bit better, but the outcome hasn't been. And Jesse piped in with, let me get to this. Waddle on the show keeps talking about PCA going down to the minors. I've never suggested him going to the minors, ever. In fact, I was vehemently against even the hint of that. You son of a...
You did ask Joe Madden about it, though.
I asked Joe Madden in the context of guys that have gone down, whether it be Schwarber or Ian Happ. When do you decide that a player that you're counting on needs to go to the minor leagues? That was the extent of it.
Yes,
I love you,
that
Jess,
was in my head when I mentioned you, Waddle, but I later clarified after you threatened me that, in fact, you had not suggested it. It just had come up on the show several times, actually, and as well with Madden. So they are not, for the record, close to sending him down, and Tom Waddle did not suggest that.
Thank you, Jess. All right, we're back together again.
Yes.
That's very good. So, did you hear too? We didn't have a chance to replay this yesterday, and you heard Madden. I know how tight you were with Madden, and you did. I think you did a book with him, didn't you, back in the day with Joe Madden?
Yep, exactly. I wrote about him, and he participated in it. Yes.
Yeah. So this was interesting. I thought this was very interesting when he talked about PCA. This was not the minor league stuff, and he says he loves PCA and how much he enjoyed talking to him at the convention. But this was him talking about PCA showing the emotion when he fails, about throwing his bat, about throwing his helmet. Listen to Joe Madden when he joined us the other day. And if you missed it, it's on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle-Silvy.
I've had guys like that too. Remember Dickie Schofield? Love Dick Schofield. His daddy, Ducky, played for 1,000 years in the big leagues. Scully threw the helmet a little bit when he was a kid. And when he was 17, I think it was 17, 18 in Idaho Falls, I said, Dickie, listen, brother, nobody wants to see that. That makes you look bad. It reflects badly on you. Listen, you're a big boy, you're a grown-up, whatever, but I'm just telling you, it looks bad and reflects badly on you. And also like Wilson Contreras. I used to tell Willie, I said, Willie, someday you're going to have a son. I did. You're going to have a boy. And, okay, do you want your son seeing his dad get upset and throw a batting helmet after a bat at bat? I mean, I would go and I would make them be reflective on their own, or ask them to be reflective on their own. And what do you want this to be representative of you? And if not, how do we change it? So I'm big on conversation and communication. I'm not big on telling people what to do. I never have been. My best coaches were those that communicated with me and got me to do things that they thought were better for me through conversation, discussion, whatever. And they try to arrive at that. PCI, just like I said, I just know him for that long. But I'm here to tell you, Matt, I would love to work with that young fellow.
And then that was an interesting nugget at the end that he would love to work with him. What was your reaction to that, Jess?
Oh, it's spot on. And I loved what he said, coach through communication, not intimidation, right? That was the Joe Madden style. But I can give you some thoughts here. It leads into something I want to promote. Friday, I'm writing about PCA at ESPN.com. I want everyone to check it out as they go to LA, where a year ago he had kind of his coming out party. I joke with them, before LA, you were Pete, then you became PCA. It's not exactly true, but we have some fun with it. But here's the key. Here's the lead to my story, and something I don't think anyone knows about him. If you've watched him this year, he has toned it down. He has toned it down, not throwing the helmet or the bat as much. I think you guys would agree with that, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, so he told me that it wasn't his coaches, it wasn't his teammates, it wasn't Craig Counsell. As you might expect, it was an interaction with a fan, specifically a dad, this offseason. He was on a Zoom or something. I'm not exactly sure that part of it. But a dad told him that his young kid, 10-year-old kid, struck out, threw his helmet, threw his bat. The dad came down on him, not terribly, just like, you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. Why did you do that? And the kid said, because Pete does it. Because Pete does it. And that was the moment. That was the moment that triggered. Not a surprise. That was bound to happen. That was bound to come to Pete at some point. Some kid or kids were imitating him. And it's like, enough is enough. So he's toned it down. It was that interaction that did it. And let me tell you another thing. 10 minutes ago, I was talking to our buddy Kyle Schwarber, and I'll tell you why he's not on the air with you in a moment. It's really funny. I was talking to Schwarber, who has talked to him about this. And I was asking Schwarber about it. Everybody has a different reason. For example, Counsell's like, it's about self-respect. Don't be doing that. You show some respect for yourself. Schwarber said to me, it's not necessarily about yourself. It's not really about the fans. It's about the opposition. It's about the guy on the mound. If he knows you're that hot-headed, that's like blood in the water. They're going to attack you. They're going to know that. They're going to use that against you, even if he is able to flush it for the next step back. Don't give the opposition any ammunition, was Schwarber's advice to him. So I think he's taken this all in, and he's kind of calmed down the act a little bit. I think you see it. Sometimes he'll even just stand at the box after striking out, pause, and then realize, okay, I'll walk back and maybe take out a cooler in the dugout where no one can see it. But I think he's calmed down.
How's he handling it, like between at bats, Jess? Or has he talked to you about that, or after games? Because it doesn't seem, the frustration at the plate doesn't seem to creep into his defense, because he's spot on there as always. And when they actually do win, he's the first guy out there to celebrate with his teammates. So it seems like while he's struggling, he's coping with it pretty damn well.
Yeah, and he knows he probably won't get sent down. He knows he's got a guaranteed contract. He knows defense, running the bases matter. Those aren't just words. He is contributing. Yeah, he's maturing. Not everyone is going to hit. And I guaranteed it to Jurko. He's going to hit. He's going to look more like PCA and not Pete. And I think it's going to happen soon. He's not far off. Some of his at-bats against lefties have been good. That tells me something. Some of his at-bats against righties have been bad. It's back and forth, back and forth. We haven't seen it yet. But, of course, we haven't seen that of Michael Busch. We haven't seen it of this guy, that guy. And I know coming off the second half last year, it's in our heads. But I think it's coming. I really do.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking News on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Tyler just sent me this, Jesse. It's not on the baseball beat, but like you're familiar with all this. And I know you like weighing in on the other stuff. We've been waiting for news out of Springfield today, according to Brendan Moore, who covers the whole situation downstate with politics. He tweeted out new. The House Revenue Committee votes 15-5 to advance a mega projects bill that would clear the path for the Chicago Bears to build a new dome stadium in Arlington Heights. It goes to the House floor. They're going to gavel. They're going to gavel in at 5:30. What does that mean? Does that mean it starts at 5:30?
Yes.
They open the meeting. Yeah. They open the meeting. So that's when we'll get a better indication. Like this was the 15-5. That's just the House of Revenue. This now goes to the floor.
Yes. And then if they're wise, they'll approve it as well, and we'll get on with this.
What do you think, Jesse?
Well, I think like most people, I still would have been surprised if it didn't end up in Arlington Heights. Like after all the permutation of this thing, it would still, not even surprised, shocking if this thing did end up in Indiana. As much as people reporting it was real and could happen, I, for one, as a fan, would have been really, really shocked if it did end up there. So this sounds more in line with what we all thought would happen.
So, and then remember, like even, I just got to caution people. We've all said, like Jesse just said, that we all were betting on Arlington Heights, even when the Indiana stuff came. Like I always told you they want to be in Arlington Heights. But just when this does get approved, there still has to be infrastructure stuff. And then it only gives them the permission to go to Arlington Heights to negotiate the tax certainty. So it's not like I's are dotted, T's are crossed after this gets approved in the House. There's still other work that needs to be done.
But you know
it's a big step.
Arlington Heights wants to play ball with them.
Yes, they do. We've had the mayor on. It would be a very, very big step after there were times where it looked like they didn't want to cooperate at all.
Okay, so common sense is starting to prevail.
Yes, just a little bit here. Just a little bit. The other news of the day, Jesse, that I teased, and then we could talk some other baseball stuff, was Giolito. You know, you always sort of hinted that the Cubs didn't have much interest. I was always big on it. Kap was more big on it. I just think he had a really good year. I think you can never have enough pitching. I don't think that they're out of money by any means. But he signed with the Padres today, and I believe it was a mutual option for the second year so they don't have to commit for sure to the second year. Why didn't the Cubs get more involved in this?
Because they weren't going to pay. Whatever San Diego's paying, the Cubs were not interested, even though it's not a lot. The bottom line is San Diego's much more desperate for his needs. That I could tell you that. They are barely putting a pitching staff out there right now, yet they have a very good record. But they lost Nick Pivetta. I know the Cubs lost Cade Horton, but the Cubs are much better positioned to overcome that. This is a risky move. I mean, I told you, like, this could be a wash for this year. I mean, the mutual option is basically, like, if he shows a little bit, okay, maybe he comes back. If he shows a lot, he'll turn down his side of it and go into free agency. But it's just such a risk, guys starting up at this time of year. So San Diego's just more desperate. That's the answer. The Cubs don't need him. I know it could change in a week or 2 weeks, whatever, but San Diego needs him right now, and they're more desperate.
How about the guy who took the ball last night to start? How sustainable do you believe? And I'm not suggesting that Shota's going to, have a 2.17 ERA after 35 starts, but how sustainable is him pitching in a really effective manner?
I think it is. I want to give you the full circle narrative on Shota so you understand exactly how we arrived at this point. If you recall, at the end of last year, I mentioned this kind of in passing on your show when things went south. We had the playoffs to worry about. The Cubs asked Shota Imanaga to put on weight last year. to try to drive up his velocity. It did not work. It was kind of the opposite effect. You know, when you have too much weight, you can't really move the way you're supposed to. Then he got hurt, and then he really faltered down the stretch there. And let me tell you something. He lost confidence in a major, major way. He was a shell of himself by the end of the year. Having said that, he was committed to getting better. So I'm being literal here. The day after the season, this is not just hyperbole. The day after the season, he flew down to Florida. He went to the private training facility, Eric Cressy's Academy. You guys have heard of Eric Cressy, private facility. Verlander goes there. Max Scherzer goes there. A lot of them go there. And he dove in with them. I mean, he went to work. He lost a little weight. He found his velocity again. They worked daily for a long while. I was told down in Cressy that at the end of their session, at the end of their time there, they did a 4-hour Q&A with him. All sorts of back and forth, back and forth. He took tons of notes. He took it all back home, and he went to work in the offseason. So this isn't by fluke. This was a commitment by him to get his fastball back. That's the number one thing. He found his 2024 fastball, and then he's added some nuance to it. He's moved on the mound. He's used his sweeper a little bit more, and he's just become a much more confident pitcher and a guy that has kind of gone backwards yet also evolved at the same time, if that makes sense. So, Tommy, add all that up. I think it is sustainable. I do, unless he loses the feel for his fastball. That's really been the key. I've communicated with the people down at Cressy, and that's how they've described it to me. So
Tyler also noticed or suggests, too, maybe the delivery, change in delivery where there's not that pause has helped in some way additionally.
I haven't investigated that part of it, but it's probably all part of his nuance change, you know, moving to the middle of the rubber, using his sweeper more, maybe not pausing at the top. Like those are the little things. Yeah. The big thing was getting his velocity back. And I think that you got to give the Cubs credit. They allowed him to do whatever he wanted to find his game again. And he did. Instead of saying, this is how you have to do it, they allowed him to do it on his own because he's a smart guy, just like Kyle Hendricks was, and he did it. So, you know, as much as we want to be a little critical, why'd you ask this guy to put on weight? Look, you try things, didn't work, and then you let him go do his thing, and he found it again.
Jesse, I don't want to speak out of turn, but we were talking about his fall off last year, and you described a lot of it with the injuries, the putting on the weight, then the injuries. Didn't he lose a lot of and you said he's more confident now. By the end of last year, weren't people even on his side, his camp, concerned about him getting the ball again last year?
Pretty much. I mean, in the short answer is yes, because like I said, he was a shell of himself. He had just lost so much confidence, and which is so hard to see in the moment for us as a reporter, because obviously you got to go through the translator and stuff. But from talking to people throughout the offseason and once they re-signed him, he had to build his game back up and his confidence. And it's quite amazing to hear from people that work with these guys, and they even are surprised. These are world-class athletes, but this sport will crush you mentally. Mm-hmm. And so are all the golf. All of them will, I guess. And so he had to find it again, and he eventually did. So, yeah, I mean, it's like Shota 2.0 on the mound, but also in his head as well.
The starting pitching's been brilliant recently. What are you expecting from Boyd tonight as he returns?
Yeah, well, 5 innings, and the Phillies have struggled against left-handed pitchers. I think they're 0-7 when a lefty starts besides openers. So advantage Boyd. I don't think you can get more than that. Get ready for Ben Brown tonight. He's rested. He'll probably follow Boyd. And then who's going to the bullpen? That's the next question. It's Javier Assad. So Colin Ray, once again, has proven to be this valuable commodity. He stays in the rotation, replacing Cade Horton, and it's Javier Assad. So you strengthen the bullpen with Assad going there, especially from the right side, and obviously you strengthen your rotation with Matthew Boyd returning. So I don't expect more than 5 innings out of him.
Jesse, we talked last night. Theo Barr had to come in again because the game got close. You and I were texting about it. He's 39 years old. He's like, you told me he's on pace for like 70-some appearances right now.
Yeah.
But he's so effective, and they're very short-handed. So has Counsell talked about this game that he has to sort of figure out, where he's a 39-year-old that you want to to be effective down the stretch because you have bigger aspirations here. You don't want to burn them out in April, but you need them in April. So how do they figure this whole thing out?
So they use him a lot in April, but back off him later on when reinforcements return, like Phil Maton, and then eventually Palencia, and then eventually the trade deadline. So his appearances in April might look a lot different than July, August, or September. So that's how you do it, as long as you don't have an arm problem because you're using him so much early on. But that's how they're going to do this. He's been great. Maton is not far off. Palencia is the one question mark I mentioned on the air today. Like, I'm not exactly sure. Obliques are weird, so they're going to have to navigate without him. But the way this offense is playing right now, I guess you can get away with it. Eventually, though, you're going to need those high leverage guys. Thielbar has been really good so far.
You see the rat last night? See the rat running around?
Yeah.
What do you
Incredible.
think?
So I went to the Philly side before the game today because that's where the rat was, right? And I was surprised. I heard you guys talking about it. Like, I tweeted out, Don Mattingly scared to death of rats. He's a coach on the Phillies now. Donnie Baseball, one of the, what I think toughest guys, at least in the box, scared to death. He wanted nothing to do with the rats.
Wait, aren't we all scared of rats?
Yeah,
like,
I'm not a fan.
Who do you know who is not scared of a rat if they would see it?
Yeah, I mean, scared's just the wrong word.
Schwarber wouldn't be moved by it.
Yeah,
Schwarber would just look at it.
So I
Stare
guess
it
when
down.
you're, I guess in a moment when you're surprised by it is what's funny, because a couple of the coaches and players were like on the top step, and it ran by, and they hadn't known that it was there, and there was like one of those jumps in the air, and but it sounded like Mattingly was backing away from the rat and everything. So I don't know, he's got a thing, but on the Cubs side, apparently Jamison Tyon, I haven't talked to him yet, had a pet rat growing up.
Oh,
I don't know what that is. I don't know how that is. It's a day after story. I've got to get to him. Council was talking about rats and geese and goose. They were all on the field in the last little while here. And then we were talking about gym rats, and then the different kind of rat in the clubhouse, ratting out a teammate. And so it was a whole thing.
You led to a topic.
Oh,
I don't know. So who is, in your mind, whether it's Chicago sports and sports overall, I said Isaiah Thomas was the biggest rat for me. Who is sports' biggest rat?
Yeah. There was a moment I would have said Albert Bell.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. I would have said that. When he was playing for the opposition, Dennis Rodman, when he was playing for the Bulls, loved him.
Yes.
So those are a couple names for sure. Frankly, he's probably watching or listening. AJ Przinsky, when he was playing, was kind of a rat. But then
Cubs fans would say that, right? Sox fans would say it when he was on the Twins.
But I say that with love because I'm friendly with AJ like everyone else, and he would probably admit that.
Absolutely.
Brian Snitker on the Braves and had Przinsky, who was the other one, and Snitker's one guy that drove him nuts, AJ Przinsky, more than anybody. He had two volatile catchers. I can't remember who the other one is, but he always pointed AJ Przinsky as his number one guy. And Snit's like the nicest guy in the world.
Well, as far on the Sox side of things with the Diamondbacks as they play, Murakami continues to impress. He continues 4 games in a row. He has hit home runs. We knew that he was a power hitter. This is exactly what he did in Japan. Are the Sox surprised that it's playing as well as it's playing in Major League Baseball, or is this what they were anticipating?
No, they're surprised. They're surprised. And I'm going to do a story on him in the coming weeks. And I just simply have to get to those teams that passed him over, that wouldn't give him the bigger contract. Everybody is surprised. It's just the way he's hitting velocity right out of the gate is quite amazing. And, Chris Getz said something to me. I mentioned it on Carmen's show. It's like, he wasn't facing velocity like that in Japan, but that doesn't mean he couldn't hit it. We just didn't know. So you roll the dice, as the Sox did, not much of a risk, 2 years, and it turns out he can hit the velocity. And, this is just the beginning, so he'll learn how to hit the breaking pitch better and all that stuff. So what a run. And obviously, I don't know if he's streaky or not, but 3 and then 4 in a row, we'll see what the book is on him in the coming weeks and months, but what a great start.
It's very Adam Dunn-like, isn't it? Because you look at his on-base percentage, like Adam Dunn always had a pretty hefty on-base percentage, didn't he? His is 394 at the moment. despite hitting 234.
Yeah, there's some 3 true outcomes in him, right? There's more walks than I thought. There's obviously some strikeouts, and then the home runs.
He leads the team in walks, Jess.
Huge. That's huge. That means he's got a bit of a mastery of the strike zone. Now he just has to learn pitchers. This could be a huge find. The key is when they adjust to him and stop throwing him fastballs, how does he adjust back?
All right, any other news we need to know, Jess?
Okay, so this is why Kyle Schwarber is not on the show.
Oh.
So it's kind of funny. So he comes out, as the Phillies are about to take practice, right? Pregame practice out there. But Schwarber's the DH, right? Well, not tonight. So he says to me, I go, can you call Waddle and Silvy real quick? He goes, I had to go shag. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, I'm playing left field tonight. I hadn't seen the lineup. I'm like, no, you're effing not. You're not going out. He goes, no, I'm playing left field. So Schwarber's leading off playing left field, which boggles my mind.
That's great.
First time since August of last year. Hasn't played it this year yet, and played it sparingly last year. And so I yelled to him, I hope they don't play the John Lester montage. You guys know that story, right?
No, good. Tell us that.
So when John Lester was calling it quits, 2020 playoffs, the day before the playoffs. So nobody's in the building, no fans, but they have a practice. Media is there. They pull John Lester out, and they say, John, it's end of your career here in Chicago. We got a little montage for you. Go look at the video screen behind you. Starts the music up. And the montage is all of Kyle Schwarber's errors in left field when John Lester was pitching. And there's a bunch of them, whether it's error or just overrunning a ball. And the whole Cubs dugout's dying. They're all watching on the top step, and Lester's just got his, shaking his head, and Schwarber's laughing. So if they play that montage in the game here, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious.
Well, their manager's already taking some heat. I mean, can you imagine if he's out there and makes a mistake that cost them a game tonight?
I think he'll have fun, though, Jesse. He'll be able to really get up close with those bleacher bums for the first time in a long time. And I'm sure there'll be some fun heckling, but all those guys have love for Kyle Schwarber, and I know how much he loves Cubs fans.
Guys, it takes me back to the practice day before Game 3.
Yes.
Remember this? I'm running out to left field with my phone and giving you.
He's got a glove.
We didn't know.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't know if he was gonna just obviously not play because they couldn't DH, or if he actually was gonna play. It takes me back to that moment, and so here we are. So that was 16. We're 10 years later. Yeah, 10 years later. He's out there in left field still.
He's had 83 at bats this year, all as the designated hitter.
Yeah. Left field tonight, Cubs fans. That's good.
Of all places, for him to be in left.
Jesse, good stuff. Thanks,
you. Jess.
You got it, guys. Love you, Tommy.
Right back at you, buddy.
Good stuff, Jesse. Thanks for everything. This is Schwarber. He was on that Lovable Reunion podcast, which they're doing. It's so good. It's David Ross and Anthony Rizzo, and they're doing all the stories from the 2016 season. And as these guys come to town, they're getting them. This is Schwarber talking about getting the call that they are activating him before the World Series when he missed virtually the entire regular season with that catastrophic knee injury.
It's the workout day for the World Series. You guys are there. I'm playing a fall league game. Get done, go to my phone. Got a text from Theo. I still have it on my phone. Congratulations, we're putting you on the roster.
Oh my God,
you're batting.
You're
You're batting fifth. Goosebumps again, but you're batting fifth against Corey Kluber. We got a jet waiting for you. I'm like, this is awesome.
PJ line, let's go.
This is awesome. Goosebumps again, bro. But I get to make that call again. Got to make that call again to the family. Hey guys,
it was another injection for us too of life. A lot of guys, when they get hurt, season-ending injury, you don't see them. They'll come in on their own hours at the field and they'll leave. Where when we were home, he was coming in when we came in, and he stayed for the game. And he was part of the boys.
Thank goodness. They just renovated Wrigley. We had the amazing clubhouse. They were like, hey, we want you to stay here. Rehab here. At home, when we're home, we want you here. I was like, I want to do that. So that was the one thing that kept me going through that whole thing.
Really good stuff.
That is great.
He was always a great teammate. They always thought highly of him. Kyle Schwarber playing left field tonight. All right, Aki's A-List is coming up next. It's Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Aki. With the weather warming up, you know what's coming. It's golf season. It's right around the corner, and I'm here to tell you about Pins and Aces, the people's golf brand. You may have gotten in a round or two already and said, you know what, these clothes don't fit as well, or maybe I need to revamp my entire wardrobe or some of my accessories as well. And that's where Pins and Aces comes in. Their spring collection has officially dropped, and they've got tons of great deals on their website right now. Check it out at pinsandaces.com. I've been tired of some of my old golf polos and gear, so it's time for me to revamp my closet, and I'm doing it this season with Pins and Aces. Their clothes are super comfortable. They look great on and off the course, and they've got everything that you need, whether it's apparel, head covers, bags, and anything else that makes a great golf experience for you. They embody what golf should be, and that's fun. So have fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it too. Check out pinsandaces.com today. That's pinsandaces.com.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
Spring is sprung, and savings are in full bloom at Menards. Visit Menards Garden Center for everything you need to get your garden growing. Choose from hundreds of beautiful, colorful flowers, lush trees and shrubs, and everything in between. Menards Garden Center is back in bloom. Stop in today to get your garden on. Check out fresh deals happening now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Steinhoffels. With 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Tyler's got questions. We've got answers. And it's good to have Tyler back. How long were you gone for? About a week?
About a week, yeah.
Yeah. In Florida, you said you went?
Florida, yep. Mm-hmm.
A lot of golf?
A lot of golf, a lot of, so it was one of my college friends' weddings. So it was the first time all of the crew was back together since we graduated.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun.
Was Noah Eagle there?
Noah Eagle was there. You want a crazy story about him?
Yeah.
So
Noah Eagle is Ian Eagle's son, who does all these national telecasts, including the NBA.
So he was there for we were all standing in the wedding too. So he was there for the Friday, welcome dinner. And then Saturday, he was there for the ceremony. And then right after that, he bolted out of there because he was doing Detroit and Orlando. And he flew a Frontier flight at 9:30 out of Fort Lauderdale. But if that flight were to get canceled for whatever reason, Grant Hill was going to pick him up in his private jet. Because Grant, I think, lives in Florida. He was going to pick him up in Boca. And then they were going to fly up Sunday morning together to Detroit.
You should have just lied.
That's what we said. We said, dude, what are you doing? You don't have to drink or anything, but you should do it just for the experience of doing that.
Grant Hill picking you up in a private jet.
Doesn't suck.
Must be nice. Must be nice. That was, by the way, music to my ears when I heard Jesse say Schwarber's playing left field tonight. I'm so, as a Cubs fan, pepper him out to left field tonight.
Yeah. I said to Silvy, I love Schwarber. He's my favorite player in Major League Baseball. Yeah. But I said to Silvy, I said, hey, I know how you like to make an occasional wager. See if you can get, money down on Phillies heirs.
I was going to say, Alex Bregman, 2+ bases, 3+ bases. Tonight could be a big Bregman night.
Right.
Not necessarily going to get the ball out of the park tonight because the wind's blowing in. But I think it could be
hit to left field may hit the grass.
Yes.
Do you think Schwarber could still catch, or would that be even a bigger adventure than him playing left?
I mean, he couldn't even catch the ball when he was playing catch. The ball would pop out of his mitt when he was a catcher.
I think he caught a handful of games, maybe.
It was not pretty. I mean, there's a reason they moved him out to left.
He was built to be the DH of the baseball team.
Absolutely. Anyway, Matthew Boyd is back tonight for the Cubs, and that's, I think, good news for this rotation. You're slowly starting to get some guys back. When it's all said and done and we're moving through the bulk of the summer, Justin Steele's back and everything, let's assume health, which is a dangerous thing to do with pitching, but let's do it here. Where do you think Matthew Boyd slots into the rotation, especially now that we've seen what Shota's been doing lately?
Yeah, and by the way, the injury report brought to you by Postman Law. If you've been injured, call 844-POSTMAN. Others promise, Postman delivers. What do you think, Waddle?
I mean, Cabrera's your one, right?
As of now, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, you're going to keep giving the ball to Shota after him.
I'll let you lump in Justin Steele for this exercise, too.
I don't know what to expect from Steele.
I would think.
I usually feel pretty good about these guys because they do usually come back
and I love
just as good, if not stronger.
I loved him before the injury. I would say I'm looking at Boyd and Shota, and I'm not sure who is I was expecting some regression from Boyd. And I was also expecting Shota to improve from the second half. So I think Boyd and Shota will be battling for the number 2 spot. Steele will be, in the mix there as well. But I still need to see him get his legs back after a long time away from baseball.
I would say, too, the guy I had the least amount of confidence in would be Taillon.
Wind blowing in, Taillon is good. Wind blowing out, it could get dangerous.
I know. It's summertime, and, whether the wind's blowing in or out, it gets hot, it gets humid. The ball's likely to be sent out quite a bit.
He had a good start over the weekend, didn't he? Didn't he get off to a rough start, and then he settled in?
Mets?
Yeah, I think he allowed a home run early.
Yep, 5 hits, 1 earned run, which was a home run.
And then that was early, and he bounced back nicely. So they've been getting really good pitching, starting pitching.
You know who else needs a tip of the cap to? Colin Ray.
Yeah.
Because over the course of the last 2 years, sometimes when he's a really scheduled guy, he gets roughed up a little bit. But it feels like there's been certain moments where it's all right, the Cubs need a clutch start, and it's Ray's turn in the rotation. You don't feel great about it, but he actually has delivered in a lot of these moments.
It's why they're leaving him in the rotation, right?
Yes.
And they sent Assad to the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
You are a bigger Ben Brown fan than I am. He did a nice job a few days ago, but it came with turbulence, as most Ben Brown outings do. Where do you feel about him because when Ben Brown pitches, I'm not very confident still.
My whole thing with him is if people aren't biting on the curve and all the stuff in the dirt, he's not going to be an effective pitcher. If you have a patient lineup, Ben Brown is not going to be a very useful tool. Although the funny thing about that is the Brewers have had patient lineups, and they've been one of the top walk takers in all of baseball over the course of the last year and a half.
He's owned them.
He's been incredible against them. So for whatever reason, he gets them to chase. But everyone else, it seems like, if he can get a lineup to chase, he's going to be phenomenal. But if he doesn't, he's going to walk a lot of guys.
He walks guys, and then he always gives up like a big hit.
Yeah.
You talk about patient at bats. The Cubs took 10 walks last night. 10 walks.
That's part of what makes this line. I mean, Dansby took 3 last night. If you've seen the numbers on Dansby 2 this year, I got to pull up exactly what they are, but the difference between his average and his on-base percentage is
crazy.
astronomical. I think it's like 150 points.
Oh, wow, 150.
It's 187.
It's 150 points exactly.
Yeah, 187 to 337.
I couldn't believe it. But, like, if he's going to do that, then...
And he's hitting home runs and he's walking.
And he's your 8 or 9 hitter. Like, how many teams can say, yeah, I can bank on 20 to 22 home runs out of my 8 or 9 hitter?
Boog was talking about it last night. I think did Shays too, about he's been the key in flipping the lineup over. Like, I know he's not batting 9th, he's batting 8th, but he
has been 9th against some righties.
So he's just been doing a good job of getting to the top of the order.
Yeah, no, I think he's been a very valuable piece, even though the average isn't there. Everything else is there for him. I want to bring this up, too, because this was a dilemma that I was talking about with some friends last night. And I don't know if you guys saw what took place after Kyle Schwarber homered. We're playing it on YouTube right now for those of you watching along there. But the fan who caught the ball last night, Cubs fan.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you brought this up.
And the second he caught the ball, it deflected off a couple hands, it looked like, and then he booked it. He booked it to the concourse so he didn't have to show his face, and he kept the ball. And I'm in the group chat with, like, Shay and Charlie and some of my other friends that I split tickets with. I'm like, this coward, innings 1 through, you can love Schwarber the rest of the year, but innings 1 through 9 at Wrigley, he is the enemy. And especially when the enemy just tied the ball game up in, I think it was the 5th or 6th inning. You got to throw that thing back to second base.
I'm not with you.
You got to yeet that thing out of the bleachers. And he sprints through the aisle up the concourse. And then I get a text from my roommate later that night and said, his brother is my roommate's brother is getting married in 2 weeks. The guy who caught the ball is that guy's future brother-in-law. And I'm like, dude, I've been calling that guy a coward for the past 2 hours. And
can't wait to meet him at the wedding.
Yeah, I'm going to see him in 2 weeks. I'm going to meet him in 2 weeks.
Wow. Well, look, you should shake his hand because if Schwarber's his favorite player and
I'll give a little insight here. He did text, or maybe he told his friends before the game, if I catch a Schwarber home run ball, I'm keeping it.
That's the thing. Like, you don't have to follow the crowd. I know it's a tradition, throw the ball back. First of all, if you are a veteran who takes part in these Cubs games and you know you're sitting in a bleachers, you got to bring an extra ball. That's the trick. Like, that's the loophole. You keep the home run ball, you throw your fake ball back. It's a win-win. You go along with the tradition, but you keep the home run ball. And especially with Schwarber, I like that he wasn't going to be heckled, and he got the ball, and he took off, and he kept it. I love it.
I think you got to wear it. I think if you catch it, like, you can't take off.
You can't go scurrying off to the
Gotta wear it. Gotta own it.
Yes.
I think it's youth versus age and experience. I think both of us are like, life is too short.
Listen,
you guys have got, 60, 70 years left.
Hand up.
Not us.
I know this is a meatball opinion.
Yeah.
I totally, if self-confessed meatball opinion. I don't care if it's Schwarber. I don't care if Milton Bradley just hit that ball out there. You throw that thing back on.
Well, if it was Milton Bradley, it's going back.
I think there are unwritten rules about getting a ball. Like we've talked about this a lot. A foul ball, and if there is a kid sitting near you, you give the foul ball to a kid. If you catch a home run, though, that's different. Like, catching a home run is a cool moment, and especially if it comes off a bat of a Cubs legend. And you want to keep it, you keep it. Screw the tradition.
How do you
coward? You called him a coward.
If you catch a home run, like you can give a little head fake to a kid. Just like you want like you can do that if you want.
Oh, look at you.
That's not
taunting.
right, Charlie. That's not right. And obviously, when you don't let you bring in an extra baseball, you have to sneak it in.
Well, you can
correct?
buy one.
That's what I was going to ask.
No, I think they'll let you bring them in because,
They
like,
will.
because like kids will go and try to get autographs and stuff before a game. So I think you can bring a ball.
Like,
in.
think about it. Through the metal detector, you're fine. You throw it in your pocket, you put it in.
Well, that's what I said. No, but I'm just like, hey, I'm walking in. I got a baseball in my hand. I mean, these days, call me, I don't know, a negative.
You can do damage with it, obviously.
That's what I wondered, whether or not you could bring it in.
You can do damage with your phone. Like you can throw your phone.
What if I'm
at
just
somebody.
trying to get some swings in, in between innings? I'm going to bring my bat in. Why are you bringing your bat? Well, because, I got a game tomorrow, and I wanted to get some practice swings in.
What sports equipment will they stop you at? Like
golf club.
Bring in a golf club.
Here comes Tommy 7-iron.
Full helmet, shoulder pads.
Yeah, exactly. What if you bring like
I think they allow that. They just think you're weird.
Yeah, you're a full hockey goalie.
How about a motocross? Whether it is a
hockey stick
or a hockey stick, archery.
Oh yeah,
bow and arrow. Not allowed to bring bow and arrow.
As weaponry.
Yeah.
Biathlon, you just have a gun.
I take a lot of pride in this. I was very good with the bow and the arrow.
Were you really?
Wait, does that surprise you? From my day camp days, I can do pretty well in the archery range.
What is the
young Jaquan Brisker?
Yeah,
over
what
here.
is the gift?
Was he an archer?
No, he always did the celebration.
He's the
archer.
Yeah. Is that what it's even called, an archer?
He's the archer.
Yeah. So what was the key to being a good archer?
I don't know. But I just had a good.
It's probably like the same thing as being a good darts player.
Yeah, I always had
muscle memory,
hand-eye coordination regarding them. There was a way you would hold when you pulled it back, so the feathers of the arrow wouldn't cut your finger. You had to put your finger in a certain spot where you wouldn't, because if it goes so fast through your finger, it could do some damage. But back in the day,
sounds like an event that shouldn't be part of overnight camp for young kids, because not everyone's going to be a great archer.
It was great. We would have the targets. It was a big thing of hay with like the target over it.
Like 50% of the kids are missing a finger on their guide hand.
I would show them excessively how many times to do it the right way, because I just wanted to keep shooting. Before it was the kids' turn. It was like when we played home run derby, counselors against, and we called it 500. It was really the counselors having a home run derby, but we told the kids, hey, we're playing 500. If you get 500, it's your turn to hit. No kid would ever get 500, and we'd be up there having home run derby.
That's awesome.
Great camp counselors. Yeah.
There's always like a side game.
Did you get paid for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Not well, but like it was it's where I met a lot of the people who, like Adam Delvitt was a camp counselor there. That's where I met Adam. Joe Goldberg, who was the Kansas City Royals sideline guy, was a camp counselor at Apache Day Camp. They were met. Mark Shapiro, believe it or not, I've told this story, who used to run ESPN.
Glenbrook South grad.
Big guy, like big famous guy. He used to run the entire ESPN. He was a counselor in Northbrook with me for 1 year when we were in college. He went to Iowa.
Vern Lundquist was part of our crew.
Vern Lundquist was not a counselor with us.
Pat Sajak.
Trebek was there.
Bob Barker always was there every summer.
Jim McMahon came one time.
Bob Barker showed up.
Jim McMahon came once and was a total jerk to all of us. Right in the heart of in the late 80s. Total. He filmed a commercial at the camp. Was not nice.
Was it for the camp?
No, it was like a McDonald's commercial. They needed like kids for extras or something.
Get away from the kid. You're bothering me.
It was not cool. Was not a nice guy. All right.
He could spin it though.
Oh yeah, he could. The punky QB. Is that it? I
got a couple more.
You want to
do that?
Yeah, let's do a couple on the other side here. Then Charles Barkley was on the show. If you missed it, we'll tell you what you missed and how you can get it. It's coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Jurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill. A letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Guys, you could save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems. With 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we've used them for everything, and they are outstanding. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos for just $57 a month. At 4 Seasons, they guarantee to beat any competitor's estimate by up to $1,000, including those so-called buy one, get one free offers. You can call your trusted local experts and schedule your free in-home estimate with 4 Seasons. Visit 4seasonsheatingcooling.com, 4seasonsheatingcooling.com. For all the right reasons, call them at 866-4Seasons. That's 866-4 Seasons.
Psst. You. Yeah, you. Have you tried it? Well, have you tried it? Reintroducing unleaded 88 fuel, also called E15. And yeah, if your car is newer than 2001, the US EPA says you're good to go. It's cheaper than regular unleaded, the performance is the same if not better, it keeps the air cleaner, and using it supports local farmers in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump, try it, and get going.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries, she can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
My name is Corporal Bradley Joseph Seitz.
Jerry Reed.
Kate Weber.
These are real veterans facing a real challenge.
I have PTSD.
And I have PTSD.
I have PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder can happen to anyone.
I was still in a war zone in my mind.
But treatment can turn your life around. Treatment has really saved my life. To learn about PTSD and how treatment can help you, call your local VA medical center or visit ptsd.va.gov.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
You missed Charles Barkley earlier today. You can grab it on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Subscribe while you're there. We had him like 45 minutes uninterrupted. A lot of good stuff about his relationship with Michael Jordan, how they're trying to repair it. And out of all people, it was Vince Coleman. Vince Coleman, the former Cardinal, was the one to get them together again. Find out how all that happened. A lot of good Michael Jordan stories in there. Really good stuff on the Bulls.
One of the best parts of the stories with regard to Michael, or was just in playing golf, was his story about Lawrence Taylor and how scared they were of Lawrence Taylor and how Lawrence would never pay up.
Someone tweeted that, saying that Lawrence, the best part of the whole thing was the Lawrence Taylor part, and how crazy he was, and he wouldn't pay up. Really good stuff. He wants to meet Ben Johnson, talking about Caleb Williams, talking about the Bulls and being irrelevant. Lots of great stuff. His advice to Tiger Woods and what happened to that relationship. So just really good insight from Charles, who's always open and honest. It's on youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Tyler, before we leave, what do you got?
Yeah, I got one more for you guys here. Munetaka Murakami is now homered in 4 straight games. He has 9 so far on the season, one of the best figures in all of baseball. I ask you this, will Murakami lead the city in home runs? So Cubs or Sox. He right now has 9. The next highest are Happ and Montgomery, each with 6. Will Murakami lead the city of Chicago in home runs?
Who would, I'm trying to think who else is even a threat on the Cubs. They're all like 30 home run guys, right? 32.
Yeah.
Like a bunch who could hit 30. So I think yes.
There could be
Montgomery too.
There could be a moment where the league starts to adjust to Murakami a little bit, and then he goes through a drought for a little.
I mean, Seiya's got an opportunity to hit 30.